Chapter 76. As she thought so, Shizune slurped the noodles happily. Not long after, Lin Mo and Hinata walked into Ichiraku ramen restaurant and saw Tian waving at them. Forehead. When Lin Mo sat down, he saw not only a bowl of Ichiro ramen, but also a bowl of snail noodles on the table in front of him. Tian, do you like eating this? Why do you have a bowl of ramen and a bowl of snail noodles? Does this really taste good? And he actually eats 2 bowls every day, which is beyond Hinata's expectation. To be honest, I didn't have any lunch today. Tian spread his hands and said, I can definitely eat 2 bowls, I even want to eat a 3rd bowl, you don't know how much energy the physical training today took out of me. Eat quickly, the ramen is cooked and served, I'll eat it first. As Tian spoke, he quickly picked up the chopsticks and started eating the snail noodles. Seeing this, Hyuga Hinata also picked up the Ichiraku ramen and started eating. While Lin Mo and Hinata had not yet finished their bowl of ramen, Tian had quickly finished a bowl of snail noodles. Then he picked up the Ichiraku ramen next to him and devoured it. It seems that he is really hungry. Don't be so anxious, Ten. Seeing Ten eating so quickly, Hinata quickly said, it's not good to eat too fast. It's okay, my physical condition can hold on, I just need to replenish my food now. Tian slurped his noodles and complained, you may not believe me, but I even wanted to create a shadow clone, unfortunately, let's eat together. Hyuga Hinata. Lin Mo. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo looked strange. Shadow clone eating? It seems that no one has ever done this. Even Uzumaki Naruto's multiple shadow clones seem to have never done such a thing. However, he was surprised that Tian actually mastered the art of shadow clones. Because the students who graduate from general ninja schools only master the clone technique, which is just an afterimage illusion created by chakra, and it does not have any attack power. Going further up, there is the shadow clone technique. As for the multiple shadow clone technique that Naruto has mastered, it is a forbidden technique and is not practiced by ordinary ninjas. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. In the training camp of Konoha's Team 7. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura who were breathing heavily in front of him with a satisfied look on his face, and nodded. Not bad, your cooperation has become more proficient today, and you have lived up to my expectations. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke immediately looked up. Does this mean that they don't have to go back to the ninja school? Then you can lend me the money. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly and said, I don't want much, 1 million will be enough. If I pass the test, that means I can borrow money from Kakashi. Kakashi. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi was about to say something else, but when he saw Uzumaki Naruto ruining the atmosphere, he rubbed his brows with a headache and said. To be honest, your performance today was beyond my expectations, and I didn't expect you to perform like this. So I didn't bring any money. Besides, I don't have that much money to lend you, I have to gather tomorrow to bring it to you. But Naruto, can you tell me what you want so much money for? Kakashi was very puzzled when he said this. A child who had just graduated from a ninja school, not only had some money on hand, but he also borrowed some money from his teacher. Now he even has to borrow money from him, the guiding jonin. Still want to borrow 1 million. He really wanted to know what Uzumaki Naruto was borrowing so much money for. You know, for a B-level mission, the upper limit is only 200,000 taels at most. It is usually between 50,000 and 150,000 taels. 1 million taels, that's almost all A-level tasks. Even for a jonin like him, it was somewhat difficult and time-consuming to execute. If I were to lend another 1 million taels to Uzumaki Naruto, it would be no small sum of money. What does Uzumaki Naruto need so much money for? Kakashi was confused. Even if he owed gambling debts, it couldn't be so exaggerated. As Kakashi asked, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke beside him immediately turned their heads and looked over. They also wanted to know what Uzumaki Naruto wanted so much money for. 1 million. Opening the can, of course. In response to Kakashi's question, Uzumaki Naruto complained in his heart. It's the shop owner's fault for selling the jars so expensively. He is short of money. Isn't this because my little Charmander has a big appetite? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Charmander and sighed, it eats too much, it ate all the milk and food in my refrigerator, I'm so poor. Charmander. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Charmander looked up with a confused look on his face. Is it too greedy? I clearly didn't eat anything. I just drank milk and ate a bucket of instant noodles last night, and that was it. After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura looked down at Charmander, and each of them had a very strange look on their face. Is it that exaggerated? No matter how much this little thing eats, how much can it eat? Forget it, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Kakashi looked at her with a gloomy look, and said, but Naruto, if you don't have a reasonable reason in the future, you will be targeted by the Umbu. What? Being targeted by the Umbu? Is there such a thing? What the hell? Even he knew the value of the Umbu. That is a secret organization composed of elite ninjas. He only seems to follow the orders of the Hokage. This was what he heard some ninja families discuss at school. It seemed very mysterious and dangerous. Just make some money yourself so you don't get targeted by the Umbu. Not only Uzumaki Naruto, but also Uchiha Sasuke next to him had a gloomy expression. As for Haruno Sakura, she looked confused. What is the dark part? Crime of huge amount of property with unknown source. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, whose face changed drastically, Kakashi said in a dark tone. Do you know how much 1 million ryo is? What does a kid who just graduated from a ninja school need so much money for? After all, 1 million ryo can buy a lot of exploding talismans alone. Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green. Is there such a thing? If you have any reason to be short of money, you can tell me. If you don't want to tell me, then just keep it in your heart, okay? Even if you are short of money and want money, don't tell anyone, otherwise, if the Umbu ninjas in the village find out, they will definitely pay attention to you. It's okay for you to borrow money, but what are you going to do with all that money you borrowed? Kakashi paused here and said nothing more. He immediately stood up and said casually, okay, that's it for today, gather here tomorrow, we will officially go on a mission, don't be late, you have passed the test. Having said that, Kakashi disappeared instantly. No way, is there such a crime in Konoha village? Watching Kakashi leave, Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke with a confused look. I have never heard of it, what about you? I haven't heard of this charge either. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly, but I know a little about Umbu. It is an organization composed of elite ninjas who report directly to the leader of the village. They are mainly responsible for carrying out highly confidential and dangerous missions, including assassinations, espionage, counterintelligence operations, and protecting important people in the village. At this point, the Uchiha looked gloomy. It seems like he was thinking of something bad. Then he said calmly, but for ordinary people, there is no need to know this, knowing too much is not a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke turned around and left. Upon hearing these words, Haruno Sakura widened her eyes. Is there any such thing? It was the first time she had heard of it. Ugh. And Uzumaki Naruto had a toothache. If it attracts the attention of the Umbu, then the jar in the store owner's possession will be exposed. This is not possible. He really hoped that the jar shop would be exposed later before he opened enough jars. He was also thinking about opening the jar to become stronger and see his parents. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto left angrily. Since when did Konoha village have the crime of having huge amounts of property of unknown origin? Could it be that Kakashi-sensei was lying to him? Then next time I go to Lin Mo's shop to open a can, I have to be more secretive. I have to go there as little as possible. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself and decided to only go there to open the jar and not go there at other times. But it does cost money. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Charmander in his arms and felt a headache. After all, this little fire dragon also needs to eat, and its appetite is bigger than mine. Even if we look for those guys, there's no way we can do anything. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly thought of the students from the ninja family in the school whose family specialized in training humans and beasts. One guy in particular had a little dog with him. Unfortunately, I don't know him either. The growth of Charmander is really a headache. While thinking this, Uzumaki Naruto walked towards his home. I will get the money from Kakashi teacher tomorrow, see how much money there is, then deduct part of the food expenses, and then go to the owner Lin Mo to open the can. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. The Inuzuka clan. Tooth's home. He walked into the house with 2 bowls of snail noodles, his face full of excitement. The sour smell still lingered on his nose. Although the taste is indeed a bit special, when he thought of the delicious taste he had just tasted at Ichiraka Ramen, Kiba couldn't help but want to share it with his friend Akamaru. Akamaru, come and try this. He shouted excitedly and placed the snail noodles in front of Akamaru. Akamaru has always been Kiba's partner and right-hand man in battle. Normally it eats everything, especially what you gives it, Akamaru never refuses. However, this time, things turned out to be beyond Ya's expectations. As Akamaru got closer to the bowl of snail noodles, his nose twitched slightly and he immediately smelled the strong sour odor. The reaction was almost instantaneous, the ears suddenly stood up and the tail became stiff. Instead of jumping on it excitedly as usual, it seemed extremely alert and uneasy. "What's wrong, Akamaru? Don't you like it?" Akamaru shook his head and took a step back, obviously wary of the bowl of snail noodles in front of him. Its nose kept sniffing, but every time it smelled the scent, its eyes revealed an emotion of disgust and resistance. "Woo!" Akamaru even let out a low whimper, and retreated faster and faster, as if he wanted to get as far away from this bowl of snail noodles as possible. When Kiba saw Akamaru's reaction, he suddenly felt a headache. He knew that Akamaru's sense of smell was more sensitive than his, but he didn't expect its reaction to the snail noodles to be so strong, as if this bowl of noodles was something extremely scary. "Akamaru, this is delicious." Inuzuka Kiba tried again to push the bowl towards Akamaru. "You must try it, otherwise it will be a waste." However, Akamaru was clearly not interested in Kiba's persuasion. It looked at the bowl of snail noodles that was getting closer with horror, then looked at Inuzuka Kiba, and stepped back decisively. "There's really nothing I can do." Inuzuka Kiba sighed helplessly. Seeing that Akamaru refused to get close to the snail noodles, he had no choice but to decide to finish this delicious bowl of food himself. Immediately prepared to feast on it. After all, this stuff is really delicious. However, before he could take a bite, he heard a rapid sound of digging the soil. Ya looked up suddenly, and the scene in front of him stunned him for a moment. I saw Akamaru frantically digging the ground with his claws, obviously trying to bury the bowl of snail noodles on the ground. It dug hard, with dirt flying everywhere, and it looked anxious and serious. "Hey, Akamaru. What are you doing?" Destructive behavior. He didn't expect Akamaru to be so resistant to snail noodles that he wanted to bury it. I usually teach Akamaru to bury his feces and urinate on the spot after defecating or urinating. However, Akamaru's movements were too fast. He had already dug a small hole and very quickly overturned the bowl of snail noodles that he had placed aside. The sour and smelly soup and vermicelli spilled all over the ground, and Akamaru continued to dig the soil, obviously wanting to bury this threat completely. "Oh no! The snail noodles are wasted. When I got it, I found that there was not much soup left in the bowl. The powder was also sprinkled on the soil and mixed with the dirt on the ground, making it completely inedible." Inuzuka Kiba was suddenly speechless. "Well, a bowl of snail noodles wasted like this. Akamaru, this is a delicacy I brought back specially for you to taste, but it's all ruined." Inuzuka Kiba looked at Akamaru angrily. "Even if you don't want to eat it, don't destroy it." Akamaru tilted his head when he saw Kiba's reaction, as if realizing what he had done. But it obviously didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, it gently wagged its tail, as if to say, "This thing is totally inedible, so it's better to bury it." Looking at the snail noodles that had been buried in the soil, Inuzuka Kiba could only sigh helplessly. He had intended to share this delicacy with Akamaru, but ended up making a mess. Now that snail noodles have been buried, he can only accept this tragic reality. "Really? I can't let you get close to me next time." I secretly decided in my heart that I would enjoy the snail noodles alone next time to avoid such an accident from happening again. Akamaru was still wagging his tail, seemingly satisfied with his achievement. Then his eyes turned to the other bowl of snail noodles in Inuzuka Kiba's hand. Inuzuka Kiba looked at the pile of dirt on the ground helplessly, then decisively picked up another bowl of snail noodles and ate while standing up. Akamaru. Seeing his master gulping down that sour and smelly thing, Akamaru's eyes showed fear. How come the master eats this too? And he was eating so happily. But Inuzuka Kiba didn't notice Akamaru's reaction. He walked and ate towards his room. "It's delicious, I'll eat it again tomorrow." "No, how about we go to Ichiraku Ramen and buy another portion for supper tonight?" While Inuzuka Kiba was eating, he was thinking this. In Ichiraku Ramen. Lin Mo and Hinata looked at Tian, who already had 4 empty bowls piled in front of him, with strange expressions on their faces. Tian is really hungry. For one dinner, I actually finished 3 bowls of ramen and a bowl of snail noodles. Eat. The next second, Tian finished his 5th bowl of Ichiraku ramen soup and put the bowl down with a satisfied look on his face. "It tastes so good. What's so strange about that? I had a lot of training today and ate a little more." As he spoke, Tian felt a little uneasy and glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo wouldn't think she eats too much, would he? No. Lin Mo laughed dumbly. "It's delicious if it can be eaten, it's understandable that physical training consumes energy." Hearing this, Tian felt relieved. That's great, Lin Mo doesn't mind. Then, the three of them stood up and walked out of Ichiraku Ramen. After wandering around for a while, they went their separate ways. According to this progress, it will take at least some geniuses to analyze and practice the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Lin Mo returned to the jar shop and immediately took out the scroll containing the fragments of the 8 gates ninjutsu. He pinched his chin in thought. It would be great if someone could open a jar and directly unlock the ability of the 8 gates. You can master it instantly. In 2 days, we can improve our strength again. Thinking that Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi will be able to open the jar the day after tomorrow, and with the addition of Hyuga Hayashi, his strength will definitely be improved. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decisively sat cross-legged and began to refine his chakra. Even if he was in absolute safety in the jar shop, he would not fail to improve his strength. Improving your strength has only benefits and no disadvantages. You can't always rely on others to open the jar. Thinking of this, Lin Mo immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed quietly. It was not until late at night that Lin Mo finished his practice, closed the door and went upstairs to sleep. Silent all night. The next day. A simple, bright red sun, as rough as broken bricks, illuminated the Konoha village. Shizue walked out of a hotel with a happy look on her face, holding the pink pig. I'll have another serving of snail noodles in the morning, then pack 2 servings of snail noodles for lunch and dinner, and follow the caravan back to 10th Street. Perfect. There is no more information that can be gathered from the Leaf Village, we must return to find Lady Tsunade as soon as possible. I don't know how Lady Tsunade is doing now, but she should be fine. Shizun touched a scroll on her sleeve as she walked out of the hotel. This scroll contains the information she has collected since she returned to Konoha Village these days. Chapter 77. As Tsunade's assistant, if he is free and close to Konoha Village, he will sometimes come back to collect information and quickly go back to tell Tsunade. Although Tsunade was indifferent to this, Shizun felt. Intelligence information is the most important thing these days. For example, the information I got when I entered Konoha Village this time. Even the routes were ambushed, this information is enough. The Chunin exam is about to begin, and people from other ninja villages will come to Konoha Village, where it will be a mixed bag. While thinking this, Shizun walked towards Ichiraku Ramen shop, ordered a bowl of snail noodles very skillfully, and packed up 2 more. Ah, comfortable. After eating and drinking, Shizun let out a long sigh. He patted his belly with a satisfied look on his face, picked up Tunten, carried the packaged snail noodles, and left Ichiraku Ramen. Ugh. Just as Jingyin was walking with Tunten in her arms, Tunten suddenly sniffed hard, as if he smelled something, and suddenly became a little excited. It had been lying quietly in Jingyin's arms, but at this moment it sniffed hard, its eyes lit up, as if it smelled something special. Jingyin noticed something was wrong with Tunten and couldn't help but look down at it, frowning slightly. Tunten, what's wrong? Jingyin asked softly. Before she finished her words, Tunten suddenly broke free from her arms and jumped to the ground nimbly. It sniffed the air eagerly, and after determining the direction, it immediately ran quickly in one direction. Pig pig. Seeing this scene, Shizun was stunned for a moment. Seeing Tunten's small figure quickly disappearing around the corner, I suddenly felt anxious. Tunten. Where are you going? Tunten has always been docile and has never reacted like this. What happened today? Immediately, Shizun hurriedly trotted after him. But Tunten was incredibly fast. It ran quickly on its 4 legs and quickly moved among the pedestrians along the street. Shizun, who was originally jogging, saw a ninja approaching in the distance, and subconsciously stopped, lowered her head and walked calmly. As Lady Tsunade's assistant, she believed that there would definitely be Konoha ninjas who would recognize her. You can't expose yourself. But what confused her even more now was why Tunten suddenly became like this. Were you attracted by something? This was really the first time she saw him. But he still followed the direction where Tunten ran and quickened his pace. And Tunten ran all the way and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous shop. This shop is Lin Mo's jar shop. Tunten stopped at the door for a moment, as if trying to determine the direction. Then he ran in excitedly. After entering the store, my attention was immediately attracted by a rice ball placed on the counter. The alluring fragrance seemed to exude an invisible temptation in the air. Tunten's little nose kept sniffing, and his stomach seemed to be rumbling. He immediately rushed to the counter excitedly, raised his head, and looked at the rice ball high up, his little eyes full of desire. Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was refining chakra, noticed it the moment Tunten ran in. When he saw this pink little pig, he was immediately shocked. Isn't this the summoned beast that follows Shizun? How come he appeared in Konoha Village? From what he knew, Shizun should be following Tsunade and running around the ninja world. How come the summoning beast that is always with Shizun came to my shop? Does this mean that Shii's is nearby? Subconsciously, Lin Mo looked at the True Vision guard and instantly noticed a woman walking quickly a few hundred meters away. It was the Shizun he knew. Really? Seeing Jingyin, Lin Mo understood. Shizun was indeed in Konoha village. Although I don't know why, it seems that I was attracted by the Momotaro rice balls on the counter. That's why he ran over first, and Shizun hurriedly chased after him. Obviously it is also because of this psychic beast. Interesting. Lin Mo looked at Tunton. The psychic beast was trying to jump up at this moment, but the height of the counter was a real challenge for it. It jumped several times in a row, trying hard to reach the tempting rice ball, but it fell just short every time. It was so anxious that it kept making rapid, woohoo, sounds. This Momotaro rice ball was made by my own mother every day. Today I sorted out the things that could not be integrated into my body. For example, Momotaro rice balls, goblin hand bones and so on. Some things were directly put into his storage ring. The Momotaro rice ball was not put away by himself, but was placed on the counter. Unexpectedly, it would attract a psychic beast. This means that Momotaro rice ball can also attract other summoning beasts. He thought that this thing would only work if eaten by a spiritual beast. Unexpectedly, even without eating, it can still spread the smell and attract spirit beasts. Looking at the psychic beast that was trying hard to jump, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes again and looked at Jingyin who came from the True Vision guard. As an assistant following Tsunade, he must have money. Although I don't understand why he appeared in Konoha village, there must be a reason, and he can't be without money. Lin Mo noticed the packaged snail noodles in Jingyin's hand. Suddenly, a plan came to mind. Psychic animals are not considered human beings, so can they open jars? Even without paying? When Lin Mo was thinking this, Tunton jumped up again. This time, its body hit the counter hard, causing it to shake slightly. Although the force was not great, the jars on the counter were placed very cleverly, and the slight shake instantly triggered a chain reaction. A jar on the counter slid to the edge as it swung. Then it fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Psychic beasts can also open jars. The rule of this jar shop is that one person can open 10 jars per week. Psychic animals are also included. When the jar was shaking just now, I had the absolute right to stop the jar from shaking at all. But he was thinking of testing another situation. That is whether the psychic beast can open the jar. Even without paying. Facts have proved that it is possible. Under his control, the spirit beast hit the jar without paying, causing it to fall and break. This means that it seems to be a loophole in this store. Because when people come to open the jar, they have to pay money first, otherwise they can't shake the jar at all. But the psychic beasts are not affected. Is it because of the summoning beast contract? Lin Mo was thoughtful. It seemed that he still needed to test this jar shop carefully in the future. This should be considered a loophole. But this also made Lin Mo very satisfied. After all, some ninjas carry summoning beasts with them that can open jars, so they can speed up the process of selling the jars. The more jars you sell, the more good things you can get. There are also special jars. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked satisfied. As for the pig, he wasn't worried about not being able to pay for it. Because Jingyin is here, you have to pay. If you don't pay, the pig can stay here and be used as food. 100,000 in exchange for a spiritual beast, doesn't that seem like a bad idea? When Lin Mo was thinking this, Tunton was also startled by the crisp sound of the jar. At this moment, it stopped jumping and looked at the broken pieces of the jar that it had knocked over with horror, appearing a little at a loss. It also seemed to realize that it had gotten into trouble. The next second, it suddenly felt an unprecedented danger. I shook my body subconsciously. At this time, Shizun had hurried into the jar shop. At a glance, I saw the place where the broken jar was standing. After a moment of silence, I knew that Tunton ran in here and broke a jar here. Suddenly, Jingyin hurriedly bowed to Lin Mo and apologized. I'm sorry, my spirit beast caused you damage, I will compensate you. Although she didn't understand why Tunton came in here and broke a jar, Jingyin knew that if she did something wrong, she would have to pay for it. When apologizing, Jingyin also saw Lin Mo. Suddenly stunned. What a handsome young man. Not a ninja. Feeling that the other person was not wearing any ninja clothes, Shizun made an immediate assessment. He is not from Konoha village, and he doesn't look like a ninja. Is he from the Fire Country daimyo? But her temperament was not right, which she couldn't really put her finger on. Ah. Hearing Jingyin's words, Lin Mo nodded slightly. At this time, Tunton saw Jingyin coming in and hurriedly trotted over, but while running, his eyes were still fixed on the rice balls on the counter. Really? Seeing Tunton running over, Shizun picked up Tunton in a bad mood and noticed Tunton's gaze. She really didn't expect that Tunton would be attracted by a rice ball and run over. Is there anything special about that rice ball? It actually made Tunton so exaggerated. However, looking at the broken jar on the ground, Jingyin quickly apologized again. Sir, my spirit beast broke one of your jars, I will compensate you, how much is it? Hearing Jingyin's words and looking at Jingyin who was taking out her wallet, Lin Mo nodded, 100,000 taels, thank you for your patronage. Shizun. Jingyin, who was about to take out her wallet with an apologetic look on her face, suddenly froze. How many? 100,000 taels. Did she hear it correctly? Shizun's hand stopped above the wallet, as if frozen by some invisible force. She stared at Lin Mo blankly, unable to comprehend what was going on in her mind. 100,000 taels. You have to pay 100,000 taels for breaking a jar. This is simply a fantasy. She thought she might have heard it wrong, and even suspected that Lin Mo was joking. 100,000 taels. Shizun's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of disbelief. Subconsciously, I looked at the broken jar on the ground. Anger suddenly rose in my heart. She is a ninja and knows the value of some valuable items. But how could a seemingly ordinary jar be worth 100,000 taels? This is clearly a scam. Good. Lin Mo looked at the jar that was broken by Tunton and the things scattered among the jar fragments, and said with emotion, I have to say that your summoning beast is very lucky. He actually blossomed into a devil fruit. Shizun. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jingyin's face instantly turned ugly. He immediately clenched his fists, his fingertips turned slightly white, and it was obvious that he was trying hard to control his emotions. She is not an unreasonable person and she knows that some things may indeed be priceless. But the situation before her was really unacceptable to her. Tunton just broke an ordinary jar, but Lin Mo asked for 100,000 taels of silver. She felt that Lin Mo was deliberately blackmailing her. Sir, you're running a black shop, right? Jingyin's voice suddenly rose a little, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. She was always gentle and almost never had an argument with anyone. But at this moment, she felt insulted. It's just a jar, how can it be worth 100,000 taels? You are blackmailing me. Could it be that your jar is an antique? Are you a wholesaler of antiques? Looking at the pile of identical jars on the counter, Shizun was sure that these were definitely not antiques. How can you find antiques displayed here like they are sold in wholesale? Especially when he heard Lin Mo say that he made a lot of money, he almost laughed out of anger. Are you deceiving people by saying they are lucky? Hearing Jingyin's words, Lin Mo looked at Jingyin calmly, without any ripples in his eyes. Shizun's anger and doubts were not enough to attract his attention. This is no ordinary jar, Miss Shizun. Lin Mo shook his head and said, although it's not an antique, the price of this jar is still quite cheap. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Jingyin felt that her sanity was being eroded bit by bit. She couldn't understand Lin Mo's calmness, and couldn't accept this statement. She had always been a reasonable person, but at this moment, she felt that she had been deceived and fooled like never before. You are going too far. Shizue almost slammed the table and stood up, her voice filled with anger and grievance. She had lived her life with integrity and kindness, but now she felt she had been tricked. I just wanted to compensate you, but you asked for so much, this is extortion. Wait, you know me? Jingyin, who was angry, suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had just said her name, and her face changed drastically. I haven't been in Konoha village for a long time, so no one who opened a shop should know me. Even the ninjas of Konoha might not be able to recognize her. Even if he was recognized, he was still a senior ninja of Konoha. A ninja who knows about Lady Tsunade's situation. But it definitely wasn't some ordinary guy who opened a jar shop. I understand. The next second, Jingyin's face darkened. You recognized me, so you said a jar is worth 100,000 taels. This jar is not an antique, but I have to pay a compensation of 100,000 yuan myself. And the other party also knows me. Shizun felt that the other party was trying to rip her off. Thinking of this, Shizun's chest heaved violently with anger. His fingers tightly grasped the wallet, as if he was making a final decision. On the one hand, she felt that she couldn't let the other party succeed, but on the other hand, she didn't want to dwell on this matter for too long. After all, he came to Konoha village secretly this time, not so openly, and he didn't even register with Konoha village. If the patrolling ninjas of Konoha village knew about this, they would definitely be asked to leave. At the very least, Konoha's top leaders would definitely ask him about information about Lady Tsunade. Tap tap. Just then, footsteps were heard. It instantly attracted the attention of Jingyin and Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was about to speak, raised his eyebrows when he saw Hinata coming in. She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Seeing Hinata, Shizen's face lit up and she quickly said, "Little girl, please judge for yourself, my summoning beast broke this jar, and this black-hearted guy actually asked me to pay 100,000 taels of silver, this is a black shop." 100,000 taels. She really didn't want to pay. She felt she was being blackmailed. What? Hearing what Jingyin said, Hinata, who had just walked in, looked confused and said subconsciously, "Mr. Lin Mo's jars here are indeed 100,000 taels each, not black at all. If you spend 100,000 taels to open a jar, you will get a ball of light that possesses the properties of chakra. You can also use ninjutsu. Even a variety of things can be prescribed." If Mr. Lin Mo hadn't restricted purchases, she would have gone on a buying spree. What? When Shizen heard what Hyuga Hinata said, she suddenly looked as if she had seen a ghost. What the hell, 100,000 taels for a jar, not black at all. What kind of nonsense is this little girl talking about? If it weren't for the fact that Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she would have suspected that the other party was blackmailing her. The result is not. But what kind of jar would cost 100,000 taels? Shizen felt a toothache. She didn't think that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan would team up with this profiteer to deceive her. All I can say is that this jar here is indeed worth 100,000 taels. And the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan can prove it. Okay, I'll pay. Shizen was confused, but can you tell me why this jar is so expensive? If it was a few hundred or a few thousand taels, I would just pay the loss and leave. But this jar costs 100,000 taels. She wants to die with a clear conscience. Do not you know? Hinata was also surprised when she saw Shizen's expression. Don't you know the price of the jar before you open it? If you don't know, how can you open it? Since it's opened, just accept the price of 100,000 taels. There's nothing strange about this. But there were other people coming to the jar shop, although they were people I didn't know. After taking a look, Hinata felt that the other party was not a ninja. But how can a non-ninja be holding a sneaky summoning beast? Although she was confused, Hinata still explained. There are all kinds of good things and bad things in Mr. Lin Mo's jar. If you are lucky, you can get good things. If you are unlucky, you will get bad things. Many things cannot be bought with 100,000 taels. Isn't this just gambling? Hearing this, Shizen's face turned green. Holy crap, what a new way of gambling. Following Lady Tsunade, Shizen instantly determined that this was a gambling tactic. And this seems to be more straightforward than gambling on the roulette wheel in the casino. After all, people play roulette in casinos for money or beads. This store is more straightforward. They change it to opening the cans and taking out the contents. If you get good things, you make money. If you get bad things, you lose money. And the cost is 100,000 taels. But as a shop owner, the things in the jar were placed there by the shop owner himself. There may be good things or bad things put in there, just to stimulate the gambling mentality of opening the jar. Can Konoha village now openly open such a black shop? Also, why would the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan come? She really doesn't understand. If she hadn't collected information and knew Hinata's information, she would have suspected that she had encountered an accomplice of a scammer. Chapter 78. If she wasn't worried about attracting patrolling ninjas from Konoha village, she would definitely not be happy about it. After all, the top leaders of Konoha village must be very interested in the whereabouts of Lady Tsunade. Just think of it as a way to avoid disaster. I will have a good talk with Lady Tsunade about this shady shop when I get back. As she thought about this, Shizen took out the sealing scroll she had been carrying with great pain. Then he opened the sealed scroll, took out a wallet from it, took out 100,000 taels and handed it to Lin Mo. Although she was following one of the legendary three ninjas. But following Tsunade really means no money. If I hadn't hidden some private money, I would have gone hungry when I came to Konoha village. Not to mention accommodation and food. And after returning, I have to advance some gambling money to Lady Tsunade so that the creditors won't be too harsh on me. So she was very short of money. Now a broken jar actually costs 100,000 taels. It's outrageous. She felt that the owner of this black shop must have a background as a high-ranking official of Konoha village. Otherwise, why would you open a store like this? Even the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan came. Are they profiteers from the Fire Nation? Even if they are unscrupulous businessmen, they are not so cunning. While Shizue was paying angrily, Tunton, in Shizue's arms, still looked at the rice balls on the counter from time to time, obviously not giving up the idea of having a taste. Don't you want your things anymore? Looking at Jingyin, who gave the money and turned around to leave, Lin Mo had a strange expression on his face. This is a good thing, it's a devil fruit, after eating it, you will have magical powers. After all, there is a devil fruit in the jar that was broken by the summoning beast Tunton. That's good stuff. So far, no one has discovered a devil fruit. Not to mention, it's a superhuman series among them. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the devil fruit that blossomed from the summoning beast, Tunton. Devil fruit, Operation Fruit, a magical fruit from a certain world. The eater can create a spherical or hemispherical space, and dominate all units including kinetic energy, length, temperature, mass, density, etc. in the space like a master. It can cut, exchange, and splice anything at will, and even exchange two hearts. The life cut by the ability user with a knife will not die, and there will be no bleeding. It is still alive, but it will produce slight pain. Anything cut by the ability user of the operation fruit can be spliced together, which is fundamentally different from ordinary direct cutting with a knife. Using the ability of the operation fruit will consume the user's own physical strength, and excessive and intense use will even consume lifespan. This thing is a good thing. Even in the category of devil fruits, it is one of the best. After all, the highest level of this devil fruit ability is to have the immortality surgery that can give humans eternal life. When Lin Mo looked at the devil fruit, Shizun, who was holding Tunton and preparing to leave, suddenly stopped. Yes, there are things in the broken jars. But I saw it myself. It was a strange fruit. Since I have already paid for this broken jar, I must get back the contents of the jar. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Even if she issued a piece of paper. She had paid for it. It cost a total of 100,000 taels. Although she had never seen this fruit before, Shizun felt that she must carry it with her so that she could always remind herself that she was blackmailed in Konoha village. Shizun turned around angrily, picked up the devil fruit on the ground, and left without looking back. I was so angry that I was confused just now. I don't think you need to leave in such a hurry. Seeing Shizun turning away angrily, Lin Mo shook his head and said, the ability of this devil fruit is called the surgery fruit. It can create an operation space. People and creatures whose bodies are cut in it will not die or bleed. Toxic substances that are harmful to the body can be removed from the cut target body. Such as bullets shot into the body, pathogens and poisons that cause diseases, etc. And diseased or necrotic organs can be replaced, so as to achieve the effect of healing injuries and diseases. Puff. Without waiting for Lin Mo to finish speaking, Jingyin, who had just walked out of the jar shop, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. I have to say that this profiteer is quite imaginative. What a great devil fruit. The name is well chosen. This ability also sounds like a fantasy. Since this guy knows his own name, doesn't he know that he is also a medical ninja? And he is a jonin who is proficient in medical treatment. She follows Lady Tsunade, and although she keeps a low profile, her medical skills are even praised by Lady Tsunade. It's ridiculous for this guy to say in front of me that this fruit has this ability. How dare you think about it? The person whose body is cut will not die, will bleed, and can even heal the other person. What nonsense. Even with the A-level ninjutsu she mastered, Chakra Scalpel, which uses chakra to create a blade that can cut cells, it is not that simple and is extremely difficult. According to Lin Mo, this devil fruit can simply crush her, an A-level medical ninja. No, not even Lady Tsunade could cut into the target's body and stop it from bleeding. I have to admit, this name and ability are fictional and quite deceptive. It's just fooling ordinary people. Shizun walked further away with a speechless look on her face. She even wanted to go back and teach this guy some knowledge about medical ninjutsu. But thinking that the most urgent thing is to leave Konoha village first. I don't want to see this guy anymore. When Shizun left angrily. In the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at Jingyin who was leaving and was speechless. Forget it, if you don't want to listen, then don't listen. But this pig was really lucky, he actually got a devil fruit. This thing is simply one of the invincible abilities in this world. Although it also needs development. What? Hyuga Hinata, who was listening nearby, widened her eyes and asked after hearing Lin Mo's words, does that fruit have such incredible abilities? As someone who had opened a jar before, she knew that Lin Mo would definitely not lie. That fruit can actually do what Lin Mo said. Isn't it more powerful than the medical ninja? Good. Lin Mo nodded and chuckled, if you are lucky next time you open a jar, you may also get a devil fruit. This thing is much more convenient than your ninjutsu. Of course, it also needs to be developed. I will explain it to you in detail next time you open it. Lin Mo was in a very good mood at this time. Because he was worried that it would be difficult to successfully practice the second of the incomplete 8 gates in a short period of time. In addition, there are few people coming to open the jars, resulting in few things coming out, and his strength cannot be improved. In Konoha village, he feels insecure with his strength. Now, the summoning beast Tunton that Shizun always carries with her opened the jar and a devil fruit came out. It's a parahuman devil fruit, the surgery fruit, which is simply amazing for him. Since it is impossible to sell a large number of jars in a short period of time and the strength cannot be improved, you can spend your time developing this surgical fruit. It can be said that with the appearance of the surgery fruit, the anxiety in his heart gradually subsided. It's also a bit of a pity that he doesn't have any other type of superhuman devil fruit. If it's a devil fruit like the teleportation fruit, then there's nothing to worry about. The surgery fruit does have some limitations after all. But at least it's better than nothing. So Lin Mo was in a very comfortable mood at this moment. Oh, good. Hinata was also stunned when she heard Lin Mo's words, and nodded immediately. Indeed, since I don't have such a thing now, there is no point in knowing it in advance. Wait until it comes out, then ask Lin Mo. Then owner, I'm going to the backyard to practice first. Immediately, Hinata spoke softly. Tian is not home today, so I can only go to the training ground in the backyard to train alone. Ah. Lin Mo nodded. After Hinata left, Lin Mo moved his mind and the surgical devil fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. This thing is considered the most expensive devil fruit. After all, it is possible to achieve human immortality. Looking at the surgical devil fruit in his hand, Lin Mo sniffed it and did not smell that disgusting smell, no smell at all. Just like ordinary fruit. In this case, it can only be manifested when you eat it. Tisk, it's said to taste terrible. While thinking this, Lin Mo decisively held his breath, took a bite, and suddenly he felt an indescribable pain in his throat. Even if Lin Mo held his breath, he could still feel this strange taste through his tongue. Thinking of the special nature of this devil fruit, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and ate it. Call. After eating it, Lin Mo decisively stretched out his hand, and with a thought, a hemispherical enclosed space was released from his right hand. This is the power of the surgery fruit. Feeling this slaughterhouse, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. If possible, he really wanted to recruit someone to try, but unfortunately, there was no target. You can't go find Hinata in the backyard, right? Hinata would probably be scared to death. Then, you don't need to practice this incomplete 8 gates for the time being, and first master the ability of the surgery devil fruit. Lin Mo decisively gave up continuing to comprehend and practice the incomplete 8 gates ninjutsu, and instead focused on the ability of the surgery fruit. Eating a devil fruit doesn't mean you'll instantly become stronger. Still needs to be developed. After all, he is not proficient in using the ability of this surgery fruit now, and he needs to become proficient now. Lin Mo began to become proficient in the jar shop. You know what, now that I have mastered the power of this devil fruit, I can really cut Danzo into 8 pieces. The next second, Lin Mo, who was proficient in the surgery fruit, thought of something and narrowed his eyes. It seems that I don't need to worry about danger anymore. But just in case, Lin Mo still thought he should increase his own strength first. The amount of chakra in the body is too low. Not even a jonin. Moreover, the user's devil fruit ability still requires the consumption of physical energy. I need to build up my physical strength. While Lin Mo was thinking this, he was also practicing the ability of the surgery devil fruit. Hinata, who had already walked out of the kin shop, came to the training ground at the back and started today's training. Hinata exhaled softly and stood in the center of the training ground. Surrounded by tall trees and sparse sunlight, it adds a peaceful atmosphere to this quiet spot. She is already familiar with every corner of this training ground. Although I have already mastered the wind style, vacuum ball, I still need to practice it. Thinking about the ninjutsu she had mastered, Hinata decided to continue training this ninjutsu. You can't stop training just because you have mastered it. After all, this is a great test of chakra control. Tian is also planning to use this to try training, so he must become proficient in it, otherwise he will get hurt. At the very least, you have to control the speed while making sure the power is not too great. Hinata thought so as she slowly closed her eyes and formed seals with her hands in front of her chest. At the same time, the chakra in the body began to flow, carefully adjusting every subtle change. Wind release vacuum jade. Hinata whispered as she finished the hand seal. Then he took a deep breath and concentrated the wind attribute chakra in his chest, forming a powerful airflow. Hinata suddenly opened her eyes, opened her lips slightly, and sprayed out several high-speed rotating wind light waves from her mouth. Shoo! These light waves were as sharp as blades, and with the sharp sound of cutting through the air, they headed straight for the target in front. The wind-style light waves drew clear tracks in the air, quickly approaching the target, and then at the moment of contact, a slight bang sound was heard. Then a strong impact broke out. The target was hit instantly, making a dull impact sound and sending wood chips flying, demonstrating the powerful force of the wind-style ninjutsu. No, it's still too big, you need to make it smaller. Seeing this, Hinata immediately repeated the actions meticulously. The coordination of ninjutsu and chakra lies in every subtle adjustment and precise control. Thinking that she would use this ninjutsu to train Tian, Hinata constantly adjusted the output strength of the chakra and the launch angle of the wind escape, striving to achieve the best effect in every attack. As the speed increases, the power decreases. Time passed quietly. As Hinata continued to practice, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. But even so, she still focused on the next round of practice. The wind-style light waves hit the target again and again, and each strike was precise and powerful. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if these complex operations had become a part of her body. Sure enough, this kid has mastered the wind-style ninjutsu. When Hinata was training. In the shadows of the trees in the distance, Shiri Hong, who had just arrived, watched the scene quietly. She stood in the shadow of a big tree, her expression solemn, her eyes fixed on Hinata. She had felt it before when she felt Hinata using chakra, attaching it to her feet, and speeding up. That is the change in the nature of the wind-attributed chakra, so there is wind under Hinata's feet. Now we see Hinata practicing a wind-style ninjutsu, which means that Hinata really masters the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra. This talent. This means Hinata has 3 chakra attributes: fire, lightning, and wind. Among them, the wind attribute chakra has already mastered the change of properties. Seeing Hinata's skillful use of the wind-style ninjutsu, Kurenai's pupils shrank slightly, and she felt an unquenchable shock in her heart. This means that the opponent must have worked hard on wind escape. However, this information is not recorded in the ninja data. She came here today just to see Hinata. She was curious about Lin Mo and Hinata yesterday. If Tian doesn't come today, will Hinata come? Now I see that it has indeed arrived. Hinata definitely knows this young man, and they have a pretty close relationship. He even trained wind-style ninjutsu here, which he had not reported before. For a moment, Shirihong became even more curious about Lin Mo. Who is this guy? He actually let the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, who is skilled in wind-style ninjutsu, come here to train in wind-style ninjutsu. She didn't think that Lin Mo didn't know that Hinata mastered the wind-style ninjutsu. While Yuhi Kurenai was deep in thought. Hinata at this moment did not notice the gazes from afar, she was still concentrating on her training. Every time she uses wind-style, vacuum ball, it is another test of her own strength. She knew that she had to keep working hard to help Tian in 2 days. At the same time, her ninjutsu has become more powerful, and she can protect herself and the people she cherishes in future battles. Seeing Hinata training so seriously, Kurenai left quietly. Now I have got a rough answer. The details will be announced in the evening. See if you will come here every day. She was really curious about Lin Mo. Although he is not a ninja, he has a good relationship with the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Thinking of Tian, Yuhi Kurenai thought of where Might Guy was, and immediately moved quickly towards there. It's a good opportunity to stop by and take a look. When Yuhi Kurenai moved away quickly, Lin Mo watched this scene through the true vision guard, looking puzzled. Damn it, why does this Kurenai Yuhi keep sneaking over here to observe Hinata? What is there to observe about Hinata? Isn't he still Zaihong's student? Watching the other party leave, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and continued to practice the surgery fruit. The most urgent task is to become proficient in using this devil fruit. Otherwise, if you are not proficient in using it, you will be laughed at. When Lin Mo thought so, Kurenai Yuhi has left the Kin shop and arrived at the training ground where Might Guy is. But as soon as he came, his pupils shrank suddenly. Because she saw Tian making seals to unlock the sealed scroll. The terrifying hand speed was like an afterimage, making Zihi Hong's eyes widen. This child has such a terrifying speed in forming seals. It wasn't just Yuhi Kurenai whose eyes widened. Might Guy, Niji Hyuga with his eyes Byakugan, and Rock Lee who were standing next to them were all staring in amazement at Ten who had completed the hand seal in an instant and released the sealed scroll. As Tiantian's teacher and opponent, they didn't remember that Tiantian's hand seal forming speed was so fast. Even though they usually practice throwing ninja tools, manipulating ninja tools, unlocking sealing scrolls, and storing some of their things every day. But he had never demonstrated such terrifying hand-sealing speed. They also didn't remember that Tiantian's hands were so fast when he unlocked the sealed scroll before. Chapter 79. No, Tian. Looking at Tian's hand seal speed, Rock Lee widened his eyes and looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did your hand seal speed become so fast? It's not like he hasn't seen the daily seal before. There is no such speed. This level of proficiency. Hyuga Niji also said solemnly, if you practice ninjutsu, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. He had never seen such a fast speed of forming seals. With this kind of seal-making speed, one can probably do the legendary seal-making with one hand, right? Hey. Hearing what everyone said, I smiled every day. If she hadn't opened the jar with Lin Mo, she wouldn't have been able to form the seal so quickly. In 2 days, I will be able to open the cans again. I feel excited just thinking about it. It seems that Tenten is not only working hard on taijutsu. Might Guy gave Tian a thumbs up and praised him. He has also worked hard on his hand seal speed. It's amazing, it's beyond my expectation. Very good, Tenten, I don't have to worry about your ninjutsu aspect anymore. With this kind of speed, your hidden weapon skills are far stronger than your physical skills. You can work hard on your physical skills in a short period of time. Next, I will teach you taijutsu. With such a speed in forming seals, it is already completely sufficient and there is no need to practice further in the short term. Because he had seen some chunins and even jonins whose hand seal formation speed was not as fast as Tenten's. If those who are slow at forming seals knew this, they would probably be shocked. Yes, Teacher Kai. Hearing what Might Guy said, Tian immediately responded loudly. She also hopes to become stronger. Very good, then let's do some weight training and then start exercising. Ningji, Lee, you guys want one too? As Might Guy spoke, he turned his head and looked at Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee. Got it, Mr. Kai. Lee Luoka suddenly stood up straight with excitement, walked to the side excitedly and started exercising. Hyuga Niji, with a serious expression, decided to start practicing hand seals. For him, he also has a talent for ninjutsu, so while training in physical skills, he also cannot neglect ninjutsu. The speed of sealing is indeed an important factor. If you can form hand seals quickly, then the ninjutsu you release will be faster than others. After Might Guy finished speaking, he walked directly towards the direction where Kurenai Yuhi was hiding. That's behind a big tree. Why are you here with me when you're not training your students? Might Guy looked at Yuhi Kurenai curiously. I remember you were not idle either. Although the students in Shiri Hong's class are all from big families, it does not mean that they can be lazy, but they have to be more attentive. Whether it is the Inazuka clan, the Aburame clan, or the Hyuga clan. I went to see the students in the morning, and just stopped by to see Tian. Zaihong looked at Tian who was practicing and exclaimed, I didn't expect to see such a surprise as soon as I arrived. Her hand seal formation speed is so fast. Did you teach her? How can it be? Might Guy was speechless. To be honest, my hand seal speed is not as fast as what Tian has shown so far. I don't know how this kid was trained. Not to mention his taijutsu alone, he's almost as strong as Lee, and his current ninjutsu hand seals are so fast. The hard work this put in is really too much. Whether it's physical skills or the speed of forming hand seals, there is no shortcut at all. It's all training. He was very curious. Didn't you sleep at home every day? She has such a strong talent for physical skills. Hearing what Might Guy said, Yuhi Kurenai's eyelids twitched. As a senior ninja who was familiar with Might Guy, she knew very well how strong in physical skills the student named Rock Lee was among Might Guy's students. Because that child has no talent for ninjutsu, only talent for taijutsu. Therefore, he devoted all his energy into physical training and could be said to be Might Guy's direct disciple. Isn't Tiantian's talent spacetime ninjutsu and physical skills, as well as the manipulation of ninja tools? Since when did such a powerful physical skill appear? Yes. Hearing what Zihi Kurenai said, Might Guy sighed. I had a sparring match with Lee yesterday. If Lee hadn't taken off the weights, we would have been evenly matched. It's incredible. Especially when I put weight on this kid Tenten yesterday, I found that she has very strong physical fitness, even a chunin can't compare to her. So, this kid's talent has shown up again. Can I take care of her for a few days? I really like her. I like Tiantian's personality and talents. There is nothing wrong with his family background. He is simply her ideal successor. No. Might Guy shook his head and said, you are proficient in illusions. Tian does not have a talent for illusions. She now has a talent for physical skills, so naturally she needs to practice physical skills. The chunin exams are about to begin, and I plan to let her participate, so she will definitely have to increase her training in taijutsu. A talent for illusion. Hearing what Might Guy said, Yuhi Kurenai sighed softly. Yes, what I am proficient in is the talent of illusion, which is a very rare talent. There are very few children with the talent for illusion. She has not yet found a suitable child to inherit her legacy. The reason why she said this to Might Guy was because she saw how fast Ten was at forming seals. This can help you increase your practice of illusion and see if you can find a way out of it. But now Tiantian's talent in illusion has not been displayed, but his talent in physical skills has been displayed, which is in no way inferior to that of Rock Lee. With the Chunin exam approaching, there was no way Might Guy would let himself lead the other party. So, you can't find the right students if you want to. Might Guy laughed heartily and said, but I believe there will be one in the future. After all, you are still young, by the way. As he was speaking, Might Guy suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. I can't leave right now. If you are free, you can go find Kakashi and ask him when he is free tonight, then tell him that I want to challenge him to continue the competition, and whoever loses will pay. If it weren't for the physical talent he displayed every day, he could have gone looking for it himself. Row. Hearing what Might Guy said, Kurenai nodded. Then he said goodbye to Might Guy and left. Although there was nowhere to find Might Guy and Kakashi, there were only a few places where the ninja team led by the guiding Jonin did not leave the village. They are roughly divided. For example, the people led by her, such as Shino Aburame, and the people led by Might Guy, such as Rock Lee. You just need to ask and you will find it. I'll train hard in the afternoon, then go eat some snail noodles in the evening and see if Tian will go to Hinata's place. And at this moment. The other side. The training ground of Konoha's Team 7. A clearing in a dense wood. Uzumaki Naruto took the bag of money Kakashi handed over, his face twisted. Only 150,000. The 100,000 is for you to pay back to Iruka-sensei, and the other 50,000 is a loan from me. Kakashi said calmly, I think you may not pay me back, so for the next few commissions, I will deduct your reward and then share it with you after I pay you back in full. Uzumaki Naruto. How could this be? I don't have money for the mission. I need to pay it back first. How is this different from an advance payment? It's no different than an advance. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a strange expression. According to the calculation I gave you, these $50,000 are enough for you to eat, drink and raise a summoning beast. Okay. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto sighed. No matter what, something is better than nothing. As for paying back the money, it is impossible. When I have money in the future, I will pay it back myself. The 150,000 yuan in my hand is enough to open a jar. He decided to sneak over to the owner and open the can at night. Then we will start the mission now. I have accepted some E-level missions and can complete 5 in a day. The next second, Kakashi took out 3 mission commissions and said slowly. Although the reward is not much, the main consideration is your cooperation. Join forces to deal with the target, capture the target, or assign tasks to each of you. Get ready, we will set off now. Don't even think about being lazy. At this point, Kakashi paused, turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and said in a dark tone. If you finish it early, you can go back early. If you can't finish it, then you may have to go back in the second half of the night, and you still have a mission tomorrow. This is not okay. Haruno Sakura's eyes widened when she heard Kakashi's words. As a girl, getting enough sleep and taking care of your skin are the most important things. If you go back in the middle of the night, it will have an impact on your skin. Uzumaki Naruto's expression also changed drastically. Because when I went back in the middle of the night, the shop owner had already closed, and I couldn't even open the jar. I was still thinking about getting good things from the shop owner to make myself stronger. Only Uchiha Sasuke looked extremely calm. He said nothing and didn't seem to mind going back in the middle of the night. And don't even think about being lazy. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was glaring at him angrily, Kakashi said with a gloomy look. Because even these lowest level missions require assessment and grading, this assessment and grading will always accompany you in your ninja career, in the future, when you are assessed as a Chunin, Jonin, and when you take on certain positions and missions, you will need to look at it. So serious. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura's face became dull. Some low-level tasks, is it that serious? Okay, now I declare that the mission begins. Kakashi ignored Haruno Sakura's words and left first. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura immediately followed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the captured black cat with a distorted face. Do we have to be so careful to catch a cat? They lurked, locked onto the target, used ninjutsu, and finally surrounded the black cat and captured it. You can just run all the way and chase after it to catch it. This is related to the cooperation of ninjas. These details are the most important for your future teamwork, don't underestimate them. Kakashi said calmly, ninjas are not just reckless men, they also represent strategies, and cooperation requires coordination. If these coordinations are not practiced, then future missions will be the most fatal. Naruto, do you understand? Kakashi said as he stared at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, dot. Hearing Kakashi's words and looking at the gaze that Kakashi was staring at him, Uzumaki Naruto's face darkened. I know, why are you so serious all of a sudden? Ugh. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's reaction, Kakashi sighed in his heart. These three people still need to get used to each other. Although Uchiha Sasuke was extremely calm and analytical, he never fit in with this small team. Just cooperate for the sake of cooperation, and don't care who the target of cooperation is. As a jonin, he could see the problems of the three people through this small task. Uzumaki Naruto seems to be carefree, attentive, and cooperative, but he also has a sense of detachment. This feeling of detachment is not as strong as Sasuke's, but it still exists. In the entire team, only Haruno Sakura does not feel alienated and wants to integrate into the team. Although Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke cooperated with each other, they never regarded Haruno Sakura as a real companion. Although he knew that this would require adjustment, he was still surprised that such a situation would occur in the first mission. In his eyes, this was completely unqualified. Most importantly, why does Uzumaki Naruto feel estranged from Haruno Sakura? Uchiha Sasuke could understand that it was not something that could be corrected in a short period of time and it would take time to pull it back. But Haruno Sakura is the girl that Uzumaki Naruto once liked. From the time Haruno Sakura went from not wanting to get close to Uzumaki Naruto to trying to get close to him, Uzumaki Naruto kept a certain distance from her. This kind of distance can never become a hindrance. Sakura, who was useless before, is now the most normal one. Let's eat first. With so many thoughts running through his mind, Kakashi said calmly, after dinner, take a half-hour break before moving on to the next mission. Great. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became ecstatic and he immediately took out instant noodles from his backpack. Haruno Sakura, dot. Uchiha Sasuke, dot. Kakashi, dot. Looking at the instant noodles in Uzumaki Naruto's backpack, the three of them twitched their lips slightly. Naruto Uzumaki's love for instant noodles is really far beyond that of normal people. Then, Sakura took out her bento, and Uchiha Sasuke also took out a box of rice and started eating. Kakashi made a fire, took out some things from his backpack and put them in the pot to cook. Oh, time flies by so fast. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the sky while unpacking his instant noodles. He really wanted to open the jar right now. With 150,000 in hand, he can open a jar, which makes him want to run over and open it right now. Unfortunately, he knew not to attract too much attention. I don't know how many people have gone to the store owner to open the cans. Before you open enough, don't draw too much attention to yourself. As all kinds of random thoughts emerged in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. On the road leading to Tansho Street from Konoha Village. Several carriages were driving leisurely. Jingyin was sitting in the last carriage, slurping up some snail noodles. The person driving this car is a female ninja. She was only wearing fishnet stockings and no ninja forehead protector. Next to her sat a luxurious fat woman with jewels on both her hands. Obviously, this is a caravan. Ah Ren, thank you for the trip, you can relax once you get to Tansho Street. The luxurious fat lady smiled and said, I will treat you to a feast when you get there. Yes, ma'am. Hearing the words of the luxurious fat woman, the female ninja nodded slightly, looking unobtrusively at Shizun who was sitting in the back sipping noodles. Her intuition told her that this woman was dangerous, so she stayed close to her master. But looking at the other person's appearance, it seems that he really is in a hurry, and he is very free and easy. There is a pink psychic beast following him, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Oh, I bought too little. At this time, Jingyin had finished eating the snail noodles and looked like she had a headache. This thing is so delicious that I didn't expect to finish it at noon. If I had known this, I would have packed more and put them in the ceiling scroll. That profiteer. The next second, Jingyin thought of the small jar shop and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. All the expenses he spent on traveling between Tansho Street and Konoha Village were not as much as the jar that was broken by Tun Tun. Shizun subconsciously took out the surgery fruit, looked at the devil fruit that looked like a strawberry and was covered with spiral patterns, and gritted her teeth. She had never seen this thing before, and didn't know what kind of strange fruit it was. How can the fruit look like this? Thinking that this thing cost her 100,000 taels, Jingyin immediately took a vicious bite, as if she was not biting the fruit, but Lin Mo, intending to vent her anger. What's that smell? The next second, Shizue's expression changed drastically. The taste in her mouth was quite unbearable and disgusting. Subconsciously, Shizun spit it out hurriedly, making poo, poo, poo sound several times in a row. Damn, that's 100,000 taels, and even a fruit in there tastes so bad. Shizun, who had just spit it out, turned green when she thought about how this thing was worth 100,000. This thing is totally inedible. The moment she took a bite, the taste was so terrible that she spit it out instantly. Looking at this devil fruit, Shizun was confused. How can there be something so disgusting? Where did this fruit come from? No wonder it's called a devil fruit, this taste is indeed devilish. Thinking about what she heard when she walked out of the jar shop, Jingyin was speechless. This smell is worthy of the name of the devil. Moreover, that profiteer also said that after eating it, one could have incredible powers, such as being able to create an operating space or something, which sounded very mysterious. It really left her speechless. Shizun shook her head as she thought about the power of this devil fruit. Just as Jingyin was thinking about it, she was suddenly stunned. She felt as if a special power appeared in her body. Illusion? Shizun's expression changed. She felt that there seemed to be some changes in her body, a little vague, but it was there. Because as a special medical jonin, she knows her own physical condition best. Is there something wrong with this fruit? Shizun put the devil fruit down casually. At this moment, Jingyin's hand suddenly released a blue light. Chapter 80. The blue light was very bright and spread out like ripples. It seemed to flow in the air with life, and instantly formed a huge hemispherical space, covering her, the carriage, and the people and objects in the carriage. What happened? The sudden situation caused the female ninja driving in front to shrink her pupils sharply. Is this a barrier? The lady next to her suddenly widened her eyes, looking as if she had seen a ghost. What is this? At this moment, Jingyin was also stunned, looking at the blue light spreading from her hands with some astonishment. She could feel the power surge. For a moment, her heart skipped a beat, and she was filled with confusion and anxiety. What is this? She had never experienced anything like this. It seemed as if at this moment, she had merged into this space and was in control of everything. The air around became extremely quiet, as if even time had stopped at this moment. This feeling is just like when I am leading a chakra surgery and I am absolutely sure about treating the wounded. Subconsciously, Shizun looked at her hands and found that the blue light was spreading out from the palms of her hands, as if some kind of energy was flowing in her body. The power of the devil fruit allows you to create a surgical space. For a moment, Lin Mo's words emerged in Jingyin's mind. For a moment, Jingyin's face was dull and there was disbelief in her eyes. He subconsciously looked at his hands, then at the barrier formed by the blue light around him. Could this be the operating space that Lin Mo mentioned? Shizun tentatively reached out her hand and waved it gently. As she moved, everything in the space seemed to change subtly under her control. She felt as if she had become the master of this space and could control all units including kinetic energy, length, temperature, mass, density, etc. At will. Thinking of what Lin Mo said later, Jingyin was shocked and couldn't believe it. That profiteer, is what he said true? Subconsciously, Shizun's eyes fell on a large rock in front of her. With a slight movement in his heart, he tried to do something with the power he had just gained. Subconsciously, he concentrated the chakra in his palm. Slowly, the chakra transformed into a knife that glowed blue in her hand. With a slight wave of Shizun's hand, the stone was instantly cut in half. But what was shocking was that the cut part of the stone did not fall to the ground, as if the gravity in space had failed at this moment. Seeing this scene, Shizun's breathing suddenly tightened and her pupils contracted slightly. She swung the blade once more, trying to cut off part of the carriage. As a result, the carriage was split into two, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror, but the entire body of the carriage remained in its original state without any collapse. What's even more surprising is that the section of the carriage that was cut open showed no signs of damage. It seems as if the cutting is just a surface phenomenon and can be put back together at any time. For a moment, Jingyin's heart was filled with shock. This power was far beyond her understanding. That's right, not only objects, but also people. She suddenly thought of the operating space that Lin Mo mentioned, which can be used to treat people. Jingyin subconsciously thought of the psychic beast Tunten, and couldn't help but want to try out how it would react in this space. As she thought this, she turned her gaze to Tunten. With a gentle wave of the blue blade, Tunten's body was instantly cut into several pieces. An incredible scene occurred. The psychic beast Tunten did not show any signs of pain. It was still alive and kicking, and all parts of its body seemed to be still connected, but it was visually cut into several sections. There was no blood, no sign of any injury, as if it was just an optical illusion. How can it be? Shizun's voice trembled slightly, and what she saw was unbelievable to her. She swung the blade again in disbelief, trying to restore Tuntun's body to its original state. Sure enough, Tuntun's body was put back together in an instant, as if the cutting had never happened. At the same time, she felt an unprecedented power surging in her body. This power is not just about cutting and splicing, but about complete control over the entire space. She can change the shape of objects at will, and even affect time and space. This feeling made her feel indescribably shocked, as if she was no longer an ordinary ninja, but was in control of a mysterious power beyond reality. Is this the power of the Operation Fruit? Jingyin muttered to herself, and Lin Mo's calm face appeared in her mind. No, it's not a profiteer, it's simply a miracle. At this moment, Shizun was feeling both excited and nervous. She never thought she would have such powerful abilities. Subconsciously, she put the carriage and the stones back together. Then, with her breathing and thoughts, the blue light gradually weakened in the space and finally dissipated into the air. At this moment, Jingyin's eyes were filled with shock and anxiety. Although everything returned to normal, the turmoil in her heart could not calm down for a long time. The feeling of being in control of everything seemed to still linger at her fingertips, difficult to dissipate. This power was so magical that it completely overturned her understanding of ninjutsu. No blood, no pain, and you can even cut and splice everything freely. This was beyond her understanding of medical ninjutsu. What kind of power is this? Jingyin murmured to herself, with uncontrollable wonder and confusion in her voice. She couldn't help but recall Lin Mo's description of her in the jar shop. That calm tone seemed as if everything was under his control. That young man. Who is he? How could he possibly wield such incredible power? How is this ability sealed in that tiny fruit? A strong sense of curiosity and doubt surged in Shizun's heart. Lin Mo's identity becomes more and more mysterious. He seems to be not just an ordinary shop owner, but a being who possesses some unknown power. The more Shizun thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, as if she was touching upon a world far beyond her own understanding. This feeling made her feel even more shocked. She swept her eyes around again. The carriage, the stones, the pigs, everything had returned to normal, as if what had just happened was just an illusion. But she knew that it was not an illusion, but a real power. She could no longer ignore the existence of this power, nor could she treat it as an ordinary ninjutsu. I must report this to Lady Tsunade as soon as possible. Shizun made a decision in her mind. This powerful force must not be easily ignored. Especially in the current complex situation in a ninja world, any powerful and unknown force may become the key to changing a certain situation. The source of this power is Lin Mo and his jar shop. Although she had a strong urge in her heart to turn around and ask Lin Mo more things, she wanted to learn more secrets of this power. But reason told her that her most important task now was to report all this to Lady Tsunade as soon as possible. Only Lady Tsunade can decide what to do next. I can't delay. Shizue immediately gave up the idea of following the caravan carriage. He jumped off the carriage decisively, jogged all the way holding Tuten in his arms, and even used the teleportation technique. The importance of this devil fruit cannot be ignored. Although her mind was full of questions, she knew that she could not waste time at this moment. She must bring all this back as soon as possible and report to Lady Tsunade. Thinking of this, Shizun performed the teleportation technique and quickly disappeared in front of the carriage. She. Watching Shizun leave, the gorgeous lady in front of the carriage looked incredulous and stammered, she is a ninja. Was the sudden situation just now caused by this woman? She didn't see the silent cutting, but saw the inexplicable blue barrier in front of her. Yes. Next to her, the female ninja wearing fishnet stockings said in a deep voice, and she is a ninja who can release barriers and chakra scalpels. Considering how Shizun just casually condensed a chakra scalpel, this person is most likely a medical ninja. She didn't see Shizun cutting the pig in the back. Seeing that this woman could easily cut carriages and stones with the chakra scalpel, she immediately became alert and pulled her master aside. After grabbing the owner, when he turned back, he found that he couldn't turn back. She just felt as if she couldn't move, as if she was at the mercy of others, which made her very panicked. But soon, the barrier disappeared, and she felt herself regaining the strength to move. And the woman left without looking back. It's just baffling. Enchantment. Hearing this, the noble lady in front of him widened her eyes and said, "Don't I remember that when a ninja releases a barrier, it requires several powerful ninjas to work together? Although I am not a ninja, I know some information." The female ninja wearing fishnet stockings nodded slightly and whispered, "The other party can release it, it may be sealed in the scroll, she is also very confused about something like a barrier, how can it be released by one person? She also seemed to have never heard that this kind of barrier ninjutsu could be sealed in a scroll. She was just a ninja who started out halfway and didn't know any of this. But if her master asked, she still had to give a brief answer. Even if it's just speculation. Why did she put up the barrier? We are not in any crisis. I don't know. Forget it, luckily nothing happened, let's get on the road first. That girl is really a ninja. That's strange, I didn't see her wearing a ninja forehead protector, isn't she from Konoha village? While the businesswoman and the female ninja were communicating. At this moment, Shizun's thoughts were churning as she used the teleportation technique to shuttle through the woods. She recalled every detail of Lin Mo's shop. That seemingly ordinary little jar shop, hiding something so powerful. The one that appeared in a jar. No wonder the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan said it was a bargain. That's really cheap. This is something that cannot be bought with 100,000 taels of silver. Not to mention 100,000, even 1 million can't buy it. If this gets out, it will definitely drive people crazy and make them unbelievable. And the other party just puts it in a jar for people to pay to open it. Thinking of Lin Mo's faint smile, Jinyin's face became solemn. Who is the other party? In Konoha village, when did such a magical jar shop appear? Since the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan appeared there, she must have opened a similar jar, otherwise she wouldn't know it so clearly. We must report this to Lady Tsunade. Although she was full of curiosity about Lin Mo, Jinyin knew. What is more important at the moment is not this matter, but Lady Tsunade. Thinking of this, Shizun looked down at the devil fruit in her hand that she had not yet finished eating, her eyes excited. The power of this fruit is so magical that it can definitely help Lady Tsunade. Although Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary 3 ninjas and one of the top medical ninjas in the ninja world, her fear of blood has always been a weakness that she cannot overcome. Whenever faced with a scene of heavy bleeding, Tsunade's body would involuntarily stiffen, and she would even be unable to continue performing ninjutsu. This made Lady Tsunade extremely passive in the battle, and often made Lady Tsunade worry. But now the situation is completely different. Shizun's eyes fell on the devil fruit in her hand again, and she felt a strong excitement in her heart. This power allows her to cut and heal without drawing blood, completely bypassing the scenario that Lady Tsunade fears the most. In other words, if this power is conveyed to Lady Tsunade, her hemophobia will no longer be a problem. Lady Tsunade will also be able to demonstrate greater strength in combat and medical care. Thinking of this, Jinyin's heartbeat quickened a bit. She knew that she had to go back as soon as possible to tell Lady Tsunade the news. With this, Lady Tsunade no longer needs to worry about seeing blood. Shizun muttered silently to herself, the excitement in her eyes growing stronger. Looking at the uneaten devil fruit in her hand, Shizun could already imagine Tsunade's expression when she learned the news. Although she was still full of doubts about Lin Mo's identity and motives. But at this moment, she was more concerned about how to bring this power to Lady Tsunade to help her overcome her long-standing fear of blood. Once Lady Tsunade is no longer troubled by her hemophobia, then. Thinking of this, Shizun's breathing quickened. She was also thankful that she only took a bite and didn't eat it all. As Shizun excitedly quickened her pace and rushed towards Tansho Street. Konoha village. In the jar shop. Lin Mo has gradually mastered the ability of the surgery fruit. I've already mastered the basics of cutting and dividing, but this thing also consumes my physical strength, damn it. Lin Mo looked at the worn-out sword in front of him speechlessly. Although the surgery fruit is very powerful, his physical strength is decreasing as he becomes more proficient in it. I'm a little tired now. If you continue like this, what you'll be consuming is not your physical strength, but your life. Now his physical strength has been strengthened by the medicines prescribed every day. If you want to continue to master the development of the surgery fruit, you will need a lot of physical strength as a support. Once the daily physical strength is consumed, it is necessary to stop practicing the ability of the surgery fruit. It would be great if someone could use would release. An immortal body will do. Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Chakra is required to release ninjutsu. The ability of the surgery fruit also requires physical strength for a long time. Everything is missing. However, the only consolation is that my body's physical strength will recover every day, and I can practice the ability of the surgery fruit regularly every day. When you are proficient in stamina and can no longer check it, try to look at and practice ninjutsu. After recovering a bit, I refined the chakra. If you don't recover, you won't be able to refine chakra. To put it bluntly, both the surgery fruit and ninjutsu require physical strength. I am currently extremely lacking in physical strength. Physical strength, physical strength. Lin Mo pinched his chin and sighed slightly in his heart. It would be great if I had the physique of the Uzumaki clan. While thinking this, Lin Mo picked up the incomplete 8 Gates Ninjutsu practice scroll and continued to read the second gate. I don't have the energy to refine chakra and familiarize myself with the surgery fruit now, so I can only focus on this for now. He thought he could throw this thing away, but he didn't expect that it would be taken out again in less than a day. As Lin Mo observed the instructions for practicing the second method of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, his consumed physical strength gradually recovered. He immediately got started and tried to activate the chakra to practice. Wrong. Lin Mo, who was practicing gradually, suddenly stopped and looked at the second gate of the 8 gates with suspicion. Why does the second door conflict with the first door? It shouldn't be like that. It should be universal. Shit, there's no way this fragment is problematic. Are you really not afraid that Naruto will have problems with his training? 3 generations of thieves. After reading carefully to the back of the second door, Lin Mo tried again and found that it was really a complete conflict. This means that it is impossible to continue practicing. Lin Mo's face darkened. How stingy is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Forget about the remaining parts of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Even in the incomplete chapter to the second door, some tricks are used. What a beast. Lin Mo was speechless. If Uzumaki Naruto were to practice this, wouldn't it be a waste of time as well? Are you sure that Uzumaki Naruto will not practice? That's good, I can't practice with this thing anymore. Lin Mo casually threw the scroll of 8 gates ninjutsu practice containing the fragments into the storage ring. He casually took out another scroll. This is a sea-level mission scroll. He had never used the one he had opened with his hands before. Right now, I need to restore my strength, and this scroll is the only thing I can use. I could have asked about it last night at Ichiraka Ramen. Looking at this sea-level mission scroll, Lin Mo pinched his chin. After this scroll is opened, a task will be generated immediately. It must be completed within the valid time to obtain the reward. Open it, there's nothing else to do, let's take a look. If you can't do it, just give up. It's a C-rank mission scroll, I don't know what the reward will be. Lin Mo's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, and he opened the scroll directly. Suddenly the scroll burst into a hazy green light. As the scroll opened automatically, green light transformed into lines of words that appeared on it. Chapter 81. Mission Objective. Within the specified time, use physical skills, ninjutsu, or other means to have an in-depth communication with a strange jonin, and make the other party have a deep impression of you. Mission Completion Standard. During the communication with the jonin, make the other party look at you with new eyes and leave a deep impression in their heart. Task Requirements. You must ensure the other party's life safety through positive interaction. You can achieve the goal in any way. Task Reward. After successfully completing the task, you will receive a C-level task reward, which may include rare ninja tools, chakra recovery potions, ninjutsu scrolls, etc. The better the task is completed, the higher the reward level. Task Time. The task must be completed within 24 hours after it is started. Looking at this task, Lin Mo's face was extremely exciting. What the hell? Have an in-depth conversation with a jonin? Is this the kind of in-depth communication he imagined? Lin Mo looked at the mission objectives and completion standards with a strange expression. If it was just an ordinary ninja, it would be fine, but he had to be a jonin. No matter which ninja village it is, the jonin are all heavyweight figures. It represents that he has reached a very high level in ninjutsu, leadership and other abilities. Becoming a jonin means that the ninja is not only very good in personal combat skills, but also able to perform difficult missions and has the ability to command small teams or large-scale operations. The emergence of this task means that Lin Mo needs to find a suitable target within 24 hours. Then have an in-depth communication with the other party and leave an impression of yourself in their mind. This task Lin Mo was speechless. It's bad enough that I can communicate with the jonin, but I have to be a stranger. There are only a few jonin in Konoha village that he knows of now. The only one closest to him at the moment is Hyuga Hayashi. Okay. Thinking of the last Hyuga Hayashi, Lin Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Hinata Hayashi seems to be able to do it. Wrong. The next second, Lin Mo shook his head and abandoned the idea. This mission said that it was a strange jonin. This means that Hyuga Hayashi does not count. Because after Hinata Hayashi opened the jar and communicated with me, I had left a deep impression in his heart. In this way, this is what I can currently access. It seems to be Tintin's teacher Might Guy. There is also Uzumaki Naruto's teacher Kakashi. But Tian said yesterday that Might Guy didn't believe that anyone could become stronger without training in this world, and he left before Tian could finish his words. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he came to ask about Charmander 2 days ago and has not come since. Lin Mo was speechless. Absolutely amazing. You can't just go there yourself. You have to find it, communicate with it, and leave a deep impression on it. It's really troublesome. Never mind. Lin Mo shook his head and decided to give up this task. It's just a sea-level task, I can still afford to waste it. The main reason is that this mission is too hellish. It's awesome to have in-depth communication with a strange jonin and leave an impression of yourself in the other person's mind. More profound. Shaking his head, Lin Mo decided not to look at it anymore. Feeling his physical strength slowly recovering, he decisively began to refine his chakra. While Lin Mo continued to refine chakra, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The location of Class 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura all gathered together. Although the mission was accomplished, your performance was not very good. Kakashi looked at the completed task list in his hand, rubbed his brows, and said, I have said more than once that you should treat each other as companions with whom you share life and death, and you have not done so at all. Although the task was completed, what I wanted was not seen at all. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, we are just catching a cat or looking for something, how does this have anything to do with life and death? We obviously cooperated very well, and now you say that we don't regard each other as partners. How can we cooperate if we are not partners? What the hell is this with life and death? That's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Kakashi's eyelids twitched at Uzumaki Naruto's words, and he also shook his head and said. I will go to hand over the mission, the reward for the mission will be brought to you when we gather tomorrow, you go back tonight and think carefully about today's mission. Alright, that's it, disband. Having said that, Kakashi disappeared instantly. It is good. After seeing Kakashi disappear, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly picked up Charmander as well, and said without looking back, Sasuke, Sakura, I'm going back too. I just need to go back quickly and have a simple meal. Then go to the owner and open a jar. If he hadn't been afraid that Kakashi, who had already left, would be spying on him, he would have quickly run to Lin Mo's jar shop. Thinking about what he heard yesterday, Uzumaki Naruto decided that he should be more careful. Naruto. And Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Uzumaki Naruto who couldn't wait to leave. Why is Uzumaki Naruto in such a hurry to go back? She didn't understand. Let's go, see you tomorrow. Uchiha Sasuke also put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Ugh. Looking at the two people leaving, Haruno Sakura sighed and left immediately. The team got along very well today. How come there wasn't even much communication when we left? Just said that and left. Haruno Sakura was speechless and left as well. After Uzumaki Naruto left, he couldn't wait to run all the way back home carrying Charmander. Put away the 50,000 first, this is our food expenses for the future. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he took out 50,000. The remaining 100,000 taels were just enough to open a jar. As for paying back the money to Iruka-sensei, there is no rush for that, we'll have to wait until next time. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky outside which was gradually getting darker. After resting for a while and eating some instant noodles, I couldn't wait to rush to the jar shop with Charmander in my arms. He really wanted Charmander to stay at home. But Charmander didn't want to go at all, so he had to take him with him. But it's so heavy. Naruto Uzumaki was holding Charmander, feeling its weight, and felt speechless. Compared to the previous 2 days, this little fire dragon is much heavier. I haven't eaten anything these 2 days. As Uzumaki Naruto jogged towards the kin shop. The other side. Near the direction of the jar shop. In front of a snack bar. Zairihong, who also disbanded her team, also saw Tian, who disbanded not long ago, walking towards the direction of the kin shop. That's weird, what's the relationship between Tenten and Hinata and that young man? Yuhi Kurenai didn't understand why Hinata and Tenten went to Lin Mo's side. You know, now that we are disbanded and taking a break, we should go back and rest. As a result, Tian did not go back, but went to the shop where Lin Mo was first. He didn't go to the back to practice with Hinata, but instead communicated with the young man in the shop. This made Yuhi Kurenai very curious. After all, Tenten and Hinata are 2 children, and there is no reason for them to always follow young people who are not thought to be ninjas. Forget it, don't think about it, I can try to hint at it later when Hinata returns to the team. Then, Shiri Hong shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Although she is quite curious about Lin Mo now, it is just curiosity. She was actually more concerned about Hinata. And the day after tomorrow, it will be time for Hinata to return to the team. As long as Hinata returns to the team, he can start training and take on some missions outside the village. With the disciples of the ninja family gathered together, there is definitely no need to do simple tasks to get acquainted. Just go and complete the village mission. Go check on the mission to see the village, make reservations in advance. While thinking about this, Shiri Hong left here and walked towards the place where the task commission was issued. At this moment, in the jar shop, Tian looked at Lin Mo curiously and asked, Lin Mo, aren't you going to Ichiraku Ramen with us? She also wanted to drag Lin Mo to Ichiraku Ramen to eat noodles. In the end, Lin Mo didn't go. Ah. Lin Mo nodded, when you come back later, you can bring me some, I'm not very hungry now. His strength has been restored. The next step is to continue to practice the surgery fruit. Once the physical strength is almost exhausted, today's skilled devil fruit work can be finished. Okay. Tian nodded immediately after hearing Lin Mo's words. Then he and Hinata said goodbye to Lin Mo, left the can shop, and walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. Sister Tian, I trained Wind Escape today. Walking out of the jar shop, Hinata followed Tenten and told her about the results of today's training, which made Tenten's eyes light up. Then we can try it tonight. I'll finish my ramen and river snail rice noodle soon, so I can come back and try it out first, and then I'll have the official training tomorrow. What? Hinata was a little confused when she heard this. Don't you take a break? You know, Tian just finished training not long ago, and he should have a good rest now. Rest. Tian smiled and said, we are going to eat ramen, it's a good time to take a short break while eating, and then go back to train, it's just right, don't worry, my body has a strong ability to recover. The vertebral muscle strengthener I prescribed earlier also enhanced my ability to recover. If she hadn't been prescribed the vertebral muscle strengthener to strengthen her body, she would definitely not have been able to carry out such high-intensity training. After it's over, it's impossible to train others. Oh. Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata understood. It turned out to be the case. It seems that the vertebral muscle strengthener is really effective. Hinata felt that her current strength had almost reached its limit. If you want to improve again, you can only open the jars to get new ninjutsu or other abilities. And tomorrow, I can open the can myself. I don't know what can be produced. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata's mind became extremely active and she was looking forward to tomorrow even more. Tomorrow, not only can I open the can, but Hanabi can too. When Hinata thought so, Lin Mo, who was releasing a hemispherical space, squinted his eyes. I can't use my abilities before the special space is created, but I can definitely use ninjutsu to make it happen. If you want to continue developing your moves, you can only do so by consuming a lot of physical energy. It's a pity, there is nothing related to physical strength at the moment. What I need to improve now is my body after all. As long as he has the physical strength, his surgery fruit can exert powerful effects. As for training physical skills, it is impossible for him to do so. After all, there is no point in those exercises without anyone to guide you. For him, it would be better to continue practicing chakra refining techniques. And tomorrow Hinata and others will be able to open the jars, and his strength can be improved again. As Lin Mo was thinking, he saw through the true sight guard that Uzumaki Naruto was sneaking around, sticking to the wall and looking left and right, with a strange look on his face. Why did Naruto come here like a thief? Soon, in Lin Mo's sight, Uzumaki Naruto trotted into the jar shop. Shopkeeper, I'm here to open the can. Uzumaki Naruto spoke excitedly while holding Charmander, and took out the money he had prepared. Although he didn't understand where Uzumaki Naruto got the money from, Lin Mo nodded after taking it, and signaled Uzumaki Naruto to choose. That's right, Naruto. Lin Mo was talking when he suddenly thought of something and said, today is your 7th day of opening jars, you have already opened 2 jars, and you can open 8 more. If you can't open 8 cans today, then starting tomorrow, you can only open 10 cans in the new week. This means that you will lose 8 jars. I know. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly made a bitter face. I am also worried, but I really have no money. Shopkeeper, how about you sell it to me at a low price? I can write an IOU. Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at Uzumaki Naruto's words with a gloomy gaze, which made Uzumaki Naruto smile awkwardly. Then I started to choose. A jar was quickly picked out. Call. Looking at the jar flying in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, put his hands together, and muttered, it would be great if I could offer 1,000,000 ryo. The shop owner said that money can be taken out of this jar. If you have spent a lot of money, don't even mention paying back the money. You can still buy the jars today. I have the money to buy the jars next week. After muttering, Uzumaki Naruto decisively knocked open the jar. Boom! The 3rd jar broke, and a comic that looked somewhat familiar to Uzumaki Naruto fell out. Comic books? Looking at this thing, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became filled with surprise. It turned out to be this good stuff. As someone who has read the comics, he knows the value of this thing very well. This is truly intelligence from the future. You can completely use intelligence to predict the future and find ways to make money. Even if you can't get the money, you can still see some future situations and know how to choose what is beneficial to you while avoiding pitfalls. Good luck. Lin Mo took a look at this thing. Although his expression was strange, he nodded slightly. This thing is pretty good for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Manga Volume 2 records a total of 10 chapters of Naruto manga, hardcover color version. Shopkeeper, how many comics are there? Uzumaki Naruto picked up the comic and took a quick look at it. I immediately realized that this was as thick as the first comic book I had opened. This means there are also 10 chapters in it. His expression was tangled for a moment, but he still looked up and asked Lin Mo, "This is also incomplete, there must be more behind it." "I have opened 2 volumes. How many volumes are left?" "Ah." Lin Mo nodded, calculated in his mind, and thought, about 70 or 80 books. Uzumaki Naruto. 70 or 80 books. If I open the can, wouldn't it cost 7 or 8 million to get it out? Good. Lin Mo glanced at Naruto approvingly. If you want to know the information behind it, you naturally need to open the jar. You can understand that this is a series, and that's only if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you may open 10 jars but still not get a single copy. Although I know a little bit, I am not very clear about it. I have forgotten some of the content long ago. You are too cunning. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo with anger and grief. You actually tore a book apart and sold it. In Uzumaki Naruto's opinion, the comics in the jar were specially opened by Lin Mo and put into the jar. No, this is incomplete, I didn't take it apart. Lin Mo pinched his get off work and thought, don't you think this is one of the charms of the jar? Some things are not complete. If you want to complete them, you need to collect them, keep opening cans, collect things, and piece them together. Isn't this fun? But it costs money. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth and said, and it's still 100,000 each. Do you think it's worth it? Seeing Uzumaki Naruto gritting his teeth, Lin Mo chuckled. Do you think if it were someone else, they would be willing to spend 100,000 taels to get this kind of comic that is related to their future? Forehead. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Then he scratched his head and said, I'm sure. After all, the content of the comics is related to your future self. If you know in advance why something bad is going to happen, you can easily avoid it. They can even use future information to benefit themselves. Just the first volume of comics that came out made him feel it was worth it. So. Lin Mo said slowly, what you have opened is something that others can only encounter and cannot seek. What do you think would happen if some people knew you had this kind of thing? Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto instantly thought of certain people, and he shuddered subconsciously. Indeed. Chapter 82. Not to mention 100,000, even if it was 1 million, I'm afraid people would rush to buy it. When it comes to your own future, you can calculate the pros and cons through future information. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became conflicted. Because for him right now, 100,000 is really expensive. By the way, shopkeeper, do you know the Mist Shadow Village? Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto thought of something and asked quickly. Mist Shadow Village? I know, what's the matter? Why are you asking about the Mist Shadow Village out of nowhere? This village is located deep in the mountains, its territory is often covered by thick fog, and it is a ninja village completely isolated from other countries. Although the country is surrounded by sea water on all sides, it still has a unique terrain with many mountains. I have to say, this terrain is pretty good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, and he quickly said. Then do you know that when the Whirlpool country was destroyed, was there also the shadow of the Mist Shadow Village? I think the Whirlpool country is not so easy to destroy, the small ninja village should not be able to defeat the Uzumaki clan with sealing techniques and super recovery ability. Good intuition. After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo understood. Uzumaki Naruto is actually investigating the destruction of the Whirlpool country. Thinking about what Uzumaki Naruto asked last time, Lin Mo was not surprised. I don't know about that, because I can't tell you a guess that I'm not sure of. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's hopeful gaze, Lin Mo shook his head gently and said, but it is certain that the fall of the Whirlpool country did have the shadow of a great power, maybe 1, or maybe 3. Besides, what's the point of investigating this now? The Whirlpool country has been destroyed, and all the information about it has disappeared. The most important thing is your current strength. You are not strong. Even if you know that the destruction of the Whirlpool country has the shadow of the Mist Shadow Village. Do you still want to run over and destroy the Mist Shadow Village? Do you have that strength? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell silent. Yes, what the owner said makes sense. So just listen to me, make money first, then come to me to open the jars, so that your strength can be improved. The next second, Lin Mo changed the subject and said, maybe what you want can also be opened from the jar. Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little toothache. The store owner wanted him to open more cans, right? He has no money. He is poor. He also wants to open more cans. But without money, it's very painful. But I have to say that what Lin Mo said was indeed right. I have to get the money as soon as possible to open the jar. Then improve your own strength. As for the investigation into the Whirlpool country, of course he has to investigate it, and he won't give up. After all, that's your home. My home has never been Konoha. And now, there is this opportunity. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto touched the first volume of the comic in his pocket, thought of the content in it, and took a deep breath. Before that, I need to improve my strength quickly, otherwise there will be nothing I can do when the time comes. I understand, owner. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo with a determined look, then I will practice and make money next. Good. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo nodded. The simplest chakra training at the moment is still treading water and climbing trees. Attach the chakra under your feet and use the chakra. In the future, you can use the chakra to run on the water without worrying about falling into the water. Lin Mo explained the simple use of chakra, and Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. He had indeed never heard of these things. Thank you, owner. After listening to the end, Uzumaki Naruto learned some chakra training methods, and immediately bowed loudly to Lin Mo. Then I will go back first. After I go back, in addition to training, I also have to read the second volume of the comics. It's just a little effort. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo smiled faintly. It's just the difference between telling it earlier or later. It's no big deal to tell Uzumaki Naruto. Then, Naruto quickly ran out of the jar shop. You come the same way you come, you leave the same way. Okay. Just as Lin Mo was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw the edge of the 1,000-meter radius within the range of the True Vision Guard. A ninja from the Umbu appeared, and after staying to look at Naruto for a while, he continued on his way without paying any attention. That dressing should be the roots. Looking at this ninja, Lin Mo pinched his chin and raised his eyebrows. Apparently, he wasn't there to monitor Naruto. Shouldn't the roots be paralyzed by now? You actually still have time to run around. Lin Mo shook his head, retracted his gaze, stopped thinking about it, and continued to refine his chakra. And at this moment, the root ninja who passed by Uzumaki Naruto did not stay for long and continued to move to somewhere. Soon we arrived at a dark underground environment. In this environment, there are various facilities, and even entry and exit are checked. After struggling for a while, this person finally came to a room. In the room, Danzo was slumped in a wheelchair. The wheelchair was pushed by a root ninja, and Danzo's eyes were full of coldness. Master Danzo, we have conducted a thorough investigation of the surrounding area and have not found any clues. The root ninja who appeared knelt on one knee and said respectfully. But we found out about Shizune, the assistant beside Lady Tsunade. She entered Konoha Village a few days ago and left Konoha Village today. She lives on the 63rd Street of Konoha Inn. It seems that her purpose of coming to Konoha Village is to gather information. Shizune. Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes suddenly. Are you saying that the unknown toxin that our roots are infected with may be related to her? Thinking of Shizune's identity, Danzo instantly wanted to sit up straight, but his body was so weak that he couldn't sit down at all. This made Danzo so angry that he wanted to smash the wheelchair on the spot, but he didn't have the strength. It shouldn't be. The other party has no motive to attack, and he has come to Konoha Village a long time ago and has been active in the same area. The root ninja said respectfully, I just left today. Ah. Hearing this, Danzo was silent for a moment and nodded. Indeed, that base was built by himself. In addition, a ninjutsu barrier was also set up to prevent the Byakugan from spying. As the root, it naturally cannot be exposed. It can be said without exaggeration that even if the Hyuga clan wanted to use their Byakugan, they would not be able to find it, and they could not even see the barrier. He had told Sarutobi Hiruzen before that he just wanted to take this opportunity to take action against the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, it was blocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, Danzo looked extremely unhappy. so, in the final analysis, the cause is still due to the traitor within? This was what he could not accept the most, and he thought it was absolutely impossible to happen. Because anyone who joins the root is chosen by him. At the same time, it will also eradicate the root of evil words. Whenever the person under the spell tries to say something related to a specific matter, his entire body becomes paralyzed, making him unable to speak or move. Unless you die. In the past few days, he has checked almost all the root ninjas, but found no clues. Could it be that someone has broken the seal that eradicates all tongue troubles? This is impossible. This root ninja did not respond to Danzo's words, but bowed his head respectfully. At this moment, everyone knows that Lord Danzo is angry. I remember your name is G. After a long while, Danzo looked at the root ninja in front of him and said coldly, have the Hyuga clan found anything? Yes, Lord Danzo. Hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja called Sai nodded and said. We didn't find anything useful from the Hyuga clan, nor did we see any of the Hyuga clan's main family members walking alone. I used some tricks to enter the Hyuga clan's territory, but found that there was no one there. Besides that, I wanted to collect some information and wanted to enter some places, but it turned out that place had no defenses at all. It was clearly a study, but there was no defense force at all, as if it was not an important place. In addition, we are in some places outside the Hyuga clan, there are no passes, even the people of the Hyuga clan's branch families rarely go there are even some roads that are blocked off from traffic. It seems that the Hyuga clan has discovered all our hiding places, they even opened some places and left them without any defense. It seems that they have a complete plan, so I didn't act rashly. They are like prophets who can predict the future. At this point, G paused and said softly, I even wanted to observe the whereabouts of Hyuga Hayashi clan leader from a distance. I changed the location in the past 2 days, but I didn't see him rolling his eyes, and he didn't even pass by where I was. Could it be that someone from the clan has been rolling his eyes the whole time? Danzo frowned and said coldly, even the Byakugan consumes chakra, not to mention the need to see far away. Even if Hayashi opens his Byakugan all day, he must rest the next day. In addition to the Hyuga clan, except for some open monitoring places, have you found any other secret reconnaissance places? No. The Hyuga clan. Hearing this, Danzo frowned. Now it seems that even most of the clues about the Hyuga clan cannot be obtained. There is indeed something wrong with the Hyuga clan. When Danzo thought so. The other side. The family territory of the Hyuga clan. In Hinata Hayashi's study. Hinata Hayashi looked through the True Vision Guardian and looked at the area within 1,000 meters. He rubbed his brows and said with a headache. Danzo, this mad dog, has been acting more and more frequently in the past 2 days, he even wants to send people into the territory. Is he crazy? Why didn't the Umbu stop him? Are you going to target our Hyuga clan? Thinking of how Danzo, this mad dog, was increasingly targeting their Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi's face turned grim. He just didn't believe that Danzo's actions could be hidden from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did the third generation just let it go? Can't he, the Hyuga clan, even have a little privacy? Whether it was the territory of the Sarutobi clan or the territory of the Shimura clan, had he ever sent anyone to look at it with the Byakugan? You can't attack my Hyuga clan. The next second, the Hyuga clan suddenly thought of something and their expressions changed. This is impossible. Konoha today can no longer endure the turmoil it has endured. The third Hokage is not a fool, how could he allow Danzo to attack his Hyuga clan? The other ninja families in the village would not agree. But it's hard to say about that mad dog Danzo. Even if it wasn't so blatant, it wouldn't be impossible to abduct 1 or 2 people from the Hyuga clan. Thinking of the Hyuga clan members who occasionally disappeared over the years. Even if they were from different clans, he remembered them clearly. But very rarely. The Chunin exam is coming soon, and some arrangements in the village also need clan members to be stationed. We cannot arrange people from the main family, and we should also arrange fewer people from the branch family. If Danzo really wanted to secretly kidnap 1 or 2 people, it would definitely not be at this time. But once the Chunin exams are over, there's no telling. One thought after another appeared in the minds of the Hyuga clan, making Hyuga Hayashi's face serious. We have to be on guard against that mad dog, Danzo. Thinking about the recent actions, Hyuga Hayashi felt that Danzo might take action at the end of the Chunin exam. At that time, we could completely put the blame on the guys in other ninja villages. We have to open the jars as soon as possible and improve our strength. If we get something good, we won't have to worry about these things. Hopefully, something good will come out tomorrow. Thinking of Danzo's vicious dog-like gaze fixed on his Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. I can open the jar myself tomorrow. It would be even better if you could get something that could improve your strength. By then Danzo won't be a threat at all. What a pity, we can't grasp it, otherwise there wouldn't be only 3 of us. Thinking that the only ones who opened the jar now were Hinata, Hanabi, and himself, Hyuga Hayashi fell silent. It's not that he doesn't want to open more jars. But the people in the family are too unstable. The division of the family must not be told, otherwise it would cause a huge mess. The same is true for the Zone family. Those arrogant old guys are only now gradually fading away, but that doesn't mean they are withdrawing from management. Even though he was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he was often helpless and had a lot of headaches. The only consolation at the moment is that his 2 daughters can open the jars and get the opportunity to improve their own abilities. At the store owner's end, not many people are opening the jars right now, and even after a few days, not many people are opening the jars, which means that whether it's me or anyone else who opens the jar, we all want to keep it a secret. Including that Kyubi brat. Everyone is not stupid. Hinata Hayashi thought that there were not many people who could open the jar besides himself, and he felt even more relieved. I hope that tomorrow I can get some good stuff, whether it's to improve the family or to improve strength. But does that Kyubi Kids comic contain any information about the Hyuga clan? Hinata Hayashi thought of the comic book in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and his expression became a little serious. In the future, it will actually appear in the form of a picture album. It's not like he didn't take a look when Uzumaki Naruto opened it and looked through it before. It includes not only Uzumaki Naruto, but also others. So will there be a Hyuga clan in the future? He cares a lot about this. If possible, he would like to read that comic. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of that 9-tailed brat. If I were to contact them myself, I would definitely be targeted by the root ninjas. Just because of their identities, they are inaccessible. Forget it, the booklet is small and doesn't contain much content, it should be harmless. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and whispered, since the owner knows it so clearly, he should also know the contents. I can see tomorrow if I can find a chance to ask the owner about the future of my Hyuga clan. Tomorrow is a new day, and it's time to open the cans. When Hinata Hayashi thought so. Uzumaki Naruto's home. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting on the bed, reading the brand new 2nd volume of the comic book. This comic also has rich people. When he saw the information about Cardo, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing quickened. One of the most wealthy people in the world. How rich is this? And he is an unforgivable villain. Controlled all the wealth of Wave Country. Isn't this ready-made money? My money is now settled. If I rob this guy, won't I have money to open the jar? So, the Kirigakure's Momochi Zabuza was sent by this Cardo, then we can capture Cardo with confidence. But a jonin who can defect from a ninja village is definitely not someone I can deal with. Oh, by the way, there's also Kakashi-sensei, leave it to Kakashi-sensei. I secretly found an opportunity to kidnap that Kado. As he flipped through the comics, Uzumaki Naruto's expression gradually became solemn when he saw Zabuza perform the mist shadow technique. A jonin. For him, it is still very far away. You've been in the Kirigakure assassination unit? You even know information about Kakashi-sensei, so you should know about the Whirlpool country. The people in the Umbu must have recorded the previous information. If I could become stronger, I could capture this guy and force him to tell me about the land of whirlpools. But I don't have the strength. As he flipped through the comics, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was extremely interesting. He didn't think that if he asked this guy directly, he would tell him. The easiest thing is to knock this guy down. After knocking him down, interrogate him thoroughly. Practice, you have to practice, only with strength can you have everything. As Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the comics, he gradually discovered the horror of Zabuza Momochi, and his expression became increasingly serious. Everything is based on strength. Even if I speed up my training now, I will definitely not be able to beat a jonin. But I should have no problem with Kado, after all, he is just an ordinary man, even if there are ninjas around him, could there be jonins? If we can extort money, then we will have the money to open the jar and improve our strength. Then my first target is this guy, I'd better leave this mist shadow jonin to Kakashi-sensei. But is Kakashi-sensei so weak? He was trapped by a water prison jutsu. The more Uzumaki Naruto looked at it, the weirder it seemed. Sharingan, copied thousands of ninjutsu, but he was captured just like that. It's not a test for us. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto thought of something and his expression became somewhat interesting. Chapter 83. Time flies. Before he knew it, it was late at night and Uzumaki Naruto finished reading an entire comic book in a daze. Compared to the first comic book, the content of this 2nd volume is richer and completely revolves around the tasks he has accepted. Among them are Kirikage, Haku, Zabuza, and Cardo. Even Kakashi-sensei is unconscious, this demon Zabuza is very powerful. The other party has an assistant. That assistant beat us. Teacher Kakashi is not testing us on purpose, but is he really a bad student? Why is this mission so difficult? The things that shopkeeper Lin Mo mentioned, like treading water, it turns out that Kakashi-sensei will teach us after we get out. While flipping through the comics, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was extremely interesting. The content of this second volume really revolves around this task, but it is interrupted. He now really wants to know what will happen next. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, if we don't, we will be beaten. As for Cardo, I can get the money from that guy to open the jar. I have the multiple shadow clone technique, which is a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. When we get to Wave Country, I can sneak out and get some money while Sasuke and the others are away. After all, I am robbing the rich to give to the poor. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself as he yawned and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, I found the bright sunlight shining through the window onto my face, which was quite stimulating. Broken. Uzumaki Naruto stood up suddenly, looking at the bright sun outside, and his expression changed. Am I going to be late? Uzumaki Naruto got up in a hurry, without even bothering to brush his teeth, and ran straight to the agreed meeting point. I was in the wrong to have borrowed money from Kakashi-sensei. It would be even worse if we were late. I want to continue to perform in front of Kakashi and borrow more money. When Uzumaki Naruto rushed to the meeting point, he could see Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, waiting with Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. You're late, Naruto. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto running over, Kakashi said with a gloomy look, you are more than 40 minutes late. I trained too late last night. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head very honestly, so I fell into a deep sleep. You. Training. Late. When Kakashi heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, his eyes were suddenly filled with strangeness. He could understand this when it came to Uchiha Sasuke. But it is used on Uzumaki Naruto. This guy who is at the bottom of the class really works so hard. When Uchiha Sasuke heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, he clenched his fist slightly. Sure enough, there was a reason why this guy was always late in class. It's not because of sleeping in, but because of late-night training. Even if he is known as the last in school, he doesn't care, because he has been training at night. Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto who was late almost every day, Uchiha felt that he had guessed the reason. Compared to this last one, I seem to be slacking off. Is this why you're always late at school, Naruto? Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto with complicated eyes. As Naruto's classmate, she knew Naruto too well. Not to mention anything else, just the clone skills he demonstrated in the graduation exam were different from those of ordinary people. Real. Seeing Kakashi-sensei's suspicious look, Uzumaki Naruto quickly found an excuse. Kakashi-sensei, I had a hard time climbing the tree with my chakra last night. Chakra climbing a tree? Hearing this, Kakashi's suspicious look disappeared, replaced by surprise. You are training this? This is not something ordinary students can know. Everyone's use of chakra is the use of ninjutsu. As for climbing a tree, all you need to do is jump lightly. Chakra tree climbing and treading water are both designed to help students better master chakras, and are usually taught by instructors. He had originally been thinking of finding an opportunity to teach Uzumaki Naruto and others after a while. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto has figured it out on his own. Yes. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in distress and sighed, you can even tread water, but there's no river near me, so I haven't trained in that. I feel like I haven't figured it out well enough. Well, you passed. Kakashi nodded slightly and said, you are such a genius, you were able to figure it out by yourself, but can you tell me why you didn't fall? Not even once. While speaking, Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto from head to toe with a strange expression. There is no sign of training at all, it's really hard for him to believe. Could it be that the Ninetales chakra was able to allow Uzumaki Naruto to recover from the injuries he suffered from falling in just one night? Is this too exaggerated? Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly froze. It's broken. I seem to have overlooked the most important trace. Even in the comics, when he was training, he fell and got a bloody head. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked up with a miserable look on his face, wanting to explain but unable to speak. No need to explain, I understand, you're allowed to pass. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, raised his hand to signal Uzumaki Naruto not to say anything, and continued, for now, you can do this training when you are free, the main thing now is the mission. Chakra training such as climbing trees and treading water is to enhance individual strength, which will be done later. Now we need to complete the tasks to train the team. As for why he interrupted Naruto, it was because he knew information that Haruno Sakura and Sasuke didn't know, which did not need to be revealed. However, did Uzumaki Naruto really train like this last night? Is the effect of the Nine-Tails chakra so strong? Without leaving any trace. Kakashi glanced at Uzumaki Naruto suspiciously, then looked away and stopped thinking about it. Hey, I know. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and seemed to have guessed what Kakashi was thinking. At the same time, I secretly made up my mind that if I was late again, I would have to lie. Treading water. Climbing trees. Next to him, Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly when he heard this. Isn't it easy to climb a tree? There is no need to climb, the ninja can jump up with just a light leap. Even if you can't jump up in one go, you can easily run up with the help of power. Why bother climbing a tree? Such stupid training is a complete waste of time and has no meaning at all. But why did Kakashi also think it was right? He doesn't understand. Next to her, Haruno Sakura also had a look of doubt on her face and didn't understand what was going on between Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. Treading water. Climbing trees. That's too boring. Free. Okay, let's officially start the first mission. Kakashi raised the task list in his hand and said, today we are going to the edge of the village, where? Kakashi said as he walked ahead, and Uzumaki Naruto and the others immediately followed. At the same time. The other side. There is a meatball shop on a street near the kin shop. Zaihong is sitting inside biting a meatball, looking outside with a very solemn expression. Because she actually met Hinata Hayashi. Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were also following him, seemingly strolling around. But Yuhi Kurenai's intuition told her that it was not the case. She didn't care about Hinata at first. Since Hinata will be back in the team tomorrow, I can just ask her then. But today, I saw Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi coming here in person. The target was obviously the young man's shop. Shiori Hong, who was originally preparing to leave, did not leave, but decided to continue observing. However, when observing, Kurenai Yuhi did not turn around, but used chakra perception to sense the flow direction of Hinata Hayashi's breath. She knew that Hyuga Hayashi had the Byakugan eyes. If she looked over there, it would definitely attract attention. In addition to this, she even saw that when Hinata Hayashi came to the door of the jar shop, he actually rolled his eyes and glanced at her casually, which made her frown and think deeply. It is a rare thing for Hyuga Hayashi to roll his eyes. And he came to the door of the store. Is there any need to roll his eyes? Don't want people to know you're here. You're already walking openly on the street, are you still afraid that people will know you're here? Why do you do this? No, not in a straightforward manner, and we were walking on a remote path, so no one would pay attention to us. I came here to cover my tracks. Thinking of Hinata like this before and Hyuga Hayashi like this today, Kurenai Yuhi narrowed her eyes. As a jonin who is proficient in illusion, she is confident that she will not be discovered unless Hinata Hayashi uses his Byakugan to observe and scan with all his strength. It was not until Hinata Hayashi closed his Byakugan and walked into the jar shop that Yuhi Kurenai turned her gaze back. But in a moment, Zaihong's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Hinata Hanabi, the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, threw herself into Lin Mo's arms with excitement on her face. That kind of intimate attitude was like a little girl meeting her favorite elder and rushing towards him without any hesitation. As one of the jonin of Konoha village, Kurenai Yuhi is very familiar with the family rules and traditions of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is a family that attaches great importance to rules and etiquette. Especially the members of the main family, they received strict education since childhood, and emphasize dignity and reserve. Girls of Hanabi's age are usually lively, but they will never get close to outsiders at will. However, the scene before her surprised Yuhi Kurenai. The moment Hua threw herself into Lin Mo's arms, she seemed to have completely forgotten her identity and the constraints of her family, leaving only pure joy and independence. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Lin Mo's waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, and she smiled sweetly, as if she and Lin Mo had an indescribable close relationship. Who is that young man? Shiri Hong frowned, countless guesses flashing through her mind. The young man was not a ninja, nor was he from Konoha village, but he ran a shop in Konoha village. The fact that even Hyuga Hinata could come here secretly shows that Hyuga Hayashi obviously knew about it. It's just because I don't want to be seen by others. Now seeing the second daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family showing such a close attitude, Kurenai Yuhi fell into deep thought. What is the identity of this young man that the members of the Hyuga family trust and rely on him so much? Is he also from the Hyuga clan? Impossible. This thought only appeared in Yuhi Kurenai's mind for a moment before she shook her head. The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. If it is possible that people from the branch family are outside, then it is impossible that people from the main family are outside. Moreover, it is impossible for the main family to be so polite to the branch family. At least, she saw that Hinata Hayashi didn't care about Hinata Hanabi throwing herself into Lin Mo's arms. In particular, there was not much change in expression on Hinata Hayashi's face. From a distance, it can be seen from Hinata Hayashi's eyes that he does not seem to be disgusted, and even has a hint of acquiescence. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi has always been strict with family members, but today he is so indulgent towards Hanabi. Why? Hanabi, come down quickly. In the jar shop. Seeing Hanabi jumping into Lin Mo's arms, Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said, "Don't be so rude to the store owner." "It doesn't matter." Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand, pinching Hua's cheek. "Today is a new week, you can indeed open the can." Lin Mo was in a good mood. Although he had just gotten up, he knew that Hinata Hayashi would definitely come to open the jar. Now it is indeed here. I will be able to get my exclusive jar soon, and I feel great just thinking about it. Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, "This is the money I need to open 10 jars." As he spoke, Hinata Hayashi took out the bag of money he had prepared. Although he wanted to ask what he thought about last night, after thinking about it, he decided to open the jar first. Until now, he still doesn't understand why Lin Mo would sell such magical jars and is so keen on selling jars, but that doesn't stop him from moving in the direction that Lin Mo is keen on. Then, after Lin Mo took the money, Hinata Hayashi swept the jar. Finally, 10 jars in a row were selected. Looking at the 10 jars in front of him, Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to knock open 2 first. Bang bang, twice. 2 jars were broken. A ball of blue light and a piece of bread fell down. Senior Chunin's chakra that comes from a senior Chunin's hard work. After fusion, it can instantly add to one's own chakra and increase the chakra of a senior Chunin. Memory bread. This is a magical bread from a certain technological era. As long as you print the content on the bread and then eat it, you will remember the content. A ball of blue light and bread? Looking at these 2 things, Hinata Hayashi raised his eyebrows. My luck doesn't seem to be very good. Good. Lin Mo took a look and chuckled. One is the chakra of a senior Chunin level, which increases the chakra in your body, and the other is memory bread. As Lin Mo briefly explained, Hinata Hayashi's eyes lit up slightly. Senior Chunin level chakra. That's not bad. As for this bread, it is even more interesting and can be remembered instantly. With this bread, doesn't it mean we don't have to read complicated ninjutsu? Hanabi stared at the memory bread with eager eyes. It can speed up the mastery of ninjutsu. She was instantly attracted by this bread. All you have to do is stick it on the ninjutsu scroll and eat it, and you can memorize it in your mind without having to study. How cool is that? Looking at the bread, it seems that it can't be copied much. Hyuga Hinata looked at the size of this piece of memory bread, thought for a moment, and said, unless the ninjutsu recording method on the ninjutsu scroll is reduced in size. This memory bread is very useful. Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes and said, if the rubbing is of A-level ninjutsu, then it can be memorized instantly, all we have to do is practice it. In Hyuga Hayashi's opinion, this bread is much more powerful than the chakra of a senior Chunin. After all, the higher the level of ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to practice and comprehend. But with this memory bread, you can understand it instantly. Not only A-level, but even S-level, forbidden techniques and the like can be memorized. If this thing were to make a copy of the sealed book and eat it. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath. This bread was really extraordinary. Many ninjas do not have very good comprehension, so being able to quickly learn and memorize ninjutsu is definitely a great opportunity. Lin Mo looked at the memory bread and felt speechless. If I had given Hayashi this memory bread last Sunday, I wouldn't even need to look at the ninjutsu on the sealed scroll. I could have just copied it and understood it after eating it. But this thing also has disadvantages. Thinking of the function of memory bread, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said slowly, it can only allow people to remember for a short time or need to be fully digested, so that the user cannot remember for a long time. That's not a disadvantage. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi was stunned. Then he shook his head slightly. This function is sufficient for short-term memory. Rely on short-term memorization to get started, and then quickly comprehend it, and be sure to digest and master it. Regardless, this bread is good. It means that one can quickly memorize a ninjutsu of any level. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi stretched out his hand and touched the blue light ball, and the amount of chakra in his body increased instantly. The chakra of a senior Chunin level is not small. After doing all this, Hinata Hayashi continued to knock open the third and fourth jars without any hesitation. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke, and a bow and arrow that looked like children's toys fell down. There is also a clear glass bottle containing pills. Cure for all diseases, a magical medicine from an unknown world, a pill that is effective for any disease and can cure hundreds of diseases, but it is only effective before death. Cupid's arrow, a magical bow and arrow from a certain world. Being shot by this arrow will neither cause pain nor wound. Once hit by the arrow, the person will fall in love with the person who shot him. To cancel the effect, just pull out the arrow. Looking at the introduction of these 2 things, Lin Mo's expression was strange. Are you serious that this pill won't work until you die? And will Cupid's arrow still be effective if it is shot without the help of this bow? Chapter 84. Shaking his head, Lin Mo spoke briefly and explained the functions of these 2 things, which made Hinata Hayashi look surprised. This thing sounds so weird. But this medicine is good stuff. Hinata Hayashi saw that there was more than 1 pill in the bottle. Worth it. Without any hesitation, Hinata Hayashi immediately picked up the thing and put it into his pocket. As for the arrow of Cupid, the god of love, its childlike appearance made Hinata Hayashi silent for a moment. He didn't really want to take this thing. But the effect of this thing sounds so incredible. After I get back, I can try out the effect. It can be taken off anyway. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi looked at the remaining 6 jars and continued to knock them open decisively. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke, and a white ball of light and a scroll fell down. The ink art of a calligraphy master from the life essence of a calligraphy artist who won the Lanting Prize. This experience group contains the techniques and secrets of various calligraphy styles, including regular script, running script, cursive script and official script. After absorbing it, you can instantly master the use of pen and ink, making every stroke vivid and expressive. C-Rank Fire Style Ninjutsu Scroll, a scroll that records the C-Rank Fire Style Ninjutsu, the Fengxian Fire Technique. After practicing it, one can spit out fireballs continuously from the mouth. The attack trajectory is like the fruit of the Fengxian flower. The trajectory of the fireball can be controlled by using chakra, and shurikens can also be added to it to increase the power. After taking a look at these 2 things, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. It's not something you can use. You know, now he has not mastered the changes in the nature of fire-attributed chakra. If you want to learn fire-style ninjutsu, it will be very difficult to get started. If you have that much time, you might as well continue to practice the ability of the surgery fruit. This is the light cluster of calligraphy experience. Looking at the somewhat delighted Hinata Hayashi, Lin Mo said. It is the calligraphy memory of a calligraphy master. The experience light group covers a wide range, which is completely different from those trained. I won't go into details, you will know it after you integrate it yourself. As for this ninjutsu scroll, it records the C-Rank Fire Ninjutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Lin Mo spoke eloquently and briefly, and Hinata Hayashi's eyes lit up after hearing it. He immediately turned his attention to the experience in calligraphy. His common hobbies are calligraphy and chess. It actually gave me some experience in calligraphy, which is quite good. Without any hesitation, Hinata Hayashi decisively reached out and touched the calligraphy experience light ball. In an instant, the energy contained in the ball of light quickly poured into his body like a warm tide. Hinata Hayashi only felt a powerful force surging in his body, as if countless calligraphy techniques were unfolding one by one in his mind, and every detail was extremely clear. His vision seemed to be pulled into a sea of ink. The ink danced in front of him, transforming into countless changes in brush strokes and flows of lines. The steadiness and dignity of regular script, the freedom and agility of running script, the wildness and rush of cursive script, and the simplicity and heaviness of official script. The essence of each calligraphy style is clearly presented in his mind. How is this possible? Hinata Hayashi was extremely shocked and felt as if he had some kind of wonderful resonance with the soul of the calligraphy master. This is not a simple imparting of skills, but a deep level of perception and comprehension. He felt as if his hands were no longer his own, but the hands of that calligraphy master. The angle of holding the pen, the weight of the pen, the speed of writing, every movement is so natural and smooth, as if he has been practicing for decades. Even classic calligraphy works emerged in his mind. The brush strokes and ink marks of each work were vivid, as if a visual feast was presented before him. Hinata Hayashi closed his eyes involuntarily, as if he could see the calligraphy master writing at his desk, wielding his brush as freely as the wind. Every stroke is filled with endless emotion and wisdom, and every piece of paper seems to carry the calligrapher's hard work and soul. His hands unconsciously simulated the movement of writing in the air, feeling the direction and strength of the pen tip on the paper. Every stroke seemed to contain a magical power that made his heart surge and he could not control himself. He originally thought that his understanding of calligraphy was quite profound, but now he realized how shallow his previous understanding was. Calligraphy can actually be written like this? Hinata Hayashi's heart was filled with amazement and awe. He felt like a beginner who was rediscovering the true meaning of calligraphy. The master's methods of writing kept emerging in his mind. Those techniques and styles that were usually difficult to understand now seemed so clear and simple. As his experience grew, his thinking seemed to be driven by this force, becoming more flexible and open. A strong desire to learn surged in his heart. He wanted to pick up pen and ink immediately and experience the pleasure and freedom of writing with his own hands. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi was completely immersed in the experience of calligraphy, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. Is it that exaggerated? Looking at Hinata Hayashi's reaction, Lin Mo's expression was strange. How can a grown man be so obsessed with calligraphy? But when I think of the introduction of this thing, just the fusion itself can create a great calligrapher. I have to say, it is really awesome. I'll try to integrate it myself later. When Lin Mo was thinking this, Hinata Hayashi had already opened his eyes and smiled. It's worth it to open the jar this time. Nothing he had opened from a can before had received such praise. Now, this calligraphy experience made him praise it out loud. This shows that Hinata Hayashi really thinks this calligraphy is worth it. But if you think about it, there is more to it than just a calligraphy style technique. With two bangs, two jars were hit by Hinata Hayashi. Suddenly a ball of white light and a book fell down. Book. When he saw this book, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly and he was instantly focused. The books the owner has here are good stuff. Previously, he saw Uzumaki Naruto open a jar and took out a comic book with information about the future recorded on it. Now, I have published a book myself. Although the cover looks different from the book in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, it does not prevent Hinata Hayashi from knowing the importance of the book. Compared to the one who was paying attention to Hinata Hayashi, Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he looked at the book that Hinata Hayashi opened. Baiming Shingong. This skill comes from a cave after practicing. A chakra vortex that runs from the outside to the inside can be formed in the body. Every acupuncture point in the body will produce a strong suction force, which can absorb other people's chakra and convert it into one's own use. This skill has both yin and yang. The yang attribute is as strong as a raging fire, and the yin attribute is as cold as ice. It can adapt to and be compatible with a variety of ninjutsu. It has extremely strong defense. The chakra body protection can effectively resist external attacks. When attacked, it can generate a strong recoil force and rebound the damage to the enemy. 5,000 meters experience of a cool parkour athlete. The 5,000 meters parkour experience comes from a parkour athlete. After integration, it can serve as a 5,000 meters parkour training. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of Beiming divine art and fell silent. Has this thing undergone such miraculous changes after coming to Hokage? Shintama absorbs chakra and transforms yang and yin attributes. If I remember correctly, the original introduction of Beiming Shingong was that it was masculine and scorching like a furnace, and feminine and colder than ice. And it was compatible with all martial arts in the world. It was immune to poison, strong and fierce, and it could attack with unparalleled ferocity, which was extremely powerful. Now it is compatible with multiple ninjutsu. And many more. Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression became interesting. Could this thing change the chakra in the human body into yin and yang attributes? Can this thing be cultivated? Lin Mo looked at the introduction of Beiming divine art with a dim gaze. It seems that this technique has undergone some mysterious changes since it came to this world, so it was directly transformed into chakra when introduced. Shopkeeper, what book is this? When Lin Mo looked over, Hinata Hayashi looked at the book curiously, but did not pick it up immediately. Instead, he asked Lin Mo first. Well, this is the Beiming divine art. You can understand it as a magical technique that absorbs the opponent's chakra and can transform the enemy's chakra into your own use. Lin Mo tried to organize his words, which made Hinata Hayashi look confused. Absorb the chakra from other people's bodies and turn it into your own skills. Yes, you heard that right. Lin Mo's eyes were dim as he described the effect of the Beiming divine art, which made Hinata Hayashi gasp. What kind of evil technique is this? Is there such a thing? Hinata Hanabi also widened her eyes and looked at this Beiming divine art. Can you absorb other people's chakra and turn it into your own? Isn't this an alternative experience light group? I have to say, I'm really lucky. Lin Mo exclaimed. This technique can be perfectly combined with the Hyuga clan's soft fist through the Byakugan. One can see through the enemy's chakra flow and accurately absorb and utilize this energy. If someone else gets it, it might be difficult. But if Hinata Hayashi gets it and uses it with the Byakugan, it would be very convenient to absorb chakra. Of course, don't be too happy too soon, the next second, Lin Mo said casually. After all, transformation also takes time. No, that's enough. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's face was excited. Compared to the effect, these side effects are not worth mentioning at all. This means that in the future I can train a group of people who specialize in practicing chakra, and then by activating this technique to absorb the chakra in their bodies, I can become stronger and stronger, thus achieving an internal cycle. You don't need to work hard to refine chakra yourself. Is this equivalent to releasing an endless stream of chakra light balls? This technique is of great significance. He can build up his strength quickly. That's right. Looking at the excited Hinata Hayashi, Lin Mo nodded with a strange expression. That's right. You can also practice it yourself, but the transformation will definitely have the same flaws as the Beiming divine art. Moreover, will Hinata Hayashi really pass on this martial arts technique to his family after obtaining it? Looking at the past 2 weeks, only Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata, and Hanabi came to open the jars. Lin Mo was very suspicious. It's bad, there won't be some kind of change in the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of something and his expression suddenly became strange. Hinata Hayashi, with a look of excitement on his face, put the book, Northern Divine Art, into his arms as if it were a treasure. If there were still some jars left to be opened, he would have been eager to quickly practice this so-called martial art. With this technique, one's strength can be continuously improved. The threat to Danzo is still Gohachi. It's incredible that a jar can actually produce something like this. It's only 100,000 taels. Who on earth is the owner of this shop? Even something like this appeared in a jar. Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo with deep awe in his heart. This Beiming divine art alone is enough to cause a stir in the ninja world. No matter what, it's definitely a good idea to keep a good relationship with this person. Hyuga Hayashi made up his mind that the Hyuga clan must follow this person in the future. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi reached out and touched another white ball of light, merging and absorbing the parkour experience. After doing all this, Hinata Hayashi looked at the remaining 2 jars and continued to knock them open without any hesitation. With 2 bangs, a military ration pill and a scroll fell down. Specially made soldier pills after eating, it can instantly enhance and restore chakra, but if you eat too much, it will be indigestible, so it is not advisable to eat too much. B-level ninjutsu scroll. This scroll contains the B-level wind-style ninjutsu, suppression. The practitioner can release a high-pressure wind ball from his mouth to sweep away all objects. The vortex-forming storm will explode over a large area, causing huge damage to the target and the surrounding terrain, like a super-heavy artillery of the storm. Seeing the second ninjutsu scroll, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Isn't this Kakuzu's ninjutsu? It can actually turn into a ninjutsu scroll and fall down. Immediately, Lin Mo opened his mouth and introduced the 2 things. After hearing this, Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly and focused his gaze on the B-level ninjutsu scroll. Is this another B-rank ninjutsu? Not bad. Although it is a wind-style ninjutsu that he cannot use, his daughter Hinata has mastered the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra and can fully practice this ninjutsu. Nice one. At this point, all 10 jars were opened and Hinata Hayashi had a look of satisfaction on his face. The 1 million I spent today was really worth it. Looking at the jars placed on the counter behind Lin Mo, Hinata Hayashi had an urge to smash them all. If we smash them all open, there's no telling how many good things we'll get. Unfortunately, the store owner has a weekly purchase limit on jars, which makes Hinata Hayashi very uncomfortable. It would be great if there were no purchase restrictions. Hanabi, Hinata, which of you 2 will go first? The next second, Hyuga Hayashi turned his gaze towards Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi and chuckled, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Me. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi immediately raised her hand excitedly, took out the money her father had prepared for her, and handed it to Lin Mo. I'll go first. Well, take your pick. Seeing Hua Hua raising her hand, Lin Mo chuckled and took the purse. I want those 10. After seeing Lin Mo take the money, Hua Hua looked around and quickly picked a row. As Lin Mo waved his hand, 10 jars flew out silently and landed steadily in front of Hua Hua. Congratulations on successfully selling 100 ordinary jars. You will receive an exclusive jar as a reward. It has been automatically saved. Please check it yourself. Congratulations on successfully selling 100 ordinary jars. The number of jars you receive as a reward for signing in every day will be doubled, and the quality of the jars will be improved. Requirements for the next exclusive jar reward: sell 500 ordinary jars. At this moment, 3 lines of words that only Lin Mo could see suddenly appeared, causing Lin Mo's heart to beat violently. Got the exclusive jar. He has been looking forward to this for a long time. This thing has finally arrived. Lin Mo's smile was extremely bright. Not only are there exclusive jars, but the jars you get by signing in will double every day, and you may even be able to sign in to get jars of higher quality. Interesting. This means that if many people come to open the cans at once, he doesn't have to worry about the cans being sold out. So cool. When Lin Mo was feeling comfortable and happy, Hua had already opened the first jar. She did not choose to open the 2 jars like Hinata Hayashi. Instead, he cracked open a jar first. Boom. The first jar broke and a pair of palm-sized shoes fell out. Shoe. Seeing this pair of shoes, Hinata Hanabi looked surprised. What a beautiful shoe. But this is too small. Hinata Hanabi thought as she reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the shoes grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon became a size that Hinata Hanabi could wear and stop changing. Foot power enhancement shoes. These magical technology shoes from a certain world stimulate the acupuncture points of the feet through electricity and magnetism, so that the muscle strength can be exerted to the limit. There are 3 different strengths by adjusting the knob on the right. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this pair of shoes with a strange expression on his face. The introduction of this shoe looks a bit too familiar. Shopkeeper, what's the story behind these shoes? When Hinata Hayashi saw the foot strength enhancement shoes that were growing from small to large, his eyes lit up and he asked, shoes that can change like this must be unusual. If it were normal, it wouldn't have changed like this. Ah. Lin Mo nodded and said, this is the foot power enhancement shoe. After it is put on, there will be a special internal device to stimulate the acupuncture points of the feet, which can maximize the power of the sexy curves. The power is so great that it can knock down several big trees. After imagining the effect of the shoes, Lin Mo explained it. Kick down several big trees. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank and he subconsciously looked at the pair of shoes. Does this pair of shoes have such great power? You know, even he couldn't kick down a few big trees with his physical strength. Unless you use chakra. But even if chakra is used, it is not possible to knock the opponent down instantly. This can only be done using ninjutsu. And now, a pair of shoes can do it. Chapter 85. Hinata Hanabi looked at the shoes in her hand and put them on immediately. They fit her feet perfectly. You can go back and try later. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, I don't have any big trees for you to kick. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi's face turned slightly red and she gave up the idea of trying. I'll try again when I get back. Thinking so, Hinata Hanabi continued to knock open the second jar. Boom! The second can shattered, and a steaming paper cup fell out. It looks like there is still liquid in it. Brewed soy milk coming from a fast-paced place. The soy milk brewed with soy milk powder has a mellower taste than real soy milk due to the addition of certain technology. Soy milk. After taking a look at this thing, Lin Mo spoke briefly and said something, to which Hinata Hanabi nodded and said, oh. Hinata Hanabi did not open the soy milk to drink, but chose to continue knocking on the can. This time, there were 2 jars. With 2 bangs, 2 cans broke and a red bucket the size of a palm fell down. Along with the falling, there was also a delicate and small single bottle of Korean. After the red barrel fell, it automatically grew larger, and the red liquid inside became more and more, which stunned Hinata Hanabi. What is this? It doesn't look like water. Gravity paint. A magical paint from a certain technological world. A thin layer of paint can change the direction of gravity. It can generate gravity on the surface of the object being painted, so that the object can adhere to it. Corpse powder. This poison comes from a certain palace. If it gets on intact skin, it is completely harmless. However, if it touches a drop of blood, the blood will turn into yellow water, which is extremely corrosive. It will turn the flesh and blood into yellow water again. The more it turns, the more it becomes, just like a spark from a flint, which can burn a large hayfield to ashes. This corpse powder becomes poisonous when it comes into contact with blood. Looking at these 2 things, Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then slowly said. The first one is gravity paint. As long as the place is painted with this paint, you can stand on it. You can think of it as the place where it is painted generates the so-called gravity, which allows things to stick to it. As for the other one, it is corpse powder, which is a poison. Once it comes into contact with human blood, it will turn the corpse into yellow water. Lin Mo talked freely and briefly explained these 2 things, which made Hinata Hayashi's expression suddenly become serious. This corpse-dissolving powder is absolutely essential for dealing with the aftermath. Although he had seen similar things before, the number was small after all, and the effect was not so strong. The fireworks actually produced these two unusual things. Well, I won't use it. And Hanabi looked at the two things in distress and felt a headache. She has no use for either of these two things. Forget it, I'd better continue opening the can. I'll sort these things out later. Thinking so, Hinata Hanabi continued to knock open the fifth jar. The fifth jar broke and a small, quaint ring fell out. Is this a storage ring? When he saw the ring, Hyuga Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly and he immediately turned around to look at Hinata's hand. Hinata was wearing the exact same ring on her finger. Storage ring. Hanabi's face also lit up with joy, and she instantly looked at the storage ring in Hinata's hand. The ring is exactly the same in both style and color, which means it is the storage ring that he learned about from his sister. Yes, a storage ring. Lin Mo nodded, looked at the storage ring and said, and it's a ring that contains 5 cubic meters. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this storage ring. Storage ring, a magical storage ring from an unknown world, containing 5 cubic spaces, which cannot store living things. A full 5 cubic meters, 5 times that of Hinata. It can be said that this space is quite large. 5 cubes. Hinata's expression froze when she heard this. My own storage ring of 1 cubic meter is already quite big, and now Huahua has opened a 5 cubic meter ring. While Hinata was thinking this, Hanabi had already picked up the storage ring and started playing with it. After putting away and releasing the things she had opened several times, Hinata Hanabi stopped the action with a feeling of being unsatisfied. At this moment, she was very happy. Such a good thing actually came out. It's 5 times bigger than my sister's storage ring. Looking at the remaining 5 jars, Hinata Hanabi excitedly and decisively opened 2 more. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke and 2 objects fell down. One was a bag of bones, the other was a bowl of turbid, yellow soup. That bowl of soup was very special. It actually exuded a faint fragrance with a hint of bitterness and sweetness, as if it contained countless emotions and memories. There are a few pieces of fine tea leaves floating on the surface of the soup, and the color is a deep amber, which looks particularly mysterious under the light. Okay. Seeing this thing, Lin Mo's eyes instantly turned to the bowl of soup. Mengpa soup. According to legend, this is a kind of tea that can make one forget all worries, memories, love, hate and grudges after drinking it. 3 pounds of fresh spare ribs. 3 pounds of fresh spare ribs taken from a native pig. Even without adding any auxiliary ingredients, it is delicious. Looking at the introduction of Mengpa soup, Lin Mo was surprised. This thing can be opened. Strictly speaking, the value of this thing is that it belongs to a legendary mythical item. Can this be found in an ordinary jar? Shopkeeper, what's the explanation for this bowl of soup? Hinata Hayashi noticed Lin Mo's expression and immediately asked. Just now he noticed that the originally careless Lin Mo actually took a few more glances at the turbid and yellow soup, and was very curious for a moment. Beside her, Hinata Hanabi also looked over curiously. Well, one is fresh spare ribs, I won't say more. Lin Mo nodded gently and said, this is Mengpa soup, which can make people forget all troubles, memories, love, hatred, and grudges, and wash away all existing memories. Wash away all the memories. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Can you remember it again? No. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, unless you take something out of the jar that can restore people's memories, otherwise, the person who drinks this bowl of soup will have all his memories washed away. That sounds like a good way to train a loyal ninja. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Lin Mo. Hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. To be frank, the function of this thing is still a bit useless. It's such a waste that Hinata Hayashi actually wants to train ninjas. However, Lin Mo was quite curious about the portion of Mengpa soup. Is it effective if this bowl of Mengpa soup is taken in multiple doses, or is it effective if it is just one sip? If it's just one mouthful, there's no reason to open a bowl. It sounds dangerous. When Hinata Hanabi heard Lin Mo's words, she looked at the bowl of Mengpa soup with some disgust. I wrapped the thing up decisively and put it into the storage ring. After doing all this, Hinata Hanabi continued to look at the remaining 3 jars. I have opened 7 jars so far. Although there are some good things, there are few things that can improve your strength. She wanted to experience something like a ball of light. Thinking of this, Hinata Hanabi chose to knock on all the doors. Bang bang bang. 3 sounds were heard in succession, and 3 jars broke one after another. Suddenly, a ruler and 2 blue light balls fell down. My luck is so good. Seeing two balls of light appear at once, Hinata Hanabi's expression suddenly became one of surprise. Yes. Hinata watched this scene and was happy for Hanabi. Two balls of light actually appeared. It's still a blue light ball. Special ruler, a relic from a certain era, it is said to have belonged to a philosopher obsessed with learning, who used it to ensure that he never slacked off on his way to study. This ruler can monitor the user's learning activities, and once it detects distraction or laziness, it will emit a slight vibration reminder to help you stay focused and self-disciplined. Senior Genin level chakra, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of a certain senior genin. After fusion, it can instantly add one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of a senior genin. Instant shadow killing formation derived from the skills of a certain assassin master. This skill allows the user to launch a deadly surprise attack on the enemy in an instant, leaving a shadow clone that lasts for 6 seconds. When launching an attack, the user becomes untargetable, quickly approaches the target and leaves a special mark on it. The mark is triggered after 3 seconds, causing damage equal to the initial attack damage plus a certain percentage of all damage caused while the mark was active. The user can choose to swap positions with the shadow clone at any time to launch further attacks or quickly retreat. Lin Mo. Looking at the introduction of the third gadget, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Has this ability changed after coming to the ninja world? Unfortunately, so far, the things that Hinata Hayashi and Hanabi have developed have not increased much physical strength and chakra. They are all ninjutsu and weird props. He has no use for this stuff. One is the chakra of a senior genin and the other is a ruler, which has a special effect. Shaking his head, Lin Mo looked at Hinata Hanabi and spoke briefly about the ruler. Hinata Hanabi's eyes widened when she heard it. Is there such a thing? Broken. Subconsciously, Hinata Hanabi looked at Hinata Hayashi. At this time, Hinata Hayashi had a smile on his face, and seemed very satisfied with this special ruler that Hinata Hanabi opened. As for this blue ball of light, it is a kind of ability. Lin Mo organized what he wanted to say, thought about it, and slowly said, it's called the Instant Prison Shadow Killing Array. As Lin Mo briefly explained the Instant Prison Shadow Killing formation, Huahua's eyes became brighter and more surprised. This ability sounds incredible. Not only Hanabi, but Hyuga Hayashi's expression also gradually became solemn. Because according to Lin Mo, to activate this ability, there is no need to make hand seals at all. Just the shadow clone requires hand seals, but this kind of ability doesn't require hand seals. Instantly locking onto the target and activating this ability is completely a ninjutsu at the level of time and space. Whether it is swapping positions or evacuating, it allows the user to be extremely strategic and aggressive in ninja combat. The value of this thing is incredible. At this time, Hinata Hanabi, with excitement on her face, stretched out her hand to touch the blue light ball. In an instant, a ball of blue light surged into Hinata Hanabi's body, allowing Hinata Hanabi to master this ability instantly. Feeling the knowledge filling her mind, Hinata Hanabi took a deep breath and felt eager to try. Unfortunately, she knew that she couldn't act recklessly at the moment. And this ability also consumes a lot of chakra. At least with her current chakra level, she couldn't activate it twice in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Hinata Hanabi reached out her hand again and touched the chakra of another senior genin level, instantly further strengthening the chakra in her body. So comfortable. After the fusion was completed, Hyuga Hanabi narrowed her eyes and looked at Hinata excitedly. Sister, it's your turn. Ah. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata nodded, took out the money she had prepared, and handed it to Lin Mo. After selecting 10 jars, Hinata Hyuga knocked on the 2 jars immediately. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke, and a blue light ball and a special bottle fell down. Hinata's eyes lit up when she saw the blue light. Good luck. Seeing Hinata's first jar open and a ball of chakra light coming out, Lin Mo smiled. Because this is not the chakra of the genin, but the chakra of the chunin. Ordinary chunin level chakra, the chakra that comes from an ordinary genin's hard practice. After fusion, it can instantly add to one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of ordinary chunin. Continuation spray, a magical spray from a certain world. Any printed material, including coins, pictures, books, etc. As long as it is sprayed with this spray, the scene in the picture will move according to its current situation and become the state in a few seconds or decades later. Looking at the introduction of the second thing, Lin Mo pinched his chin. It wasn't the spray he had imagined. But this name is also quite strange. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Hinata and spoke, talking about the chunin level chakra and the extension spray. Make things related to the picture move. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata looked at the extension spray in confusion. This thing seems to be of no use. What a useless thing. Beside her, Hanabi scratched her head and said, it's no use moving. This thing has no effect. That's good, as long as we keep it, we will have the opportunity to use it in the right place in the future. Compared to Hanabi's indifference, Hyuga Hinata was very open-minded and spoke softly. As he spoke, he touched the Chunin level chakra, and after fusion, he put the extension spray into his storage ring. After doing all this, Hinata continued to crack open the third and fourth jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. A bottle of pills and a kunai fell and stayed behind. A pill that prevents you from sleeping. This is a special medicine from a certain world. If you take 1 pill, you won't need to sleep for 24 hours and you won't feel tired. Weak kunai. The kunai was forged by an unknown profiteer using inferior materials. It can be easily shattered if the slightest force is applied. After a brief introduction, Lin Mo looked at the medicine. There are more than a dozen pills in a bottle of this stuff, which means it can be useful for at least half a month. Mr. Lin Mo, what kind of medicine is this? At this point, Hinata had already asked out loud out of curiosity. Her intuition told her that this medicine was not simple. This is a medicine that doesn't require sleeping or use. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, 1 pill can keep you awake for 24 hours, and you won't feel tired either. It's very convenient whether you use it for training or doing other things. So amazing. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Hinata Hanabi said in surprise, then with this thing, we can definitely extend the training time. If they didn't feel tired, many people would be willing to continue training. Nice stuff. Hyuga Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Hinata, you are lucky. This kind of thing would allow Hanabi or Hinata to have longer training time. Hyuga Hinata also nodded, then put the thing away and continued to crack open the 2 jars. She felt that her luck would be better only if she opened 2 jars in a row. If you smash too many of them at once, it doesn't seem to be much good. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke. A palm-sized black square object fell down. Also falling down was a Bingliang pill. Consolation money machine. This is a magical prop from a certain technological era. When the user is scolded, bullied or unlucky, the numbers on the meter will scroll and a corresponding amount of money will come out to comfort the user. It is very easy to break and has a certain number of uses. Specially made Bingliang pills can instantly allow a Chunin who has exhausted his chakra to regain the chakra of his prime. When the chakra is used up, he will fall into weakness for a period of time. Looking at these 2 things, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The effects of the Bingliang pills prescribed this time are different from the previous ones. Sure enough, Bingliang pills and Bingliang pills cannot be compared. On the contrary, this condolence money machine is quite weird. Lin Mo shook his head and briefly talked about these 2 things. Hinata Hyuga looked at the condolence money machine with a confused look on her face. Can this thing spit out money? The prerequisite is to be bullied, scolded, or have bad luck. This is too interesting. Compared to Hinata Hyuga's confusion, Hayashi Hyuga looked at the condolence money machine with interest. He really wanted to know how much money this thing could spit out. Can you spit out 1 million? You can carry it with you, but you have to protect it well. Hinata Hayashi had an evaluation in his mind. This thing doesn't seem to be suitable for Hinata now. Chapter 86. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi shook his head. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Hinata Hyuga touched the consolation money machine, thought of something, and her face turned red. This thing is no longer suitable for me now. Brother Lin Mo's Bingliang pills have different effects. Compared to Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi's attention was focused on the Hirimaru. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi was stunned and subconsciously took a look at the Bingliang pill. Hanabi said it well. The Bingliang pills he prescribed before didn't have this kind of effect. Yes, sometimes the things are the same, but the effects are completely different. Lin Mo nodded. It's just like a ball of light, the same blue ball of light. Some people open up chakra at the level of Genin, and some people open up chakra at the level of Chunin. While Lin Mo was speaking, Hyuga Hinata had already put the 2 things into her storage ring. Looking at the remaining 4 jars, Hyuga Hinata did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to knock open 2 more. Bang bang, twice. 2 jars broke the locks, and a scroll and a ball of white light fell out. Mystical scroll, shadow imitation. This scroll contains the secret technique, shadow imitation. After practicing, you can use your shadow to force the other party to do the same action as the caster. But you must first catch the other party with your shadow, and the effect is only 5 minutes. The shadow can change its appearance freely, but it cannot exceed its original area. It can contact other shadows to expand the range. One-day training experience of a shuriken throwing master. This experience comes from a master who is proficient in shuriken throwing skills. It is the experience of one day of training with shuriken. After integration, you can instantly gain shuriken training experience. Even people who have never used shuriken can instantly know how to throw shuriken after gaining it. Looking at these two things, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Mystical scroll. Isn't this the secret technique of the Nara clan? You know, some family techniques are usually considered secret and only taught within the family. The shadow techniques that the Nara clan has passed down from generation to generation are a great advantage for their family members, so they have an incentive to keep these skills secret. Such as shadow imitation and shadow stitching, which are often related to the family's secret scrolls and unique chakra control methods. The Hyuga clan doesn't have this. By practicing according to this, can you also master the shadow imitation technique? He was doubtful. This scroll may be a record of this secret technique, but it does not say that it will definitely lead to success in practice. Is it just revealing the secret technique of someone else's family? While thinking this, Lin Mo said, one is a day's training experience of shuriken, and the other is the secret scroll of shadow imitation technique. Shadow mimicry. Hearing this, the pupils of the Hyuga clan shrank sharply, and they asked in surprise, "Shopkeeper, you mean the secret technique mastered by the Nara clan in Konoha village?" He knew the shadow imitation technique well. It was a secret technique unique to the Nara family. Usually only members of the Nara family can learn and use it. Hinata actually opened this? Good. Lin Mo nodded gently. Of course, this is just a scroll of secret techniques. It is hard to say whether it will be successful in cultivation or not. A secret technique. Hinata Hanabi was surprised and said, there are not many families in Konoha village that have secret techniques. If I get their secret techniques like this, they will be shocked if they know about it. Good. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, for example, this shadow model technique may require a specific chakra nature or special chakra control skills, which may be innate to members of the Nara family. Even if an outsider knows how to perform the technique, they may not be able to perform it successfully due to the inappropriate chakra properties. But even so. Having said this, Hinata Hayashi paused, his heart numb with shock. It's really so easy to reveal the secret techniques of other families. If it were allowed to be opened by someone with bad intentions, it would be a disaster. The secret techniques of the ninja family were developed and improved by successive generations of ninjas. No ninjutsu can be learned overnight. Now Hinata only spent 100,000 taels to open such a treasure secret technique. Hinata fell silent after hearing these words. Then he reached out and touched the white light ball. After fusing with the white light ball, Hinata put the scroll into her storage ring. When I get back, I'll put this thing away myself. Only 2 jars left. Looking at the last 2 jars, Hinata took a deep breath and immediately chose to knock them open. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke and 2 objects fell down. A small bottle and a black sticker. Suspicion pill. This is a magical pill from a certain technological world. Once you take one pill, you will stop believing what others say for a short period of time and will definitely get to the bottom of it and find the truth. Dragon sealing sticker. A sealing sticker from a certain time and space. It is a spell sticker that can completely control a mutant species with powerful superpowers. As it is torn off again and again, its effect will gradually weaken. Looking at these 2 things, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. These are all extraordinary things. Pills and stickers. Hyuga Hanabi looked at what her sister Hyuga Hinata opened with a look of curiosity. It's pills again. Suspicion pill. Lin Mo first pointed at the suspicion pill and spoke, then briefly talked about the dragon sealing post, which made Hinata frown slightly. This thing is of no use to her. The most useless thing is the suspicion pill. Can the second thing suppress the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Compared to Hinata Hyuga's curiosity, Hayashi Hyuga looked at the dragon sealing sticker with a serious expression. Just now he heard Lin Mo say that the spell stickers that can fully control mutant species with powerful superpowers, isn't this the Jinchuriki? Naturally. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Lin Mo paused, nodded and said, Jinchuriki usually seals the tailed beast in his body. If he uses this thing, it will naturally strengthen the seal and prevent the tailed beast from rushing out. This thing is not simple. It is very easy to seal the assistant inside the human body and prevent it from coming out. That's even more priceless. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi exclaimed in surprise. This is good stuff. I'm done. Hinata Hyuga spoke softly, and while speaking, she put all these things into her storage ring. This time, please trouble the owner. Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi immediately touched the Beiming Shingong in his arms and said with a smile, now that all 10 jars have been opened, I should go back. Shopkeeper, my daughter will train here with you. Now that the jar has been opened, it's time to go back. He couldn't wait to learn the Bei Ming divine art. I have to try out the effect of this Bei Ming divine art. Ah. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded and said. But I still recommend Hinata and Hanabi to go back and sort out what they got from opening the jars, and plan how to use them best. They can come in the afternoon, they can come to my place anytime. That's fine. Then you two will come back with me first. In the afternoon, Hanabi, you and your sister will come over. May I? Hanabi's eyes lit up when she heard what Hinata Hayashi said. Is Hinata Hayashi going to allow her to come over? Of course can. Hinata Hayashi smiled and nodded. I just let you practice controlling yourself before. Now you have developed another ability. You can go back and control it well, and then come to the owner for training. Besides, some things are really useless to you. Whether it is that pill of suspicion or some other things, they are of no use in the hands of Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata. Aha. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata nodded. Tian won't come until the afternoon, so I'll come over in the afternoon. Last night, she had already made an appointment with Tian. This afternoon, Tian asked for a leave. Come and train yourself. I will bring fireworks in the afternoon. It is good. Immediately, Hyuga Hayashi took Hinata and Hanabi to say goodbye to Lin Mo and left the jar shop. Brother Lin Mo, I will come again in the afternoon. When Hua walked out of the jar shop, she looked at Lin Mo reluctantly, and Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Lin Mo smiled brightly as he watched them leave with a thought. His exclusive jar suddenly appeared in front of him. Tisk. Seeing the golden surface of this exclusive jar, Lin Mo's eyes lit up slightly. The surface of this jar is different in color alone. You can tell at first glance that it contains good stuff. Even glowing. What good things can come out of this thing? Golden legend. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decisively decided to reach out and knock on the door first. However, as Lin Mo's mind moved, before Lin Mo could stretch out his hand, the golden jar suddenly shattered silently. A ball of white light fell down. White. Seeing this white ball of light, Lin Mo was shocked. What's going on? After all, it is my own exclusive jar, and the surface is golden. Why does a white light come out when I open it? Damn it, does getting the exclusive jar also depend on luck? Is my luck so bad? Just as Lin Mo was thinking this, he looked at the white ball of light, his eyes suddenly widened, and he took a breath. Nightmare Prayer of the 72 Earthly Fiends. After the fusion, one can master the Nightmare Prayer technique among the 72 Earthly Fiends. One can use spells to confuse people with illusions, which is referred to as illusion. Those who fall into this technique feel like they are in a nightmare. It's a simple introduction, but its meaning is not simple at all. Wait, mana. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's expression was strange. I don't have such a thing as magic power. After integration, is it useful? However, the name of the legendary 72 Earthly Fiends is well known. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo decisively reached out and touched the fusion. The moment Lin Mo's fingers touched Nightmare Prayer of the 72 Earthly Evil Techniques, a strange energy suddenly surged out from the ball of light and quickly flowed into his body. Lin Mo felt an unprecedented mysterious power flowing through his body, as if countless rays of light were flowing through his meridians, carrying a mysterious and profound aura. This power was different from any chakra he had ever felt before. It was more delicate and complex, as if it had some inexplicable connection with the heaven, earth, and nature. Lin Mo closed his eyes and focused on the new power in his body. He felt as if he was brought into a whole new realm. The air around him became extremely fresh, as if every breath was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the fusion progressed, Lin Mo's consciousness was gradually pulled into a mysterious realm of Taoism and nature. The surrounding scene seemed to have changed. He saw himself in an endless void, with countless stars twinkling in the void, like nodes connecting countless worlds. Every starlight contains enormous energy, as if waiting to be guided and released. In this void, Lin Mo suddenly realized that the energy around him was undergoing some changes. The star-like energy began to slowly gather in his direction. And the mysterious power in his body seems to be guiding these energies to transform into a new form. Mana. I see. Lin Mo's heart suddenly shook, and he immediately understood the true meaning of the 72 Earthly Evil Techniques. He felt that the chakra in his body was being guided by that mysterious force and gradually transformed into a new form of energy. That should be mana. This transformation is effortless, as long as he can channel the energy in his body, everything that contains energy. Whether it is chakra, vitality, or even external natural energy, it can be converted into mana for his use. Because he was unable to cultivate magical powers, but by integrating this Taoist technique, he could transform the chakra in his body. Even if it doesn't convert, it doesn't matter. The application of this Taoist method is transformation and energy. Any energy will do, chakra and the like, of course. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened, and a look of shock and ecstasy appeared on his face. The feeling was so magical that it completely surpassed his understanding of power. It seemed as if he had a whole new form of power. An ability that can create something out of nothing and turn decay into something magical. Mana, so this is what it is. Lin Mo muttered to himself, feeling very excited. He raised his hand slightly and waved it lightly, and an invisible force instantly gathered at his fingertips. He could clearly feel that this power was completely different from chakra. It is more flexible and changeable, as if the energy between heaven and earth is being guided by him and transformed into substance. This is just what comes with nightmare prayer. The effect of nightmare prayer is that it can manipulate or induce fear and nightmares in others. Disrupt, control or harm the opponent through mental attacks or illusions. As Lin Mo's mind moved, he activated the transformed magic power and applied it to the technique of nightmare prayer. When the transformed magic power flowed in his body, it seemed to carry a special rhythm, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth. The surrounding scene seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light mist, and the air was filled with a mysterious atmosphere, which made people feel hallucinatory. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw that everything around him became blurry and unreal, as if he was in a dream. This feeling was very wonderful, as if he had mastered some kind of power beyond reality, and could change the surrounding environment at will, and even affect the perception and thinking of others. Is this the power of nightmare prayer? Lin Mo was extremely shocked. The magic power in his body continued to flow and merged with the nature of heaven and earth, giving him an unprecedented sense of control. As long as there is energy, it can be transformed into magic power. As long as you have energy and magic power, you can perform magic. This can no longer be considered as one of the 72 earthly fiends, it is equivalent to a supernatural power. As Lin Mo dispelled the nightmare prayer, the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. It can be said without exaggeration that he is now immune to any illusion and will not be affected by any illusion. It's incredible. With this nightmare prayer, I don't have to worry about any control at all. Even if it's another god. Thinking of Tianxian's abilities, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Although he had never collided with other gods, he believed that the ability to rewrite the will of others was definitely not as good as nightmare prayer. Because nightmare prayer can also rewrite the will of others. By creating powerful visual and sensory illusions, the nightmare can implant specific thoughts and emotions into the target's psyche, thereby indirectly influencing their decisions and behavior. By manipulating the target's basic emotions such as fear, anxiety, or desire, the target will make choices that are beneficial to the caster at important moments. Isn't this rewriting the will of others? Then the infinite Tsukuyomi is no longer dangerous to me. The next second, Lin Mo's expression turned strange. With this nightmare prayer, I don't have to worry about illusions or anything like that. The most important thing is, even if he doesn't activate nightmare prayer, if he encounters an attack like illusion, he can understand it instantly and will not be affected at all. He can even counter the opponent by activating nightmare prayer. This is a passive approach. It's just one of the 72 earthly evil techniques that is so heaven-defying. If it were the 36 heavenly transformations, it would be unacceptable. Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. My next exclusive jar will not be specifically designed to contain these things, right? That would be awesome if that were the case. After all, with just this one nightmare prayer, he could travel all over the ninja world. It's a pity that his hands-on skills are not strong, and he still lacks the ability to attack. The next second, thinking of nightmare prayer and some of the abilities he possessed, Lin Mo sighed in his heart. After all, it's still too weak. He doesn't really like this kind of passive defense. He wanted to control the rivers and seas, manipulate the power of the rivers, lakes and seas, and create huge rolling waves. It can summon strong winds, heavy rain, and even disperse the clouds and stop the rain. It can also cause heavy snow or frost, and move clouds and rain. And my physical strength hasn't been improved much this time. Physical strength is the most important thing now. I am satisfied mentally, but I am still lacking physical strength. Chapter 87. The things that Hyuga Hinata and others had just opened the jar suddenly appeared. The chakra of a senior chunin, that of an ordinary chunin, and that of a senior genin. Lin Mo first looked at the 3 blue chakra light balls, and without any hesitation, he decisively reached out and touched the 3 first. As the 3 chakra light balls merged into his body, Lin Mo immediately felt that the amount of chakra in his body began to increase. After fusing the chakra light ball, Lin Mo had no intention of stopping. Instead, he stretched out his hand and touched the instant prison shadow-killing array. In an instant, Lin Mo learned the ability of the shadow assassin, which enabled him to have a means of assassination. It's so comfortable. Lin Mo was secretly delighted to have one more means of attack. Then, Lin Mo turned his attention to the calligraphy experience light ball, the running experience of the cool running athlete, and the shuriken throwing experience. 3 experience light balls poured into Lin Mo's mind one after another and were quickly digested and absorbed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo only felt refreshed. Then the next step is this technique. The next second, Lin Mo looked at the Bei Ming divine art and narrowed his eyes. This technique is a good thing. As Lin Mo flipped through the pages, he immediately saw densely packed words emerging, as well as a personal meridian diagram, which was extremely detailed. It can be said without exaggeration that whoever obtains this technique can practice it. As for success, it takes time. I'll just do it quickly. Lin Mo picked up the memory bread and pasted it against the content recorded on the Bei Ming divine art. After pasting, turn to the next page and continue pasting with the other side of the memory bread. After doing all this, Lin Mo swallowed the bread in one gulp. Suddenly a flood of knowledge flooded into his mind, causing Lin Mo to narrow his eyes. Is this what it feels like for knowledge to pass through your brain? It's so comfortable. While Lin Mo was digesting what Hinata Hayashi and others had just prescribed. Outside the jar shop, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been observing, had also witnessed the departure of Hinata Hayashi. However, when Hinata Hayashi left, the joyful expression on his face could not be hidden from her even if it was concealed. She really wanted to know how the Hyuga clan's always very serious chief, Hyuga Hayashi, could have that kind of smile. It completely shattered his impression of Hinata Hayashi. You know, among the upper class of Konoha village, Hyuga Hayashi always has a stern face and no expression. Why am I so happy this time? It's like getting some treasure. And it's not just Hyuga Hayashi, but also Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, which makes Yuhi Kurenai very concerned. What exactly did these 3 people experience when they went to that store? Why so joyful? If people knew that Hinata Hayashi had such a happy expression, they would probably be shocked. Maybe, I have to go and get in touch with him. Yuhi Kurenai murmured. She was very curious as to why Hinata came here secretly, and with the tacit consent of Hyuga Hayashi. Even Hyuga Hayashi covered for Hinata and said that he would give Hinata special training of the Hyuga clan. As a result, during these 3 days, there was no special training at all. I just trained by myself, or trained with Tian, and became very familiar with a young man. She didn't care at first. As a result, today, she actually saw Hinata Hayashi personally bringing his daughter here. The second young lady of the Hyuga clan's main family excitedly threw herself into Lin Mo's arms, and her intimate appearance shocked Shirihong. Who is that young man? The more she thought about it, the more Shirihong couldn't control her excitement, so she immediately decided to go find that person and have a chat. By the way, let's take a look at what this store does. Thinking of this, Shirihong took a step forward. In the jar shop, Lin Mo, who was practicing the Bei Ming divine art, noticed that Shirihong was approaching within the range of a true vision guard and slowly opened his eyes. This female jonin of Konoha finally couldn't hold back any longer. Is she coming? As early as when Hyuga Hayashi brought Hinata here, he noticed Yuhi Kurenai in a shop through the true sight guard. Even until Hinata Hayashi left, this woman had not left yet. Was it attracted by Hinata Hayashi? Is it curiosity, or the concern of Konoha's top brass? Thinking that Shirihong and Asuma were very familiar with each other, and even grew up together since childhood, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Did Sandai notice his shop? It shouldn't be possible. As for that mad dog Danzo, he probably didn't pay any attention to it. Otherwise, there would have been root ninjas patrolling outside long ago. So, this Shiri Kurenai should be simply curious. While Lin Mo was full of thoughts, Shirihong also walked into the jar shop and met Lin Mo. Excuse me, are you the owner of this shop? Zaihong walked in and took a quick look around the shop and found that it was very simple. There is nothing at all. There was nothing there except a counter and filled jars. It doesn't look like they're selling anything. For a moment, Zihi Kurenai became even more curious. She hadn't seen the scene carefully inside before when she was outside. Now seeing the scene inside, I just feel that this is just an ordinary store. Even if they are just selling ceramic jars, there shouldn't be so few varieties, right? For a moment, Shirihong turned her gaze to Lin Mo. She was very curious as to why the head of the Hyuga clan brought his daughter here. Good. Lin Mo nodded slightly and glanced at Shiri Hong casually. She is indeed quite pretty. There were originally few female jonin in Konoha. Not to mention she's pretty. Just selling these jars? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shiri Hong immediately looked at the jar on the counter in confusion, and chuckled. I see that you, the owner, are not from Konoha village, nor are you a ninja. Why do you know the leader of the Hyuga clan? Can you explain this to me? Shiri Hong's voice was gentle, and her fingers moved slightly. A faint chakra fluctuation spread out silently, like an invisible wind, sweeping towards Lin Mo. As a jonin who is proficient in illusion, she knows how to perform ninjutsu without attracting attention. This was an illusion she had carefully prepared, which could hypnotize the other person without them knowing and make them fall into the dream she had woven. She didn't intend to waste any more time. If she wanted to get an answer from Lin Mo, she might as well speak directly in her own way. Anyway, it won't be just a simple hypnosis. However, at that moment, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Not to mention that this was in a jar shop, the fact that he had just mastered the nightmare prayer of the 72 earthly evil techniques made him acutely aware of illusions. Lin Mo was very surprised. It was just a simple communication, but Yuhi Kurenai actually used illusion. Can't wait. As soon as the thought came to mind, the technique of nightmare prayer was activated. Before Zihi Kurenai could react, she saw the scene in front of her change drastically in an instant. The familiar jar shop suddenly became blurred, and the surrounding walls seemed to have turned into flowing liquid, constantly twisting and deforming. The light in the store also became extremely strange, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, as if the whole world was pulled into a dream. What's going on? The sudden situation startled Zaihong's heart. Illusion? She instantly realized that this was an illusion created by the other party, otherwise how could the environment change so much? This young man, is he a ninja? But why doesn't he have a forehead protector? An unknown ninja hiding in Konoha village? Before Shiri Hong could make any move, she found that her body seemed to be firmly suppressed by an invisible force and she was completely unable to move. When I looked down, I found myself tied to a white bed, unable to move, as if imprisoned by some mysterious force. But Lin Mo had already disappeared. What is going on? Shiri Hong clenched her teeth and her face suddenly became gloomy. What kind of illusion was she using? She had never encountered this before, and even she, a jonin who was well versed in illusion, couldn't break free of it. I am a jonin who is proficient in illusion. Yuhi Kurenai tried to mobilize her chakra to break the illusion, but found that her chakra seemed to be blocked in her body and could not flow at all. This made Shiri Hong even more anxious. A strange environment, strange people, and his own illusions are of no use at all. Who is Lin Mo? Why does he have such an illusion? Yuhi Kurenai tried to use her last bit of strength to break free from the restraints, but the invisible force was like a mountain, pressing down heavily on her, making her unable to move. Really, weak. Lin Mo emerged from the void and looked at Shiri Hong who was trapped in the illusion and couldn't extricate herself. Lin Mo sighed. As a jonin who is proficient in illusion, his mental power must be far beyond that of ordinary jonin. But even so, there was no way to break free from the illusion he cast. Even before using any other absolute power to suppress it, the illusion alone made it impossible for Zihi Kurenai to break free. He doesn't think that Shiri Hong is weak. All I can say is that this earthly evil technique was beyond his imagination. Isn't it good to communicate properly? Why use hypnosis? Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, since you are here, it's a good opportunity for me to test the surgery fruit. Since he mastered the surgery fruit 2 days ago, he has not tried to cut anyone. Now, there is a good material. Who are you? Looking at Lin Mo who appeared out of nowhere, Shiri Hong's face was unsightly. How can there be such an illusion, hidden in Konoha village? What conspiracy is there? Such a terrifying illusion must be performed by no ordinary ninja. Why are you hiding in Konoha village? She felt as if she had uncovered some great secret. I'm just a shop owner, if you can have a good chat with me, it's okay. Lin Mo shook his head gently and said, illusion is indeed your strong point, but here, any attempt is futile, why bother? What do you want to do? This is Konoha village. This person wants to attack her. It's just a little experiment, don't be nervous. Hearing Zirihong's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and came to Zirihong. Seeing Lin Mo walking in, Shirihong's face instantly turned paler. She already regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she should not have used illusion to hypnotize this guy and ask questions. But, he is obviously not a ninja. Especially the opponent's illusion. She was sure that she was definitely in an illusion. It couldn't be anywhere else. I tried to break free, but I couldn't. For a moment, she felt a strong sense of frustration. As a jonin, she had never encountered such a failure in illusion. Seeing that Lin Mo had raised the chakra knife and stopped it on her body, Shiri Hong tried hard to break free from this invisible restraint, but found that her body was still firmly fixed on the white bed and she could not move. The feeling of chakra confinement made her more and more anxious, and the fear and anger in her heart intertwined, making it almost impossible for her to remain calm. What exactly do you want to do? There was obvious anger and anxiety in Zai Hong's voice. Her eyes were fixed on the chakra knife in Lin Mo's hand, trying to break the current dilemma with words. As a jonin, she had never been so passive, let alone faced such a strange situation. Lin Mo did not answer, but gently raised the chakra knife in his hand, his eyes focused and calm. The movement seemed easy, but it released the slaughterhouse at will. For a moment, a hemisphere spread out and enveloped Yuhi Hong, making Yuhi Hong feel like a prey. That feeling is unstoppable. At this time, the chakra knife in Lin Mo's hand emitted a faint blue light, and the sharp blade drew a cold light in the air. In the next second, Lin Mo's wrist moved slightly, and the chakra knife swung down lightly, accurately cutting towards Zihi Hong's leg. Without any obstruction, the blade seemed to cut through the air, and Yuhi Kurenai's left leg was instantly separated from the body and fell neatly to the side. What? Shiri Hong's face changed drastically and she cried out in shock and anger. However, she soon discovered that she was not feeling any pain. For a moment, there was a flash of extreme panic in her eyes, and she was unable to understand what was happening before her eyes. Her legs had clearly been cut off, but why didn't she feel any pain? Is this an illusion? Looking down, he saw his left leg lying next to him intact. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and not even a drop of blood had flowed out. Shiri Hong's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she felt an inexplicable chill creeping up her heart. Even if it is an illusion, if it tortures myself, I will not be able to feel any pain. Even if it is mental pain. But she could feel that her mind was very stable and she did not feel any pain, and this was what made her shocked and angry. What is going on? If she used an illusion and cut the opponent with a blade, at least blood would flow out and the opponent might even feel pain. But now, she didn't feel anything. What did you do to me? Zai Hong's voice trembled. At this moment, Shiri Hong was unable to suppress the fear in her heart, and her eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. She had seen all kinds of ninjutsu and genjutsu, but had never encountered such a strange situation. Her body was cut open, but she didn't feel any pain, and even the flow of chakra was not affected. This seemed to indicate that she was not under the illusion at all. Lin Mo looked at Shiri Hong's frightened expression and smiled calmly, as if all this was just a normal thing. He ignored Kurenai's question and continued swinging the chakra knife, cutting Kurenai's body at random. The movements were precise and swift, and each cut had a peculiar rhythm, as if an extremely delicate operation was being performed. Yuhi Kuren's body was constantly being separated, arms, torso, head. But Yuhi Kuren still didn't feel any pain, and her consciousness was still clear. This counterintuitive phenomenon brought her inner fear to its peak, and she could hardly bear the tremendous mental pressure. How could this happen? This is impossible. Shiri Hong's mind was in a state of confusion, she totally could not understand Lin Mo's methods. The feeling of being dismembered was both real and unreal, making her feel as if she were in a nightmare. She wanted to resist and escape from this strange restraint, but her body seemed to no longer belong to her and she was at the mercy of the other party. Lin Mo, on the other hand, is still focused on his experiment. He felt a sense of intoxication he had never felt before. The process of manipulation and cutting seemed to bring him into a whole new realm. He could clearly feel that with every cut, the power of the surgery fruit flowed through his arms, as if it had become one with the world. So this is the power of the operation fruit to cut targets. Lin Mo muttered to himself in a low voice, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Whether it is cutting or piecing together, it is all under his control. As long as there is physical strength, this power can be squandered and is omnipotent. He continued to swing the chakra knife, piecing Yuhi Kurenai's body back together as if he was performing a delicate operation. Every movement is smooth and natural, without any lag. Under his control, Zai Hong's body was like a puppet at the mercy of others, being reassembled and restored to its original state. Zai Hong's heart was filled with fear and anger. She had never felt so powerless before. She felt that she was completely suppressed, as if she had no power to resist the other party. The feeling of being arbitrarily manipulated was a great insult to her dignity. Who are you? Shiri Hong asked with difficulty, her voice full of powerlessness and anger. Her eyes were filled with fear towards Lin Mo. Who on earth is this guy? What method is this? Just testing it out. Lin Mo put away the chakra scalpel, smiled faintly and said, "You tested me, so I will test you too, Yuhi Kurenai." As he spoke, Lin Mo lifted the nightmare prayer, and everything around him turned into the appearance of the jar shop. There is no conflict between him and Shi Rihong. There is no need to kill the other person over a trivial matter. That doesn't make sense. I run a shop, not a slaughterhouse. This experiment made him feel the best it had ever been. Especially the mission was completed. Lin Mo looked at the words in front of him that only he could see. C-rank mission scroll, have an in-depth conversation with a strange jonin. Status, completed. Chapter 88. The task that I didn't care much about after opening it yesterday was completed in this way, which was quite smooth. As Lin Mo looked at the message that the mission was completed with a smile on his face. At this time, Zihi Kurenai had also come back to her senses. She felt that her body had regained its freedom, so she stepped back immediately. Shi Rihong's breathing was a little rapid, and her eyes were fixed on Lin Mo in front of her, her eyes full of vigilance and confusion. Everything that just happened was too real. She seemed to feel the process of her body being cut and reassembled, but without any pain. That indescribable strange feeling made her feel cold deep inside. He shook his head slightly, trying to clear his mind, but his thoughts were still a little confused. Subconsciously, Zihong checked her surroundings again and found that she was still standing in the jar shop. Everything in the store was normal, as if the terrible scene just now had never happened. Illusion? How can there be such a horrible illusion? Looking at Lin Mo, who had no chakra aura on his body, Shi Rihong's face was solemn and confused. She is an expert in illusion and her sensitivity to illusion is much higher than that of ordinary people. But what she just encountered was something she had never encountered before. Thinking of this, Shi Rihong involuntarily took a few steps back again, left the jar shop, and stopped at the door. At this moment, Zirihong's vigilance towards Lin Mo reached its peak. Who is this guy? Even her experience and vigilance as a jonin seemed useless in front of Lin Mo. Who the hell are you? Shi Rihong looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. She tried to remain calm, but her tone could not hide the shock in her heart. While speaking, he quickly thought of possible response strategies in his mind. If Lin Mo uses that kind of illusion again, how should she respond? In this situation, her confidence and calmness were almost gone. Lin Mo looked at Shi Rihong's frightened expression with his eyes as calm as water, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial test. Hearing Shi Rihong's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly, not surprised at all by Shi Rihong's vigilance. I'm just a shopkeeper selling things. Lin Mo said slowly, you don't need to know who I am, or where I come from, my shop only sells jars, in my shop, you better not try anything inappropriate. Shi Rihong frowned when she heard Lin Mo's words. Just selling jars? Subconsciously, Shi Rihong looked at the jars on the counter behind Lin Mo. An unknown hidden strong man is here in Konoha village just to sell these things. She didn't believe it at all. But looking at it from another perspective, there was no reason for the other party to deceive her. After all, the situation I just encountered proved that the other party wanted to crush me to death, as easy as crushing an ant. Thinking of the illusion that could not be escaped or resisted, Shi Rihong took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and re-examined Lin Mo. She felt that she could no longer act rashly. Especially when you don't know the other party's background. Besides, I was indeed in the wrong. If I hadn't used hypnosis at the beginning, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. I was careless. Okay, I see. After a long while, Shi Rihong finally calmed down and spoke slowly. Although his tone was calm, there was still a lingering fear deep in his heart. Since you said you only sell jars and hide in Konoha village with no destination, then why did the head of the Hyuga clan bring people here? The next second, Shi Rihong suddenly found the error in Lin Mo's words, and said in a deep voice. Could it be that the Hyuga clan still needs to come to you to purchase jars? Zirihong really wanted to leave right now and stay away from this dangerous man. But when he thought about his role as a jonin of Konoha village, he felt it was his duty to protect the village. She would feel uneasy if she didn't figure out what was going on with this unstable hidden guy. Because it is too threatening to Konoha. If they opened the store openly, she wouldn't say anything. But the other party seems to be hiding. If she had not observed Hyuga Hinata and even met Hyuga Hayashi in the past few days, she would not have dared to imagine that such a terrifying guy was hiding here. Even she, a jonin who is well versed in illusion, couldn't survive a single encounter with this person. If the other party attacks ordinary people or other jonin. Thinking of this, Shi Rihong became nervous. It's not necessary to purchase jars. Seeing Shi Rihong with a vigilant look on her face, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, but for those who come to open the jars, there are all kinds of things in my jars, anyone who comes to open the jars will have a chance to get them. For example, the little trick I just used on you can also be used if you are lucky. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shi Rihong's pupils shrank suddenly. Subconsciously, he looked at the jars on the counter behind Lin Mo. Is the illusion that I just used on myself contained in these jars? What a joke. From Lin Mo's words, it was not difficult for her to tell that this seemed to be a kind of gambling. But how is this possible? No matter how much I say, it's better for you to open one. Seeing the shocked Tgthegood, Lin Mo slowly said, it's only 100,000 taels per jar, although the price is expensive, it is still quite easy for a jonin to earn it, you can try. 100,000 taels. Hearing this, Tgthegood's eyelids twitched violently. Not only did this guy stab my body several times, but now he wants to steal my money. However, thinking of Lin Mo's strength and that invisible pressure, he had no power to fight back. She knew very well that if Lin Mo was unwilling to let her go, she would not be able to leave this jar shop now. The other party, on the other hand, seemed only willing to sell the so-called jars. Then I'll try. Shi Rihong spoke in a low voice, took out a purse from her waist and threw it to Lin Mo. Besides being curious, she opened the jar because she wanted to communicate with this person and get some other information. For example, this guy's name, this guy's background, etc. At present, the other party has no hostility towards me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to leave the jar shop. In Shi Rihong's view, these 100,000 taels were equivalent to her life-saving money. Because the other party could indeed strangle himself to death, but he didn't do so. If you know what the other person needs, then just give it to him/her. Anyway, 100,000 taels is not a small number for me, but if I am really determined to do some tasks, I can earn it back. Tgthegood has already understood that if she wants to communicate with the other party, she must cater to his preferences and buy this so-called jar. That's pretty decisive. Lin Mo was very surprised to see Shi Rihong throw out the money without saying a word. If it were someone else, they would probably run away immediately and inform their companions. Although Shi Rihong was alert, she did not leave instead, she chose to pay the money on the spot and open the jar. Lin Mo couldn't help but take another look at Shi Rihong. Then you choose and see which one you choose. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shi Rihong immediately looked at the row of ordinary-looking jars and picked one. Immediately, Lin Mo waved. The jar chosen by Tgthegood suddenly flew out and landed in front of Tgthegood. This scene made Shi Rihong's pupils shrink suddenly. This method is something I have never seen before. The next second, Tgthegood looked at the jar in front of her and frowned slightly. With the other party's strength, he actually lives in this small jar shop and sells these so-called jars. After collecting the thoughts in her mind, Shi Rihong decisively smashed the jar in front of her. Boom! The jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. What is this? Looking at this ball of blue light, Shi Rihong looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. Senior Chunin level chakra, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of a certain senior Chunin. After fusion, it can instantly add one's own chakra to increase the chakra of the senior Chunin level. Looking at what Shi Rihong opened, Lin Mo slowly said, this is a chakra light ball, Chunin level, you can reach out and fuse it, and I don't need to say much about the effect. Chakra light ball. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shi Rihong frowned slightly. He immediately reached out and touched the blue light ball, not caring whether it was harmful or not. In an instant, a ball of blue light poured into Tgthegud's body. Tgthegood clearly felt that the chakra in her body suddenly surged. This? The pupils of Tgthegood, which had merged with the chakra light ball, suddenly shrank, and she looked up at Lin Mo with a look of horror. My own chakra has increased. And the amount is quite large, at least it is Chunin level chakra. This amount of chakra can be increased directly in one's body. What method is this? Seal the chakra and let people absorb it. She had heard of some containers that could store chakra, and when she wanted to use it, she just had to use the container to replenish the chakra. But the chakra she is fusing now is completely different. It increases directly in your body. This means she has more chakra to use for ninjutsu, genjutsu, etc. The chakra in the body is refined, and this amount can only be refined and preserved by oneself. Now the amount preserved has increased. This is the chakra light ball. Lin Mo said slowly, not only chakra light balls, but also any ninjutsu scrolls, summoning beasts. And chakra nature-changing light balls you want can be opened from the jar and instantly integrated and mastered to improve yourself. The price is 100,000 taels per jar. Lin Mo spoke eloquently and said something that made Shi Rihong easier to understand. Because it is difficult to understand, the other party is also confused. It would be better to just use something like a ninja to open it. The nature of chakra properties changes. She suddenly thought of the changes in the nature of the wind attribute chakra that Hinata mastered. She seemed to understand why Hyuga Hayashi brought Hinata and Hanabi here. It's all because of these jars. Once you open these jars, you can achieve incredible growth. For example, mastering the so-called changes in chakra attributes, or obtaining ninjutsu, etc. Besides, this is the way of the Tenten Ninja Tool Shop. Suddenly, Yuhi Kurenai thought of Tenten's Ninja Tool Shop again. The marketing method being sold these days is the jar-smashing model. Considering that they come here every day, it is obvious that Tian Tian and his family must have opened jars in this shop owner's jar shop. Even the way the jars were sold was copied. Zaihong's mind was full of thoughts, and she understood everything in an instant. So, that's what's going on. Thinking of this, Shirihong took a deep breath and looked at Lin Mo and the jars behind him with some fiery eyes. The person just now said that the methods used on him before can also be opened from the jar. If I could open it, then my illusion skills would definitely be greatly improved. At her current level, it is actually very difficult to improve. She knows her own strength very well. If nothing unexpected happens, she will only be a jonin in Konoha village for the rest of her life. His father had been a ninja all his life, and was only a jonin, unable to make further breakthroughs. She felt the same way, which is why she chose to come back as a teacher and teach students. It is not easy for a young and unknown ninja to grow into a jonin, let alone a higher-level Kage-level strongman. Looking at any powerful shadow-level figure, which one of them did not become famous at a young age? Which one of them is not a young man emerging? If you are not famous, it is impossible to become a powerful figure at the level of a shadow. But now, she seemed to have seen a way to break through the limitations of being a jonin. Open the can. As long as you open the jar, you can continue to gain various benefits and improve your strength. His own ninjutsu is not very good, he is only proficient in illusion techniques, and is considered a niche ninja. It is not easy to be promoted to a jonin. But one jar costs 10,000 taels of silver, which is really expensive. Thinking about the price of this jar, one would cost 100,000 taels, and 10 would cost 1,000,000 taels. All his belongings added up would be gone if he opened dozens of them. But the most urgent thing is to get the money and open the jar. I'll go back and get the money now, and then come back and open 40 jars. Immediately, Zairihong spoke to Lin Mo and decisively turned around to leave. Do not. Hearing Shirihong's words, Lin Mo burst out laughing. One person can only open 10 jars in 7 days, no more than that. You can only open 10 cans. And there's a purchase limit? Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai, who was about to leave, paused and nodded in confusion. Is there a purchase limit on this jar? Although she didn't understand Yuan, Zaihong still nodded and said, I understand. But, owner, if you will allow me to call you that, could you please open all 9 jars first and then give me the money? This is also convenient and saves time. Leave, come back, open the jar, and leave again. It would be better to open some cans here in advance and come back to pay later. Do you think it's realistic? Hearing Shirihong's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, we can't buy on credit. I understand. Hearing this, Shirihong was not surprised. Are you afraid that you won't send money? However, the other party needs 100,000 taels to sell such a magical jar. Does it mean that he is short of money? If I pay more, can I open more jars? Although she felt it was unrealistic, Shirihong thought she could still ask. Thinking of this, Shirihong paused and said, then, owner, if I am willing to pay more, can I not buy extra cans? Good. Lin Mo nodded. I see, I'll go back and get the money. Without any hesitation, Zairihong turned around and left. It's quite cool. Seeing Shirihong leave like this, Lin Mo shook his head. Zihi Kurenai's reaction was quite beyond his expectations. Then, it's time to reward yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the task scroll on which he had completed the task. As Lin Mo's mind moved and he chose to complete the submission, the task scroll instantly turned into an irregular piece and fell into Lin Mo's hand. Word Spirit Jun Yen fragment is one of the fragments of Word Spirit Jun Yen. Once 3 pieces are collected, one can instantly master this high-risk word spirit. The releaser can explosively ignite the fire elements in the surrounding environment through a long period of meditation and chanting, forming high temperature, high heat and shock waves. Lin Mo. You're numb. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo was shocked. This is the only reward for this mission. One of the fragments of the God Horse. You know, although the mission I completed was sea level, the target was also a jonin, so you just give me this? Lin Mo was shocked. Sure enough, we can't expect much from this kind of mission scroll. Is it because my luck is too bad? That's impossible, my luck in opening the exclusive jar is pretty good. The only consolation is that it's not a fragment of a ninjutsu. After putting the fragment away, Lin Mo took out the scroll of ninjutsu that recorded the B-level wind-style ninjutsu, harm suppression. If you can increase your strength a little, do so. Let's learn this first. He had already mastered some of the Bei Ming divine art before, but the specific test required absorbing chakra, and there was no one to absorb it for him. Master what you can master first. When Lin Mo opened the scroll containing the B-level wind-style ninjutsu, harm suppression to study. Zai-hong, who had already left the jar shop, was thinking about what had just happened, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. What happened today really broke her cognition. Red. Suddenly, a voice sounded, bringing Zai-hong back to her senses. Asuma was walking towards them with 3 students. He smiled and said, "Good morning, would you like to have lunch together?" "Sorry, Asuma, I don't have time." Hong was stunned when she heard Asuma's words, wondering whether she should tell Asuma what just happened. But after thinking about it, Hong shook her head slightly and said, "I'm a little pressed for time." "Ahahaha, it's okay." Hearing Hong's words, Asuma suddenly looked embarrassed, scratched his head and laughed, "I'm just talking, if you don't have time, forget it, wait for next time." "Miss Hong, what happened to your leg?" Next to him, Nara Shikamaru looked at Hong's long legs with tattered black stockings and suddenly spoke out of curiosity. Hearing this, Hong was stunned and subconsciously looked down. Seeing that her black fishnet pants were already torn, she instantly thought of the scene where Lin Mo cut her body. A flush appeared on Shiri Hong's cheeks, and a flash of shame and anger appeared in her eyes. Chapter 89. Shiri Hong was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Let's talk about it next time if there is anything, I have other things to do." Having said that, Shiri Hong left quickly. At the moment, she just wanted to go back quickly to get the money to open the jar. Ugh. Asuma wanted to say something, but when he saw Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly leaving, he raised his hand and then put it down, and sighed. He finally mustered up the courage to find Hong for dinner today, but Hong seemed very busy. "Shikamaru, your idea is terrible." Beside her, Yamanaka Ino looked at Yuhi Kurenai who was leaving quickly and said speechlessly. "If it weren't for your suggestion, Asuma-sensei wouldn't have come today. If we didn't make an appointment this time, it will be difficult to make an appointment next time, especially since a woman is busy with things and will only find you annoying." When Asuma, who was sighing, heard what Yamanaka Ino said, his heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. Is there such a thing? It shouldn't be. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head in confusion and said, "It's not like we didn't see Shino and the others when we came back, I saw that they were very free, Teacher Hong was not here either, it's obvious that they were taking a lazy break. I'd like to invite Teacher Hong to have lunch at noon, what can Teacher Hong do for you? Besides, Mr. Hong's pants don't look like they were torn by someone walking in the forest." At this point, Nara Shikamaru sighed and said, "Maybe you're right, Ino. Women are such a hassle. Forget it, now that things have come to this, let's go eat first." Asuma shook his head and said, "I heard that Ichiraka Ramen recently launched a new type of snail noodle dish that tastes really good, let's go try it, it's my treat today, let's go." With that, Asuma left with Nara Shikamaru and the others. Shiri Hong, who had already returned home, sorted out the money, took the 900,000 yuan and quickly returned to the jar shop. In the jar shop, Lin Mo was standing quietly at the counter. When Shiri Kurenai rushed over, he saw it through the True Vision guard. "Shopkeeper, here, this is 900,000 taels, I'll open 9 jars." As soon as Shiri Hong came in, she very skillfully threw the purse in her hand to Lin Mo. "Well, pick it." Lin Mo nodded and signaled Shiri Hong to choose. Zai Hong then turned her eyes to the jars on the counter and quickly picked out 9 jars. When Lin Mo waved his hand and 9 jars flew in front of him, Shiri Hong took a deep breath and decisively smashed the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke, and a detonating talisman fell down. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "The detonating talisman is nothing special, it can't even be waterproof." Hearing this, Zai Hong did not hesitate at all and continued to crack the second jar. The second jar shattered and a ball of white light fell down. Mist Shadow Technique. This technique comes from a ninjutsu mastered by a certain Mist Shadow ninja. After fusion, one can master the Mist Shadow Technique instantly. The released thick fog can make the surrounding environment blurred. The caster can hide in the fog and attack the opponent. The concentration of the fog is changed by the amount of chakra. Well, that's interesting. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo nodded slightly. It turned out not to be a ball of experience light, but a ninjutsu that could be mastered by fusion. Mist Shadow Technique. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke and briefly described the white ball of light. Mist Shadow Technique. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zihi Hong took a breath of cold air, a water-style ninjutsu commonly used by Kirigakure ninjas. You know, this Mist Shadow Technique is one of the unique ninjutsu of the Hidden Mist Village, and it is also a D-level ninjutsu. It allows the ninja to hide his body in the mist. Most of the Hidden Mist ninjas have used this technique. To master this ninjutsu, one must possess significant water attribute chakra and have a special way of training. Even for their Konoha village, which possesses significant water attribute chakra, it would be impossible to master this ninjutsu without special training methods. It can be said that every ninja village has its corresponding way of practicing ninjutsu. Now, I actually developed this kind of ninjutsu. Who is this person? If the previous chakra could be sealed and stored in a jar, she could understand. But this kind of ninjutsu can actually be performed like this? Yuhi Kurenai subconsciously reached out and touched the ball of light of the Mist Shadow Technique, and instantly felt a strange warm current rushing into her body, quickly traveling through her body, and finally disappearing into her chakra. But at the same time, Yuhi Kurenai could feel the knowledge about Mist Shadow Technique appearing in her mind. Kurenai Yuhi tried to form a seal, and the chakra in her body suddenly dissipated into a thick white mist, which was the symbol of the Mist Shadow Ninja. I have mastered it now. The next second, the white mist dissipated and Zihong looked at her hands in shock. She learned a ninjutsu so easily. There is no need to practice or master the corresponding chakra properties, you can master it just like that. Looking at the shocked Shirihong, Lin Mo was not surprised at all. This is the reaction when I open a can for the first time. Compared to this, he still hopes that Yuhi Kurenai will reveal good things related to physical strength. It took Yuhi Kurenai, who mastered the Mist Shadow Technique, a long time before she calmed down. Looking at Lin Mo, then looking at the jars, Shirihong continued to knock open the third jar. The third jar shattered, and this time a pitch-black kunai fell out. After Yuhi Kurenai picked it up and weighed it twice, she continued to knock open the fourth jar. The fourth jar shattered and a scroll fell out. Sea-level task scroll. A scroll containing a sea-level task. You can obtain a sea-level task after opening it. The task is randomly generated and has a time limit. If you complete it within the valid time, you can get rich rewards. If you fail to complete it within the valid time, the scroll will disappear and you will not get any rewards. The timer starts after you open the scroll. Okay. Seeing this scroll, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Good luck. It turned out to be a task scroll. I had just used up one when Zirihong opened another one. What kind of scroll is this? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shirihong immediately became concerned and looked up to ask Lin Mo. When she used the Mist Shadow Technique before, Lin Mo didn't say that she had good luck, but now this scroll says that she had good luck. Is there any other explanation for this? This is a quest scroll. Lin Mo chuckled and explained the scroll, which made Shirihong fall into deep thought. Is there anything so magical in the jar? This isn't normal anymore. If you don't open it, there will be no tasks, but if you open it, tasks will appear. It sounds too weird. Picking up the scroll, Zirihong was about to open it, but then she thought of what Lin Mo said and gave up immediately. When I get back, I'll open it and take a good look at it when I have time. Thinking of this, Shirihong looked at the remaining 5 jars and decisively chose to smash 2 of them. Bang bang, twice. 2 jars were broken. This time it was a ball of blue light and a food pill. Scorch release. It comes from someone's bloodline limit, and it is a new change in nature produced by the combination of wind attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra. After the fusion, one can master the bloodline limit, but it is not a simple combination of wind release ninjutsu and fire release ninjutsu. Inferior quality Bingliang pills. Bingliang pills come from an unscrupulous merchant. Taking one pill will easily cause diarrhea, so it is not recommended. Looking at the introduction of these 2 things, Lin Mo set his sights on the bloodline limit. Yuhi Kurenai was lucky enough to be able to unleash a bloodline limit. Unfortunately, it's not the physical kind. Shaking his head, Lin Mo spoke and talked about the burning escape. Scorch escape. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shirihong's expression suddenly changed. Bloodline limit. She had heard of this bloodline limit. In the sand village of the Land of Wind, there is a Shokunin KSH ninja with the bloodline limit. However, that bloodline limit ninja has clearly died, and there is no bloodline limit of scorch release in the ninja world today. A deceased ninja bloodline limit now appeared in front of him. Shirihong looked at Lin Mo in front of her with shock. Who is this guy? Could it be that he is selling things from dead people in jars? But why sell it? Don't make such a fuss. Looking at Zihi Kurenai's changing expression, Lin Mo shook his head and said casually, "It's just a bloodline limit. You don't really think that having a bloodline limit makes you very strong, do you? The ability of bloodline limit is also a huge drain on ninjas. Let's not talk about the distant things, let's talk about the nearby things." The Moonlight Gale from Konoha village was almost dragged to death by his bloodline limit. But then again, does that thing really count as a bloodline limit? Lin Mo thought of the Moonlight Gale in Konoha village and his face became suspicious. That's not what surprised me. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shirihong shook her head slightly. She knows the value of bloodline limits and understands their significance. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is a great help to ninjas. Any ninja who possesses a bloodline limit is a valuable asset to a ninja village. The role they play is much more useful than that of a jonin without a bloodline limit. What surprised her was that a bloodline limit that had clearly disappeared in the ninja world would appear in this form. This was really beyond her expectations. Thinking about what she had encountered so far, Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath and decisively reached out to touch the blue ball of light. She doesn't need to think about all these trivial things now, she just needs to integrate them first. As Yuhi Kurenai's fingers touched, a ball of blue light quickly flowed into her body and instantly merged into her chakra. She felt a strange energy rapidly spreading from her body. It was an unprecedented experience, as if the power of wind and fire were wildly intertwined in her body. This energy is not as smooth and gentle as ordinary chakra, but has a quality that is both hot and sharp. Yuhi Kurenai closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling this new power. It was like a wild beast that had been released, rapidly moving through her meridians, bringing a burning pain mixed with a sense of raging power. What a strong feeling. Shirihong's brows were slightly furrowed, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. She felt her body begin to burn, her skin seemed to be hot, as if there was a fire burning inside her. But at the same time, she felt a strong wind swirling in her body, as if it was going to blow away all the flames. Take a deep breath, try to calm your mind, and focus on controlling this violent power. Slowly, she began to feel the two completely different forces merging into one another within her body. The flame is no longer simply burning, but has the fluidity and sharpness of wind. The wind is no longer just an invisible breeze, but carries the heat and power of fire. This feeling is so mysterious and strange that Kurenai Yuhi can clearly feel the process of fire and wind interweaving in her body. The two completely different chakra properties form a new chakra property in the fusion, scorch release. She felt as if her body was split into two parts, one part was a burning flame, and the other was a violent gale. And the two parts are coming together in a way she could never have imagined. As time went by, Zihong's body gradually calmed down, and the violent power became gentle and orderly. She opened her eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in them that was hard to conceal. She could feel that the chakra in her body had been completely transformed into scorch chakra. This chakra had a burning sensation in the lightness of wind, which was a completely new power. Is this the power of scorch release? Zihi Kurenai whispered to herself, raised her hand and waved it gently in the air. In an instant, a blazing wind condensed in her palm, and then turned into a stream of scorching air, carrying a bone-chilling high temperature, instantly burning up the ration pills in front of her. Such a powerful force. Shirihong looked at the remaining flame in her hand and was shocked. She could clearly feel that this power was not simply a combination of wind and fire, but a deeper and more complex change in the nature of chakra. Now, in addition to illusions, I also have real means of attack. An irrepressible feeling of joy welled up in her heart. Being able to obtain such a powerful bloodline limit would undoubtedly greatly enhance her combat ability. Thank you. For a moment, Shirihong thanked Lin Mo sincerely. It doesn't have to be this way. Seeing Shirihong's actions, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, you are not the only one who has opened good things from me. Lin Mo was not in any mood regarding Yuhi Kurenai's blood limit. Anyway, it doesn't help me much. I feel that some ninjutsu can be developed with this bloodline limit, but I haven't felt any changes in the nature of the fire and wind chakras. Shirihong felt the burning escape in her body and said hesitantly, this should be considered the disadvantage of quick success. No, it can't be said to be a disadvantage, there is no disadvantage at all. As she spoke, Shirihong shook her head. You know, a technique that can only be inherited through blood ties and genes. Usually, other people cannot learn it except those with the same bloodline. Secondly, the abilities acquired by a certain organ in the ninja's body that are different from those of ordinary people also belong to the bloodline limit. For example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It was already an incredible miracle that he could go from being a ninja without a bloodline limit to mastering one. But the next second, Kurenai Yuhi thought of the bloodline limit ninja family in Konoha village and was silent for a moment. This news must not be known to anyone else. After all, if it were leaked, it would be a terrible thing. I wonder if you, the owner, can keep this a secret for me. The next second, Zihi Kurenai hesitated and said, until there are no extra people to open the jar. She had already guessed that Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata and others came here secretly to avoid being known by others. This means that this mysterious little shop is not known to many people. This store doesn't have the habit of leaking the people who come to open the cans. Lin Mo shook his head and said, don't worry about that. I only talk to people about this when I have nothing to do. It's so tiring. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shirihong smiled gently and immediately looked at the 3 jars. Without any hesitation, Zaihong knocked on all of them with a fiery face. Bang bang bang. The 3 jars broke, and suddenly a red ball, a white light ball, and a blue light ball fell down. Ordinary genin level chakra, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add to one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Uchiha clan's shuriken training techniques. The shuriken training techniques from the Uchiha clan, after integration, can greatly improve shuriken training techniques. Waterproof red bomb. A red bomb from a certain world. It can be detonated by simply throwing it out, causing great damage. It is very effective for bombing fish. Looking at the 3 things that Shirihong opened, Lin Mo looked at the red bomb a few more times. This thing is quite interesting. Then Lin Mo opened his mouth and spoke briefly, which made Shirihong look surprised. Without saying a word, he immediately reached out and touched the 2 balls of light, and instantly felt the benefits that these balls of light brought him. This feeling, really. After the fusion, Kurenai Yuhi felt the small amount of chakra added in her body, and the shuriken training techniques emerged in her mind, and she felt happy. The ninja tool training techniques of the big families are indeed different from those of ordinary ninjas. It is no exaggeration to say that her strength has increased several times compared to yesterday. All of this is brought by the jar. Looking at the row of jars behind Lin Mo, Zirihong felt like smashing them all. She really wanted to open a few more jars, get some chakra and experience or something like that, and skip the training steps. But thinking about the purchase restrictions that Lin Mo mentioned before, even paying more money won't work. Shirihong bit her red lips lightly, looked at Lin Mo and hesitated for a moment, then said, well, if I cooperate with your previous approach, can you sell me more jars? I can pay for it. Thinking of the scene where Lin Mo used a scalpel condensed with chakra to cut his own body, a hint of shyness flashed across Zaihong's eyes. Since this guy is interested in cutting, it wouldn't be impossible for me to cooperate with him. After all, he wasn't injured. Fight for the jar. As a jonin, she was well aware of the pros and cons. Now there is an opportunity to quickly improve her strength in front of her, and she is unwilling to let it go. I don't want to delay even for a week. Chapter 90. After hearing what Shirihong said, Lin Mo had a strange look on his face and looked Shirihong up and down. What nonsense is Shirihong talking about? When facing Lin Mo's gaze, Zirihong straightened her chest without any shyness, as if she was talking about a deal. Sorry, I'm not interested in your body. The next second, Lin Mo shook his head gently and said, what I did to you before was just because you used an illusion when chatting with me, so I just taught you a lesson. I have tried cutting the sunset red, so there is no point in cutting it again. It not only wastes your physical strength, but also your practice time. But then again, does Yuhi Kurenai also have masochistic attributes? Thinking about how he used the slaughterhouse to wrap up Shirihong's fear at that time, and her current righteousness, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. When Shirihong heard Lin Mo's refusal, the expression on her face froze instantly. Her face quickly turned red, as if she had been slapped hard in the face, and she was filled with shame and anger. She didn't expect that even after she made such a hint, which could even be said to be bold, Lin Mo would reject her without hesitation. This guy didn't act like this when he cut his own body before. For a moment, a strong feeling of regret and humiliation surged in Zaihong's heart, regretting why she could say such words. She thought that she could rely on her charm and appearance. No matter how cold Lin Mo was, he wouldn't refuse so bluntly. After all, she is the goddess in the eyes of many ninjas in Konoha village, and many people have admired her. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo would actually say, I'm not interested in your body. Is this simply an insult to her? He actually said he's not interested. Shirihong was angry and annoyed, feeling that she had suffered an unprecedented blow and contempt. Shirihong secretly clenched her teeth, her heart filled with complicated emotions. On the one hand, she felt regretful for what she had just done. She was not the kind of person who would give herself up easily, but in order to find out Lin Mo's true intentions, she actually took the initiative to make such a hint. The results of it? Not only did she not get the answer she wanted, but she found herself in an even more embarrassing situation. On the other hand, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and puzzled by Lin Mo's attitude. What's not good enough about her? Her appearance, her figure, her temperament, which one is not attractive? Lin Mo really has no interest in her. Seeing Lin Mo's calm expression, without much interest in his eyes, and very casual, her self-esteem suffered a great blow. This guy. Yuhi Kurenai tried hard to remain calm on the surface, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her inner emotions. But her eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of grievance and unwillingness. Zai-hong opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that she didn't know how to start. She didn't want to appear too weak, but at this moment, she did feel extremely frustrated. She had thought that this would help her open the jar. Even if he can't get it, Lin Mo should still explain the rules. As a result, this guy actually said that he was not interested in her body. This was totally beyond her expectations. After a moment of silence, Zai-hong sighed inwardly. She knew that continuing would only embarrass herself further. I will never put myself in this situation again. At that moment, Shi Ri-hong made a decision in her heart. Lin Mo looked at Shi Ri-hong with a strange expression. He thought about what he said and fell into deep thought. I hope my words won't hurt this woman's self-esteem. Then owner, I'm leaving first. The next second, Yuhi Kurenai said with a stern face, I'll come back to open the can next week. Now that all 10 jars have been opened, it is not suitable to stay here any longer and we have to leave first. You can bring someone to open the can. Looking at Shi Ri-hong who left as soon as she said she would, Lin Mo nodded and said, the rule here is that one person can open 10 jars in 7 days. Hearing this, Zai-hong paused, nodded and said, I understand. Having said that, he left the jar shop. Lin Mo watched Zihi Kurenai leave through the true sight guard, then he withdrew his gaze and focused on the ninjutsu scroll and continued to read it. Unfortunately, there is no memory bread. Looking at the record of wind escape ninjutsu, Lin Mo pinched his chin and sighed. If you have enough memory bread, it would be so great. When Lin Mo thought so, Yuhi Kurenai, who had already left, also went straight to where Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were. As for Lin Mo's suggestion of bringing people, she didn't plan to bring anyone. At least, you have to open enough cans yourself when this store becomes famous. Moreover, I have also unlocked a bloodline limit, so I will be busy next. Bloodline limits require development and mastery. I also need to guide students, which all takes time. Hinata will return to the team tomorrow. To complete the village mission. It's troublesome. Thinking about taking students to complete the village mission, if the round trip takes more than 7 days, there will be no way to open the jar in time. At this moment, Shi Ri-hong also understood. Why did Hinata Hayashi tell her before that if possible, it would be best to let Hinata come back every day? If it is a mission out of the village, it doesn't matter if you can't come back in a short time, but you must come back once within 7 days. It must be for the jar too. How cunning. Thinking of Hinata Hayashi's behavior, Yuhi Kurenai was speechless. So much time has passed, she felt that this was not the first time Hinata Hayashi opened a jar, and she didn't know what good things he would get out of it. Especially Hyuga Hayashi with Hinata and Hanabi. But she has no family and no relatives. As for telling other people, she wasn't going to tell them. While thinking this, Yuhi Kurenai returned to Aburame Shino and Inazuka Kiba. Teacher Hong. Didn't you say you would bring us lunch? Okay. Hearing this, Shi Ri-hong suddenly looked up and came to her senses in an instant. Sorry, the people who packed the bags, I'll take you directly to eat when I come back this time. Yuhi Kurenai spoke softly. When she asked Shino Aburame and Kiba Inazuka to train, she also said that she would bring back snail noodles. As a result, her plan of action was disrupted because of the magic jar. But it's not too late now. Hey, no need, Mr. Hong. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Inazuka Kiba rubbed his hands excitedly and said. Eating is not important, can you give us half a day off? And I feel like if I don't do the mission, I can go home and train, don't I have to take the mission tomorrow? I think I can be lazy for half a day today. After hearing what Inazuka Kiba said, Aburame Shino looked at Inazuka Kiba calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, Teacher Hong will continue to double his efforts in training Inazuka Kiba. Can. To Aburame Shino's surprise, the next second, Kurenai nodded and said, it just so happens that I have something to do, let's gather here tomorrow morning, Hinata will be back soon too, you should have a good rest today, see you tomorrow. Having said that, Zai-hong turned and left. She just wanted to practice the burning escape technique. What? Inazuka Kiba, who was rubbing his hands, was stunned when he saw Yuhi Kurenai leave after saying that. Teacher Hong is leaving now. That's too straightforward. It wasn't so straightforward in the past. Shino, do you find this weird? Subconsciously, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Aburame Shino and said hesitantly, Teacher Hong, something is wrong today. Ah. Aburame Shino nodded, but since it's a holiday, it means that Mr. Kurenai really has something to do today, so I'll go back first. As Aburame Shino said this, she waved goodbye to Inuzuka Kiba without looking back. Snail noodles, snail noodles. Seeing that Aburame Shino had also left, Inuzuka Kiba immediately chose to go straight to Ichiraku Ramen. When Inuzuka Kiba came to Ichiraku Ramen. Inuzuka Kiba. Teacher Hong is here too. Where? Hearing this, Asuma turned his head subconsciously. In the end, I only saw Kiba Inuzuka. It's Asuma-sensei. When Inuzuka Kiba saw Asuma, Yamanaka Ino and others, he was also stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet them here. After all, not long ago, Asuma, Yamanaka Ino and other talents passed by him and Shino. Where is your teacher Hong? Asuma asked curiously. Why are you the only one here? Are you the only one here to pack the snail noodles? No. Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head and said, I was planning to come here to eat snail rice noodle, but Teacher Hong has already dismissed us and left. Teacher Hong disbanded the team. Asuma was stunned when he heard this. Now that the students have been disbanded, what is Shiri Hong busy with? There's nothing to be busy about, right? Don't you really want to have dinner with me? Asuma suddenly thought of something and frowned. It shouldn't be. When Nara Shikamura heard what Inuzuka Kiba said, he fell into deep thought. The teacher I met today, Yuhi Kurenai, seemed a little strange. At this moment. The other side. After finishing a short period of training, Tian sat down and said to Might Guy who was still training, Teacher Kai, I won't come this afternoon. Sure. Hearing Tian's words, Might Guy, who was exercising, was stunned and nodded immediately, no problem, just go and do what you have to do. Although I don't understand why Tian is not planning to come in the afternoon, I still gave him all the advice I could. Exercising at home is also exercising. Even without his supervision, I can still exercise well every day. Because of the speed of Tian's hand seals and physical skills that we have seen before, we can imagine how hard Tian works. Tomorrow is the mission time, don't forget it. Looking at Tian who suddenly became cheerful, Might Guy said, It's been a few days since I last did any missions, I'm going to take you guys on some missions, today I saw a few good missions that are suitable for you. No problem. Hearing this, Tian nodded. It's just a mission. As he spoke, Tian left decisively. It's already noon, and I don't know if Hinata has finished opening the can, she should have. Oh, if I had known I wouldn't have worked out in the morning, I don't know what Hinata will come up with this time. Tian thought to himself as he quickened his pace and ran towards Lin Mo's jar shop. Not long after, Tian quickly ran into the jar shop. When he saw that Hinata was not in the jar shop, Tian hurriedly asked, Lin Mo, did Hinata come to open the jars today? I came here this morning. Looking at Tian who came back in a hurry with sweat dripping down his forehead, Lin Mo nodded, they have already opened the jars, but they said they would come in the afternoon, didn't Hinata make an appointment with you? Although the agreed time is in the afternoon, Hinata also said that she will open the can only then. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian sighed, I didn't expect it to be finished in the morning. By the way, Lin Mo, what good stuff did Hinata reveal today? Tian, who was talking, suddenly asked Lin Mo with a curious look on his face, and asked with some expectation, is there anything good? This is a bit complicated and hard to explain, why don't you wait until this afternoon and ask Hinata when you meet her? That's right. When I heard this, I thought about it every day. I immediately started waiting expectantly. Lin Mo, Tian, you guys are here. Just then, someone walked in from outside. It was Calamus. Acris was holding 2 bowls of ramen in her hands, and was stunned when she saw Lin Mo and Tadian in the store. Obviously, he didn't expect Tian to be there too. Sister Acris, why are you here? Seeing I am coming, Ten looked surprised and asked, isn't your Ichiraku ramen shop busy? Because Dad said Lin Mo didn't come over at noon today, and the store happened to be empty, so he asked me to send 2 servings of ramen over. Acris smiled and said, by the way, say hello to Lin Mo, after all, we are going to be neighbors. Lin Mo? Neighbor? Lin Mo looked over with surprise. Hey. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Changpu smiled and said, because the snail noodles are very strong, they mess up the taste of the ramen in the ramen shop. Customers have complained about this in the past few days. So we decided to open a new river snail noodle shop right here on this street. It's not far from Lin Mo, just over there. As Icarus spoke, he pointed to a location ahead. Lin Mo could see through the true vision guard that there was a shop exactly 1,000 meters away. Hearing this, Tian looked surprised and said, "Then it will be convenient for me to eat snail rice noodle when I have time. Don't go to Ichiraka ramen anymore." "I see." Lin Mo nodded. "So in order to thank Mr. Lin Mo, the snail noodle shop I am going to open will make a unique free, unlimited coupon and give it to you, Lin Mo." Icarus squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Mo. "Although the scroll has not been made yet, it will be soon. Have a heart." Hearing what Changpu said, Lin Mo had a strange look on his face, but he still nodded, accepting Changpu's kindness. "Since Icarus is in a hurry to give it to me, I won't refuse." Then, Changpu put down the snail noodles and left. Lin Mo and Tian were enjoying their lunch. While eating, Tian was waiting for Hinata, hoping that Hinata could come as soon as possible. "After all, I still have to train with Hinata in the afternoon. When I think like this every day." In the territory of the Hyuga clan. In the training room belonging to Hyuga Hayashi. A faint chakra fluctuation emanated from Hinata Hayashi's body. He was concentrating on activating the chakra in his body, feeling every subtle change of the Beiming divine art running through his body. His Byakugan was already open, and he was clearly looking inward at his meridians, observing the flow of chakra in his body. As he practiced more deeply, he could feel the uniqueness of this magical technique. It completely changed the way chakra flowed. It's incredible, it actually directly changed the movement trajectory of the chakra and formed a completely new trajectory. Hinata Hayashi was secretly amazed in his heart. He felt that the Beiming divine art required chakra to flow in a way that was completely different from the traditional ninja world. There seemed to be an unfamiliar path in his meridians, making the flow of his chakra extremely complicated. This new chakra path was completely different from any jutsu he had practiced before. It requires not only finer control, but also greater concentration and endurance. Every time he circulated his chakra, he could feel the slight tingling in his meridians, as if every attempt was challenging his limits. If you don't have the guidance of this technique, practicing like this will definitely cause your meridians to break, or even cause your body to explode and die. Hinata Hayashi murmured, his heart filled with awe. He realized that although this technique was dangerous, it also contained great potential. If he could truly master it, his strength would definitely take a qualitative leap. As long as it succeeds completely, I can infer the changes in the nature of the fire and water chakras based on the chakras. It's just ordinary chakra, but with this technique it can bring out other chakra characteristics. It's very inclusive. If I practice ninjutsu with this chakra vortex, it seems that I can try to practice any ninjutsu. It will be easier to master the changes and development of chakra properties. As time passed, Hinata Hayashi became more and more frightened as he practiced. I don't know how much time passed before Hinata Hayashi finally stopped. If it weren't for the severe pain in his meridians, he would continue to practice. He also knew that he could not continue practicing. This is because of my strong physique. If it were a weak ninja, he would have to stop training after a short while. Otherwise, something bad is bound to happen. But the chakra vortex has been opened up. Although it is very weak, it will continue to grow stronger. That's great, I can go out and try to absorb a small portion of the chakra first. Thinking of the introduction of the Beiming divine art, Hinata Hayashi's heart became extremely excited. At the end of the day, through the chakra vortex he opened up, he had gradually transformed the meridians and acupoints in his body. Not to mention inhaling a lot, it's okay to inhale a little. He has the Byakugan, which allows him to clearly see the flow of chakra and accurately grasp the amount absorbed. Not only do I need to practice this technique, but Hinata and Hanabi must also practice it. Hinata Hayashi thought so in his heart as he stood up. Chapter 91. He was not going to pass on the Beiming divine art to his family, and only let Hanabi and Hinata practice it. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi walked out of the training room, opened the door of the study, and said, "Someone come." Master of the house. Not long after Hinata Hayashi finished speaking, a masked ninja appeared in front of Hinata Hayashi. He could have appeared sooner. But Hyuga Hayashi had given orders before that even they couldn't get close to them. Although they didn't understand, they still did it. So when he heard Hinata Hayashi's words, he was unable to appear immediately and needed to use the technique of instant body movement to come over. Ah! Looking at the secret guard who appeared, Hinata Hayashi placed his hand firmly on the secret guard's shoulder, his heart filled with excitement and nervousness. Even though he was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he felt a little overwhelmed at this moment. After all, this was his first time trying to use the Beiming divine art to absorb other people's chakra. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi's actions, the secret guard was confused. Why would Hinata Hayashi put his hand on his shoulder for no reason? At this time, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and followed the method of Beiming divine art to slowly activate the chakra in his body and began to operate the new chakra path. In an instant, an invisible force surged out from Hinata Hayashi's palm and quickly penetrated into the body of the dark guard. The secret guard only felt a strange feeling on his shoulder, as if a cold electric current instantly flowed through his body. He was startled, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was full of disbelief. "Master, this is..." The secret guard's voice was trembling. He could clearly feel that his chakra was actually being lost. It was as if it was being pulled out of the body by a powerful suction force. He immediately tried to mobilize his chakra to resist, but Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and said, "Don't move." Hearing this, the secret guard was stunned, but he stopped moving immediately. At this time, Hinata Hayashi also felt the chakra from the dark guard's body gradually entering his meridians. That wonderful feeling made him excited. This power is so real. He could clearly feel that these external chakras were gradually transformed into his own power. As the Beiming divine art was put into operation, it was quickly integrated into his chakra. It's actually possible to absorb other people's chakra to strengthen yourself. Hinata Hayashi was ecstatic and his eyes were filled with excitement. He felt as if a whole new door had been opened. Although he knew it before, he felt refreshed now that he experienced the power himself. As Hinata Hayashi continued to urge, the chakra vortex that had been cultivated for only a short time began to vibrate and seemed to be expanding. At this time, the secret guard's face became paler, and dense beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He looked at Hinata Hayashi in disbelief, with countless question marks in his heart. As a secret guard of the Hyuga clan, he had seen all kinds of ninjutsu and fighting techniques, but he had never seen such a strange ninjutsu. He couldn't understand why Hyuga Hayashi would use this mysterious technique on him, and the effect of the technique was so strange that it could absorb his chakra. "Master, what kind of magic is this? Why is it?" The secret guard couldn't help but ask. His voice sounded a little weak due to the loss of chakra, as if even the strength to speak was being drained away bit by bit. Hinata Hayashi smiled slightly. He did not answer immediately, but continued to focus on the absorption process. He could feel his chakra increasing rapidly and the energy in his body becoming more and more abundant. The external chakra was transformed slowly under the effect of the Beiming divine art, as if it was injected into every cell of his body, giving him an unprecedented sense of power. As he absorbed more and more, Hinata Hayashi's heart became more and more excited. He knew that this was only the initial application of the Beiming divine art. As he further masters this technique, he will be able to display this magical ability on a larger scale. The ability to absorb other people's chakra and use it for one's own benefit was simply unimaginable. If the chakra vortex opened up in the body is large enough, then the absorption will be faster. All you have to do is expand this chakra vortex. All right. The next second, Hinata Hayashi spoke and slowly put down his hand. He didn't intend to absorb too much at once, nor could he absorb too much at once. I just want to verify the real effect of Beiming divine art. At this point, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, the secret guard felt relieved. Feeling the disappearance of the suction force, he looked at Hinata Hayashi with a face full of shock. "Master, what kind of magic is this?" The secret guard couldn't help but ask in a low voice again. Hinata Hayashi just glanced at him calmly and said calmly, "This is a new ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that you don't need to understand for the time being." He didn't intend to explain too much to the secret guard. The existence of the Beiming divine art is his secret and also an important bargaining chip for his future. "I understand, Patriarch," the secret guard bowed deeply. Although his mind was still full of questions, he understood that there were some things that were beyond his control. Are there any more root ninjas out there? The next second, Hinata Hayashi thought of something and squinted his eyes and said, "See if you can catch one, try to catch a lone one." "Yes." Hearing this, the secret guard looked solemn and immediately took the order and left. Although the roots are scary, but Hinata Hayashi said that he wanted to catch one, so let's catch one. It doesn't matter if there's one less person to monitor, we can just see if Danzo will activate the seal. Hinata Hayashi seemed to be deep in thought. Actually capturing a root ninja is of no use. The root ninjas are as disgusting as rats. Since he couldn't force any information out of the person, and since he held great power, Danzo didn't worry about the information leaking at all. Unfortunately, now that he has learned the Northern Divine Art, he can capture a root ninja to practice the Northern Divine Art. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi closed his eyes slightly and felt the changes in the chakra in his body. The chakra was still transforming, proving that his Beiming divine art had not yet been fully mastered. But he also knew that his previous attempt was successful, which gave him a deeper understanding of the power of the Beiming divine art. In the future, this power will surely become a powerful aid to him and the Hyuga clan, allowing them to occupy a more advantageous position in the ninja world. Shopkeeper. Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi thought of Lin Mo, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. You must hold this person's thighs tightly. It has only been 2 weeks and I have already acquired this skill. If you open the jar next week and get other good stuff, you will make a lot of money. Time, as long as you give yourself enough time, why should you worry about the roots of Konoha village? Once he has mastered the power of the Beiming divine art, he won't have to worry about anything even if the third generation is in front of him. The demise of the Uchiha clan, apart from some problems of its own, was most importantly caused by the appearance of a traitor. This kind of situation is simply impossible to exist in the Hyuga clan where he possesses the caged bird seal. Why don't we buy a house next to the store owner and let Hanabi and Hinata live there, this way we can better build a good relationship with that person. For a moment, Hinata Hayashi thought about it in his mind. No matter what, I have to hold on to this person's thigh tightly. When Hinata Hayashi thought so. The backyard of the jar shop. Tian looked at the things Hinata opened and exclaimed, Amazing, Hinata, you are now a complete chunin, not only has your strength become stronger, but you can also get so many interesting things. While talking, Tenten touched the consolation money machine that Hinata took out, and the continuation spray. This can be used by you. Hinata handed the no-sleeping pill to Tenten and whispered, with this, you can train faster. Half of each of us. After hearing Hinata's words, Tenten excitedly took it and divided it into half. It's a good thing that the medicine can keep you exercising without sleeping. If Rock Lee and the others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked, but it would also definitely be helpful. It's all Mr. Guy's fault. Tenten couldn't help but puff up his face when he thought about how Might Guy was training Rock Lee and how he had been interrupting him and not giving him the chance to talk about the kin shop. Come on, Hinata, let's train. The next second, Tenten pulled Hinata up and said, see if your wind style, vacuum ball can be trained by me. Just shoot me in a moment, try the speed first. Aha. Hinata nodded immediately after hearing what Tenten said. Then he adjusted his breathing slightly, began to concentrate, gathered chakra at his mouth, and prepared to release wind style, vacuum ball. Tian quickly ran farther away. Get ready, Hinata. Soon, Tian stood not far away, with his feet slightly apart, ready to dodge at any time. This training is not only to improve Hinata's attack accuracy, but also to improve her own reaction speed. Hinata nodded, quickly formed seals with her hands, focused her eyes, and the wind attribute chakra in her body circulated rapidly. Then he took a deep breath, wind style, vacuum jade. Shoo. Suddenly, a strong wind style light wave shot out from Hinata's mouth and headed straight for Tenten. A strong wind blew in the air, with a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to tear apart everything that was blocking its way. Coming. Seeing this, Tiantian's eyes lit up slightly, and his body quickly flashed to the side. He was like a nimble snake, quickly avoiding Hinata's wind attack. The movements were agile and quick, and dodging was effortless. Do it again, Hinata. Faster this time. She tapped the ground lightly with her feet, turned her body instantly, and continued to dodge, waiting for Hinata's next attack. Okay. Hinata took a deep breath, feeling the flow of chakra in her body. She knew that Tian hoped that she could exert stronger strength. She formed hand seals again, inhaled quickly, and used wind style, vacuum jade. Call out. Another wind escape light wave rushed out, heading straight towards Tian. This time, Hinata injected more chakra into the wind jutsu, and the speed was obviously faster than last time, and the power was also more fierce. Tiantian's eyes focused and he reacted quickly, his body dodging to the side as light as a feather. The wind-style light wave brushed past her side, bringing up a gust of fierce wind, and she seemed to be able to feel the sharpness of the wind blade. Well done, Hinata. Tenten praised loudly with a satisfied smile on her face. She felt that Hinata's attack speed had increased significantly, which was very helpful for their training. That's it, keep going, don't stop, let's try a combo. Hinata nodded. She would be able to do it without being told every day. He then concentrated his mind, quickly mobilized his chakra, and performed multiple wind-style, vacuum balls in succession within a short period of time. Each wind escape light wave shot out as fast as an arrow, attacking different positions on Tian, with such a fast speed that it was dazzling. Tenten's expression became more focused. Hinata's training was not only to exercise her wind jutsu ability, but also to test her own reaction speed and dodging skills. For a moment, Tenten's body moved quickly in the training ground, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, flexibly dodging every attack of Hinata. The wind blades of the wind style, vacuum jade kept passing by her, bringing up gusts of wind that made her hair and clothes flutter in the wind. Every dodge requires extremely high concentration and judgment, and you will be hit if you are not careful. Come again. Faster. You know, she was wearing weight-bearing props, so this kind of training is really feasible. Hinata continued to release wind style, vacuum ball, and each attack was more precise and fast, as if her chakra and will had merged into one. On the training ground, Tiantian's figure and the wind style light waves intertwined, forming a tense and exciting picture. Tian kept changing directions, nimbly dodging Hinata's attacks, and each dodge seemed so smooth and natural, like a light swallow dancing in the air. It's interesting that these two little guys are trained this way. Not far away, Kurenai Yuhi had already arrived. Looking at Tenten and Hinata training at the backyard training ground, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. Training in ninjutsu is not something that ordinary students can do. Because if it is not controlled well, it will affect both parties. But as expected, Hinata's strength is now far beyond Shino and Kiba. She is terrifyingly strong. Just based on what you've shown right now, you can take part in the Chunin exams without any pressure. These two kids are taking the Chunin exams, it seems. Thinking about Hinata and Tenten taking part in the Chunin exam, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but look a little strange. Under normal circumstances, these two children would probably be able to sweep the entire Chunin examination hall. Okay. As Yuhi Kurenai was thinking this, she suddenly noticed something not far away. Hinata Hanabi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of a training target, looked stunned. The small figure of Hanabi seemed very focused, with her eyes closed, as if she was performing some profound practice. At this moment, Kurenai felt a strong chakra wave gushing out of Hanabi. She frowned slightly and immediately concentrated, trying to see clearly what Hanabi was doing. Suddenly, Huahua's figure became blurred, as if she was enveloped by a mysterious force. What kind of jutsu is this? Yuhi Kurenai's eyelids twitched, and she realized that Hanabi might be practicing extremely powerful ninjutsu. The next second, under Yuhi Kurenai's gaze, Hanabi's body suddenly leaped forward and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Almost at the same time, a vague shadow appeared in the air in front of the target. The clone technique? No, this is not an ordinary clone technique. Shadow clone. That's not right, she didn't cast any hand seals. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes suddenly widened, and a hint of shock flashed in her pupils. She clearly saw that the shadow clone of fireworks was not just a simple illusion, but a real entity that could actually attack. The most important thing is that Huahua didn't make any seals. Before Kurenai Yuhi could react, the shadow clone of Hanabi had already rushed towards the training target. With lightning speed, his hands swung out like eagle claws and grabbed the training target fiercely. Almost at the same time, the real Hinata Hanabi appeared silently behind the shadow clone, with a powerful chakra condensed in her hands. This technique. Shiri Hong was shocked. This was not only a technique of clones, but also an extremely complex tactical application. Hanabi's shadow clone and her real body cooperated with each other to encircle and raid the enemy in an instant. The precision and flexibility of this tactic is simply not something a 5- or 6-year-old child can master. And why can Hanabi's shadow clone be used without any hand seals? This isn't some special ability that can be performed, it requires seals. But Huahua did not make any seals. The most important thing is that Hanabi's movements are full of deadly murderous intent. That precise and decisive attack method was like that of a battle-hardened assassin who killed the enemy without hesitation. She clearly saw that as Hanabi's chakra was injected into the target, a mark that it could not understand appeared on the target, like a symbol of death, quietly waiting for the moment of explosion. Boom! Before Shiri Hong could take a closer look, the target suddenly exploded, as if it could not withstand a powerful force. It wasn't the mark that was broken by Hanabi's powerful chakra. That mark detonated it. Zihi Hong immediately discovered that the target was shattered because of the explosion of its own mark. This is also the reason why Hanabi's chakra did not attack. This method of crossing distance should fall within the scope of spacetime ninjutsu. No need to seal. A 5- or 6-year-old child could actually perform such a complicated and dangerous ninjutsu. This completely overturned her cognition. Seeing that Hanabi had already stood up, she clapped her hands gently, as if she had just completed a very simple task. There was no trace of pride or complacency on her face, only that innocent smile, as if everything was under control. Is it because of the jar? Zai-hong guessed instantly that this must be the opening of the jar. Even so, she was still curious about what kind of ability this was. Chapter 92. The jar is incredible. Yuhi Kurenai was sure that this was definitely fireworks that came out of the jar. As for what ability it is not clear. But it already belongs to the scope of the legendary space-time ninjutsu. She is only 7 years old, she has mastered this skill at such a young age. Thinking that Hinata Hanabi is only 7 years old now, Yuhi Kurenai was amazed. It's hard to believe what kind of future fireworks we'll have. After all, if you open 10 jars a week, you can open 40 jars a month. Even if it was a pig, it would probably be incredibly strong. Hinata will be back on the team tomorrow, we can focus on her and see what kind of power this kid will show, this way we can give her better guidance. But I also have to speed up my mastery of my bloodline limit, otherwise it would be too embarrassing if my students surpass me. Thinking about the bloodline limit she had obtained today, she was still not very proficient in it. If I don't improve my strength, I will really be surpassed by Hinata. And today, Hinata Hanabi threw herself into Lin Mo's arms, and it seemed like they were getting along very well. There are only benefits, no harm, in having a good relationship with Hinata. She had no way of coming here to find the shop owner, but she could use Hinata as an excuse to come here. If possible, she really wanted to go to Lin Mo's shop every day. Too bad that store only sells jars. If you don't buy the can and just sit there, it seems like you're incriminating yourself. So Tenten, Hinata, and the others train in this backyard? Thoughts one after another emerged in Zai-hong's mind, and then quietly faded away. Does this Yuhi Kurenai have any voyeuristic habits? When Shiri-hong thought she had left quietly. In the jar shop. Lin Mo watched Shiri-hong's departing figure through the true vision guard and shook his head. How much this woman loves to peek. What's the point of secretly watching Hinata every day? Then, Lin Mo turned his attention back to the Bei Ming divine art and continued to practice. He is also very busy nowadays. He had to practice the B-level ninjutsu on the ninjutsu scroll, train the bloodline limit he had obtained, and practice the North Sea divine art, all of which required a lot of time. Fortunately, he did not need to be proficient in one of the 72 earthly evil techniques he obtained, and he could master it instantly. Currently, he is not strong enough to dominate the ninja world. He is still too weak. Both physical strength and chakra are too little. If Danzo really comes to cause trouble, it will be a huge threat to him. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. The base of the roots. Danzo still felt weak and powerless, and he was very angry. This feeling made him feel panicky. If he wasn't here in the root base, his own base camp, he wouldn't dare to go out. He is too weak now. Lord Danzo. At this moment, a root ninja walked in from outside and said respectfully. Shida, who was monitoring the Hyuga clan, suddenly lost contact and did not hand over. He is suspected to be missing. Preliminary judgment is that he may be captured by the Hyuga clan. Please make a decision, Master Danzo. What? Hearing this, Danzo's face changed. He, the Hyuga clan, dares to kidnap my root people? Impossible. Even if Hinata Hayashi had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to do this. After all, there was no use in hijacking their root ninjas. In Konoha village. Some ninja families are not unaware of their roots and have some understanding of their roots. All the root ninjas have seals set by him personally. There is no benefit but only disadvantage in hijacking a root ninja. Once he is caught, he will inevitably be attacked by Danzo. Those guys didn't even have time to avoid him, how could they possibly capture the ninjas from their root? The most important thing is that it is useless to catch them. No information could be obtained, and capturing the root ninjas was a completely thankless task. And the root is still hanging on the dark part on the surface. Who will attack the Umbu ninja? Are you crazy? This is also the reason why he can openly send root ninjas to monitor some ninja villages, and they can only hold it in no matter how unhappy they are. His purpose is to eliminate all factors that are unfavorable to the village. If you don't accept it, hold it in. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree on the surface, he did not ask him to stop either, which meant that he approved of his actions. Now the root ninja who was monitoring the root Hyuga clan has disappeared. He absolutely did not believe that this was something the Hyuga clan could do. If I could have done it, I wouldn't have done that in the first place. Let's check it out first. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, it is possible that Shida is the traitor we are looking for, I want to see him alive or dead. The Hyuga clan should also send someone over to inquire, if it doesn't work, let them help us find it. Danzo felt extremely embarrassed when he thought about the nameless degree in himself. But in his opinion, there could be no traitor among the roots that he had already checked. The Hyuga clan shouldn't attack the ninjas from their own roots. Why did this guy disappear? Yes. After hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja was silent for a moment, then immediately took the order and retreated. The Hyuga clan. Watching the root ninja leave, Danzo narrowed his eyes and waited quietly for news. Time passed quietly. Danzo didn't know how much time had passed, he just waited quietly. Crack. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the root ninja who had left came back and said in a deep voice, "Master Danzo, we have been searching all night and have not found any clues about Shida." The security personnel outside the village were not seen either, which means he did not leave the village at all. It has been confirmed that he disappeared from the Hyuga clan's territory. The time of disappearance is the time of handover and replacement. So according to our guess, it may be related to the Hyuga clan. Also, last night we went to Hyuga Hayashi to ask them to help track down the case, but they refused. The Hyuga clan. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. Where do they get the courage from? At this moment, Danzo knew very well that it was the Hyuga clan who was responsible. Otherwise, how do you explain this? The Hyuga clan is going too far. Danzo's face was gloomy. Help me go to Sarutobi, and mobilize some more people for me to surround the Hyuga clan first. The Hyuga clan must give me an explanation for this matter. The Hyuga clan is so brave. It's a pity that I thought it wasn't the Hyuga clan's fault yesterday. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja immediately took action. The division of labor was clear. While dispatching personnel, he helped Danzo Shimura to the Hokage's office. When Shimura Danzo was filled with rage. The territory of the Hyuga clan. Inside Hyuga Hayashi's training room. Hinata Hayashi felt the increased chakra in his body and squinted his eyes as he looked at the root ninja in front of him who was tied up and had no ability to fight back. After one night, even though he did not completely master the Beiming divine art, he absorbed all the chakra of the root ninja in front of him. He felt that the chakra in his body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if it is not converted and just stored temporarily, but according to his estimation. It only takes 1 or 2 days to complete the transformation. The chakra of the root ninja is indeed of higher quality. Hinata Hayashi stood up and walked out of the training room without even looking at the root ninja in front of him who was tied up and unable to die. There are still disadvantages to capturing a root ninja. Because the other party was unwilling to cooperate. After he had absorbed all the chakra in his body. This guy actually didn't refine it again, which made Hinata Hayashi very disappointed. If he could continue to refine it, he would be able to absorb it in a cycle. Master Suinzu. When Hyuga Hayashi walked out of the study, a secret guard who had been waiting whispered, "The ninjas from the root are planning to move, and they have sent more people to gradually surround the Hyuga clan. Don't worry, they are just trying to scare people." Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi looked up at the sunlight, put his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes and said, "Let the tribesmen do what they should do, don't worry about it. These guys won't rush into the family territory, Lord Hokage will restrain these root ninjas. Also contact the leaders of the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Aburin clan, and ask them if they have time so that we can all sit down and have some tea." Yes. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, the secret guard nodded. Where are Hinata and Hanabi? Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi thought of something and asked, has he left the family? Ms. Hinata has gone to the location of the Yuhi Kurinai Jonin and has returned to the team. As for Ms. Hanabi, she went to the Tenten Ninja tool shop not long ago and found Miss Tenten. She is with Miss Tenten and seems to be training together. The secret guard immediately reported respectfully, and Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly, okay, I understand. Also, bring the information of some of the current Jonin-level clan members in the family. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, the secret guard left immediately. Danzo. Watching the secret guard leave, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Hokage Rock. He was not worried about the root ninjas that were currently surrounding the Hyuga clan. Boom. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a cigarette, looked at Danzo who was pushed in and his eyelids twitched. Why is Danzo not staying in the root base obediently? What is he going to do? Hiruzen, the Hyuga clan attacked the ANBU ninja. Danzo who was pushed and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a deep voice, they are becoming more and more daring and more dangerous. Attacking the Umbu ninja. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up straight and frowned, what's going on? How could the Hyuga clan attack the Umbu ninjas? One of the root members I sent to keep an eye on the Hyuga clan's territory has gone missing. Danzo's face was gloomy. I ordered all the root members to search for him all night, but they couldn't find him. The clue we finally found was that this guy disappeared in the Hyuga clan's territory. Even if this was not done by the Hyuga clan, it must be related to the Hyuga clan. So, Sarutobi, we must teach the Hyuga clan a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Didn't I ask you to transfer the person away before? Didn't you listen? It's bad enough that you just monitor people, but you even monitor people's homes. This is no longer a provocation. He would have thought more if the Hyuga clan had no temper. It's normal to have a temper. It does not matter. Danzo said coldly, the important thing is that a root ninja is missing. In that case, 10 members of his Hyuga clan should also be missing. Don't mess around, Danzo. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said in a deep voice, the Chunin exam is about to begin, the Hyuga clan is still responsible for the vigilance of Konoha village. Then I will wait until the Chunin exams are over. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy expression. This time the Hyuga clan dared to attack my root, next time they will dare to attack the Umbu members. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, squinted his eyes, and said slowly, you are tired, Danzo, go down and have a good rest first. Hearing this, a sneer appeared in Danzo's eyes. That's it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the root members to push Danzo away. Hokage-sama. Just as Danzo left, an Umbu ninja walked in from outside and said respectfully, currently, the Hyuga clan has been surrounded by the root, and some ninja families have attracted their attention. Nonsense. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rebuked, evacuate immediately, no recklessness is allowed. Hearing this, the Umbu ninja nodded and left immediately. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and looked at the crystal ball on his desk. In the crystal ball, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura were standing in front of Kakashi, listening to the mission. Looking at this scene, a look of relief appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He felt relieved to leave it to Kakashi. Really, Kakashi-sensei, how long will we be doing this mission for? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who had gathered, looked at Kakashi while holding Charmander and complained, it's the same missions all day long, I hope we won't keep doing this kind of missions next time. Although these tasks are known in advance. But the comics don't give any detailed missions. After doing this for the past few days, Uzumaki Naruto is almost vomiting. When you're done, it's gone. Kakashi said calmly, and even if you don't do it, where are you going to get the money to pay me back, Naruto? Aren't you going to pay me back? Well, I'll pay you back later. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto smiled awkwardly, how about, Kakashi-sensei, you lend me some more, 100,000 will be enough, I'll pay it off first. Kakashi responded to Uzumaki Naruto's question with a calm look. Ugh. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly wailed in his heart. Really wasted a week. He remembered that it was already the second week. I opened 4 cans last week and wasted 6 cans. There is no way to make up for this later. According to the current progress of the mission, after deducting the money to pay back Kakashi, it will take at least a month to earn about 50,000. And 1 jar costs 100,000 taels. It's really hard to make money in the village. It hurts to think about it. Especially when doing these tasks, I have not been able to increase my chakra training such as treading water. After this, once I leave the village, I will have no way to deal with that scary mist shadow Jonin. Jars. How great would it be if I could develop the strength of a Jonin level? For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto began to have wild thoughts. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. Congratulations on signing in successfully, and receiving 400 ordinary jars and 1 exquisite jar. When Lin Mo woke up, he saw a message that only he could see. 400 jars, the jars are going to overflow. But I actually got a fine jar when I signed in, it's related to me selling a certain amount of jars. Achieve the goal, open the exclusive jar, and refresh the next day to sign in for the exquisite jar. Looking at this information, Lin Mo became alert. At the same time, some information appeared in his mind, letting Lin Mo know. Opening a delicate jar also takes time. With a thought, a jar with exquisite workmanship and a smooth and shiny appearance appeared in front of Lin Mo. Compared with ordinary jars, exquisite jars are indeed more beautiful. Unfortunately, this exquisite jar cannot be opened by itself. And there are no customers opening it for the time being. Only if you buy a certain amount of ordinary jars can you buy exquisite jars. But it does not affect Lin Mo's use of this exquisite jar for promotion. After all, anyone who has opened an ordinary jar will inevitably be attracted to the exquisite jar. Thinking of this, Lin Mo squinted his eyes, got up refreshed, packed up simply and went downstairs. He waved his hand casually at the cabinet behind the counter, and some cans fell on the cabinet silently. The cabinet, which originally had some gaps, was once again replenished with jars. And at the very top, there is an exquisite, shiny and translucent jar, declaring its status. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this jar is not an ordinary jar. Do you want to get another shelf? Lin Mo suddenly thought so when he saw that the shelf was no longer able to accommodate the ordinary jars he had obtained by signing in. Then he shook his head. Forget it, even if we build another shelf and put a few hundred more cans out, no one will be able to open them. There aren't that many people opening cans right now. Let's practice first. After a brief thought, Lin Mo decided to master the surgery fruit in the morning and practice the Biming divine art in the afternoon. At night, he would practice the ninjutsu on the ninjutsu scrolls. But before that, we have to open the door. Today, this little rich woman comes to open the jar every day. He was looking forward to discovering something every day. After all, he can also get a share of what is produced every day. If something like physical strength is prescribed, it would be comfortable. Lin Mo opened the door while thinking this. As Lin Mo opened the door, he saw the entrance of a breakfast shop across the street. Tenten and Hanabi were sitting. Obviously. They had been here a long time ago. But since the door was not open, I could only have breakfast there first. Chapter 93. Just as Lin Mo opened the door, Hua Hua and Tian Tian, who were looking around from time to time, saw Lin Mo open the door, their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he immediately got up and ran over. Lin Mo, I came early. After stepping into the jar shop impatiently, Tian Tian puffed his lips and said, but you didn't open the door. She came running over as soon as the sun rose in the morning. As a result, Lin Mo did not open the door, which made her very uncomfortable. There was no way, she could only wait. But it was not good to wait in front of the store all the time, so she thought about having breakfast first. Then I met Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi who came out. Hyuga Hinata also came over and entrusted Hanabi to her, asking her to train with Hanabi while she went to find teacher Kurinai Yuhi. Then, Huahu and I have been waiting until now. Next time you'll know when I'll get up and open the door. Seeing Tiantian's puffy face, Lin Mo laughed dumbly and said, I open the store roughly around this time, of course, it may be a little later, it depends on when I get up, but it's usually in the morning. Although I am passionate about selling jars, not many people come to open them now. So after practicing at night, he would sleep until he woke up naturally. After all, this kind of life is really comfortable. Although he has no pricing power over the jars in this jar shop, he can consider when to close and when to open. He is not forced to open, which makes him feel comfortable. I see, next time I come early, if you don't open the door, I will train in your backyard. Tian Tian said as he took out his purse and handed it to Lin Mo, and continued, here, this is the money I got for opening the jar this time. After paying the money, Tian Tian turned his eyes to the jars on the counter. Almost instantly, Tian Tian turned his gaze to the exquisite jar at the top of the counter, which was like a moon surrounded by stars. Compared with other ordinary jars, this exquisite jar can be seen at a glance as better than ordinary jars. The surface is smooth, the workmanship is exquisite, and it occasionally appears shiny. Brother Lin Mo, what is that jar? Why didn't I see it yesterday? I didn't see this kind of jar when I opened the jar yesterday. It wasn't just Hanabi who was curious. When Hua Hua asked, Tian Tian also looked at Lin Mo first. That's a fine jar. Lin Mo chuckled and said, if you want to buy it, you need to buy a certain amount of ordinary jars, and then you are eligible to buy this exquisite jar. As for the things in the exquisite jars, they are naturally better than those in the ordinary jars, of course, if you are lucky enough, you can also open the things in the exquisite jars from the ordinary jars. For example, the Eye of God that was opened in an ordinary jar is easier to open in a fine jar. There are actually jars like this. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian was amazed, and hurriedly asked impatiently, is there something more powerful than a sniper rifle? When speaking, Tian Tian looked expectant and his eyes were shining. I fired sniper rifles from ordinary cans. Now the exquisite jar appeared, and she was looking forward to what was in it. Of course. Lin Mo nodded, whether it's a mortar or an armored tank, they are much more powerful than your sniper rifle, they may all be fired. It sounds like it's very unusual. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian was a little confused, but he also knew that there were things more powerful than sniper rifles. For a moment, looking at the exquisite jar, Tiantian's breathing became rapid. Not only Tian Tian, but also Hanabi beside him, stared at the exquisite jar with wide eyes. You know, when she opened an ordinary jar before, she got abilities like shattered fire that didn't require any seals. And there was also the powerful instant prison shadow killing formation that was unveiled yesterday. It is hard for Hanabi to imagine how much more powerful it would be if abilities were even stronger than these. Lin Mo. The next second, Tian suddenly pulled Lin Mo's sleeve, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her voice even had a hint of coquettishness. We have known each other for so long, can you let me open a delicate jar first? As he spoke, he shook Lin Mo's arm vigorously, leaning forward slightly and getting closer. There was a hint of coquettish sweetness in her tone and her eyes were sparkling with anticipation, making her look particularly adorable. Her cheeks are rosy, like a red apple just out of a steamer, and she looks pretty and charming. Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Tian in front of him and was a little surprised. Tian usually looks capable and confident, and rarely shows this side of him. At this moment, Jintian's coquettish behavior seemed to let Lin Mo see her side as a little girl. This cute look was indeed hard to resist. However, it is a pity. Lin Mo shook his head and said, whoever wants to open a fine jar must first open a certain amount of ordinary jars. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian pouted slightly, puffed up his face, and looked a little dissatisfied. However, despite the puffed mouth, there was no trace of real anger in Jintian's eyes. She knew in her heart that Lin Mo was right. Rules are rules, and they cannot be changed arbitrarily just because of yourself. She was just a little disappointed that she couldn't get the exquisite jar right away. Then I can only open 10 ordinary jars first. Tian looked at the exquisite jar on the counter and decided to choose the row of 10 jars below it. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, and suddenly 10 jars flew out silently and landed in front of Tian. Let me see what good stuff I can come up with today. Looking at the 10 jars in front of him, Tian is eager to try. However, while getting ready, he would occasionally look at the exquisite jar on the counter. Without any hesitation, Tian decisively smashed the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke and a ball of white light fell down. Experience gained from 1,000 sword swings. The experience gained from a swordsmanship master's 1,000 sword swings. After absorbing and integrating it, you can instantly gain this training experience. Not bad. Looking at the white ball of light, Lin Mo nodded and said, this is the sword swinging experience of the sword master. It saves you the trouble of training and gives you 1,000 more sword swinging experience for no reason. Experience in sword swinging. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head and said, I haven't used the sword much yet. Things like swords are really not as convenient as ninja tools. Even when it comes to some ninja tools, she is used to using short swords. While thinking this, Tian reached out and touched it. In an instant, the experience was integrated into his hands, and Tian felt some changes in the muscles of his hands. Although it's rare, I feel it clearly every day. It's really convenient to be able to skip the exercise steps. Tian stretched out his hand and sighed, no training is needed, but I can master this kind of training experience. It's a pity that 1,000 times of experience is too little. If it is 10,000 times, there will definitely be a qualitative change. It seems that this kind of sword-wielding training experience is rarely available. Beside her, Hanabi whispered, when my sister opened a jar yesterday, she got shuriken training skills, when father opened a jar last week, he got one-handed sword experience. So far, it seems that no one can provide this kind of training experience to Lin Mo. On the contrary, I have a lot of experience in other types of knowledge. Keep going. After hearing what Hanabi said, Ten rubbed his hands together excitedly and continued to crack open the second jar. The second jar broke and an ancient ring fell out. Storage ring, a special ring from an unknown world, with a 5 cubic meter area inside, which can store things but not living things. Is it a storage ring? Looking at this ancient ring, Jintian's expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. I got a storage ring. Ever since I knew Hinata got a storage ring, I have been envious. Unexpectedly, it came out today. Ah. Lin Mo nodded and said, this is a 5 cubic meter storage ring, the space is not small, you must know how to use it. After all, when Hinata opened the storage ring, Ten was by her side, so there was no need for me to introduce her. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian immediately put the storage ring on his hand. Then without saying a word, he thought about it and instantly put his sealing scroll into it. After personally experiencing the storage ring, I played with it for a long time every day. Compared to the sealed scroll, it requires seals to unlock it. A storage ring is not necessary at all. It's so convenient. I touch the storage ring every day and can't let it go. With this storage ring, I no longer need to carry a sealing scroll. Or throw the sealing scroll into the storage ring. Sister Tian, stop playing, you still have a jar that you haven't opened yet. Looking at Tenten playing with the storage ring, Hinata Hanabi quickly said, "You still have a jar that you haven't opened yet. Hold head high." Tenten came back to his senses after hearing what Hanabi said. He immediately stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Then he looked at the remaining cans and decisively knocked open the third and fourth ones. With two bangs, the two jars broke, and two small bottles filled with pills fell down. Pill. Looking at these two things, Tian subconsciously took out the pill that Hinata had given him before. Totally different. Immediately, Tian turned his gaze to Lin Mo. A pill that makes you want to give money to others. This magical pill comes from an unknown world. It is white in appearance. Once you take it, you will want to give money to others. Telepathic candy. As long as you eat it, people around you will know what you are thinking. At this moment, Lin Mo looked at these two things with a strange expression on his face. Why is the introduction of these two things so strange? All the bells and whistles. It seems that they all come from the blue fat man's place. Shaking his head, Lin Mo said, "This is a medicine that makes people want to give money to others. No matter who takes it, they will have the urge to give money. You have to be careful when using it." What? There is such a thing? How much can you give? Beside her, Hinata Hanabi looked stunned. Are there any other candies in the world that have such effects? If we distribute it to other people, wouldn't it be easy to borrow money? How much you can give depends on how much money the other party has. Lin Mo pinched his chin and thought, of course, you can try it yourself first. As for the other thing, it is telepathic candy. Lin Mo briefly talked about the second thing, and Tian remained silent. The next second, Tenten turned to look at Hanabi. Hanabi. Seeing Tenten's gaze, Hanabi hurriedly shook her head and stepped back decisively. Looking at Sister Tiantian's expression, could it be that he wants to feed her this kind of thing? She doesn't want it. Okay. Looking at Hanabi who was shaking her head, Tenten sighed. This is so disappointing. Put it away first, and give it to Teacher Kai and the others to try in the afternoon. Tian put the thing away while muttering to himself, and waited until the afternoon to see if it would work. After doing all this, Tian turned his attention to the rest of the jars. She seemed to have discovered a pattern. It is best to open the jars one by one, so that good things will come out more easily. After thinking about it, Tian decisively opened the fifth jar. The fifth can broke, and this time a pistol with a sharper muzzle fell out. This is... Looking at this thing, Tian was stunned and said hesitantly, "A small sniper rifle? This thing looks a bit similar to the sniper rifle she fired before. Although it is only a rough appearance, the shape and the trigger that needs to be pulled make it seem like a type of firearm. Shock pistol, a special pistol from a certain century that can emit shock waves. The person hit will faint temporarily and lose the ability to move. It will not harm life. It is one of the safe and reliable props." At this time, Lin Mo looked at this thing and nodded. It's a small attack prop. It's the same type of weapon as the air cannon that Hua Hui used before. My air cannon? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hua Hui looked at the shock pistol with curiosity. With a thought, the air cannon that had been fired earlier suddenly appeared. This thing is ugly and she has never worn it before. After the storage ring was opened, she threw this thing in immediately. It's not like she hasn't tried the power of this thing before, and it's a bit useless. At most it can be considered a backup prop. If you have no chakra left in your body, you can use this thing. It feels good. At this time, Tian had already touched the shock pistol, played with it for a while, and immediately couldn't let it go. She loved the feel of holding this gun. She thought that she could ask her parents to make the shape of this pistol. It would seem useful if a similar firearm could be built according to this model. This thing is easier to make than a sniper rifle, right? Thoughts one after another popped up in Tiantian's mind. He then put the shock pistol into the storage ring and continued to crack open the sixth jar. The sixth jar broke, and this time a palm-sized steamer fell down. After falling down, it immediately becomes bigger. There are fist-sized white dumplings on the steamer. I don't know whether it is flour or rice. Food. Looking at this thing, Tian has a strange expression on his face. Is my luck so bad? This is the thing that came out. Abandoned dog rice ball. This is a magical rice ball from a certain world. Most cats and dogs will come back after being abandoned, but if you feed them this, they will never be able to come back. It also has a slight effect on humans. Once you step out of the house, it will be difficult for them to return home. Looking at the last sentence of the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's face was full of excitement. Does it also work on humans? Is this still abandoned dog rice ball? Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo wondered whether he should tell Tian Tian about it. Then, Lin Mo shook his head and spoke briefly without any omissions. Does it work on humans, too? It's impossible. After eating this, it will be difficult to go home. Could it be that I will forget it? Why does this rice ball have such a strange effect? A lot of the food here is weird. What a dangerous thing. Hinata Hanabi muttered quietly, moving away from Tenten. If you tell this to others, no one will believe it. But Lin Mo will definitely not lie about what he offers. Oh, it would be nice if we could just let that Danzo eat it. Looking at this thing, Tian Tian pinched his chin and thought of that bad guy Danzo. To this day, Genbu still owes his family a large sum of money. This kind of thing should be used on the roots of the body. Okay. When I think like this every day. In a hidden base at the root. Danzo, who had already returned, suddenly felt his nose itchy and subconsciously wanted to sneeze. But I endured it. Feeling his still weak body, Danzo's face turned dark. How long will it take for me to recover? Who on earth is the damn guy who would do such a wicked thing? Lord Danzo. At this moment, a root ninja walked in quickly and said respectfully, according to our thorough investigation, we have found some clues so far. Hearing this, Danzo suddenly raised his head, with a cold light in his eyes. What signs? On the day we were weak, the only special thing was a batch of newly purchased ninja tools. Other than that, there were some people returning for the mission. The root ninja said respectfully, the first place where I felt weak was around the room where the ninja tools were stored. Then why is it that the person who brought back the ninja tools is fine? Danzo frowned. As I recall, Matsuri was one of the people who went to retrieve the ninja tools. We haven't figured this out yet, but we can ask Matsuri to come over. The root ninja whispered, it is also possible that it was done by you, the priest. Well, call him over. Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, I sent him to monitor the Hyuga clan, ask him to come back so that I can question him carefully. In Danzo's opinion, there was no way that Matsuri could go wrong. What this subordinate said is also not true. After all, it's not just the sacrifice that's fine. Nothing happened to the people who took the ninja tools with Sai. Moreover, those ninja tools were obtained from the ninja tool shop in Konoha village. Even if that ninja tool shop had 10 times the courage, it would not dare to attack their roots. Chapter 94. When Danzo thought so. The other side. In the jar shop. Tian Tian had already put the abandoned dog rice ball into his storage ring and opened the 7th jar. Boom. The 7th jar broke, and this time what fell down was not a ball of light, but a beam of light. A beam of light? Looking at this thing, Tian Tian was shocked and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. What is this? The ball of light doesn't look like a ball of light, it's just a very small and dazzling thing, like a beam of light. Compared to Tian Tian, Lin Mo squinted his eyes and looked at what Tian Tian opened. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Photon sword, a super weapon from some future technology. It is a light blade weapon that integrates high-energy photons and can instantly cut through any material in combat. The blade of the sword is made of pure light energy. And its length and sharpness can be adjusted to adapt to various combat environments and opponents. When turned on, the hilt will emit a stable high-density beam of light, forming an extremely hard and sharp blade that can easily cut through metal and accurately cut through the enemy's defenses. This weapon is quite interesting. Lin Mo was quite curious. Does this thing need to be charged? How to charge? Or, no need to charge? While thinking this, Lin Mo said, this is a weapon called Photon Sword. Arms. Sword. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian and Hinata Hanabi looked at the beam of light with doubt and surprise. This doesn't look like a sword at all. It's just a ball of light. You'll know once you get it in your hands. Seeing Tian Tian's puzzled expression, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. Just reach out your hand and try to hold it, be careful. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian immediately took action and stretched his hand forward curiously. Suddenly, Tian Tian felt a warm and powerful breath enveloping her palms. As she touched it, the light condensed and took shape, gradually revealing the shape of a light and elegant sword. The next second, the light disappeared and a sword handle was held by Tian Tian. The blade burst out from the handle, showing a brilliant blue-white light, as if capturing the light of the stars. Okay, so beautiful. Looking at the hilt of the sword, it actually emitted a beam of light, a bit like a sword, and Tiantian's eyes widened. This doesn't look like a sword, but it does look like a sword. Subconsciously, Tian Tian gently waved the photon sword in his hand. Suddenly, brilliant arcs of light appeared in the air, and every swing of the sword was accompanied by a slight sound, as if it was the call of the future. You can try the sharpness of this photon sword. Watching Tiantian's movements, Lin Mo slowly said, because this is an energy beam, it can easily cut metal, your ninja tools are definitely no match for this photon sword. Let me try. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's eyes suddenly lit up, and his curiosity was aroused to the extreme. She couldn't wait to try out the sharpness of this photon sword and see what Lin Mo said. Thinking of this, Tian quickly took out a sharp shuriken from his waist. She asked her parents to make this shuriken yesterday. It was made of a lot of hard materials and it was not an ordinary shuriken. As for the previous sword that accompanied her, it had been cut into pieces by Hinata's kunai last time. While thinking this, Tenten raised the shuriken in front of the photon sword, carefully adjusted the angle in his hand, and then pushed it with a little force. There was a slight swish sound, and the shuriken seemed to encounter invisible resistance. It was cut effortlessly into two halves by the photon sword. So sharp. For a moment Tiantian's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Tian immediately took out several special kunai and darts that he had made in his storage ring and tried them all at once. Tian swung the photon sword quickly, and each swing brought up a blue-white arc of light. The darts and kunai had no resistance against the sharp blade of the photon sword and were cut off one after another. The cut ends were neat and smooth, as if they had been instantly burned by high temperature, without any debris or burrs. This is so awesome. Next to her, Hanabi saw this scene and her eyes widened in shock. What a sharp thing. Tiantian's heart was also pounding and he was completely shocked. She had never seen such a sharp weapon. The sharpness of this photon sword was beyond her imagination. It was countless times sharper than the finest knives in her shop. He looked down at the photon sword in his hand. The blade was still emitting a dazzling blue-white light without any attenuation. Tian waved the photon sword again, feeling that its unparalleled sharpness and lightness seemed to be able to penetrate everything. It's really magical. Tian was amazed and tried to use the photon sword to gently draw a line on the ground. Lin Mo. Seeing Tiantian's actions, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. He actually uses the floor of his shop to test the sharpness of this thing every day. At this moment, wherever the lightsaber went, a deep scratch appeared on the ground, and the cut was neat and uniform. Tian was so shocked that he was speechless. At this moment, she has completely realized that the sharpness of this photon sword is far beyond her imagination, and it is not an ordinary weapon at all. It's incredible. Tian whispered to himself, putting the broken darts and kunai in his hand back into the storage ring, his heart filled with awe for this photon sword. These broken darts and kunai can be recycled and remade. After all, good materials cannot be wasted. At this time, Tiantian's cheeks were still slightly red due to excitement, and his eyes were flashing with excitement that was difficult to conceal. She lowered her head and pressed the button on the hilt. The light of the lightsaber disappeared instantly, and the blade disappeared with it, leaving only a light hilt lying in her hand. Holding this small hilt every day, I can't help but admire its ingenious design and concealment. Such a seemingly ordinary hilt can instantly transform into an extremely sharp lightsaber. Such a weapon is really suitable for use in combat. It is easy to carry and has extremely strong attack power. It can completely catch people off guard. After all, this is a melee weapon. Lin Mo looked at the scratches on the ground made by the lightsaber and shook his head. With a wave of the hand, these scratches are instantly restored to their original state. Seeing this scene, Hua, who was standing next to them, suddenly widened her eyes. What method is this? It's incredible. Tian didn't pay attention to this at the moment. Instead, he held the hilt of the sword with excitement and looked at Lin Mo. Nothing can stop it. Only after experiencing it herself did she truly understand how terrifying this sword was. At the same time, countless thoughts flashed through Tiantian's mind as he imagined the application scenarios of this photon sword in battle. If used in actual combat, this sword can not only easily cut through the enemy's weapons and armor, but can even directly cause fatal damage to the enemy. Whether it is hard metal or thick stone wall, it will be as fragile as paper in front of the photon sword. The same is true for the human body. Thinking that this thing could easily defeat the enemy, Tian took a deep breath. If this kind of thing falls into the hands of someone with bad intentions and is used improperly, the consequences would be disastrous. This is just the basic function of the photon sword. Lin Mo shook his head and said, as you become more familiar with it, you will discover more of its uses and potential, but I want to remind you that you must be careful when using this sword, because its sharpness is far beyond your imagination. I see. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded heavily. I will be careful. Beside him, Hua looked at the weapon in Tian's hand with sparkling eyes and envy in her eyes. This stuff is awesome. It would be nice if I could open it myself. I don't have any weapons that suit me. While Hanabi was thinking this, Tian had already put the hilt of the sword into his storage ring. If it was too dangerous, she wanted to hang it around her waist. But the thought of accidentally touching it and the lightsaber cutting my body would be terrible. Anyway, just throw it in the storage ring and you can easily take it out and use it whenever you want. It's just a matter of thought. Thinking of this, Tian decisively knocked open the 8th jar. The 8th jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. A ball of blue light? Looking at this ball of blue light, Tian's eyes lit up. The blue light balls represent chakra, or some special experience, not the ordinary training experience. Next to her, Hua also looked expectant. The blue ball of light is not just chakra, it is also some kind of special skill. The powerful instant prison shadow killing array that she mastered was a ball of blue light. I don't know what the blue ball of light that Sister Tian opened this time is. A-level ninjutsu, shuriken clone technique. This is an A-level ninjutsu mastered by the Hokage who is proficient in all the ninjutsu of Konoha. After the fusion, you can save the training steps and master the ninjutsu instantly. After throwing a shuriken forward, let the shuriken transform into countless shadow clones for continuous attack. The number of clones depends on the amount of chakra. This simple introduction made Lin Mo raise his eyebrows. A-level ninjutsu. And it is an A-level ninjutsu. TSK, even the ninjutsu mastered by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was used. I have good luck every day. Lin Mo, what kind of experience is this? Tian looked at the blue light ball curiously and asked Lin Mo. This is the experience light ball of shuriken clone technique. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, using this ninjutsu, you can split a large shuriken into multiple shadow clones for multiple attacks. Each shadow clone is real and has actual lethality. It is not an ordinary illusion technique. Of course, the shadow clones will consume a lot of your chakra. Depending on how much chakra you have. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's breathing suddenly became rapid. I had this idea when I was a child. I am practicing the combination of ninja tools and hidden weapons, but I have no clue. I think it is not something I can master now. As long as you give me time, I will be able to develop it. I didn't expect that I could actually come up with it. I don't even need to develop it myself. The more we talked, the more excited we became. I have thought about this kind of ninjutsu myself. Because such magic can not only greatly increase her attack power, but also allow her to have greater flexibility and variability in combat. But this kind of ninjutsu is too difficult to research. She once told this idea to teacher Kai, who clearly said that it was not something she could master at the moment. This level of ninjutsu must be at least B level or above. If you want to create your own, you need to grow up in time before you can research and develop it. I didn't expect that I would be able to use this kind of ninjutsu today. Yes, this is an A-level ninjutsu, you don't need to practice to develop it. Lin Mo nodded and said, to be precise, it came from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a ninjutsu created by the 3rd Hokage. It transforms a shuriken dart into tens of thousands of clones. It is a combination of ninja tools and ninjutsu. This kind of physical shadow clone is more difficult to create than a normal one. No preparation is required beforehand. Moreover, each shuriken's shadow clone is a physical entity, which means that each shuriken has lethality, forming a perfect encirclement that is difficult for the enemy to avoid. The 3rd Hokage. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian was stunned. Is this what he researched? Can this be opened? As the Hokage, his strength is naturally unquestionable. And it is an A-level ninjutsu developed by the Hokage. Brother Lin Mo can even open the Sharingan, so it's not surprising that he can open the ninjutsu that others have mastered, Hanabi whispered. My Hyuga clan's Byakugan may also be opened, as well as other bloodline limits. Even so, Hanabi was still surprised. Since this jutsu comes from the Hokage, how was it put into the jar? But thinking of the magic in the jar, Hanabi soon felt relieved. Yes, this can be said to be the exclusive ninjutsu of the Hokage. Looking at Tian who was stunned, Lin Mo nodded and said, of course, other people can also develop the shuriken shadow clone technique, but the ninjutsu developed by each person is different and there is no such thing as an exact duplicate. However, if you master this, then you can also use the same ninjutsu mastered by the Hokage. The only difference is the amount of chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Motian looked excited. Yes, no matter how powerful the Hokage is, he is still the Kage of a ninja village. It would be great if I could master this level of ninjutsu. Without any hesitation, Tian reached out and gently touched the blue light ball. The blue light quickly merged into her body at her touch. All of a sudden, the knowledge about shuriken clone technique came to mind. The next second, a large number of images suddenly emerged in Tiantian's mind, which were about the various techniques and applications of the shuriken clone technique. She saw how to infuse chakra into the shuriken. How to split a shuriken into multiple shadow clones by controlling chakra. How to accurately control these shadow clones to attack the enemy. Every scene seemed to be presented realistically before her eyes, giving her an extremely clear understanding and perception. She could even feel herself performing these operations personally, and the shuriken in her hand seemed to really split into multiple shadow clones, each of which flew towards the enemy with deadly power. This feeling is so wonderful. Tian seemed to have really mastered this ninjutsu, as if after countless times of practice and training, he had already skillfully used it in combat. After a long while, Tian finally opened his eyes filled with shock and excitement. This ninjutsu is too incredible. Tian couldn't help but exclaim. She could feel that she had completely mastered the shuriken clone technique. This direct way of gaining experience allowed her to save countless time and energy in training, and directly gain the purest mastery of skills. Only by mastering this ninjutsu can you understand how powerful it is. This combination of ninjutsu and ninja tools was tailor-made for her. Every day I take a deep breath, and my heart is filled with a huge sense of satisfaction. Such a gain was simply unprecedented. She not only learned this powerful ninjutsu. More importantly, her strength has been substantially improved. The improvement was so obvious that she felt extremely excited. And it comes from the Hokage's understanding of ninjutsu. It's like I've taken advantage of the Hokage. I never thought I could master such an advanced ninjutsu so quickly. Tian looked at Lin Mo with emotion, his eyes flashing with joy that was hard to conceal. This jar is amazing. Unbelievable. Even the ninjutsu developed and mastered by the Hokage can be used. Not only the Hokage, but also the ninjutsu mastered by the Kage of other ninja villages can be opened from the jar. Seeing Tian's excitement, Lin Mo laughed and said, and it's not just A level, S level is also possible, as long as you open enough jars, the chances of opening these ninjutsu will increase. Tian looked excited when he heard Lin Mo's words. S-level ninjutsu, that is the legendary ninjutsu. There are also ninjutsu mastered by the Kages of other ninja villages that can be used. Not only Tian was excited, but Hua also looked longingly at the jars on the counter behind Lin Mo. Especially the exquisite jar at the top. She believed that what Lin Mo was talking about could be easily taken out of that jar. Unfortunately, no one can drive it yet. But Sister Tian, even if you master this jutsu, you still have to practice it. The next second, Hanabi reminded Ten, because you don't have much chakra, if you perform this ninjutsu, it will consume a lot of chakra, you need to grasp the right degree. It was like his own sister was using that B-level wind-style ninjutsu. In order to keep up with the daily practice, I was also exercising continuously yesterday. Yes, I know. Hearing Hanabi's words, Ten nodded. Although I have mastered the shuriken clone technique, to truly unleash its power in battle, I still need constant practice and training, I am full of confidence in myself. At this point, Tian smiled brightly and said, with what I have learned this time, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level in future battles. As he spoke, Tian's heart was filled with gratitude and emotion. He looked up at Lin Mo with respect and gratitude in his eyes. Both Lin Mo and this magical jar shop brought her far more than she expected. Lin Mo was also very satisfied. It's really cool that an A-level ninjutsu can be mastered without any practice. I learned the B-level ninjutsu yesterday but still didn't master it. If more people who come to open the jars open these things, you can keep stacking them up and your strength will increase rapidly. Unfortunately, nothing related to chakra and physical strength was revealed every day. What I lack now is not the means of attack, but these basic things. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian had already looked at the remaining 2 jars and decisively chose to knock them all open. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke and 2 objects fell down. One is a ball of white light, and the other is a small toy the size of a palm. 5,000 times of experience in hip training, the experience of hip training of a female athlete from a certain world. After fusion, you can instantly gain 5,000 times of hip training experience, which can better control the hip muscles. Tracker Radar Airdrop Bomber is an advanced sci-fi device from a certain sci-fi world. This small device can be directly connected to the user's brain through a special neural network interface. The user only needs to think about the name and image of the target, and the tracker airdrop will spread and scan the surroundings with itself as the center. Analyze and lock the precise location of the target, with a certain distance limit. The device's built-in microquantum computer can process large amounts of data and quickly search the surrounding area through a unique scanning algorithm without the need for external satellite support. Once the target is locked, the user can remotely activate the device and immediately summon a stealth drone bomber to carry out a precise strike on the target's location. The sci-fi bombs equipped on the bombers will activate silent mode when approaching the target location to reduce the chance of being detected, and will be accurately dropped at the last moment to ensure that the power is concentrated in a small area, accurately destroying the target while minimizing the impact on the surrounding area. Lin Mo. Looking at these two things, Lin Mo's expression was strange. Both the buttocks training experience and the so-called radar bomber are a bit too weird. Especially the second one, which made him stunned. Is the development of the science fiction world always so magical? But when he thought of the specialness of the jar, Lin Mo shook his head. Seeing Tiantian's expectant eyes, Lin Mo thought for a moment, then looked at Tian and said, the first one is the hip training experience, 5,000 times. As Lin Mo spoke about the first white experience light ball, Tian, who was rubbing his hands excitedly, suddenly froze in expression. What the hell, experience in butt exercises? What should I do to exercise my buttocks? Pfft. Beside her, Hua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although this experience light group has been trained many times, it is still too outrageous. It turned out to be an experience of exercising the buttocks. What good is this exercise? Tian was so angry that he wondered how he could get such an experience ball. What's the point of exercising your buttocks yourself? Looking at this white ball of experience light, Tiantian's eyes were full of disgust. Oh, forget it, it's better than nothing. Tian muttered to himself as he reached out and touched the ball of experience light. In any case, it is also an experience light ball, which can only benefit you and not harm you. Isn't exercising the buttocks also exercising the body? It's just that the parts of the body that are exercised are different. Your physical fitness will definitely be further improved. In a split second, Tian felt some changes taking place in his body. That is the muscle experience of buttocks training. Tiantian's face turned slightly red and she shook her body gently. She felt quite comfortable. It seems to have become a little more warped. And it's not just the buttocks, but also the waist. Not bad. Tian said with a flushed face, my body has also received some feedback from the exercise. It is 5,000 exercises after all. Hua said softly, this experience light ball has been used 5,000 times. That's quite a lot. What about the second one? After digesting this thing, Tian turned his gaze to the small airplane model with a look of curiosity. Lin Mo just talked about his experience but didn't mention this, so she was still quite curious. When Lin Mo heard Tiantian's words, he immediately spoke and explained this thing in detail. I just said one thing. In addition to giving Tian time to integrate the experience light group, I was also thinking about how to organize my words to better describe it to Tian. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian widened his eyes and asked in amazement, is there such a magical thing? It sounds so magical. As long as you hold this thing, you can scan the surroundings based on the target and name in your mind, and then make a precise attack. Can you drop bombs from a distance? This is completely beyond the scope of ninjutsu. Well, you need to explore the specific range yourself. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, although there is a certain range limitation, this range is definitely not small. Similarly, the power of this thing will not be small. After all, it is something from science fiction civilization. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly thought of something, pinched his chin, and began to ponder. It's not that this thing cannot be used. When I think like this every day. At the base of the roots. The root ninja codenamed Sai has come before Danzo and honestly explained his actions. No problem. After hearing what Matsuri said, Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, briefly describe what happened to you that day. Okay, Danzo-sama. After hearing what Danzo said, Matsuri immediately told him everything he had done that day. Even if you pause for a moment, you can still talk about it. Could it be that someone was already eyeing the roots at that time? Hearing what Matsuri said, Danzo suddenly narrowed his eyes. It shouldn't be. At that time, Ji was acting in secret. According to Sai, it should be the Umbun ninja who paid attention, but didn't notice it. But I didn't touch any ninja tools the whole time. Matsuri thought, it shouldn't be a problem with ninja tools, Master Danzo. If it was a ninja tool, how come I and the other person were safe? This situation simply doesn't hold true. Tell me about the situation in the ninja tool shop. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, do you remember the behavior and words of the owner of the ninja tool shop since you went in? Chapter 95. Remember. After hearing what Danzo said, Matsuri immediately gave a brief account of the situation at that time. No problem. After hearing what Matsuri said, Danzo frowned. The owner of that ninja tool shop is not even a ninja, how could he possibly poison someone like that? As he spoke, Danzo shook his head and said, keep checking, record all the information about everyone going out and coming back from that day to the next day, search carefully, I don't believe there is no trace at all. At this point, Danzo wanted to slam the table. But when he felt his body weak and powerless, he became angry again. Yes. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the person addressed as Sai nodded respectfully. Also, go get another batch of ninja tools. Watching Matsuri leave, Danzo suddenly thought of something and said, I heard that store has come up with a good marketing method, the ninja tools have been selling well these past 2 days, send someone to get another batch of ninja tools. Master Danzo, we have taken several batches. Hearing this, G paused, hesitated for a moment, and said, what if the other party is unwilling? It's their turn to talk nonsense. Danzo sneered, it's not that I won't give it to you, it's just that the account will be recorded in the Umbu, as a member of Konoha, this is for Konoha. If that ninja tool shop had remained the same, I wouldn't have said anything, but its marketing method has been very popular these past 2 days. The ninja tool shop must have restocked a large batch of ninja tools, take back all the ones in the shop. After hearing what Danzo said, Matsuri immediately took the order and left. Who is the traitor? Watching Sai leave, Danzo's face looked very ugly. It feels so bad. He could feel the chakra in his body, but he couldn't use it. I felt weak all over and couldn't even sleep well. What kind of toxin is this? Could it be that someone from another ninja village has sneaked into Konoha? Then we should target the Hokage instead of the root hiding in the dark. If you can get down to the roots, you must be familiar with the roots. After all, there was a traitor. Danzo's eyes were cold, and there was a fire in his heart that he wanted to ignite urgently. Damn the Chunin exams. The next second, Danzo cursed angrily. If it weren't for the Chunin exam, he would have targeted the Hyuga clan. While Danzo was cursing. Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi instructed the secret guard beside him. In the next 2 days, continue to observe the situation, if there are still lone root ninjas wandering around the clan territory, capture one more, try to capture a Jonin, it is also possible to capture a Chunin. He was confident that he could make Danzo suffer. There was no point in not catching them before. But now that I have caught it, I can use it to practice the Beiming divine art. Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, the Hyuga clan's secret guard nodded respectfully, I understand. Although they didn't understand why the clan leader suddenly gave such an order, they, the secret guards, had been tolerating the root ninjas that had been wandering around the clan's territory for a long time. Now that there is an opportunity to capture him, they will definitely not let it go. Also go to Hinata's place and tell her to come back in the evening. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi continued to instruct, say hello to Yuhi Kurinai Jonin, I believe she will understand, it is impossible for her to accept the mission to leave the village today. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi also need to learn this Beiming divine art as soon as possible. Hinata might be busy, but Hanabi could progress faster. Yes. After hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, the secret guard immediately left and went to the training ground where Hinata Hong was. And at this moment, the training ground where Yuhi Kurinai is located. Inazuka Kiba, Aburaim Shino, and Hyuga Hinata were gathered in front of Yuhi Kurinai. Hinata is back with the team today. I won't be taking on any missions to leave the village these 2 days, I will be taking on some small commissions and I hope you guys will cooperate with me. Yuhi Kurinai looked at the 3 people in front of her and said, as members of my team, you should at least get familiar with each other, especially Kiba and Shino, you should train hard and don't be lazy even if you go back in the next 2 days. Having said that, Kurinai Yuhi looked at Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aburaim. Among the 3, only these 2 are the weakest. The reason why she changed her mind and accepted the mission to leave the village was that she also wanted to master her bloodline limit. Come on, Mr. Hong, you are too inhumane. Hearing what Yuhi Kurinai said, Inazuka Kiba was speechless. Hinata has just joined the team, and you only talked about me and Shino, not Hinata, isn't this a bit too unfair? Why did Teacher Hong tell them to go back and stop being lazy without telling Hinata? Hinata can totally slack off right now, she's far stronger than you are. Kurinai Yuhi said calmly, so she can even be lazy until the Chunin exam, the goal I set for you is that you and Shino will cooperate with Hinata, and Hinata will be the captain. What? Hinata as the captain? I cooperate with Hinata? Teacher Kurinai, are you kidding me? What a joke. In the team, the candidate for captain is yourself. Shino also cooperated with him. Why does he have to give up the captain position and assist Hinata when Hinata comes? Damn, is this how you use connections these days? Although Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and her status is higher than his family, he is also an eldest son. There is no such thing as airborne. The most important thing is that when Mr. Hong took him and Shino with him, he decided to be the captain. How come it's only been less than a few days and the captain has already become Hinata? Although I don't know Hinata very well, I know her personality quite well. I don't have many friends in class, I'm not talkative, and I'm quite introverted. Am I suitable to be the team leader? Even Aburame Shino turned her head to look over. What he cared about was not Hinata being the captain. But it was Teacher Hong who said that Hinata is stronger than them. It's really dangerous. Feeling the signals transmitted by the bugs on her body, Aburame Shino instantly determined that what Teacher Yuhi Kurinai said was true. For a moment, I was lost in thought. Sure enough, people cannot be judged by their appearance. I can't do that. When Hinata heard what Kurinai said, her face was also stunned. He immediately waved his hand and refused. I can't be the captain. For Hinata, she is completely unable to command others. She felt that she was not suitable for this position at all. Is this guy really stronger than me? Seeing Hinata waving her hands quickly and even feeling awkward, Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head frantically. As long as he is stronger than him, there is nothing wrong with him. But Hinata's reaction more or less confused Inuzuka Kiba. In that case, you should continue to be the captain. Seeing Hinata like this, Yuhi Kurinai shook her head and said. I promised you that you would be the captain before, because I misjudged Hinata's strength, but now it seems that Hinata is indeed not suitable to be the captain, she can open her Byakugan to assist you. Okay, that's it. Hinata, come with me. Having said that, Kurinai Yuhi motioned Hinata to follow her and walked to the side, as if she had something special to say. Hearing what Yuhi Kurinai said, Hyuga Hinata's face froze. Although I didn't understand why Teacher Yuhi Hong said that, I immediately followed. By the way, Shino, is that kid really better than us? Watching Kurinai and Hinata leave, Inuzuka Kiba turned his head to look at Aburame Shino and scratched his head. Why don't I believe it? If it weren't for Hinata's reaction, he would have felt that he was bullying her by speaking louder to her. My bugs told me that the chakra she has is enormous and dangerous. Aburame Shino said calmly, this proves that Hong teacher is not wrong, and Hong teacher would not say this for no reason, being able to say this means that this person's strength is far above ours. Do you think Teacher Yuhi Kurinai will lie to you again? Inuzuka Kiba, that's true, it's impossible for Teacher Yuhi Kurinai to deceive them. Because there is absolutely no need for this. But Inuzuka Kiba felt a toothache when he thought of Hinata's expression just now. It shouldn't be. But now that Aburame Shino has said so, through chakra bug sensing, it means that Hinata's strength is really not simple. Everyone has a different personality, don't judge a person by his appearance, yeah. Aburame Shino said calmly, you need to put away your contempt, or you will definitely fall flat on your face in the future. I see. Hearing what Aburame Shino said, Inuzuka Kiba's eyes turned gloomy. But when he thought of Hinata's appearance just now, Inuzuka Kiba felt a toothache. When he is doing the task in the afternoon, he will observe more. Thinking of this, Inuzuka Kiba turned his head and looked. It can be seen that Kurinai Yuhi and Hinata are not far away from them, and Inuzuka Kiba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is Teacher Hong going to say something to Hinata? Feeling Inuzuka Kiba's gaze, Aburame Shino also turned her head to look over. Teacher Hong. At this time, Hinata had followed Kurinai to the grove nearby. Hinata looked at Kurinai with a confused expression. I can sense the strength in you, I need to test your strength. Yuhi Kurinai looked at Hinata and smiled brightly, then said, now, attack me with all your strength. She didn't ask about Hinata's kin shop. From the moment Hinata sneaked into that magical jar shop, I knew she was trying to hide a secret. I knew about the kin shop and I followed Hinata secretly, but it's not glorious to say it out loud. However, thinking of the training and strength Hinata showed yesterday afternoon, Kurinai felt that she should test Hinata's strength carefully. Look how powerful Hinata is. How much has my strength improved since I opened the can? By the way, make an evaluation so as to arrange Hinata's subsequent training. After all, she is a female Jonin of Konoha and has her own unique insights. As long as Hinata hasn't broken through to the level of Jonin, she can definitely give her some pointers. Even if she had a breakthrough in strength, with her current knowledge, she could definitely teach Hinata. Hinata was stunned when she heard what Yuhi Kurinai said. She hesitated and said, this is not good. My strength is already at the Chunin level. Wouldn't it be exposed if I fight against Teacher Yuhi Kurinai? What's wrong with that? I'm your teacher, how can I be defeated by you? Seeing Hinata's hesitation, Kurenai knew what Hinata was thinking and chuckled, even if I'm defeated by you, I'll be happier. You have to understand that I am your teacher, until you become a jonin, unless something unexpected happens, it will be me. When you are promoted to chunin in the future, you will also go on missions with me, then we will be comrades in arms. You have just graduated, I need to assess your abilities and then give you some pointers on your future plans. Although you are from the Hyuga clan, you still don't understand some of the tasks outside, you can't be independent, don't you want to be independent? Do you want to live under the protection of your family forever? If that's the case, it's not impossible, but I don't think you want that. Don't think about exposing yourself, what's the point of a child hiding something? As Kurenai Yuhi spoke, the hesitation on Hinata's face gradually disappeared. Yes, I want to be independent, and teacher Shiri Hong wants to teach me, evaluate me, and give me guidance, so there is no need for me to hide. After all, teacher Kurenai Yuhi has a good relationship with the Hyuga clan. Since his father entrusted himself to teacher Kurenai Yuhi, it means that teacher Kurenai Yuhi can be trusted. I have nothing to hide. After all, up to now, the things that Mr. Lin Mo has gotten have not been improved too much. There are people who are even more talented. Hinata's mind was full of thoughts. She took a deep breath and looked at teacher Yuhi Kurenai seriously, I know. Well, come on over here. Seeing Hinata's look, Yuhi Kurenai smiled and said, that's right, kid, you should be lively and not so old and heavy, I won't bully you and I won't use illusions. With the level of his own illusion technique, once he uses it, he will definitely crush Hinata. This is not what I want. Then, Kurenai Yuhi encouraged Hinata to attack her. It's actually individual training. Inazuka Kiba, who had been watching this scene, suddenly widened his eyes, are teacher Yuhi Kurenai and Hinata training alone? It's just Mr. Hong's judgment. When we first met Yuhi Kurenai-sensei, didn't we attack Yuhi Kurenai-sensei together? Kurenai-sensei gave us guidance. It's just that we were together at that time, now Hinata is here, so of course she's alone, how can we possibly attend with Hinata? I want to see how strong this guy is to deserve such an evaluation from teacher Hong. Inazuka Kiba muttered quietly, staring intently. The next second, Inazuka Kiba's eyes suddenly widened, what a fast speed. Hinata Hyuga rushed forward in an instant, the shuriken in her hand flashing with cold light, and she quickly slashed towards Kurenai Yuhi's side. The attack was swift and accurate. Nice speed. Seeing this, Zihi Kurenai showed a smile of appreciation on her face. He quickly dodged Hinata's first wave of attacks by moving sideways, and the kunai in his hand was not idle either, he swung it quickly to block Hinata's next attack. Boom! Both of them moved extremely quickly, as if a fierce confrontation broke out in an instant. While Kurenai dodged, Hinata spun her body and swung the shuriken in her hand again. This time, the shuriken, with a sharp wind blade, pierced straight into Yuhi Kurenai's chest. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, done in one go without any pause. Chakra is far beyond mine. Looking at the chakra escaping from Hinata, Aburame Shino adjusted her sunglasses. At this moment, the kunai in Kurenai's hand was instantly swung out, facing Hinata's shuriken. The two collided in the air, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Dang dang! But Hinata did not stop. She continued to speed up her attack, moving flexibly around Kurenai Yuhi, waving the shuriken in her hand and attacking Kurenai Yuhi's vital points. Each of her attacks was precise and swift, leaving Zihi Hong no chance to breathe. That's not enough, Hinata. While defending, Kurenai Yuhi observed Hinata's movements and shook her head slightly, is it just this extent? After a brief fight, she found that Hinata's chakra far exceeded that of others, and she had no other powerful means. Even his chakra control is not very stable. This is obviously because he absorbed too much chakra and without continuous training, he is unable to achieve precise control. It seems that the improvement Hinata gets from opening the jar is not that big. When Kurenai Yuhi was like this, Hinata had determination in her eyes. She instantly opened her Byakugan. And chakra circulated in her body again. Her body instantly accelerated, and she launched a new round of attacks towards Kurenai Yuhi. In response to this, Shiri Hong's expression only slightly became serious. For a moment, the battle between the two was like a fierce dance. Hinata's attack was like a storm, while Kurenai was like a light willow leaf, moving with the wind in the storm without any panic. Not bad. Feeling the determination and confidence in Hinata's every attack, Kurenai chuckled and said, use whatever means you have, even ninjutsu is fine, let's see how you use ninjutsu and attack. As soon as Yuhi Kurenai finished speaking, Hinata's gaze became more focused. She took a deep breath and quickly took a few steps back, putting some distance between herself and Zihi Kurenai. At the moment of retreating, Hinata quickly formed hand seals, and her hands changed rapidly. Her gestures were skillful and swift, without any pause at all. The chakra in her body began to surge rapidly and condensed in her chest, preparing to perform the wind-style ninjutsu that she was currently good at. Wind Release Vacuum Jade. Hinata suddenly opened her hands, and the powerful chakra turned into invisible wind blades and sprayed out from her mouth. These wind blades shot towards Sunset Red like sharp arrows, at such a fast speed that one could hardly see their trajectory. Shoo! Dense swarms of wind blades flew towards Sunset Red, each of which contained sharp power, as if to tear the air apart. Hinata's chakra fluctuations became more intense, and every breath caused the chakra in her body to surge out, forming an extremely strong sense of oppression. Chapter 96. Looking at the wind blades that were coming towards her like a violent storm, Shiri Hong had a rough judgment in her mind. For Hinata, physical skills are not very important at the moment. Instead it is ninjutsu. What a strong chakra. Inazuka Kiba, who had been witnessing all this, suddenly widened his eyes. This ninjutsu is not a sea-level ninjutsu, Shino, is this something that a freshly graduated student can master? Even if it is a sea-level ninjutsu, it would be incredible if it was mastered by a newly graduated student. Because this level of ninjutsu requires a large amount of chakra. Even if I master it, I don't have that much chakra to use. Aburame Shino looked at the scene with deep eyes and said softly, generally speaking, a sea-level ninjutsu can consume most of the chakra, and Hinata's ninjutsu should be B-level just by looking at its power. And it's a rare wind-style ninjutsu. The most important thing is, when she performed this jutsu, there was no sweat on her forehead, and she wasn't out of breath. This means that the chakra in her body is far greater than ours. As a member of the Aburame clan, he could clearly feel how powerful the chakra fluctuations on Hinata's body were at this moment. Even if they are disciples of a big family and have learned ninjutsu, they should not have such a large amount of chakra. Not to mention Hinata, who is an introvert and invisible person in the class. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Hiss. Hearing Aburame Shino's analysis, Inazuka Kiba took a deep breath. They graduated from the same grade, but it's too scary that the other party can perform B-level ninjutsu without even breaking a sweat. Especially this large-scale ninjutsu attack is simply unbelievable. No wonder Teacher Hong said that before. At this moment, Inazuka Kiba was completely convinced by Hinata. And facing the overwhelming wind blades, Shiri Hong did not panic, but quickly formed seals with her hands. Oh! The next second, the wind blades suddenly hit the target, and the huge impact force blew up a cloud of dust including the place where Zihi Hong was originally standing. But at the moment when the smoke and dust dissipated, Hinata's wind blade did not hit Kurenai's body, but an ordinary piece of wood. Substitute technique. Hinata murmured softly as she watched this scene. As expected of a jonin. At this time, Zihi Kurenai appeared not far away with an approving smile on her face. Feeling the strong chakra fluctuations from Hinata, he became more certain of this student's potential. Although Hinata's attacks are not yet mature enough, her use of ninjutsu and chakra control are already excellent, enough to make her full of expectations for Hinata's future. The fact that he is so skilled must be due to the jar. Yes, Hinata, your wind ninjutsu is very powerful. Yuhi Kurenai said softly, with relief and encouragement in her voice. However, the use of ninjutsu is not only about attack power, but also about timing and strategy. You have done very well. Hinata smiled slightly when she heard Kurenai Yuhi's praise. Hinata took a deep breath and felt a little satisfied with her performance. Although there is still a lot of room for improvement, she knows that she is getting stronger step by step. She made up her mind to continue working hard and live up to teacher Shiri Hong's expectations. And protect your sister. Are there any other ninjutsu? The next second, Zihi Hong smiled and said, if you have any, you can use it. Gone. Hinata shook her head slightly after hearing what Kurenai Yuhi said. The most powerful ninjutsu that he currently possesses is the wind style, vacuum ball. There is no need for practice, you can already use it skillfully. Apart from this, I have not yet learned other ninjutsu. Learning ninjutsu also takes time. Well, then I know how to teach you next. Hearing Hinata's words, Yuhi Kurenai smiled and said, I see that your information shows that the lightning attribute and the fire attribute are outstanding. Your next direction is to master ninjutsu in these two directions. Your greatest advantage right now is the chakra in your body. If you want to quickly transform into a combat force, then the best thing is to learn a few more ninjutsu, even if it's D-level or C-level. Now that you have wind attribute chakra, you can easily combine it with fire attribute ninjutsu. I also have some fire ninjutsu, I will teach you slowly from now on. Of course, don't forget to use your Byakugan and Gentle Fist. This is your close combat method. For long-range combat, you can use ninjutsu. Aha! After hearing Yuhi Kurenai's analysis, Hyuga Hinata nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Currently she is learning Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Although you have learned it roughly, you may not be able to use it. However, Teacher Hong wants to teach her Fire Style Ninjutsu, but no one knows what kind of Fire Style Ninjutsu he will teach her. And I don't know what's going on with Tian today. But she knew that Tian went to Lin Mo's place to open the jars today, but she didn't know what she found. When you go back at night, you can ask Huahua. When Hyuga Hinata thought so. In the jar shop. Tian, who had already finished opening the can and stayed for a while, looked at Lin Mo excitedly and said, "Then Lin Mo, I will return to the team first. I will come to see you when I am free." Okay. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded, "Go. It just so happens that I also need to integrate what is published every day. How about you?" The next second, Lin Mo turned his gaze to Hinata Hanabi again. "Well, I'll go to the backyard to train later." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi thought, "I still have some training to do. The reason I came out this time was to see what Sister Tian would come up with. Now Sister Tian is leaving and going back to find her instructor, and I am all alone. Then he would practice shuriken and other skills in Lin Mo's backyard." "Well, yes." Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Lin Mo nodded. But in the next second, Lin Mo saw a hidden ninja appear in the range of the True Vision Guard. That outfit was the same one I saw yesterday, specially for waiting for the fireworks. Because Hanabi and Hinata were training in the backyard yesterday, someone arranged by Hyuga Hayashi was waiting there. "The ninja who secretly protects you is here. Your father must want to talk to you about something." Immediately, Lin Mo spoke to Hanabi, and Hinata Hanabi was stunned. "I'm going to take a look now." Without any hesitation, Hinata Hanabi ran out quickly. "Ever since my father asked me to come here for training, he also arranged that the ninjas who were protecting me would not get close to me, but would choose a certain place on this street. This was the same person who came when they returned yesterday. Lin Mo, I'm leaving first too." Seeing this, Tian said goodbye to Lin Mo again and left in a hurry. "Go." Lin Mo nodded. After watching Tian and Huahua leave, he had a thought, and suddenly the things that Tian opened appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo immediately touched A-level ninjutsu, shuriken clone technique. In an instant, the knowledge about A-level ninjutsu, shuriken clone technique flooded into Lin Mo's mind. Just like the knowledge he had learned every day before, it took a long while before Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. This thing is the second A-level ninjutsu he has mastered, although it is a bit useless. The next second, Lin Mo turned his gaze to experience of 1,000 sword swings again and stretched out his hand to continue the fusion. Soon, the experience of sword swinging was integrated, and Lin Mo looked at the experience of 5,000 hip exercises. Lin Mo. Looking at this ball of experience light, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. Am I integrating or not? You have to melt it. After all, training the buttocks is also a kind of physical training, and it can also make the waist stronger. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Mo reached out and touched it without any hesitation. In an instant, Lin Mo felt something change in his butt. It seems to be even more warped. At the same time, his legs and waist became stronger, and this feeling suddenly made Lin Mo feel quite comfortable. What the hell? The next second, Lin Mo instantly cleared this thought. This idea is not acceptable. Then, the next step is to continue refining chakra. Thinking about the fact that the ninjutsu and abilities he possessed now all required the consumption of a large amount of chakra, Lin Mo felt a pain in his balls just thinking about it. If possible, he would also like to use multiple shadow clones to practice one by one. But that kind of chakra cannot be spared. It's a pity that Konoha village doesn't have any other tailed beasts, otherwise we could catch one and seal it inside our bodies to use as a power bank. Lin Mo looked at the Momotaro rice ball and the dragon sealing sticker in his storage ring and narrowed his eyes. It doesn't seem to be an easy task to get a significant increase in physical strength and chakra by having others open jars. But it's not impossible if you take a shortcut. It's still too weak. The next second, Lin Mo decisively continued to develop the surgery fruit. The surgery fruit can use several abilities, but he has not developed them all, so Rendaozhong is far from it. There is also chakra refinement and scrolls of ninjutsu. Everything takes time. There is also the Beiming divine art, which has no consumables. Seriously lacking mana. While Lin Mo was thinking this, he started to get busy. The other side. Tian, who has already left the kin shop, has also arrived at the training ground where Might Guy is. In the training ground, Rock Lee and Hyuga Niji were already sweating profusely, their bodies were soaked. But even so, they had no intention of stopping. Next to him, Might Guy was also doing sit-up like crazy. The speed was so fast that afterimages appeared. Seeing this scene, Tian really wanted to tell the teacher about the jar shop. But the teacher didn't listen to me at all. Every day is here. At this time, Might Guy noticed Tian approaching, and immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up suddenly, and gave Tian a thumbs up. You came just in time, let's train, and exercise according to the plan I gave you. You have to exercise well this afternoon. Day by day. I see. Nod every day. Then I started exercising. While exercising, I was even thinking about the medicine for giving money to others and telepathic candy that I had prescribed. If I give these two things to Mr. Might Guy, how will Mr. Might Guy give me money? And what does Might Guy usually think about? I'm still quite curious every day. However, when he thought about the effect of the candy later, Tian still felt that it was inappropriate. After all, the effect of this candy is not only heard by her. It would be bad if others knew what Might Guy was thinking while he was running wildly on the streets of Konoha village. While thinking this, I exercise every day. Time just passes quietly. In a blink of an eye, an afternoon passed, the sun gradually set, and the clouds in the sky were dyed golden red, as if a beautiful painting was unfolding. The setting sun was like a huge fireball, slowly descending at the end of the horizon. The orange-yellow light penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the earth, giving the whole world a gentle golden hue. Call. I exercise every day, but I stopped without realizing it. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The breeze blew past, bringing a cool feeling that made her feel particularly comfortable. That's great, Tian. Seeing Tian stop, Rock Lee, who had already stopped, looked at Tian with envy. You actually just sweated a little. If I hadn't seen you exercising when I was resting before, I would have suspected that you were lazy. You know, I exercised for half an afternoon and my clothes were soaked. But Tian just had beads of sweat on his forehead. In the afternoon, he also paused and watched Tian practicing physical skills according to the plan instructed by Teacher Kai, and knew that Tian was not slacking off. But I didn't slack off and didn't sweat much. This is too exaggerated. That's right, I'm very strong now. Hearing Rock Lee's words, Tian immediately raised his chin with a little pride. If it wasn't for the things that came out of the jar from Lin Mo, he wouldn't be so strong. How did you do it? I remember that your physique was not so strong before. Seeing the proud Tian, Rock Lee looked curious and scratched his head. Do you have any secret? Of course. Ten nodded after hearing Rock Lee's words. The secret is to exercise like crazy late at night every day. Beside him, Might Guy also came over, patted Rock Lee on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, in places you can't see, Tian must be working hard. Lee, let's continue, come on. Yes, Teacher Kai. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee stood up straight and responded loudly. Then he started to fight with Might Guy. Seeing this scene, Tian suddenly fell silent. She feels so uncomfortable. How many times has this happened? I want to tell you about a jar. Is it so difficult? Looking at Might Guy training with Rock Lee, Tian gritted his teeth and felt a little angry. Humph. The next second, Tian decisively turned around, stopped looking at Might Guy and Rock Lee, and continued his throwing training. Having learned the A-level ninjutsu, shuriken clone technique, she needs to control her chakra and evenly distribute the most appropriate number of shurikens. Even if you know ninjutsu, you still need training. Time passed until night fell. When Tian had smashed the target, he stopped his action with satisfaction. Okay, that's all for today, we'll continue gathering tomorrow. After a while, Might Guy also stopped training and announced, we'll train for 2 more days, and then we'll continue to take on missions. Ah. It is good. Hearing what Might Guy said, Niji nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Niji leaving as soon as he said he would, Ten nodded. Okay, that's it for now. The next second, Might Guy looked at Rock Lee and gave him a thumbs up. Lee, let's have a race. If you can catch up with me, I'll let you have all you can eat ramen today. Hearing what Might Guy said, Rock Lee immediately responded loudly. Then he looked at Tian and said seriously, Tian, I will work harder. Teacher Kai, wait for me. As he spoke, Rock Lee also ran all the way, chasing after Might Guy. Looking at Rock Lee who left without saying anything, Tian was speechless. She was originally going to tell it when Rock Lee asked her this afternoon. As a result, he was interrupted by Teacher Kai again. The same thing happened to Rock Lee. He ran out crying, leaving her no time to say anything. Tian sighed. It seems that we can only let it go for the time being. Let's see how things go tomorrow. Go home first, go home first. After collecting his thoughts, Tian turned around and walked towards his home. She planned to ask her parents to rebuild the ninja tools that were cut off by the lightsaber when she returned. Then we went to Lin Mo's backyard for training. While thinking this, Tian walked quickly towards home. However, when he returned to his own shop, Tian discovered that his parents were forging ninja tools in the shop. Dad, did you sell extra cans today? Even the ninja tools that were just put up are gone. When I went out today, I saw the cabinets full of ninja tools. How come it's gone when I came back today? The number of cans sold during the day is limited, so it is impossible for all the ninja tools on the counter to be empty. Yes, business is good today, and everyone just bought ninja tools. Hearing Tian's words, Tian's father immediately looked up, smiled and spoke. Don't listen to your father. Next to them, Tian's mother was furious. Those two bastards are here again, and they looted a batch of ninja tools again, saying that they would put the bill into the Umbu account, and they didn't give us a penny. Hey, why are you telling this to the child? Hearing this, Tian's father, who was smiling, suddenly changed color and glared at his wife. What? Tian suddenly widened his eyes and looked angry. They are here to rob again. This is too much. It's not a robbery. Tian's father shook his head and said, I just owe it to you first. These bastards. Hearing this, Tian's mouth suddenly puffed up, very dissatisfied. These bad things are getting more and more excessive. Take advantage of her ninja tool shop. Correct. Suddenly, Tian thought of what he had opened today, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Without saying anything, he quickly went upstairs. Dad, Mom, I'll go upstairs first. Having said that, he went upstairs in a hurry. Why are you telling these things to the children? You're making them worry. Looking at Tian going upstairs, Tian's father glanced at his wife. He can do it, can't I tell him? What if the child knows? The child should know, he still owes it. Do you think Genbu will pay it back? Ugh. Hearing this, Tian's father sighed. What else can we do? But fortunately, the other party didn't ask for our money. We can go open the cans tomorrow with what we earned in the past few days. I would say we should have something that would blow these guys up. Tenten's mother said angrily, are we paying less taxes just for Konoha? Okay, stop talking. When Tian's father sighed and patted Tian's mother on the shoulder. The second floor. Hearing the intermittent words coming from below, Tian puffed up his lips. He decisively took out the tracker radar airdrop bomber from his storage ring. What a bunch of bad guys. I have to see if I can use this to blow them up. Chapter 97. This thing has a distance limit, and I don't know if it's useful. While thinking this, Tian started tinkering with it. He conjured up Danzo's image and name in his mind, then activated a button on this tracker radar airdrop bomber. Buzz. In an instant, the tracker radar airdrop bomber began to vibrate in Tian's hand, emitting a low and continuous humming sound. Then, a blue light burst out from the surface of the device that only Tian could see. This blue light seemed to have life, spreading rapidly in all directions from the center of the device, as if covering the entire surrounding space with a thin layer of blue light curtain. Tian felt that his brain seemed to have a wonderful connection with the blue light. As the light curtain spread, her vision suddenly became extremely clear, and everything around her seemed to be magnified countless times in her mind. Whether it is the exterior of the building or the corners hidden in the shadows, everything can be seen at a glance. This is amazing. Tian was shocked. She had never experienced such clear perception, as if she had a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Now she could even clearly see the general layout of each building, and even the figures hiding in the dark could not escape her perception. The walls, doors and windows seemed to have lost their function as barriers and were easily penetrated by her gaze. Is this what came out of Lin Mo's jar? This radar is amazing. The next second, Tenten felt that the blue light seemed to become more active as he thought of Danzo's image and name in his mind. As if it had received her order, it accelerated the scanning speed, spreading rapidly into the distance like a tide, passing through buildings, sweeping across streets, and reaching every corner of the entire Konoha village. It's so clear, I can see so much. Tian was surprised when he felt this so-called radar scan. If this were a little bigger, wouldn't it be able to easily sweep across the entire country? Lin Mo said that this also has a distance limit, but she didn't feel any limitation. She had never imagined that such a device could have such powerful detection capabilities. This could completely determine the outcome of the war. If used on the battlefield, it would be able to see through everything. At this moment, the entire picture of Konoha village was in her sight. Every building, every detail, was clearly presented in her mind. She could even see what was going on inside the building. It seemed that nothing could block the penetrating power of the blue light. Okay. Suddenly, the next second, Jintian's perception suddenly paused. She felt a strong chakra fluctuation appear within the scanning range of the blue light. For a moment, Jintian's attention was focused on that wave. Found it. Tian was suddenly surprised. She had realized that she had finally found Danzo's location. The blue light quickly locked onto the target's location, revealing a hidden and dark underground space, which was the secret base of the roots. Tian was feeling the area, his eyes were as fast as lightning, as if he could penetrate the walls and directly see Danzo's figure. At this moment, Danzo was sitting in a room in the root base with a cold face, as if he was thinking about something. This bad guy hides so deeply. Looking at this scene, Tian muttered to himself. Then continued to scan the surroundings carefully to see if there are any details. Following Tian's thoughts, the tracker radar airdrop bomber scanned and soon saw this huge underground environment. Even the arrangements of some root ninjas were clearly known. There are so many passages, is this the root environment of Konoha? There are indeed no ordinary people around, and it is built in a very secluded area. And there are other areas. Feeling this omniscience made her feel as if everything was under control. Tian was even able to pass through that passage and scan in another direction and discovered another area. This thing is so terrifying. Looking at the appearance of Danzo displayed on the radar, Ten muttered, but where this bad guy Danzo is, that's where he can be used. Having said that, Tian pressed the button decisively. With a slight sound, the tracker radar airdrop bomber in Jintian's hand suddenly broke away from her palm, instantly took off into the air, and flew rapidly towards the sky. In Jintian's sight. The device spun rapidly in the air, and in almost the blink of an eye it grew several times in size, unfolding into a silent, stealth unmanned bomber. The huge wings were like a pitch-black falcon, drawing a silent track in the night sky and flying towards the route where Danzo was. Although this device is no longer available, Tian can still sense it through radar. It's a one-time thing. I thought it could be reused. Jintian's eyes followed the airdrop bomber closely, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. She already knew that once the bomber locked onto the target, the next moment would be the so-called airdrop strike. I don't know how powerful it is. While Tian was thinking this, the bomber had already flown over the root base. At this moment, its belly opened, and one sci-fi bomb after another fell from the sky like the silent god of death. The bomb quickly switched into silent mode as it fell, without making any sound, like a ghost in the dark night, rushing straight towards its target with an invisible threat. Boom! A loud bang broke through the night sky. The dull and explosive sound seemed to come from deep underground, shaking the earth slightly. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying flame rose from the underground of the root base and rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the dark Konoha village was illuminated as bright as day. Rumble. The sound of explosions continued, spreading throughout the village like a landslide. The shock wave produced by the violent explosion was like an invisible giant hand, engulfing everything around it into a sea of fire. A huge fireball continued to rise, and the building at the center of the explosion was torn into countless pieces in an instant, flying everywhere, as if swept by a huge storm. What's the situation? Where's the explosion? At night, residents on the streets of Konoha village suddenly looked terrified when faced with this sudden situation. Not only them, but many people who had fallen asleep were awakened by the deafening explosion and got up in a hurry. He looked in panic in the direction where the flames were rising into the sky. They couldn't imagine that such an explosion would happen in such a quiet village. The whole village was shaking as if countless bombs had been dropped on it. Oh my God, what is that sound? Fire. What's going on over there? What happened? Explosion, such a horrible explosion, is it the demon fox that has reappeared? Get away from it. The villagers of Konoha village screamed one after another, and the sky above Konoha village was filled with chaos and panic. Countless ordinary people immediately ran in the opposite direction of the explosion and left quickly. Some of the ninjas who were there were also alarmed and walked out of their families to look towards the source of the huge noise. At this moment, the flames illuminated the night sky of Konoha village, illuminating the surrounding buildings red, as if the whole world was shaking in the explosion. Okay, so strong. Looking at the flames rising into the sky in the distance, Tian had a dazed look on his face. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't help but be shocked by the horror of this device when she saw its power with her own eyes. This kind of terrifying power cannot be released by a ninja. Even a jonin would be killed by that kind of power. Anyway, they are not good people, and there are no ordinary people around, they all deserve to be blown to death. The next second, Tian was secretly delighted. The only pity is that this thing is disposable. Thinking back to the pleasure of the radar scan just now, Tian felt a little regretful. She seemed to feel that this kind of thing was not so easy to produce. However, when he thought about what happened to his family's ninja tool shop, Tian became furious. At this time, the flames were still burning, and the aftermath of the explosion made the entire village tremble slightly. Tenten felt that the root base where Danzo was located was now in ruins, and any secrets in that area were probably completely buried in the explosion. What happened? Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling something, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the sudden voice. This sound seemed to bring him back to the horrific experience he had endured that night. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of the flames. His pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't that the direction of the root? What kind of experiment is that bastard Danzo doing? Such a big fuss. Hokage-sama. At this time, an Umbun ninja appeared and whispered. A violent explosion occurred at the root base where Advisor Danzo is located. The barrier in the village did not detect any intruders. Umbun ninjas have already taken action and are heading to that place to try to put out the fire. The cause of this explosion is currently unclear, but the Umbu has ruled out that it was not an enemy invasion. It could be that the root is carrying out some experiment. Evacuate all villagers and restrain the ninjas from all families, don't let them get close. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order. If it was some other place, he would have brought people there immediately. But the place where the explosion took place was one of Danzo's root bases. Many ninjas in the village knew about the root, but they didn't know where the base was, so those ninjas must not be allowed to get close. Thinking about the fact that he still had to clean up Danzo's mess at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely dark. After giving the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the Umbun ninja straight to the explosion site where flames were shooting into the sky. What happened in that direction? Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi, who was teaching Hanabi and Hinata the North Sea divine art, looked at the flames rising into the sky outside, suddenly stood up and looked towards the destination. How could there be such a horrific explosion? Master, the place where the explosion occurred is suspected to be one of the root's bases. Umbu have appeared there and blocked the scene. The Hyuga clan's secret guards appeared out of nowhere in front of Hyuga Hayashi and reported respectfully, the third Hokage has ordered all clans to help pacify the villagers of Konoha. He has personally led people there. Do we want to sneak in? Danzo's root base. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi frowned and said, what the hell is this old man trying again? Send someone over to check out the situation. Without any hesitation, Hyuga Hayashi directly ordered, you don't need to show up, just hide in the dark and investigate the situation. It's not just my Hyuga clan that's taking action, there are other families as well. Also, see if we can capture another lone root ninja. As he spoke, Hinata Hayashi suddenly thought of something and gave another order. Yes. Upon hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, this secret guard of Hyuga Hayashi immediately left quickly. Watching the secret guard leave, Hinata Hayashi frowned. What is the root studying? This kind of horrible thing is a bit too exaggerated. The explosion happened out of nowhere without any warning. What if this breaks out in my family? Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi's face darkened. Forehead. Hinata Hanabi looked at this scene with a confused look on her face. Seeing such a terrifying firepower weapon, she suddenly thought of what Sister Tian had opened from Brother Lin Mo today. That bomb seemed to be able to cause such a horrible noise. But she wasn't sure. So Hinata Hanabi thought about it and didn't say anything. That direction. When Hinata Hanabi thought so. Tin Can Shop. Lin Mo, who was practicing, also saw the flames rising into the sky in the distance and had a strange look on his face. How could such a horrific explosion sound like it was caused by something that happens every day? As soon as Lin Mo thought about it, the tracker radar airdrop bomber that he had opened every day appeared in his hand. He had tested this thing during the day and it could clearly scan the entire Konoha village using radar, which had a fairly large range. Lock the location at the same time. If possible, you can even bomb the Hokage's office directly from a distance. However, it is not ruled out that something happened there that I was not aware of. It could be a detonating tag or something like that. Although detonating tags and explosives don't seem to cause this kind of noise. In Konoha village, things like detonating tags and explosives are controlled even if they are for sale. Such a huge explosion would require a lot of explosives and detonating tags. Lin Mo had no intention of going over to watch the fun. Through the true vision guard, he took a look at the panic reactions of the people within 1,000 meters around him. Everyone quickly went home, and he was about to look away and continue practicing. Suddenly, Lin Mo saw several figures passing by quickly from a distance, which made him raise his eyebrows. It turned out to be the third Hokage and several Umbu. However, after taking a look, Lin Mo found that the other party had left the range of the true vision guard, so he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was rushing over quickly, suddenly stopped, stood on the roof of a house, frowned slightly, and turned his head to take a look. Sandim-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen's movement instantly confused the root ninjas who were traveling with him. They stopped and looked around, their eyes gradually becoming alert. Why did the third-generation master suddenly stop for no reason? Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and left the spot in an instant. Just now, when he was using the teleportation technique to hurry on his way, he suddenly felt as if someone was sizing him up in the dark, causing him to stop instantly. But this feeling disappeared in an instant, as fast as it came. If someone was observing secretly, it would be impossible for them to observe for such a short time. So it must be his illusion. If there really was an intruder watching in secret, there was no reason why he would disappear so quickly. As the contemporary Hokage, he does have some confidence in this. Maybe I have been too tired recently. Plus, that bastard Danzo is still refusing to stop even after being poisoned. Thinking of Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely dark. I don't know what this guy is fiddling with, and now I have to bring people to clean up Danzo's mess. Soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the Umbu to the destination within the explosion range. The fire here has not completely disappeared, and the residual smoke and flames are still rising from time to time. The air is filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and burnt smell, as if the whole place has been completely destroyed. The place was a mess. The root camouflage base originally built on the ground has now been razed to the ground. The wreckage and debris of the building were scattered and mixed together, piling up into almost unrecognizable ruins. Heavy stones and steel bars twisted and intertwined, forming a chaotic scene. The ground was covered with deep cracks and large pits, as if they were scars left by the earth after it roared. An Umbu ninja who was watching this scene frowned slightly. What a huge mess. The explosion was quite big. But it's strange, since it's the base of the root, why didn't any root ninja show up to put out the fire? Even if some experiments get out of control, there will be special people to deal with the scene. Now there is none. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the ruins, his brows furrowed, a look of deep doubt in his eyes. He glanced around, carefully observing every trace and debris. He soon discovered that the power of the explosion was extraordinary and even far beyond the scope of ninjutsu and conventional explosives. This did not explode from within. The next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and solemn, with an undisguised shock and doubt. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the deep pits and cracks on the ground, as if he was guessing the origin and direction of the explosion. Through careful observation, he found that the traces of these explosions did not seem to be caused by inside the base, but more like they were caused by explosives dropped from the air from outside. The center of the explosion seemed to be pressing down from directly above, creating a huge shock wave that pushed everything outward. If it is a ninjutsu, there is no reason why there would be no residual chakra fluctuations. There is no flow of chakra in the air. As the current Hokage of Konoha, his perception and speculation will never be wrong. If this noise was caused by some ninjutsu, then there must be residual chakra in the air at the scene. But no. Chapter 98. The traces at the scene looked like they were caused by the detonation of explosives and detonating tags. Search the scene for any remnants of explosive talismans. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu behind him, by the way, find the secret passage here. Yes. Hearing the Hokage's words, several Umbu ninjas immediately dispersed. Soon, an Umbu returned to the third Hokage and whispered, "Hokage-sama, looking at the traces, it seems to be an attack from above." As he spoke, he pointed to several obviously crushed building wreckages in front of him and continued in a low voice. The direction and shape of these fragments show an impact force from top to bottom. It can be preliminarily judged that this was caused by the outside, not the inside. Ah. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. If Danzo was doing some experiment, it wouldn't make sense for it to be like this, it should have come from the inside. But from the outside, this is too unbelievable. Being able to drop such an explosion above such a hidden root base clearly shows that they were well prepared. Otherwise, why would it explode here? And not somewhere else. But if they were invaders from other ninja villages, there was no reason for them to know the root's base. Instead, they would target the places where ordinary people in the village lived to cause damage. Hokage-sama, we found no trace of the detonating talisman. Another ANBU arrived quickly and whispered, we didn't even find any traces of explosives. Not even a trace of explosives. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. It's not a detonating tag, it's not dynamite, it's not fire-style ninjutsu, how could such a horrific explosion happen here? Since there was a flash of fire, it must be related to gunpowder. But now, there is indeed no smell of gunpowder, only the burning smell of flames. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang in his heart, the umbu around him also had solemn expressions, not knowing what was going on. In their opinion, only the terrifying fire-style ninjutsu combined with explosives could achieve such a level. But now, there are no traces of these. Hokage-sama, 2 secret passages have collapsed, and 1 is broken and still passable. At this time, an umbu ninja quickly ran over and whispered, we found some root ninjas lying on the ground over there. Seal off the scene immediately and don't let anyone get close. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly repeated the order, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Send people to investigate all possible clues, especially the movements of the root in the past few days, and whether there are any signs of outsiders around the village barrier. Having said that, without waiting for the umbu ninjas to respond, he immediately headed towards the secret passage that was still passable. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. The light around gradually dimmed, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and burning smell, which made people feel depressed. In the secret passage, the slight echo of footsteps on the ground echoed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very ugly. Because he knew that the root's secret base was one of the most secretive places in Konoha village. This is a place that is even more hidden than the umbu. There was such a huge explosion outside, it shouldn't be Danzo testing something. Looking at the walls on both sides of the secret passage in front of me, they were already covered with cracks, obviously caused by the shock wave of the explosion. What kind of thing could explode from the outside to the inside? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very fast. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw some root ninjas lying on the ground. They were lying on the ground one by one, with painful expressions on their faces, obviously suffering from the huge impact of the explosion. Some died, while others were in a state of serious injury, which was obviously caused by being so close to the outside. Danzo. Thinking that Danzo might be in there, Sarutobi Hiruzen sped up and rushed forward along the narrow passage. Soon, the passage in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen became clear. What appeared in front of him was a collapsed small house, the roof of which had also been shattered by the shock wave of the explosion. The surrounding walls were half collapsed and extremely dilapidated, like a ruin. In this ruin, Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw a familiar figure. It was Danzo Shimura. At this time, Danzo Shimura was sitting in a wheelchair in a disheveled state, covered in dust and dirt. He was surrounded and protected by several root ninjas, and his face looked extremely ugly. Around, there were some root ninjas who were knocked down by huge rocks. They were obviously the ones who had protected Danzo before. Danzo's face was covered with gloom, and his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. When he noticed who was coming, Danzo looked up with a grim expression, and when he saw it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately felt relieved. The reason why he didn't dare to go out just now was that he was worried that there was an ambush outside. After all, the other side has bombed here. Moreover, he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely bring people over after seeing this horrifying commotion. Now it is indeed so. Sarutobi Hiruzen came over, his voice filled with suppressed anger. What's going on? I still want to ask you what's wrong with you. Shimura Danzo looked grim, and gritted his teeth as he said, someone dropped a huge amount of explosives outside the base, which collapsed the place, there must be a traitor. This is already the second time. The first time was that unknown toxin. The second time was this horrific explosion. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became extremely ugly. The worst outcome happened. It's not Danzo's fault. At this moment, he wished that it was Danzo's doing. You came from outside, don't you have any clues? The next second, Danzo spoke in a low and cold voice, this is the second base of my route. The one who knows this is definitely not an ordinary person. And to avoid the guards I set up and transport so many bombs silently, you must have extremely powerful strength. Even space-time ninjutsu. To know. Even though this was the root base, he had set up many traps inside and arranged for special personnel to guard it. After experiencing an assassination attempt, he became more cautious and vigilant. Unexpectedly, after just a short while, the other party attacked again. Last time they poisoned someone, this time they chose explosion directly, which made Danzo look very ugly. Which bastard is picking on me? Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank again. Time and space ninjutsu. If it is space-time ninjutsu, then everything makes sense. After all, he was outside with the ANBU personnel and did not sense any traces of chakra or smell of explosives. Just as he was thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. It's not right. If it was a space-time ninjutsu, then there would be no reason for an explosion to occur here. Because there was no smell of explosives, how was this done? However, it is certain that it was done by someone who possesses the space-time ninjutsu. And this time it's the route that's being attacked. What about next time? What if they attack other places in Konoha village next time? Glancing at the surrounding wreckage and collapsed walls, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grim. We must figure this out, we can't let this go so easily. I will immediately launch an investigation, find out all the clues, and find the mastermind behind this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo nodded and said in a deep voice, I can be sure that it must be the Hyuga clan who did it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed angrily. Danzo, what time is it now? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and rebuked him heavily, the most urgent task is to find the murderer first. If it wasn't the Hyuga clan who did it, why would they set the bomb this time? Danzo also shouted angrily, only they can open their Byakugan to avoid the hidden tricks I set up and place such a large bomb. I will thoroughly investigate the Hyuga clan's territory, their family is definitely hiding something. We also need to check the number of their ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very upset. Is Danzo crazy? He actually wants to thoroughly investigate the Hyuga clan's territory. Does he want to turn the Hyuga clan upside down? They even have to check the quantity. What is the purpose of this? I will personally discuss this matter with Rizu. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said slowly, don't move, your top priority is to recuperate first. If that doesn't work, go back to your clan first. After all, Danzo has been murdered twice. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's face darkened. Since we have come all the way here, even if I go back I will surely be attacked again. I will continue to head to the next route base, I don't believe he can catch up to there. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched and he said calmly, how many bases do you have? If I remember correctly, the last time Danzo reported 2 route bases, but now there is a third one. Just 3, that's all. Danzo's eyes were grim, that one was just built. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark. He could sense that Danzo was definitely not telling the truth. There are definitely more than 3. Thinking about the materials Danzo needed to build the 2 bases, he deducted half of them, and was still able to build more in secret. It seems that I will have to cut it in half again later. Thinking this in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, be careful, I will summon the Jonin in the village immediately. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. There is no need to stay here anymore, and no conclusion can be drawn. Damn thing. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen leaving, Danzo's face twisted. Which bastard is chasing him like this? Mad dog? However, Danzo was also feeling fearful. The fact that the other party was able to reach here means that this base is not hidden enough for them. And he did it continuously. It's like poisoning from the beginning to exploding directly now. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't believe that the third base can catch up. That was originally set up by Orochimaru, but he hid it. Thinking of the machine built by Orochimaru, Danzo Shimura's face was gloomy. When Danzo looked unhappy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already left, immediately instructed the Umbun ninja who had put out the fire in front of him. Use the earth escape technique to improve this place, and by the way, go and gather the ninjas of each family, and notify the Jonin in the village to gather at the foot of the Hokage rock. No matter what, he definitely couldn't rest tonight. Upon hearing this, the Umbu present immediately used the instant body movement technique to notify those ninja families. Soon, representatives from the ninja families and the Jonin from Konoha village gathered one after another. Red Jonin. When Hinata Hayashi arrived, he saw Yuhi Kurenai who had been attacked, and nodded immediately as a greeting, my little girl is sorry to bother you today. It's no trouble, I can give Hinata some advice. Yuhi Kurenai nodded and said, I am not planning to leave the village these few days, if Chief Hayashi doesn't mind, you can let Hanabi come with me. Hanabi has been training with me lately, so I don't have the time. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Hyuga Hayashi immediately shook his head slightly and chose to refuse. Compared to Hinata, the power that Hanabi possesses now is more important and cannot be easily leaked. Hearing this, Zaihong smiled and nodded, okay, I understand. She could already tell that what Hanabi opened at Lin Mo's place was definitely better than Hinata's. For a moment, Kurenai Yuhi thought of the space-time ninjutsu that Hanabi had performed before. Everyone. Soon, the third Hokage came over and said solemnly to the assembled jonin in front of him. The place where the explosion just happened is one of Konoha's Umbu bases. Please be careful when you are in the village these days. If you find any suspicious targets, report them immediately. What? Hearing the words of the third Hokage, the pupils of some of the jonin present suddenly shrank. The base of Konoha Umbu was bombed. This is simply a fantasy. Most of them didn't know where the Umbu's base was. Hinata Hayashi suddenly narrowed his eyes. This was really beyond his expectation. He thought Danzo was experimenting with something, but he didn't expect that someone had blown up the root's base. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to recount some things, and finally announced. Well, that's all I have to say, that's it, Hayashi clan leader, please stay for a while. With that, he dismissed all the jonin present. As each of the senior ninjas left with complicated expressions on their faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a brief conversation with Hyuga Hayashi and asked Hyuga Hayashi to mobilize some manpower for cooperation, and Hyuga Hayashi agreed. Also, if possible, please simply register the information of the ninjas in the village. At the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of something and said, get ready. Hokage-sama, didn't we just register 2 months ago? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly, and isn't this registration once a year? Because the kids are graduating and the Chunin exams are about to start, we need to change our policies. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and said slowly, also, the Umbu has lost some manpower and needs to be replenished, we are currently looking for them. I understand. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi's eyelids twitched and he nodded slightly, I will go back and arrange it immediately. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, go ahead, this time the village will have to trouble you, the Hyuga clan and the Aburame clan to find clues. Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded and left. It seems that we need to speed up. Watching Hyuga Hayashi leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's home in the distance. These successive situations made him feel uneasy. He even suspected that the other party was after the Jinchuriki. After all, why would they inexplicably attack the Umbu base of a ninja village one after another? What is the purpose? It can't be without purpose. We must arrange for Naruto to go out of the village for some training as soon as possible, I feel at ease with Kakashi leading me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were in turmoil. When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so, Hinata Hayashi, who had already left, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face after returning to his family. The third Hokage actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to transfer ninjas from his Hyuga clan. At the very least, we need a jonin from a branch family. It's really troublesome. Hinata Hayashi had a headache. Master, we have captured 2 root ninjas, 1 Chunin and 1 jonin. At this time, a secret guard of the Hyuga clan appeared behind Hyuga Hayashi and said respectfully, it has been delivered to your training room. Yes, not bad. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi immediately showed a look of satisfaction. The unhappiness just now disappeared instantly. Then he walked into his study. In the study, Hinata and Hanabi were communicating. Father. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi coming, Hinata and Hanabi immediately stopped their conversation. Something is going on in Konoha right now, Hanabi, you should be careful these next 2 days, it's best if you practice Beiming divine art at home. As Hyuga Hayashi watched the True Vision guard scanning the surroundings, he instructed, Hinata, just follow teacher Kurenai. After hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hinata and Hanabi nodded to show that they understood. But I have already made an appointment with brother Lin Mo, and I will go to his place to practice tomorrow. The next second, Hua thought of something and hesitated, aren't you going either? She still really wants to go. No problem. Hearing Hanabi's words, Hinata Hayashi nodded. Then he suddenly remembered that Hinata Hanabi was at Lin Mo's place today, and he immediately said. If I remember correctly, Hinata, you took Tian to the owner to open the jars, and you opened them together the next day, today is also the time for Tian to open the jars. Hanabi, you went early, so you should have seen what was blooming every day, right? Hold head high. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi was stunned, and immediately nodded and said, Sister Tian opened 10 jars today, and also opened a storage ring, and a very powerful A-level ninjutsu. At this point, Hanabi paused and said, Brother Lin Mo said that the ninjutsu was developed by the third Hokage, but it can be directly integrated after it is developed. And it can be used without practicing. It's called the shuriken clone technique. Recalling what was produced every day, Hua briefly talked about it. In Hua's opinion, there is nothing that cannot be said. Shuriken Clone Jutsu. Chapter 99. He was deeply impressed by the ninjutsu of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the Night of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage's shuriken clone technique was quite impressive. Unexpectedly, the little girl's luck was so good that she got such a good thing. She didn't even need to practice and could master it directly by integrating it. Is there anything similar to our Beiming divine art? Hinata Hayashi continued to ask, and Hanabi shook her head and said, no. It seems like the owner is really relying on luck. Hearing what Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi immediately smiled and said, I remember that kid went to the shop owner Lin Mo a lot, but I didn't expect that he didn't get anything similar to the Beiming divine art. It seems that the shop owner is really relying on luck. That's not right. Hearing this, Hinata Hanabi shook her head and said, Tenten is also very lucky. The props opened today are also quite interesting, and there are also new weapons. As she spoke, Hinata Hanabi described in detail the photon sword that Tian opened, and Hinata Hayashi suddenly narrowed his eyes after hearing it. Is there any such weapon? It sounds very complicated. What else? Like the effects of some other things. Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment and said, what are those props? Hinata Hayashi felt that there was nothing that could not be asked. After all, if you open the jar yourself and don't tell Hinata Hanabi what you get, the store owner will probably say that they are all one of us. Take a closer look, it's nothing. After all, the other party knew what he had found, and he was now quite curious about what that kid could find. From the kid firing a sniper rifle, he was amazed. He has decided to deepen the cooperation with Tiantian's ninja tool shop. When we develop that kind of firearms in the future, we can provide them to the Hyuga clan first. There is medicine that makes you want to give money to others, telepathic candy. When Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi counted on her fingers and said something briefly, which made Hinata Hayashi listen with great interest and found it interesting. However, after hearing the last part about tracker radar airdrop bomber, Hinata Hayashi's expression suddenly became strange. Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at the place where the root base exploded before and fell into deep thought. Could the explosion there have been caused by that child? Thinking of what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and connecting it to the Toka softening powder that he had used before, Hinata Hayashi's expression became even more exciting. He felt that he had found the truth of the matter. Unexpectedly, this matter is actually related to that child. Continue to practice this technique. The first thing you need to practice now is the introduction to the Beiming divine art. Hyuga Hayashi collected his thoughts and instructed Hinata and Hanabi in front of him. Hinata, there is no rush for your fire escape. You should learn ninjutsu from Yuhi Kurenai. You should learn this technique at home first, even if you don't need it for the time being. Yes. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata nodded heavily. You practice here. The next second, Hinata Hayashi gave an order and walked into his training room. He also needs to absorb the chakra from the root ninja's body. When Hinata Hayashi takes action. The other side. Danzo has also secretly arrived at the third base. I just don't believe you can still chase me here. Being pushed into the third base, Danzo's face looked extremely gloomy. Today he wants to see whether the base left by Orochimaru can be found by anyone. Danzo did not rest either, but stayed quietly in the base waiting. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Danzo forced himself to stay asleep as he hadn't slept the whole night. He had dark circles under his eyes, but the coldness in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. At the same time, he was also instructing the root ninjas to busy themselves with some relocations here. Lord Danzo. At this time, a root ninja came over and whispered, 2 of our people are missing. They are not the ones who fell in the base before, but the ones who went out to monitor the Hyuga clan. There was a riot yesterday, so I called them together and arranged their work, but now it's time for them to change shifts and they haven't returned yet. What? Hearing this, Danzo's face flashed with ferocity. How dare the Hyuga clan capture people from my root? How dare you? He was so angry that he had no place to vent. The Hyuga clan actually dared to take action. Give me a hand. Danzo gnashed his teeth and said, catch 2 people from the Hyuga branch family. If there is one from the main family, also catch one and bring it to me. Master Danzo, the main family members of the Hyuga clan rarely go out and are all in the clan land. Hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja whispered, but according to our situation. The 2 young ladies of the Hyuga clan's main family will come out. One of them has just graduated from the ninja school and is taught by Yuhi Kurenai Jonin, and the other is wandering around Konoha village. Isn't the latter always by Rizu's side? Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes suddenly. If I remember correctly, the Hyuga clan has placed all their hopes on her, and Hayashi has even taken her with him for training. Does she still have time to come out? Yuhi Kurenai gave up on her side. After all, Sarutobi. Catch this little one, even if we can't catch her, teach her a lesson. At this point, Danzo's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, 2 base explosions, 2 disappearances, I don't believe it has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan must be severely punished. I allow you to mobilize 3 people, involve the hidden target, and capture the little one directly. Sarutobi will understand me. After hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja immediately turned and left. As someone close to Lord Danzo, he only needs to obey Lord Danzo's orders. The Hyuga clan. Shimura Danzo's face was cold, and he thought it was time to teach the Hyuga clan a lesson. When Shimura Danzo thought so, the root ninjas have sprung into action. While they are in action, in the Hyuga clan's territory, Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata, who was about to leave, and whispered, "Sister, when will you come back today?" "Well, it might be late. Why don't you come with me? Or you can practice at home." "No, I'm going to Brother Lin Mo's place today." Hanabi narrowed her eyes and said, "Today is Tenten's day for Mom and Dad to open the cans. I want to see what they come up with." She now likes to watch others come to Lin Mo's place to open jars. And Lin Mo had no intention of chasing him away. "I see." After hearing what Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata understood. Then he walked out of the Hyuga clan's territory with Hinata Hanabi, and after separating, they rushed towards the gathering point mentioned by teacher Yuhi Kurenai. Oh no! Brother Lin Mo shouldn't be up yet at this time. When Hinata Hanabi was about to walk towards Lin Mo's jar shop, she suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had only opened the shop in the morning yesterday. And now, it's early in the morning. Hinata Hanabi looked up and saw that the sun had not yet fully risen, and scratched her head in distress for a moment. If I go there now, Brother Lin Mo won't open the door either. Then should I go back and practice the Biming divine art? Hanabi thought so while walking back subconsciously. But after walking for a while, she didn't want to go back, so she turned around a few times in hesitation. At this time, far away, the root ninja hiding in the darkness watched Hanabi's every move closely. Several root ninjas dressed in black and wearing masks hid among the shadows of the trees. They exchanged glances with each other, and their weapons were quietly ready. That's strange. Why did she stop? Did she notice us? Impossible, we didn't get close, we were hiding the whole time. Look at her expression, she seems to be worried about something, hesitant. We can't do anything around the Hyuga clan's territory, we have to wait until she's at least some distance away. Several root ninjas spoke in low voices, communicating without making any movement. They are not short of patience, nor are they lacking in patience. While several root ninjas were hiding. At this time, Hinata Hanabi had already decided not to go back. Instead of going back to practice with his father, it would be better to go to Lin Mo's backyard. There are a lot of various props placed by Sister Tian Tian and her sister, which are very suitable for practicing ninja tool throwing techniques. Then I waited for Lin Mo to open the door, then went into the store and watched Tiantian's parents come over to open the jars. Thinking of this, Hua Hua decisively adjusted her direction and walked towards Lin Mo's jar shop. However, just as she walked out of the Hyuga clan's territory and entered a secluded path, a Hyuga clan ninja immediately appeared beside Hanabi, grabbed Hanabi and whispered, "Miss, something is wrong, let's go back first." Shoo! Just as he appeared, the air around him suddenly became cold. Immediately afterwards, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and a dense number of darts whistled towards them. They are root ninjas. How dare you? What do you want to do? In an instant, 2 scolding voices were heard. A figure also jumped out from the darkness and stood in front of Hua Hua. He rolled his eyes and looked at the root ninjas rushing towards him from a distance, his expression extremely ugly. They keep their Byakugan on at all times to protect Hanabi. I didn't expect that the root ninjas would be so bold as to take action around the Hyuga clan's territory. The 3 root ninjas who were rushing over did not respond, but quickly dispersed. The 2 ninjas directly fought with the Hyuga clan's guards. The other quickly bypassed them and headed straight for Hanabi. Boom! The battle broke out instantly, and the 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan engaged in a fierce confrontation with the 3 ninjas from the root. The fluctuations of chakra and the clash of weapons echoed in the air, and the battle was extremely fierce. Although the 2 Hyuga ninjas were quite powerful, they seemed to be struggling against the siege of the root, and it was obvious that the opponent was quite powerful. Send signal. The Hyuga clan's secret guard with his Byakugan on was about to send a signal immediately, but was interrupted in an instant. In an instant, his complexion changed drastically. Is the root crazy? They actually sent a few senior ninjas to deal with them. To capture Hanabi. I'll catch her. One of the root ninjas tasked with capturing Hanabi growled. He quickly approached Hanabi, the weapon in his hand flashing with a cold light, and it was obvious that he was ready to quickly capture the little girl. Bastard root. Faced with this sudden situation, Hua was also panicked. She knew she was in extreme danger. He immediately stepped back quickly, trying to create distance between himself and the other party. But the opponent was too fast and approached her almost in an instant. The terrifying aura swept over and completely crushed her even though she had already integrated her own genin chakra. This is not a Chunin. Damn it. Hua gritted her teeth secretly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She knew she had to fight back if she didn't want to be caught. Sharingan. In an instant, Hanabi activated her Sharingan. At the same time, he quickly adjusted his breathing and the chakra in his body quickly condensed together. As Hanabi opened her Sharingan, the pupils of the attacking Umbu ninja shrank sharply. How come the second daughter of the Hyuga clan has a 3-Magatama Sharingan? Instant prison shadow killing formation. Hinata Hanabi knew that the other party was shocked for a second, and knew that she had got her chance. What she needs to do is to take advantage of this opportunity to perform the instant prison shadow killing formation. In an instant, Hanabi's body became blurred, as if it had merged into the air. The next moment, her figure suddenly disappeared, turning into a swift afterimage, so fast that it was difficult to capture. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The sudden scene made the root's face change. How could this little girl, who is only 7 years old, have a 3-Magatama Sharingan? And at such a speed? This is not the teleportation technique at all. At this moment, Hanabi's shadow clone appeared behind him in an instant. Almost at the same time, her real body appeared in front of him. Two figures, one in front and one behind, trapped him in the middle like ghosts. This is impossible. The root ninja exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that this seemingly weak little girl could display such superb ninjutsu skills. Before he could react, Hanabi had already left a special mark on his body. The mark was attached to his body in an extremely concealed way, almost unnoticeable. What happened? In an instant, the root ninja felt an inexplicable force invading his body, which made his face change drastically. He felt something was wrong and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the mark was suddenly detonated. A powerful explosion was heard, and a huge impact force was generated, instantly creating a bloody pit on the body of this root ninja. In an instant, his body lost balance. What happened? This root ninja felt something strange inside his body with a look of horror. Feeling the pain coming continuously, there was horror in his eyes. It all happened so fast that he had no time to react. At this moment, the detonation of the mark brought a huge impact force, and the violent explosive force seemed to explode in his body. As a result, he lost his ability to move and fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, he felt that the chakra in his body was dispersed by a powerful force, and the energy in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. How is it possible to have such an attack? The root ninja fell to the ground, his face pale, his voice filled with extreme shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that he would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a little girl. The most important thing is that there is no hope for me. It didn't explode. Hanabi, on the other hand, was looking at this root ninja while panting. Her face was slightly pale, and it was obvious that the attack just now had consumed a lot of her chakra. But her eyes remained firm, with a barely perceptible calmness in them. In her opinion, this root ninja should definitely die under the Shunyu shadow killing array. But the opponent only had a hole blown in his body. Although it was on the chest, it was already a sure death. But the opponent didn't explode completely, which made her realize that she was too weak after all. The lightning-fast fight between the two also attracted the attention of others around them. When the other two root ninjas saw their companion being knocked down, their expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with shock and anger. The two Hyuga clan ninjas were also stunned by this scene. They had never expected that their second young lady could actually unleash such a powerful attack method. Because Hanabi had her back to them, they were unable to see the Sharingan. Run! Hanabi, on the other hand, did not hesitate at all and decisively used her remaining energy to run towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Although he didn't understand why these root ninjas wanted to capture him, he absolutely could not be caught by them. How brave! A cold voice came from a distance, and Hinata Hayashi appeared on the field. His figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, shocking everyone. Hanabi suddenly looked up and saw her father appear. She felt relieved instantly. Hinata Hayashi who appeared had a gloomy face, his eyes burning with anger, and his gaze swept across the scene in front of him like a sharp sword. Seeing the root ninjas lying on the ground in pain waiting to die, and the root ninjas besieging his secret guards, his anger reached its peak. The root actually dared to attack his daughter. This was an intolerable provocation. Retreat. When the two root ninjas saw Hinata Hayashi appear, their eyes suddenly changed. It was beyond their expectation that this person would come so soon. The leading root ninja immediately shouted in a low voice and quickly fled away. Staying here would mean death. The only option was to escape immediately and report everything to Danzo. However, Hyuga Hayashi obviously did not give them any chance to escape. Seeing that the root ninja wanted to retreat, his figure instantly turned into a white shadow at an incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two root ninjas who were trying to escape. You want to run away? That's too easy. Hinata Hayashi's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Before he finished speaking, his hand had already been raised quickly, and a powerful chakra instantly gathered in his palm. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi's palm suddenly pressed on the chest of one of the root ninjas. The root ninja's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt an irresistible suction coming from Hinata Hayashi's palm, madly absorbing the chakra in his body. Chapter 100. What is this? The root ninja's face suddenly turned horrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. He felt as if the chakra in his body was being madly extracted by an invisible force, and most of it was lost in an instant. The feeling of being completely drained made him scream involuntarily. The other root ninja became even more terrified upon seeing this and quickly turned around and tried to escape. However, Hyuga Hayashi didn't give him any chance. Shoo! The other hand shot out like lightning, grabbed his shoulder accurately, and pulled him back without hesitation. You roots are really getting more and more outrageous. The murderous intent in Hinata Hayashi's eyes became even stronger, and the chakra in his hand burst out with an even stronger suction force, instantly absorbing all the chakra in the ninja's body. Under the stimulation of the Beiming divine art, his palm was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the chakra in the bodies of the two root ninjas. The two root ninjas looked pale, their legs were weak, and they could barely stand. They had never experienced such a terrible thing before. The strength in their bodies was constantly being drained away, as if their entire soul was about to be taken away by Hinata Hayashi. What kind of method is this? How could the Hyuga clan have such ability? A ninja's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The feeling of his chakra being constantly sucked away made him feel as if he was in hell, and he completely lost the ability to resist. This level of means. The other ninja's face was also filled with horror. He opened his eyes wide, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. As root ninjas, they had undergone the most rigorous training and missions, but had never encountered such a bizarre and terrifying situation. Hinata Hayashi looked coldly at the two root ninjas who had been almost drained, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. His heart was filled with anger. If he had not arrived in time today, the fireworks would probably have fallen into the hands of these people. Thinking of this, he suddenly increased the strength in his hands, and the two ninjas seemed to lose all support in an instant and fell to the ground. If you dare to touch my Hyuga clan, you will pay the price. Hinata Hayashi's voice was cold and icy, as if it had no emotion at all. Take it away and go back first. After giving some instructions to the Hyuga clan's secret guards, Hyuga Hayashi restrained his expression, looked at Hanabi and said softly. Don't come out for the next 2 days, practice at home first. The explosion of the root base last night must have made Danzo, the mad dog, keep an eye on my Hyuga clan to death, and even dare to attack you. Aha! Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi nodded obediently. Today even my Sharingan was exposed, but luckily I managed to take down one guy. But next time I wasn't so lucky. For a moment, Hanabi was indignant. When I get good stuff in the future, I will bombard this bad thing, Danzo, as soon as possible. It is worthy of being called the Northern Ocean Divine Art. While Hyuga Hayashi was taking Hanabi back to the Hyuga clan, he felt the chakra vortex expanding in his body and felt very excited. This technique is too powerful. In just a few days, he was able to increase the chakra in his body several times. Although I need to go back and digest it, this quick method is really crazy. If other people knew about this, they would probably go crazy. While thinking this, the Hyuga clan's secret guards quickly cleaned up the scene and left. And at this moment, the other side. In the third base of the route, Danzo had been waiting for news. It was not until Danzo looked at the sun rising outside, with some sunlight shining sporadically on the entrance in the distance, that he could not help but squint his eyes. According to the original plan, it exceeded the time limit. Tap tap. At this time, a series of footsteps sounded quickly. A root ninja walked in quickly and said respectfully, Master Danzo, we didn't find Yuryu and the others, we didn't even see them at the place where they were being picked up, they seem to have disappeared. What? Hearing this, Danzo's face turned pale, missing. What a joke. How could the second daughter of the Hyuga clan disappear after being captured? Even if the plan failed and he was no match for his opponent, it was within his expectations. Based on the level of protection the Hyuga clan provides to Hinata Hanabi, he believes that there are at least 2 strong Jonin-level warriors guarding her. But he didn't care. What he cared about was giving the Hyuga clan a severe lesson. It doesn't matter if the plan fails in the end and the capture fails, you can just retreat. There are also special people responsible for the support. If you can't win, can you run away? As a result, now the person is missing. Danzo looked extremely unhappy, and gritted his teeth, are you sure they didn't come out? No, they didn't enter the Hyuga clan's territory, but it's like they disappeared. The root ninja whispered, we went to the place they mentioned and felt some residual chakra fluctuations there, although the scene had been processed, there were indeed traces of a battle, as expected, 0. That old thing, Hyuga Hayashi. After hearing this, Danzo had no idea that the people he sent had been killed. Thinking about the fact that the root had lost 3 capable cadres, Danzo's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, help me find Sarutobi. This time, let's see if Sarutobi has anything else to say. There are more than 3 root ninjas already. Including those who went missing before, there are already 5 or 6. It's all related to the Hyuga clan. What does the Hyuga clan want to do? Soon, with the support of the root ninjas, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. Seeing Danzo's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting and communicating with Kakashi in front of him, twitched his mouth slightly. Why is this guy here again? Even in this situation, he's still not content. When Kakashi saw Danzo arriving, he nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I will lead the team and the client now. With that, Kakashi left in an instant. Sarutobi. Watching Kakashi leave, without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask, Danzo said with a gloomy face, I have lost 3 more root ninjas. What happened? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed and he sat up straight. Lost 3 more root ninjas? This is not a trivial matter either. It's the Hyuga clan. Danzo explained the matter with a concealed expression. Boom. Danzo, do you know what you are doing? Don't you know how important Hanabi is to the Hyuga clan? What do you think? For Hinata Hanabi, the Hyuga clan's treasure is broken. Now at the age of 7, he did not go to a ninja school, but instead trained with Hinata Hayashi. He also wanted to transfer Hinata Hanabi to the ninja school and assign her to the team where Konoha village was. As a result, Danzo's actions completely disrupted his plans. He didn't think that after such a thing happened, Hinata Hayashi would still send Hanabi to the ninja school. It was the Hyuga clan who first angered me. Danzo gnashed his teeth and said, most of my root bases have been blown up, and at this time there are still ninjas disappearing in the Hyuga clan's territory, shouldn't I ask him what the Hyuga clan wants to do? If the Hyuga clan had a clear conscience, why would they do such a thing? This time he dared to attack my root, next time he will dare to attack Yorambu. After hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless again. If Danzo hadn't gone to their doorsteps and supervised them openly, would the Hyuga clan have been furious? However, thinking of what Danzo said, that the Hyuga clan had already taken action several times in a row, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This is indeed a problem. If they dared to attack Danzo's root ninja this time, then they will do it again next time. Withdraw the surveillance ninjas around the Hyuga clan's territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then he spoke directly, the Chunin exam and your root base now both require the manpower of the Hyuga clan, you can't do this anymore. We should monitor it now. Danzo gnashed his teeth and said, if we withdraw now, what will my losses be? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. If Danzo hadn't run into the outskirts of other people's family territory to monitor, would there have been any losses? That's it for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, the root base was definitely not built by the Hyuga clan, I assure you of this. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo's face darkened. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen said this to inform him. Then, Danzo left angrily. What a headache. Looking at Danzo being sent away, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache. Not only Danzo needs to be appeased, but the Hyuga clan also needs to be appeased. After all, Hanabi is the second daughter of the Hyuga clan. This time, Danzo mobilized the root ninjas in a village to rob the second lady of the Hyuga clan, which has broken a certain balance. Once this balance is broken, there will be trouble. Bastard thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and wished he could slap Danzo to death. Incompetent bumbler. After calming himself down, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to the crystal ball in front of him and immediately performed the telescope technique. After performing the spell, the scene at the entrance of Konoha village appeared immediately. It was Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha, Sasuke, and Sakura. Can't wait any longer. Looking at the three people, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. The Jinchuriki needs to grow up as quickly as possible. These events that happened one after another gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an inexplicable sense of urgency. Although Konoha village is now thriving. But the resources are not enough to be divided among the major families. Konoha is seriously lacking in combat power. Now he is constantly mobilizing the senior ninjas of Konoha village to teach the students graduating from this year's ninja school, in order to grow taller as quickly as possible. Otherwise, in the past, he would usually let the guiding Chunin lead the team. There are too few Jonin in Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so. The entrance to Konoha village. Haruno Sakura still looked at Kakashi with an awkward expression. Teacher, are we going on a mission now? Although she was a little tired of the ninjutsu of catching kittens, she had an inexplicable sense of security in a ninja village. As a result, she was suddenly notified last night to pack up and complete the task of leaving the village today, which made her feel very uncomfortable. How so? This is too fast. Ha 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 ha, God is really helping me. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, put his hands on his hips with a smug look on his face and laughed loudly. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. He was still thinking about how to speed up the progress of the mission, but he didn't expect that Kakashi would ask them to complete the village mission so quickly. Could it be related to last night's explosion? Uchiha Sasuke thought about what happened last night and frowned slightly. He always felt that the guiding Jonin who led them suddenly changed his original rhythm. By the way, are you really reliable? At this time, Dasna came over and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and the other two in front of him with a suspicious look on his face. Are you really the ninjas assigned by the third Hokage to protect me? As he spoke, Dasna pulled out a commission sheet and examined it. 1 leading Jonin and 3 genin. There is no problem with being a Jonin, but as for being a genin. Looking at the short and fat Naruto Uzumaki, Dasna frowned. He has been waiting in this Konoha village for several days. The original time agreed with the third Hokage was half a month later, but now it has been brought forward, which makes him happy. But now seeing the ninja who accepted the mission, he suddenly wasn't so happy. Isn't this a child? Sure enough, everything is arranged. Looking at the appearance of Dasna, the proud Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. The mission has been set off in advance, why is it still this guy? This means that it is certain that you will encounter Wu Ying next. His current strength is not that strong. Charmander, you have to protect me. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously touched Charmander's head and muttered, if this trip goes well, I'll treat you to a feast. As long as we reach the land of waves and then take action against that Cardo, we won't have to worry about the money to open the jars. Ow. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Charmander immediately looked up and had a big meal. Naruto, what are you mumbling about? Sakura Haruno, who was negotiating with Dasna, looked back at Uzumaki Naruto with a suspicious look on her face. What a smooth meal. Hey, I'll treat Charmander to a feast when we get back from the mission. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Ugh. After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Haruno Sakura looked at the Charmander beside Naruto with some envy. How come this cute summoning beast is Naruto's? Okay, it's time to go. Kakashi spoke up and signaled everyone to leave the village. Teacher Kakashi, how long will it take for us to go back and forth on this mission? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, can you come back in a week? After all, it's already the 10th day. If I don't come back soon, I'm going to miss the jar again. If the mission goes smoothly, a week will be enough for us to return. Wave Country is not far away, and we can travel faster than ordinary people. Why? Didn't you want to complete the mission in the village? Why did you want to come back again? When doing missions yesterday and the day before yesterday, Uzumaki Naruto clearly wanted to complete the village missions. As a result, as soon as he accepted the mission, Uzumaki Naruto was thinking about coming back. Kakashi really couldn't figure out Naruto's personality. Ha, that's good. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. 1 week, I can still accept it. All in all, I have 4 days left for myself this week. Then there are 7 days in the next week, which means I only need to come back within 10 days. If you come back to the village 11 days before, you can open 10 jars directly. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing quickened. This time when I leave the village, I must make money. I guess I didn't calculate it wrong, right? When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. In the jar shop. Not long after opening the door, Lin Mo also saw Tiantian's father and mother who had already arrived. Seeing the two of them, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. He thought Tiantian's parents would come to open the jar yesterday, but he didn't expect it to be today. Shopkeeper, let's open the cans. Tiantian's father looked at Lin Mo who had already opened the door and smiled embarrassedly. I was originally planning to come yesterday, but something happened yesterday, so I can only come today. No need to be embarrassed. Hearing what Tiantian's father said, Lin Mo shook his head and said, if you don't know the right time to open the can, it means you open it one day late, and it will be one day late next week. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father sighed. Who said no? He also knows the importance of opening jars. But yesterday I couldn't leave at all. Thinking of this, Tiantian's father handed the money he had prepared to Lin Mo. This is the money I need to open the jar. What? As Tian was talking, he suddenly saw the exquisite jar and was immediately surprised. Owner, why is that jar so special? If you want to open a fine jar, you need to open a certain amount of ordinary jars first. Lin Mo said casually, no one can open it at the moment, don't worry about it. I see. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father suddenly understood. Then I started to choose the jars. Soon, 10 jars were picked out. Looking at the 10 jars in front of him, Tiantian's father took a deep breath and decisively knocked open the first one. The first jar shattered and a handful of darts fell out. This dart. Looking at the appearance of the dart, Tiantian's father was stunned. Can darts be made like this? Butterfly dart is a dart made by a blacksmith. It has a hook at the end. It is not thrown when fired, but it is spun between the fingers. The two darts are connected by the hook, empowering each other. Like a pair of sharp butterflies. Because of the hook, the butterfly dart can change direction through other darts or any hanging objects, making it difficult to predict the attack direction. Instead, it is more suitable for complex spaces. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. I do have an impression of this hidden weapon. Hidden weapon butterfly dart. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke and briefly talked about the dart, which made Tiantian's father's eyes widen. Is there such a hidden weapon? It's too vicious. This kind of dart is also suitable for applying poison, it is more convenient to use it with bitterness. Lin Mo continued to speak, and Tiantian's father nodded in agreement. As my family runs a ninja tool shop, I also forge ninja tools myself. The appearance of this thing makes it a more compact and useful hidden weapon compared to kunai and shuriken. The most important thing is that if this kind of thing is created, it will definitely be popular among ninjas. Nowadays, all ninjas use our kunai, shuriken and the like, which are too monotonous. The update schedule is totally messed up, I need to adjust it as soon as possible, sorry, it's been late these 2 days, I'll adjust it as soon as possible, sorry. Chapter 101. This butterfly dart is a good thing. Then, Tian dad continued to knock open the second jar. Boom! The second jar broke and a detonating talisman fell out. A waterproof detonating charm. After taking a look at the detonating talisman, Lin Mo spoke. Tiantian's father immediately put it away and continued to crack the next jar. Another jar shattered, this time revealing a ball of white light. Experience light group. Looking at this white ball of light, Tiantian's father's eyes lit up. Shopkeeper, what kind of experience is this? As for the experience light group, Tiantian's father really wants to get it. The 1000 push-ups training experience he got last time made him feel great and strengthened his body. Compared to the shurikens, chakra and other things he obtained, this kind of experience light ball is his favorite. 2000 push-ups training experience. The training experience from a certain trainee can be integrated after touching it, and you can instantly gain 2000 push-ups training experience, achieving the effect of slightly enhancing your physical fitness. It's the push-up experience. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the experience light ball, nodded and said, compared to the last time, it's 1000 times more, your luck is still pretty good. 2000 push-up experiences. Hearing this, Tiantian's father suddenly looked excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached out and touched it. In an instant, the familiar feeling surged into his body, making him feel his arms become strong again. Yeah. Tiantian's father, who had integrated the experience of this training, was full of excitement. It has been strengthened again. Without any hesitation, Tiantian's father looked at the remaining 8 jars and decisively opened 2 jars directly. With 2 bangs, the 2 cans broke and 2 thin square objects fell down. This is... Looking at this thing, Tiantian's father was stunned. Seasoning packet. These 2 things look very much like material packets. Big bubble gum is a snack from a small shop. It can blow out big bubbles after eating it. It is one of the favorite snacks for children. It's candy. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said something, which made Tiantian's father very disappointed. It's actually this kind of thing. Food for two small children. Without any hesitation, Dad Tian continued to knock open the fifth and sixth jars. With two bangs, the two jars broke. A long sleeve and a red stone fell down. Animal knuckles, elephant. As long as you put these animal knuckles on your hands, you will have the same power as these animals. Those who wear these knuckles can gain the power of an elephant. Fire agate has a layered structure with thin layers of wrapping materials between the layers. Such as thin flaky mineral crystals of iron oxide. When exposed to light, it produces a thin film interference phenomenon and flashes a fiery red halo. It is an ordinary stone from an unknown world and has no use except for its beauty. Looking at these two things, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and his eyes couldn't help but look at the animal knuckles. This thing belongs to the blue fat man. What a beautiful stone. Tiantian's mother's eyes lit up when she saw the fire agate. Is this fiery red stone a forging material? Not only Tiantian's mother's eyes were shining, but Tiantian's father's eyes were also attracted. No, it's just an ordinary stone. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and explained briefly, and Tiantian's mother understood. That's great too, I can make it into a necklace and wear it every day. Immediately, Tiantian's mother had an idea about this thing. Shopkeeper, where's this? Tiantian's father, on the other hand, turned his gaze towards the animal knuckles, elephant, and asked with a curious look on his face. These are animal knuckles. Lin Mo smiled faintly and explained, which made Tiantian's father's eyes suddenly widen. Wear it and you will have the power of an elephant. Real or fake? Without any hesitation, Tiantian's father immediately reached out and put on the glove. In an instant, Tiantian's father felt full of strength. Subconsciously, he looked at his wife, stretched out his hand and lifted her up easily. Bastard! The sudden feeling of being lifted into the air made Tiantian's mother furious, but Tiantian's father looked very surprised. With this finger sleeve, I can have more strength to forge ninja tools. With such great strength, I can forge ninja tools easily. Forehead. Tiantian's mother, who was angry, was also stunned and looked surprised when she heard what Tiantian's father said. Is it that exaggerated? That's something you need to try to do yourself. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, with this animal finger sleeve, you can become a powerful physical ninja without even practicing. You know, physical ninjas need training. But how could a normal ninja who practices physical techniques possibly be stronger than an elephant? At the very least, my strength will increase, and I will have a certain degree of self-protection. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father laughed heartily and said, I don't have much to pursue in this life, I'll just make some ninja tools and wait for Tian to grow up, I'll just live a day-to-day life. Ninja or something, forget it. Once you register as a ninja, you will need to take on certain responsibilities. He is no longer fit for that kind of life. As he spoke, Tiantian's father continued to knock open the seventh and eighth jars. With two bangs, the two jars broke, and a blue stone and a white ball of light fell down. Ice stone, a stone from a certain world that possesses the power of ice. It has a magical effect on ice creatures. It has a snowflake-like pattern and can make certain elves evolve. A bricklayer's 1,000 bricklaying experiences. A bricklayer's 1,000 bricklaying experiences are from an unknown renovation bricklayer. After integrating them, one can master how to bricklaying expertly. Looking at these two things, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be an ice stone. And I also have experience in bricklaying walls. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke and gave a brief introduction to the two things, which surprised Tiantian's father. Any experience with masonry? He thought it would be a training experience. Not bad. Tiantian's mother smiled and joked, with this experience, at least you will have a new career. If you can't forge iron anymore, you can consider building walls for others. With the animal gloves, how could I not be able to hit the iron? After hearing what his wife said, Tiantian's father spoke in an unpleasant tone. Then he looked at the ice stone and thought, this is actually useful for Pokemons. The empty Pokeball I opened last time also had an effect on Pokemons, the only pity was that there were no Pokemons. At this point, Tiantian's father sighed, I don't know when this kind of creature similar to a spiritual beast will appear. Hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. I thought of the little Charmander egg I had placed under the counter. This thing hasn't hatched yet. Put it away first. Tian Dad touched and integrated the experience of the bricklayer. After mastering some experience, he put away the ice stone and knocked open the last two jars. With two bangs, the last two cans broke and two pieces of paper fell out. When Daddy touched them, the 2 pieces of paper instantly grew bigger. It became 2 meters in size. There is a small house drawn on the paper. This? Seeing this sudden enlarged piece of paper, Qintian's father and mother were both curious about what this thing was. Waterproof dog house hung on the wall. Just stick the paper on the wall, and a space will be automatically generated inside the dog house on the sticker, ready for occupancy, allowing stray dogs to live in. Lin Mo. Seeing this sticker, Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This dog house sticker is not just for dogs. If it were a human, they should be able to live in it. Of course, not necessarily. After all, the sticker says it's an animal house, and no matter how big a dog is, it can't be as big as a human. It's a carry-on dog house sticker. Lin Mo explained softly, you just need to stick this sticker on the wall, and the dog house inside the sticker can be moved in. It can give stray dogs a home. Of course, people can live in it too. As Lin Mo spoke simply and explained, Qintian's father and mother both looked strange. Can a space be automatically generated on a wall? It sounds quite good. Even people can live in it. But why is this thing called a dog house? You can just stick this thing on the wall and live in it. It's a waste to give it to a dog. Shopkeeper, why is this called a dog house? It can be renamed. If you're in the wild, it can completely replace a sleeping bag. It's much more convenient than sleeping in a sleeping bag or finding a cave to stay in. You know, many ninjas are resting while performing missions in the wild. Either find a cave or a dilapidated house. When you sleep, you also need to set traps and so on. Therefore, many ninjas left the village and could not find a place to live in a short period of time. They all brought their own sleeping bags and chose to sleep in trees or find a hidden place. This kind of living place that can be filled with space by sticking stickers is very convenient for some ninjas who are on missions. That's because people's body shapes are different from dogs' body shapes. Lin Mo pinched his chin and said, that's why it's called a dog house. Can people live in a normal dog house? Tian daddy. Qintian's mom. So, it can be used to store some supplies. Immediately, Qintian's father and mother also understood. I understand, owner. Qintian's father nodded and bandaged the 2 things. Then I wondered if I could use it every day. Qintian's mother then gave the money she had prepared to Lin Mo and selected 10 jars. When Lin Mo waved his hand and the 10 jars he had selected fell steadily in front of her, she was eager to try and smash 2 of the jars at once. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke and 2 glass bottles filled with liquid appeared. Invisible eye drops. After applying these eye drops, you will not be able to see anything, and you will be temporarily blind. This eye drops. Seeing the eye drops prop, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and explained, as long as you drop this eye drops on your eyes, you can make your eyes blind for a period of time and experience the life of a blind person. That sounds weird. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Qintian's mother picked up the 2 things and fell into deep thought. What good experiences do blind people have these days? Shaking her head, Qintian's mother continued to crack open the 3rd jar. The 3rd jar broke, this time revealing an antique bronze ring. This is a storage ring. Looking at this storage ring, Qintian's father's eyes lit up. It's exactly the same as Tian said, and Tian also opened one yesterday. A good thing that is even more convenient than the sealing scroll. Ah. Lin Mo nodded, but the space is a bit small, only 1 cubic meter. Qintian's mother put on the ring with a look of surprise on her face. With a thought, the 2 bottles of invisible eye drops that had just been opened were immediately put away. This way, some of the forged ninja tools can also be stored in it. For a moment, Qintian's mother narrowed her eyes. At that time, if the root ninjas come to get some ninja tools, you can just put some garbage on the counter. Thinking of this, Qintian's mother continued to knock open the 4th and 5th jars in a good mood. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke, and a bottle of water and a blue Ganoderma lucidum fell down. Bishuishan mineral water contains minerals and tastes very good. Sea Ganoderma is a special species that only grows on islands in certain special sea areas. Although it looks like a commercial fungus, it is actually secreted and proliferated by soft-bodied organisms. It can be simply eaten but has no therapeutic effect. Lin Mo also gave a brief introduction, which greatly disappointed Qintian's mother. Looking at the remaining 5 jars, Qintian's mother continued to knock open the 6th jar. The 6th jar shattered and a ball of blue light fell down. Is it true that if you open the jars individually, you will easily get good stuff? Looking at this thing, Qintian's mother looked strange. Ordinary genin level chakra, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add to one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Chakra of an ordinary genin. Lin Mo took a look and said something. Tiantian's mother's eyes lit up and she immediately reached out her hand to merge the chakra. For her, chakra is quite useful. After the fusion, Tiantian's mother continued to crack open the next jar. This time, the jar broke and a test tube filled with liquid that was familiar to Tiantian's mother fell out. Is this the catalyst? Looking at this familiar thing, Tiantian's mother was a little hesitant. The reason for her hesitation was that the color of the liquid inside was different from what she opened last time. Intermediate catalyst, a catalyst from a certain underground world, made from various basic materials, that can be used to forge weapons. Lin Mo took a look, nodded, and said, it's a little more advanced than the catalyst you opened last time. Above it, there are superior, special, and top grades. I didn't even finish using that thing last time. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's mother shook her head. Another one has appeared this time. It seems that I can try it out after I go back to forge the ninja tools. Thinking of this, Tiantian's mother looked at the remaining 4 jars and decisively continued to knock open 2 of them. With 2 bangs, the 2 cans broke and 2 delicate metal pieces fell down. Bulletproof metal fragment, special metal pieces from a canyon area. If the collection is complete, it can be exchanged for a flame bottle provided that you can find the other party. Lin Mo. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo was speechless. If you want to collect all of these things and exchange them for flame bottles, you have to leave the ninja world. Shaking his head, Lin Mo briefly explained the material, and Tiantian's mother sighed after hearing it. It's just useless forging material. Looking at the last 2 jars, Tiantian's mother continued to knock them open. With 2 bangs, the last 2 jars broke, and a blue ball of light and a card fell down. Senior Genin's chakra. The chakra that a senior Genin has cultivated with great effort can be instantly superimposed on one's own chakra after fusion, increasing the chakra to the level of a senior Genin. One day flight card. The flight card launched by a mysterious kingdom provides a good platform for many racers who yearn to fly in the sky. They can experience the perfect feeling of free flying. After use, they can fly into the sky, and it will expire after 1 day. Pity. Seeing what Tiantian's mother prescribed, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. There's nothing good about this. I sold 20 jars in a row today, but the improvement I got was too small. Sure enough, I can't always rely on others to open the jar. I also need to deepen my practice. After sorting out his complicated emotions, Lin Mo spoke and briefly talked about these 2 things. Tiantian's mother looked at the flight card with a look of surprise. This thing can make people fly. Tiantian's father's eyes lit up. Even ninjas can't fly. If we use this thing well, we may be able to quickly avoid danger in the future. This is good stuff. Hearing this, Tiantian's mother nodded. Indeed. But this thing is useless to them, so it can be given to Tian. Then, he reached out and touched the senior Genin's chakra to fuse with his. After the fusion, I calmed down my emotions with satisfaction. Then he said goodbye to Lin Mo and left. Watching the 2 people leave, Lin Mo's mind moved, and suddenly the things that were opened by Tiantian's father and mother appeared. When Lin Mo chose to wear the animal gloves, he immediately felt his body filled with strength. If I use illusion to confuse the opponent, and then slap him, the power that bursts out should be able to kill an ordinary ninja alive. Feeling the power brought by the elephant finger sleeves, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. This item for improving strength is quite good. Able to purely enhance one's own strength. Then, Lin Mo reached out to touch the chakra of ordinary Genin and senior Genin levels. Feeling the chakra in my body increase, this quick feeling is really great. Unfortunately, what he asked for was too little. As Lin Mo continued to integrate the rest of his experience. The other side. The place where Might Guy gathers for training. Rock Lee looked at Tian with hope, and quickly asked, Tian, do you have any method to practice physical skills? Chapter 102. Looking at Rock Lee in front of him, Ten nodded. How do you think I was able to acquire such a strong physique in such a short period of time when my physical skills were not as good as yours half a month ago? Even training can't produce it. At this point, Tian raised his chin slightly and said, exercise won't have any effect in a short period of time. Yes. Hearing what Tian said, Rock Lee scratched his head in distress. This is also what worries me, unless there are some special plasters to assist, but even with the plasters, it is not easy to do these. Tian, your family also runs a ninja tool store. He was shocked by the speed of sealing and the terrifying physique that Tian had demonstrated before. You definitely won't believe me if I tell you right away. Tian shook his head gently and said, but since you asked me, it's okay for me to tell you, okay? As he spoke, Tian took out a pill and handed it to Rock Lee, saying softly, here you go, take this pill when you go back home tonight, and you will know. What Tian gave her was the half of the sleeping pills that Hinata had given her before. Just take one pill and you can stay awake for 24 hours without feeling tired. This thing is also good for her, but the benefits are not too great. Because it is impossible for her to exercise 24 hours a day. But Rock Lee is different, he is very suitable for this pill. At present, she has not told anyone about the jar, because in Tian's opinion, even if Rock Lee knew about it, he would not take it seriously or would not believe it. Even if you believe it, you won't spend 100,000 taels to open the jar. So she gave one of these things. Once Rock Lee eats it himself, he will know that what she said is true. Facts speak louder than words. When Rock Lee experiences the effect of this no-sleep pill, he will have to believe what she says. Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about bringing business to Lin Mo. Although she really wanted to keep the secret of the jar shop and didn't want too many people to know about it, even if her team knew about it, they probably wouldn't spread it around. Moreover, Rock Lee had indeed been training very hard and had no talent for ninjutsu. It would be even more profitable if you could find a talent for ninjutsu when opening a jar. Moreover, Lin Mo had told her before that she should bring people to open the jars, so she could be considered as bringing business to Lin Mo. After hearing what Tian said, Rock Lee looked at the pills that Tian handed over with a look of surprise. Is this pill special? If Tian hadn't told him so, he would be a little impatient to eat it now. Although he didn't understand why, Rock Lee still took it seriously. But the next second, Rock Lee fell into deep thought. Because he found that the pill in Tian's hand seemed to appear suddenly. Li, Ten, Niji, assemble. At this time, Might Guy came from a distance and said loudly, we are going out of the village for training today, I have accepted several missions outside the village. Here we go, Teacher Kai. Hearing this, Li Luoka responded loudly and ran over immediately. Seeing this, Tian also walked quickly. I don't know what my parents found when they opened the can at Lin Mo's place today. If I hadn't opened the can last night, I wouldn't have known what was in it in the first place. It would be nice if an elf came out. As he walked, Tian was curious about what his parents had found out from Lin Mo. Every time he thought about the empty pokeballs that his father opened, he felt a little regretful. If only there were elves inside. When I think like this every day. The other side. Fire Nation. By the lake. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of them with astonishment. Even in the distance, there were two fallen mist shadow ninjas. And Kakashi and Dazna. No, Naruto, how did you predict that? Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto in astonishment, and she took us to escape in the first place. When they encountered the mist shadow ninja just now, Uzumaki Naruto immediately led them to retreat, leaving the battlefield to Kakashi. Before they could react, they saw Kakashi-sensei being taken care of. However, Uzumaki Naruto ignored them and continued to run with them, saying that Kakashi teacher knew the substitution technique, so there was no need to worry, they just needed to run and didn't need to worry about Kakashi. As predicted. Kakashi appeared casually and took care of the two mist shadow ninjas in a flash. Is it hard? It hasn't rained in the past few days, so why are there puddles on the ground? Just think about it and you will know that something is wrong. As a ninja, when you go out on a mission, don't you have to consider the terrain? Don't you know this? Doesn't the book also say this? Do you still need to think about this? Haruno Sakura. When Sakura Haruno heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, her face turned dark and she was speechless. Even though it was said in the book, when Uzumaki Naruto was leading them at the back, he was always staying away from Kakashi and Dazna, as if he was on guard as soon as he left the village. Their mission was to protect their clients, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't even protect his clients. Being vigilant is a good thing, but being too vigilant is not a good thing. At this time, Kakashi came from a distance, with a frown on his face. Naruto, the vigilance of a ninja is not like yours. He was thinking about training Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto just ran away without any intention of fighting. On the battlefield, what else could this be but desertion? Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you are a jonin, those two ninjas from the Kirigakage village are chunin, it's easy for you to deal with them. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. I ran farther away so as not to hold you back, otherwise, what would I do if I were surrounded by them? Kakashi. It seems that I still need to teach Uzumaki Naruto how to cooperate. If he didn't teach them well, he felt that the entire team would be led in a strange direction by Uzumaki Naruto. You can't put your hope in others every time you are in danger. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a gloomy gaze. Have you ever thought about why a jonin like me would lead a team to do this kind of mission? To train us, of course. Uzumaki Naruto said without hesitation, it's to test our response to unexpected situations and crises, but Mr. Kakashi, there's really no need to use these two stupid mist shadow ninjas to train us. As ninjas from the Kirigakage village, what were they thinking of setting up puddles on the ground and hiding in them using water escape techniques? Isn't that stupid? I even suspect that they are not mist shadow ninjas, or that it was arranged by you, Mr. Kakashi. These two guys are really, really stupid. Is this really a chunin? He's not even as good as a genin like me. That was true, but he also wanted to know why there was such a stupid chunin. And this old man must have lowered the difficulty of the task. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Dazna who was approaching and said casually. Aren't C-rank escort missions usually for mafia or thieves? Two chunins from the Kirigakage village showed up not long ago. This old man has been targeted, and there will definitely be other ninjas showing up later. I even suspect that a Jonin will show up. Jounin? How can it be? Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke next to him, his pupils shrank sharply. Haruno Sakura's expression also changed drastically. Jonin? That's not a task they can take on at all. Good intuition. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise and nodded slightly. The ninjas of the Kirigakage village are famous for fighting to the death at all costs. If they were just some wandering ninjas, there wouldn't be two chunins from the Kirigakage village. So, Mr. Dazna, you're not going to say anything? This mission is beyond the scope of what we have accepted. We can return to the village halfway. At this point, Kakashi turned and looked at Dazna with a dark look in his eyes. He knew that the mission arranged by the third generation could not be as simple as an escort mission. There was something involved. But isn't it a bit too hasty to give the trial to the ninjas from the Mist Shadow village right away? It's only been a few days since Uzumaki Meirin graduated. Whether it was accepting a mission out of the village or a mission that went wrong, this was not something that ordinary graduates would encounter. The general mission of leading a team was to escort, or to eliminate bandits, or to hunt down wandering ninjas, which were very rare. Two chunins from the Mist Shadow village just arrived. There must be a jonin behind him, even a jonin from the Mist Shadow village. Dazna's face froze when he heard Kakashi's words. After a long while, he whispered, I have something to tell you. Damn it, you're trying to kill us by hiding the mission level? Hearing this, Haruno Sakura became furious and had an urge to beat Dazna up. Uzumaki Naruto was yawning and holding Charmander with a casual look on his face. Such a cliché plot, so boring. Now he just wanted to go to Wave Country as soon as possible to get his money. With Uzumaki Naruto's boring attitude, Dazna quickly explained what happened, causing Kakashi to frown. Ultimately, it was decided to proceed. Because Kakashi knew that the third generation didn't want to see such an outcome. Ugh. As he walked, Kakashi turned around, looked back in the direction of Konoha village, and sighed in his heart. Then, the Chunin boarded the boat and moved along the river towards the land of waves. Because of the conversation between Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura both looked alert. Even though the Jonin had Kakashi-sensei to deal with them, they still felt they had to remain vigilant. At the same time. Tansho Street Town. Jingyin looked at the street in front of her, exhausted, with a look of joy on her face. Finally I got back. Is this Tansho Street? Is there really such a service? Nonsense, this place is famous for its casinos, shops and restaurants. It's a place where people can relax and enjoy themselves. I brought you here, so it must be true. This place doesn't belong to any ninja village, but as a folk market and leisure and entertainment area, it's pretty good. I like to come here in my free time, and the ninjas here are pretty friendly. Ignoring the words of some people who had just arrived at Tansho Street, Shizen went straight to the gambling houses where Tsunade was. She believed that without her supervision, Lady Tsunade would never stay in the room. Honestly, Shizen knows Tsunade too well. Wherever there is a casino, you can find Tsunade. Shizen's steps were quick and firm as she shuttled between the various casinos on Tansho Street. While searching, she prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Tsunade would not change the place this time so that she could find it as soon as possible. Not long after, Jingyin finally saw the familiar figure at the door of one of the busiest casinos. At the entrance of the casino, Tsunade was sitting at the gambling table, staring at the cards in her hand with concentration, surrounded by noisy gamblers and spectators. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she was obviously not satisfied with the cards in her hand, but her eyes still flashed with the excitement and unwillingness unique to gamblers. Tsunade-sama! Shizen shouted, hastily pushing her way through the crowd and running towards Tsunade. Then he grabbed Tsunade's arm, his face full of anxiety. Shizen, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished the fight yet, wait until I win this one. Lady Tsunade, something terrible has happened. Shizen lowered her voice, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She tried hard to control her emotions, but her voice was still filled with undisguised urgency. What big thing could be more important than the game I'm in now? Shizun, don't be nervous, I'm about to turn the tables. Seeing Tsunade's nonchalant look, Shizun became even more anxious. She knew she had to say something to get Tsunade to take her seriously. Lady Tsunade, this is something serious. You must come with me immediately. Shizun looked Tsunade in the eyes very seriously. Tsunade was slightly startled. Looking at Jingin's nervous expression, the cynicism in his eyes slowly subsided, and his brows gradually frowned. What on earth is it that makes you so nervous? If she remembered correctly, Tsunade went back to Konoha village. Why did you come back and apply like this time? Seeing that Tsunade was concerned, Shizun hurriedly moved closer and said in a low voice. It's not convenient to talk about it here, Lady Tsunade, let's go out first and talk about it, it's really important. It's related to Konoha village. Hearing Shizun say this, Tsunade's expression finally turned serious. He immediately put down the cards in his hand, stood up, nodded and said, okay, let's talk outside. Although he was still somewhat reluctant, he followed Shizun out of the casino. As for the people at the gambling table nearby, they were not worried that Tsunade would run away, and they were all waiting patiently. And Tsunade followed Shizun out of the casino. Away from the noisy crowd, Tsunade stopped and turned to look at Shizun, frowning slightly. Now can you tell me what happened in Konoha village? Although she has left Konoha, Konoha village is still her home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Shizun leave and go to Konoha village to get information. And Jingyin looked around, took a deep breath, and there was a hint of caution and uneasiness in her eyes. She knew that what she said next would shock Lady Tsunade. But she also knew that Lady Tsunade had to experience it for herself before she would believe everything she said. Tsunade-sama. Shizun spoke carefully, her tone full of solemnity. I came back this time because I found something very strange in Konoha village, this is what I want to tell you. As she spoke, Shizun took out the strange-looking devil fruit that she had bitten from her arms. Tsunade looked at the fruit in Shizun's hand and found that the surface of the fruit was covered with strange patterns. It looked completely different from ordinary fruits, and her brows frowned even more tightly. What the hell is this? It made her uncomfortable just looking at it. What is this? Why are you showing this to me? Shizun did not answer directly, but handed the devil fruit to Tsunade and whispered, Lady Tsunade, this fruit has magical powers, I hope you can try a bite first so that you can feel its specialness. Hearing Shizun's words and looking at her serious expression, Tsunade felt somewhat confused, but she knew that Shizun was not someone who would act up for no reason. After hesitating for a moment, he took the fruit. She took a closer look and found that the shape of the fruit was really strange, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. But out of trust in Shizun, she decided to give it a try. Okay, I'll give it a try. Tsunade sighed softly, raised the devil fruit to her lips, and took a careful bite. However, the moment the fruit was taken into her mouth, Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes suddenly widened, and an indescribable bitter taste instantly filled her mouth. Almost subconsciously, Tsunade immediately spat out the fruit, her face full of anger. What the hell did you ask me to eat? Tsunade glared at Shizun angrily, her voice full of dissatisfaction and anger. She has always hated the bitter taste. And this fruit was apparently one of the worst things she had ever tasted. Seeing this, Shizun showed a trace of nervousness on her face, and hurriedly explained. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Although this fruit tastes bad, it does have special powers, this is the first time I have seen such a thing, so I hope you can experience it yourself. Tsunade still looked unhappy, but when she saw Shizun's serious expression, her anger subsided a little. Special power? Why don't I feel anything special? It's just very bitter. While speaking, Tsunade felt herself and found no changes. How come? Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun was shocked, that's impossible. Shizun, stop messing around. Tsunade was speechless, I thought you were talking about something about Konoha village, but you made me eat this, what does this have to do with Konoha village? That's impossible, Lady Tsunade, after I ate this fruit, I did gain very special abilities. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun quickly reached out her hand. Suddenly a blue light bloomed from her palm. The blue light expanded rapidly, forming a huge translucent circular space that enveloped her and Tsunade. Chapter 103. What's this? The sudden scene made Tsunade's eyes flash with a hint of astonishment. Subconsciously looking around, and even using her chakra to sense it, she discovered that this space was filled with a strange power that seemed to completely isolate her from the surroundings of Shizun. Shizun looked at Tsunade's shocked expression, secretly relieved, and quickly said, Lady Tsunade, this is the ability I gained after eating that fruit. In this space, I can control the shape and position of anything at will. As soon as the words fell, Jingyin's fingers moved slightly, and the air in the space seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. I saw that the objects around were slowly floating up, and even Tsunade's body was slightly suspended in the air. Tsunade felt this strange power, and a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in her eyes. She had never seen such an ability before, it was beyond her comprehension. The next second, Tsunade saw Shizun casually condense a chakra scalpel. The whole person flashed and disappeared from the spot, appearing in front of a house in the distance, cutting under Tsunade's gaze. In an instant, the house was easily cut in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Under Tsunade's gaze, Shizun was like a jigsaw puzzle, haphazardly pieced together into a hodgepodge. Then he slashed at the piglet next to him with his knife, cutting it easily without causing any harm. The piglet did not feel any pain, and no blood spurted out. Lady Tsunade, this is the ability I gained from eating that fruit. After doing all this, Jingyin said softly, in this space, I can dominate everything. Shizun began to describe in detail the abilities she gained from eating this fruit. She described it in great detail, leaving out no detail. He even described in detail how he tested and witnessed those incredible abilities. Tsunade, who had been watching Shizun's behavior, suddenly felt a huge wave of emotion in her heart. Especially after hearing what Shizun said, Tsunade's voice revealed a hint of disbelief. Shizun, is this really the power of that fruit? She knew Shizun wouldn't lie to her, but this was all too unbelievable. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nodded and said seriously, this power is very strong and very special. I think this fruit is definitely not an ordinary thing. There may be secrets hidden behind it that we don't know. At present, I don't know much about this fruit. This is what I can explore at the moment, but I remember when I first obtained this fruit, someone said that this was some kind of surgery fruit that could create a surgery space. What I have shown so far is just child's play. That person also said that people and creatures whose bodies are cut by the shroud will not die, nor will they bleed. Toxic substances that are harmful to the body can be removed from the cut target's body. Such as bullets shot into the body, pathogens and poisons that cause diseases, etc. And diseased or necrotic organs can be replaced, thus achieving the effect of healing injuries and diseases. Jingyin began to tell how she obtained this magical fruit, her communication with Lin Mo, etc. As Shizun continued to speak, Tsunade's expression gradually became serious and her eyes became deep. There was confusion on his face, and he was obviously incredulous at everything Shizun said. As Shizun finished speaking, Tsunade remained silent on the spot, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. So, this so-called jar is very magical and can produce this kind of fruit. This fruit and the power it brings are indeed very mysterious, but also very dangerous. Besides, why would such a person open a store in Konoha village? And sell such magical jars? If you can get it, then why can't others get it? After all, you only opened one jar, and you saw the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan go there, which means that the Hyuga clan is also opening that jar. Who is that shop owner? Tsunade's mind was full of thoughts, and after a long while, she let out a long sigh and said seriously, Shizun, let's go back to Konoha. If you go back to Konoha, Lady Tsunade will also attract the attention of Konoha's top brass. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun hesitated and said, I see that mysterious shop doesn't seem to be well known. I even speculate that even the top leaders of Konoha don't know about it. If you go back rashly, will it attract the attention of the top leaders of Konoha to that shop? Based on my understanding of Konoha, if Advisor Danzo knew about this, he would have taken action. At least he would not allow ordinary people to open the jar. The main reason I opened this can was because of Tunton. Tunton was attracted by a rice ball inside. This is simple. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled brightly and said, after returning to Konoha, stay there for a few days, and then go to the magical jar shop at night when they are not paying attention. If I remember correctly, Konoha's Chunin exam is about to begin, right? The Chunin exams have begun, how could they possibly focus on me? There's no need to worry about it at all. That old man Danzo dares to supervise me. Can't we just build a house around the store? We can live there openly. There are many other ways. For now, let's go back to Konoha first. Ah. Shizun nodded slightly at Tsunade's words. Since Tsunade has the idea, then just listen to her. But why didn't it work after you ate this fruit, Lady Tsunade? The next second, Shizun looked at the devil fruit in her hand with a very distressed expression. Lady Tsunade took a bite and spit it out just like herself, but she had this ability and Tsunade did not. I guess this is a one-time thing. Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade looked at the devil fruit, pondered for a moment, and slowly said. From the moment you took it in your mouth, the special ability contained in this fruit was absorbed by you. If other people eat it, it will not have any effect. This is the only explanation. That's it. Hearing this, Jingyin was immediately distressed. Then this fruit is useless? If you want to know more, you can only go back to find the mysterious shop owner you mentioned. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, but before that, do you need to rest? Seeing Shizun's exhausted appearance, Tsunade knew that Shizun must not have had a good rest as she had been traveling for the past 3 days. No, no need. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun quickly shook her head. I can still hold on. Forget it, let's take a good rest today. Tsunade, who was about to leave, immediately shook her head and said, you definitely can't make the trip back in this state. It's okay to be a little late. Let's go back to the room and rest first. Tsunade patted Shizun's shoulder and said, let's have something delicious while we're here. When we return to Konoha, it won't be as comfortable as here in Tansho Street. Okay. Hearing Tsunade say this, Shizun nodded quickly. Everything is up to Tsunade. The mysterious shop owner. Tsunade took Shizun back to her accommodation and asked her about Lin Mo. When Tsunade learned that Lin Mo was very young, she was thoughtful. While Tsunade was thinking about something. The other side. The lakeside of the land of waves. A small boat was sailing under the broken bridge. Finally, it slowly stopped and Uzumaki Naruto and others got off. Naruto, why aren't you looking forward to it at all? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was bored the whole time, Haruno Sakura looked very confused. She was a little confused. Uzumaki Naruto had been on the boat for so long, but not only was he not on high alert, he was also bored and looked like he had seen through worldly desires. What's there to look forward to? Uzumaki Naruto sighed while holding Charmander. With Kakashi-sensei here, if we encounter an attacking Jonin, it will definitely be Kakashi-sensei who will run to the front. All we have to do is run as fast as we can. Kakashi. Naruto, stop thinking about running. Kakashi looked over with a blank expression. Once I am stopped, if there are other enemies, you will definitely have to deal with them. Cheer up. When he spoke, he took the lead and walked to the front. With this kind of courage, I think you should stop being a ninja. Dazna looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a sneer on his face. It's okay to be a short guy, but you are so timid. Old man, just count on Kakashi-sensei to protect you. Uzumaki Naruto was not angry at what Dazna said, but looked at him dimly. At most, we will fail in the mission, but you will lose your life. This bastard old man kept calling him Shorty, which made him very uncomfortable. Dazna. Hearing this, Dazna was very upset and clenched his fist slightly. But he still hurried to keep up with Kakashi. It is indeed much better to follow this senior ninja than to follow these young kids who just graduated. Coming, after getting ashore, Uzumaki Naruto continued walking. When they just reached a bush or forest, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar place around him and decisively began to slow down his pace. Uchiha Sasuke noticed Uzumaki Naruto's actions, frowned slightly, and subconsciously slowed down his pace. Call out. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind suddenly sounded. I saw a cold light rushing out from the dense forest not far away and rushing straight towards Uzumaki Naruto and others. It was a huge, revolving sword. The blade reflected a dazzling light in the sun. It cut through the air and flew towards them in a rapid spin, carrying a fierce murderous aura. Danger! Kakashi reacted quickly, a serious look instantly appearing in his eyes. Everyone get out of the way. Kakashi said as he extended his hand. As a result, before Kakashi could grab Uzumaki Naruto had already grabbed Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke and jumped away immediately to avoid the sudden fatal attack. Crash! The spinning sword whizzed past their heads, bringing with it a strong gust of wind pressure that shook the branches and leaves of nearby trees. The sharp blade even left a deep mark on the ground, as if it was going to tear the earth apart. So close! Haruno Sakura's eyes widened, a look of shock on her face. She had never expected to be attacked unexpectedly in this place. The next second, Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a confused look in her eyes. Naruto, how come you reacted faster than Teacher Kakashi just now? Is it her imagination? Something's wrong. Next to him, Uchiha Sasuke also frowned, thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's slow pace just now. Does this mean that Uzumaki Naruto can detect the danger earlier than Sensei Kakashi? How can that be? Shoo! At this moment, the big knife drew an arc in the air, and then accurately nailed to a thick tree trunk in the distance, making a dull, dong sound. Then, a tall figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the woods. The man held an equally huge beheading sword in his hand and had a cold smile on his face. So it's Zabuza Momochi, the defector ninja from the Mist Shadow. Looking at this man, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto without leaving a trace. Just as Naruto predicted, the one who appeared was the Mist Shadow rebel ninja. I didn't expect to meet Sharingan Kakashi here. Momochi Zabuza appeared and looked at Kakashi with narrowed eyes. Excuse me, I just want that old man's life. As for Kakashi, he didn't want to collide. He knew Kakashi's reputation all too well. All he cared about was the mission. Before coming, he had not expected that this time the escort mission would be for Konoha's copy Jonin. No wonder the Ghost Brothers didn't come back before. Protect Mr. Dazna. Kakashi opened his forehead protector and said slowly, Naruto, remember your mission this time, it is never right to escape, leave this guy to me. I see. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and stared at Momochi Zabuza. Naruto did not show much surprise at Zabuza's appearance. And in front of Kakashi-sensei, he couldn't do this kind of thing the other way around. Moreover, he did want to come into contact with Momochi Zabuza. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura protected Dazna in the swastika shape. He's just an old man, is that so serious? At this time, Momochi Zabuza looked at Kakashi, whose Sharingan had already appeared, and had a headache on his face. I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon, it's such an honor. You can see through the enemy's ninjutsu in an instant and copy it. According to your information, you are famous for copying thousands of ninjutsu. Forget it, I have to kill that old man right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Zabuza Momochi rushed towards Dazna in an instant. But in a moment it was blocked by Kakashi, and the two sides collided instantly. Momochi Zabuza stepped back, stepped on the lake inside. It seems that I must defeat you first, Kakashi. As he spoke, Momochi Zabuza's fingers danced rapidly, forming a series of complicated seals. As he moved, the flow of chakra in the air became more intense. Water style, mist hidden technique. Following Zabuza's low shout, the surrounding water vapor seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force and quickly spread in all directions. Thick white fog rose from the lake, like a thick white curtain, gradually covering the entire area. The fog became more and more dense. The visibility around us decreased rapidly, and the originally clear vision became blurred, as if the whole world was swallowed up by the thick fog. The scenery in my sight gradually became blurred, as if it had been wiped out by an invisible hand. The air around seemed to solidify in an instant, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, the whole scene was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, and everyone's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the emerging white mist, his heart full of anticipation. He knew that a fierce battle was about to begin. And all of this fits perfectly with the comic plot he is familiar with. The next scene of the comic quickly emerged in his mind. Uzumaki Naruto whispered to Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura beside him. Our goal is to protect the target. Once Kakashi-sensei disperses the white mist, we will immediately cover Dazna's departure. Soon Kakashi will be trapped in the water by Zabuza Momochi's real body, and they will face Zabuza Momochi's clone. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly. Ninja technique, multiple shadow clone technique. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, the sound of bang bang was heard, and one Uzumaki Naruto appeared after another. Some turned into him, some turned into Dazna, and some turned into Kakashi. Forehead. Seeing this scene, Kakashi, who was on guard, looked strange. The multiple shadow clone technique that Naruto has mastered is just right to be used at this time. Is this a shadow clone? In the thick white fog, Zabuza Momochi's voice sounded slightly surprised. Even though he was a jonin from the Kirigakage village, it was the first time he had seen it. Over there. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, Kakashi's Sharingan suddenly turned and captured the source of Zabuza's voice. Even in this thick white fog, the Sharingan's insight is still extremely sharp. At the moment Zabuza made the sound, Kakashi rushed out like lightning and arrived in the direction where the sound came from almost instantly. Okay. There was a hint of surprise in Zabuza's eyes. He didn't expect that Kakashi could lock onto his position so quickly in such an environment. However, he was not panicked. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he swung the beheading sword in his hand suddenly. The blade made a sharp sound and chopped directly on Kakashi's head. Seeing this, Kakashi blocked Zabuza's sword with the kunai in his hand like lightning. The blade and kunai collided, making a harsh metal friction sound. Boom! The powerful impact instantly dispersed the surrounding white fog. A huge gap was torn open in the thick fog during the violent collision between the two men, revealing the figures of the two men fighting. Zabuza was extremely strong, and the power of his beheading sword almost broke Kakashi's arm, but Kakashi still blocked his attack steadily, with his feet firmly nailed to the ground, his body motionless. The two people's eyes met at this moment. Not bad, Kakashi. Zabuza sneered, and before he finished his words, the sword in his hand suddenly turned, the blade turned horizontally, and quickly changed the angle, sweeping towards Kakashi's side. Chapter 104. Kakashi reacted extremely quickly, leaning back quickly and narrowly avoiding the sweep. At the same time, the kunai in his hand stabbed backhand, pointing directly at Zabuza's chest. Zabuza immediately retracted his sword and returned to defense, and the beheading sword drew an arc in the air, accurately blocking Kakashi's attack. Dang dang. The figures of the two people kept interweaving in the fog, and the cold light was flashing between the swords and sabers. Zabuza's attacks were fierce and swift, his swordsmanship was full of murderous intent, and each strike carried unstoppable power. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. Relying on the insight of his Sharingan and his rich experience, he dealt with Zabuza and was able to accurately resolve his opponent's attacks every time they fought. The surrounding white mist kept swirling during the fierce battle between the two men, sometimes blown away by Zabuza's sword wind, and sometimes stirred up by Kakashi's chakra. Although the fog was thick, it seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and kept changing its shape during the fierce collision between the two people. Kakashi-sensei, be careful of his water prison jutsu. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly said, as a jonin of the Mist Shadow Village, he will definitely master more water-style ninjutsu, it will be bad if he traps you. Water prison technique? When Kakashi heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, his eyelids twitched and he instantly thought of this ninjutsu. It uses water flow to form a spherical cage to wrap around the enemy. The caster can trap the enemy by simply inserting one hand into the water cage. In an instant, Kakashi saw the river in front of him and his expression changed. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's reminder, he really wouldn't have thought that the other party would use the ninjutsu called water prison jutsu. Zabuza Momochi is a traitor and a jonin of the Kirigakure village. His target is Dazna. If he trapped himself and used the clone technique to kill Dazna, his mission would have failed. I understand, Naruto. Kakashi's Sharingan began to move, and he paid more attention to this point, and was not prepared to continue moving towards the river. For ninjas who are good at water escape, the river terrain is like a tiger with wings. At this time, Kakashi didn't think about why Uzumaki Naruto knew such a high level of ninjutsu as the water prison jutsu. I am really surprised, little devil, that you can predict my moves. At this time, Momochi Zabuza looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance with a gloomy face. According to my memory, I can guess that the value of killing you seems to be much greater than that of killing Dazna. Just by relying on the brief fight between him and Kakashi, he was able to predict the ninjutsu he would know and reminded Kakashi. This sensitivity is incredible. Originally, he was thinking of forcing Kakashi back to the surface of the river step by step, and using the water clone to perform the water prison technique to trap Kakashi. The result was said so directly by Uzumaki Naruto. Are all the little devils in Konoha so perceptive? For a moment, Zabuza Momochi unreservedly released his strong murderous intent towards Uzumaki Naruto. Zabuza Momochi's gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing straight at Uzumaki Naruto. The air was filled with murderous intent, like an invisible rope tightly wrapped around everyone's heart. Zabuza's murderous intent was as real as a substance, carrying with it a strong sense of oppression, making the temperature around him seem to drop by several degrees. As Zabuza released his murderous intent, the atmosphere around them became more tense, and both Sasuke and Sakura were almost breathless due to the pressure of this murderous intent. Sasuke clenched his teeth, tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and a hint of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Sakura subconsciously took half a step back, her heart filled with fear. However, Uzumaki Naruto remained unmoved. He just stood there, looking at Zabuza with a determined gaze, a smug smile on his face. Although Zabuza's murderous intent was strong, it did not pose a real threat to him. Humph, I'm not afraid of you, Zabuza. Naruto sneered, a sly glint in his eyes. He knew very well that although Zabuza was powerful, he was protected by Sensei Kakashi and would not be in any danger. What's more, he had already obtained the detailed comics about this mission through Lin Mo's jar shop, and had read them countless times, so he knew all of Zabuza's plans and tactics clearly. Naruto was full of confidence, even a little proud. He knew that he was in an absolute advantage here and didn't need to worry about the threat from Zabuza at all. In his opinion, Zabuza's murderous intent and threats were nothing more than bluffs. Huh, Zabuza, none of your tricks work on me, Naruto said easily, still with that unruly smile on his face. He didn't take Zabuza's murderous intent seriously at all, because he knew it was all just a bluff. When Zabuza saw Naruto's fearless look, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why this kid was so confident and dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Zabuza gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind to make this brat pay the price. However, Kakashi next to him made it impossible for him to split his attention. This feeling. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked at this scene, and a special feeling rose in his heart. It seemed as if everything was under his control. The feeling of being in control of the situation was exactly the same as when he stood on the Hokage rock and looked out at Konoha village. The owner's jar is amazing. Uzumaki Naruto was amazed when he thought about the comics he opened from Lin Mo's jar shop and the information about the future. He was very grateful to Lin Mo for opening the Kin shop. If it wasn't for the comics that Lin Mo sold, if it were my original self, I would have just rushed forward foolishly. So, I need more money to open the can. Thinking that his chance to get rich was in the land of waves, Uzumaki Naruto was so excited that he wanted to go and kill Cardo immediately. Looking at Zabuza Momochi and Kakashi-sensei fighting more and more fiercely in the distance, with Zabuza still having murderous intent, Uzumaki Naruto said calmly, "Kakashi-sensei will protect me, so these threats of yours are of no use to me." As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of confidence and indifference. He knew that he could completely rely on the strength of teacher Kakashi to fight against Zabuza, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Naruto. This guy. Next to them, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke saw this scene and both had complicated expressions in their eyes. Even though they felt they understood Naruto after spending the past few days together, he felt so strange now. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. At this time, with Zabuza's low roar, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and the surrounding river water was instantly controlled by his chakra, forming a huge water dragon. Boom! The water dragon swirled up and rushed towards Kakashi with violent force. The water dragon's body rolled in the air, bringing up gusts of wind with a terrifying momentum, as if it was going to tear into pieces all the enemies that stood in its way. Kakashi's eyes focused, and his Sharingan spun at high speed, instantly copying Zabuza's ninjutsu. His hands also quickly formed seals at almost the same time. Boom! A similar water dragon rose from the river in front of Kakashi, exactly the same as Zabuza's water dragon. The two water dragons circled in the air at the same time, roaring and rushing towards each other. The two water dragons collided violently in the air, splashing water everywhere. The impact force uprooted the surrounding trees and the waves instantly flooded the surrounding grass. What? Zabuza's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never expected that Kakashi could copy his ninjutsu in such a short time, and that Kakashi's power was no less than his. This copy ninja is indeed worthy of his reputation. He can imitate the opponent's ninjutsu in an instant, which is simply unbelievable. Crash! At this moment, the two water dragons entangled in the air, water splashed everywhere like blades, and made a shrill whistling sound. As the water flowed, the chakras of the two people collided with each other in the air, making a low roar. Zabuza's expression changed slightly. He felt Kakashi's powerful chakra and precise control of water jutsu, all of which shocked him. I didn't expect it to be able to copy so quickly. Zabuza cursed under his breath, his expression gradually becoming serious. He knew that the Kakashi in front of him was far beyond his understanding of information, and he would have to use ninjutsu of that level. However, before he could react, Kakashi formed seals with his hands again, his movements faster and more skillful than before. As Kakashi formed hand seals, a huge amount of chakra burst out from his body, and the surrounding river water was stirred again, rolling up countless currents. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi growled and swung his hands forward suddenly. The river water instantly turned into a huge wall of water like a flood that broke through the dam and rushed toward Zabuza. The water surged with irresistible force, as if it was going to swallow up everything that stood in its way. Is this the power of the copy ninja? Zabuza's expression suddenly changed, and horror and anxiety flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Kakashi could not only copy his ninjutsu, but also perform it even faster than him. This force made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. He just wanted to perform this ninjutsu, but Kakashi performed it first. Boom boom boom. The roar of the huge water flow resounded throughout the battlefield, and the river water roared towards Zabuza like thousands of troops. Zabuza quickly swung the beheading sword in his hand, trying to stop the huge water flow, but the force of the water flow was too strong and instantly submerged him. Kakashi-sensei is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stood aside, their eyes full of shock. They had never seen such a fierce battle, nor had they ever seen such powerful ninjutsu. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, he was shocked when he saw this scene. Is this the power of a jonin? The powerful chakra and unparalleled fighting skills were completely beyond his imagination. Haruno Sakura also watched all this in shock, with a look of disbelief on her face. Sensei Kakashi always looks lazy, but I didn't expect that he would be so terrifying when he really fights. The two men subconsciously stepped back, expressions of shock and awe on their faces. This level of strength and combat capability was completely beyond their reach. They were both impressed and shocked. However, amidst all the fear and shock, there was a different light flashing in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto stared closely at the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza, his eyes full of desire and pursuit of power. This is the power I want. Naruto thought silently in his mind. He was not afraid of Zabuza's threats, nor was he afraid of the intensity of the battle. He knew that this level of fighting and strength was what he was pursuing. Feeling the power of that ninjutsu, Naruto felt a surge of blood in his chest, and his heart was filled with expectations and determination for the future. He was grateful to Lin Mo's jar shop. It was those comics that made him understand everything in front of him clearly and filled his heart with confidence and courage. But at the same time, if you want to quickly master this level of power, you need to open the can. Before you open the can, you need money. It's over. After a while, the water dissipated, and Kakashi used a kunai to nail Momochi Zabuza's limbs to a big tree on the shore. At the same time, he took out a brand new kunai and slashed it towards Zabuza Momochi's neck. Shoo! At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, instantly startling Kakashi. Kakashi stepped back immediately and saw a man wearing a white mask appear. At the same time, Zabuza Momochi was pierced through the neck by several flying needles and fell to the ground completely. This mask. Looking at the mask he was wearing, Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply. The Mist Shadow Ninja is chasing the troops. Sure enough, it showed up. Looking at Bai who appeared, Uzumaki Naruto sighed, not surprised at all. Amazing. You even know this. Meanwhile, Bai looked at Kakashi and nodded, my duty is to hunt down renegade ninjas. Your battle is over, I need to recover the bodies and dispose of them. Everything that happened next was exactly the same as what Naruto had read in the comics. Shiro left with Zabuza Momochi's body. Kakashi also fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Next, just as Uzumaki Naruto had expected, Kakashi was taken to Dazna's house. At this moment, time has passed. As night falls, the last ray of sunset in the sky gradually disappears. The night is like a deep curtain, shrouding the whole world in silence and mystery. Uzumaki Naruto stood by the window of his room in Dazna's house. I looked up at the night sky, took a deep breath, and felt the cool night breeze brushing across my cheeks. It's time to move. Uzumaki Naruto knew that he touched the comic in his pocket and told Charmander to stay quietly in the room. Tonight was the best time for him to act. According to the content in the comics, after Zabuza was rescued, Cardo, who received the news that the mission failed, will go to find Zabuza. Naruto knew that he had to seize this opportunity. In the comics, Cardo carries 2 warriors with him, so this is also a good opportunity for him to take action. Not only Cardo, Zabuza is also his target. Even though Zabuza was a jonin and had a guy with a bloodline limit beside him, Naruto did not feel a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. After all, with the guidance of comics, he has a full understanding of where the future is headed, which makes him more confident than ever. Then, Uzumaki Naruto quietly jumped out of the window. Its movements are light and swift, like a nimble night cat, moving silently in the night. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto the ground, forming mottled shadows, providing the best cover for him. According to the description in the comics, after Zabuza was injured, he hid in an abandoned hut near the river to heal his wounds. Naruto's mind quickly recalled the details from the comics and he quickly moved through the forest, searching for the place depicted in the comics. The forest at night was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the tranquility. After a while of searching, Uzumaki Naruto finally found a secret place in a dense bush using the multiple shadow clone technique. Just as described in the comics I read. There is a stream flowing here, and next to it is an abandoned hut with a dilapidated roof and walls covered with moss and vines. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. But through the window, I could see that the room was very dark and I could only vaguely see a blurry figure. Uzumaki Naruto recognized it immediately, it was Zabuza. At this time, Zabuza was leaning against the wall, his face pale, and he was obviously still recovering. Found it. Naruto was delighted. He immediately squatted down and observed the hut quietly. Did Cardo come here, or didn't he? Uzumaki Naruto pondered and analyzed, and felt that Cardo might not have arrived yet. Just wait for yourself. Thinking of this, Naruto hid in the dark, waiting patiently, his eyes fixed on the direction of the cabin. As long as we catch Cardo tonight, everything will be fine. Time passed by bit, the night was getting darker and darker, and the silence around made people feel a little depressed. Just then, Naruto's ears moved slightly and he heard loud footsteps. Accompanied by the sound of leaves being crushed, it gradually approached this side. Here it comes. Naruto's heart tightened and he quickly hid his body deeper, his eyes fixed on the movement over there. Sure enough, not long after, 3 figures appeared in front of the cabin. The one walking in front was Cardo. There were 2 samurai following him, and they looked aggressive and it was obvious that they were here to look for Zabuza. Just wait for the opportunity. Naruto was excited to see his wallet coming. Hold your breath for a moment and wait for the best moment. At this time, Cardo and his men approached the cabin, pushed the door open aggressively and walked in. Even you failed and fled back in disgrace, it seems that the ninjas of the Land of Mist are all useless. Cardo walked in and looked at Momochi Zabuza, sneering, you can't even clean up a mess, and you still say you're a devil, it's ridiculous. Hearing this, Momochi Zabuza remained silent. What? Are you mute? Seeing that Zabuza didn't say anything, Cardo sneered and walked forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zabuza's neck. But in a moment, Bai grabbed it with one hand and said coldly, take your dirty hands away. Seeing this scene, the 2 warriors brought by Cardo became furious and immediately drew their swords. But before they could draw their knives, Bai touched their necks with 2 knives, leaving their pupils in shock and disbelief. They were completely defenseless. Cardo looked at this scene without any fear, but growled angrily, you only have one last chance, if you mess it up again, get out. He had no fear of Zabuza Momochi at all. After all, he was a ninja hired by me. Or 2 wandering ninjas being hunted. Momochi Zabuza was silent, and Shiro was silent as well. But Cardo sneered, turned around and walked out. However, the moment he stepped over the threshold, Uzumaki Naruto had already been lurking in the shadow of the door, waiting for this moment to come. As Cardo's figure was completely exposed in the night, Naruto suddenly jumped out, his figure as swift as a flash of lightning, appearing behind Cardo in the blink of an eye. It's now! Naruto shouted in his heart and attacked instantly. He grabbed Cardo by the collar and yanked him back with a quick, hard tug. Then he pinned Cardo to the ground, unable to move. Cardo was so frightened by the sudden attack that his face changed drastically. The sneer and angry expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by fear and astonishment. He never expected that he was showing off his power just now, but was being tightly controlled by someone the next second. Who are you? Let me go. Cardo shouted in horror, his voice trembling noticeably. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Naruto's grasp. But Naruto's strength and speed were completely beyond his imagination. Chapter 105. It's that little devil. The warrior's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. They wanted to step forward to help, but because Cardo was stopped, they did not dare to act rashly for a while. Bai and Zabuza's pupils also shrank suddenly. How did this kid get here? Don't do it. Looking at Bai who was taking action, Uzumaki Naruto held Cardo in one hand and said slowly, I am not your enemy, my target is Cardo, don't worry about others, I came here alone. Bai, stop. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto who was not surprised at all, Momochi Zabuza spoke in a hoarse voice to stop Bai's actions. Since this little brat from Konoha dared to come here like this, there must be a reason. He wanted to know why Uzumaki Naruto did this. Save me, I command you. At this time, Kato, who was held down by Uzumaki Naruto, was struggling frantically and yelling at Momochi Zabuza angrily. Boom! The next second, Uzumaki Naruto exerted a little force with his arms, causing Cardo's head to make close contact with the ground, causing Cardo to feel a sharp pain. What you up to? Do you need money? I can give you money. Cardo's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He tried to see something in Naruto's eyes, but Naruto's eyes were cold and firm, making him feel a chill of despair. He couldn't remember when he had provoked this little devil. I need money. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly, but before that, I need to communicate with Mr. Zabuza. I came here on my own initiative not just to capture Cardo. Hearing this, Cardo's pupils shrank sharply. This title, Zabuza's friend? Communicate. Communicate about what? Persuade me to give up the mission. Or. I just feel sorry that a dignified jonin is willing to let an ordinary person step on his head just for money. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly and continued, you also have the idea of killing Cardo, but you are afraid of causing a riot and being hunted down, so you are suffering from Cardo and want to endure it. Having read the comics, he knows the psychology of Zabuza and Haku. When Zabuza Momochi heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, his pupils shrank suddenly. Not only Momochi Zabuza, but Haku's expression changed as well. Uzumaki Naruto actually said what they were thinking. How did this little brat from Konoha know this? Although my leader, Jonin Kakashi-sensei, is here to protect people, we are not enemies, my target has been Kato from the beginning. Uzumaki Naruto yawned and said, as you are temporarily hiding in the land of waves, you should know the reputation of Cardo, killing such a person will only bring benefits and no harm. As for the so-called riots, there is no need to worry, even if there is no Cardo in Wave Country, there will be another Cardo. And I came to you because I wanted to be friends with you. Friend? Hearing this, there was a hint of astonishment in Zabuza Momochi's eyes. He obviously didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to say that. You, a Konoha genin, want to be friends with me, a rebel ninja from the Kirigakage village? Foolish boy, do you know what you are talking about? Well, I can't say we're friends, we just want to communicate with each other, after all, I came to you to ask you something. Uzumaki Naruto ignored the sneer on Momochi Zabuza's face, and said casually. As a traitor ninja of the Kirigakage village, I don't know whether you are a real traitor or a fake traitor, and you are in the assassination team, so you must know some secret information, I want to track down some information, and you should know something. But, why should you tell me? So I think we can get to know each other first after all, we have no conflicts, right? Since there is no conflict, why can't we talk about it? You probably don't want to live a life of displacement, so you are forbearing in the land of waves, otherwise, you wouldn't let an ordinary person step on your heads. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Momochi Zabuza, who had originally disapproved, gradually became moved and narrowed his eyes, but did not speak. With your strength as a jonin, you can definitely hypnotize an ordinary person and give him orders, but you didn't do it, so I can infer that you don't know how to hypnotize, and you are only responsible for killing people. Uzumaki Naruto continued slowly, and when you usually meet Cardo, there must be more guards around him, so it's not convenient for you to take action. But today Cardo came here with 2 people, this is a good opportunity. Do you think that if we kill Kato here, will those samurai and ninjas who are not under Kato's command continue to serve us? Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Kato, who was held tightly by the neck by Uzumaki Naruto, turned green. There was deep regret in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto was not wrong. Usually, when he is at home in Wave Country, he has many samurai and ninjas guarding him. However, when he learned that Zabuza Momochi had failed in his mission and was seriously injured, he came angrily. In the final analysis, he was certain that Zabuza Momochi would not attack him. He is rich and powerful, and these hunted ninjas have no choice but to join him. Unless you want to wander forever or live a hungry life. And since he can provide these wandering ninjas with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, these ninjas will naturally protect him. Who could have thought that a bad boy would appear and wait for him? If they were at his own residence, it would be extremely difficult for a short guy like me to get close to his house. When Zabuza Momochi heard what Naruto Uzumaki said, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to endure it and bear it. But after listening to Uzumaki Naruto's words, he found himself in a dead end. Yes, if we kill Cardo, will Cardo's men really avenge him? Will the ninjas attached to Cardo really continue to hunt him and buy? I'm afraid they will divide up Cardo's property as soon as possible, right? He was very familiar with the thoughts of ninjas. You're right. Momochi Zabuza coughed lightly and looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. Killing Kato here will indeed have only advantages and no disadvantages, but at the same time, we can also kill you, so there will be no risk of leaking the secret. As soon as Zabuza Momochi finished speaking, Bai next to him immediately drew out his samurai sword, as if ready to attack Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Sure enough, he didn't even want to let this brutal guy go. But we didn't have a conflict, did we? Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid either, he just said softly, Mr. Zabuza. Do you think it is better to have another ninja friend from Konoha village, or to kill a ninja from Konoha village? Will my leader Kakashi specifically hunt you down? You are hiding here because you don't want to live a life of being hunted down again. Besides, the fact that Kato came to see you is not a secret in itself, some of the ninjas in his residence must also know about his actions. It's not like he hadn't considered what Zabuza Momochi said before. But he was 90% sure that he could convince Zabuza. Sure enough, after Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, Momochi Zabuza fell silent. Yes, he almost forgot that Kakashi was behind this kid. If that terrifying guy chases me, can I really escape? He has been hunted down by the ninjas from the Mist Shadow village. If the Konoha village is added, there will be no doubt that they will be killed. So, we can definitely be friends. Seeing the change in Momochi Zabuza's expression, Uzumaki Naruto smiled even brighter. I killed Kato for money, and without Kato, you can live in seclusion in the land of waves with peace of mind, and you can also become friends with me in Konoha village. We can definitely cooperate. For example, I will kill Cardo today, and you can use the assassination technique of the Mist Shadow village to assassinate some other ninjas. I believe that even if you were injured by Kakashi-sensei, it should be easy for you to assassinate some chunins because you have helpers. If you have brains, you can hide behind the wave country and support someone to look after the wave country for you, but I don't think you are suitable for this kind of work. Is this kid really from Konoha village? Although the ninjas of Konoha village are powerful, he is quite familiar with some of the education in Konoha village, which is not this kind of education at all. Besides, being friends with me has only benefits, no disadvantages, like this thing. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto directly threw out the second volume of the comic that he opened from Lin Mo's jar shop. I have already said it. Throwing this thing to Zabuza will be enough to let Momochi Zabuza know how important he is. Seeing what Uzumaki Naruto threw out, Momochi Zabuza frowned. But I didn't take it, and the comic book fell to the ground. Take a look, and you'll know when you finish. Don't you dare even look at a picture album. I won't put poison on it. After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Momochi Zabuza fell silent. Then he motioned for Bai to pick it up. After Bai picked it up and examined it, he determined that there was no poison or anything like that. Then he opened it and began to flip through it. The scene was frozen for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky outside and yawned. I'm a little tired. As Bai and Momochi Zabuza flipped through the books, their expressions became more and more upset, and finally they were completely shocked. This second volume of the comic actually records his and Bai's actions in detail. Today's actions, and even the communication with Cardo. Until they turned to the end, Bai and Momochi Zabuza looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. This. Bai immediately looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a serious expression. Are you a painter? Do you think an artist can draw something like this? Uzumaki Naruto said casually, this is your original future, even without me, you will be hurt, this doesn't seem like it can be drawn today, didn't you find that the content of the next few chapters coincides with Zabuza's thoughts? Don't ask me where this thing came from, you just need to know that I only want to be friends with you, we are not enemies. A Mist Shadow Village Jonin is also very valuable, he is not needed for the time being, what about in the future? This comic book doesn't just have one volume, there are more in the back, become friends with me and I'll show it to you when I have the chance. Uzumaki Naruto had more to say. But he knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. And Bai was silent. Especially Zabuza Momochi, who recalled today's battle with Kakashi. If Uzumaki Naruto hadn't spoken, what he did would be exactly the same as in the comics. And if Uzumaki Naruto had already seen the future situation, then the actions and words he said at that time seemed completely understandable. Boy, where did this thing come from? He also wanted to know what was coming next. The content here obviously revolves around the entire kingdom of waves. And he and Bai are in the land of waves. Zabuza Momochi really wanted to ask about the following content, but when he thought about what Uzumaki Naruto had just said, he thought he would have a chance later. Momochi Zabuza was silent for a long time, and finally closed his eyes and whispered, Bai. Yes. Upon hearing what Momochi Zabuza said, Haku immediately took action and instantly killed the two samurai present. How dare you commit treason? I hired you. Noisy. Before Cardo could finish his words, he was punched by Uzumaki Naruto and his whole body was hunched over with a look of pain. Since you want Kato's money, I can let Bai interrogate you, I will be responsible for killing people late at night, and you will be responsible for collecting the money. Momochi Zabuza looked at Uzumaki Naruto with cold eyes, you are right, kid, it is better to keep you than to kill you. I want part of the money too, to keep Bai and I in seclusion in Wave Country, other than that, you can take it all, provided you can fit it in. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's smile became even brighter. Although Mr. Zabuza's words were very impolite, so far they can be considered to be officially cooperating. Then, Bai interrogated Cardo. Under Bai's interrogation, Cardo confessed several places where money was stored. But in the end, Bai took him there. Zabuza Momochi, despite his injuries, went to where Cardo lived with Bai. Under Zabuza Momochi's assassination technique, one supporter after another died silently in their sleep, which made Uzumaki Naruto gasp. This guy is really scary. It was not until the late night that Zabuza Momochi and Haku stopped. And they found the place where Cardo stored his wealth as they wished. Ahahaha, I'm rich. When he saw the sums of money, Uzumaki Naruto immediately put his hands on his hips and touched them here and there excitedly. With so much money, you can open the can. Momochi Zabuza, dot. White dot. Not far away, Bai, who saw this scene, looked at Momochi Zabuza with a somewhat tangled expression. Mr. Zabuza, is this guy really reliable? He's just a kid after all. Momochi Zabuza looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly and said calmly, but he is right, there are only benefits and no harm in establishing a relationship with him. That. I can't take the money with me. Do you know how to seal? Do you have a sealing scroll? Momochi Zabuza. Hearing this, Momochi Zabuza was so upset that he had the urge to pick up a sword and chop at the little brat. In the end, it was Bai who stepped forward, used the sealing scroll to collect the money, and handed it over to Uzumaki Naruto. That's all for today, kid. Seeing this, Momochi Zabuza walked out and said calmly, in 2 days, when my injury is healed, we will talk again, I will come to see you again. Having said that, Zabuza Momochi completely disappeared into the night. Also disappearing was Bai. This trip was really smooth. Looking at Zabuza Momochi and Haku leaving, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist with excitement. This time, we can go back and open the cans. You don't need to worry about not having enough money for the time being. If possible, he would like to run back and open the can now. In addition, he also wanted to ask Zabuza Momochi about the land of whirlpools. But Zabuza Momochi and Haku had already left, so we could only wait 2 days. The jar. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he carried the Uzumaki scroll back to his residence. At the same time. The other side. The night was deep, and Konoha village looked particularly peaceful under the quiet moonlight. Most houses had turned off their lights, and only a few sparse street lamps cast a faint light on the streets. However, in a corner of the village, there was still a figure busy in the night. In an empty forest, Rock Lee was carrying out his training as usual. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his green training suit. His legs kept kicking at the thick tree in front of him, and his fist swung again and again, making a bang-bang sound. The big tree was hit by his fists and feet, and the leaves fell one after another. The bark began to peel off, and it suffered a considerable impact. Every punch and kick of Locke was full of power and persistence. His eyes were firm, and there was an unshakable faith in them. Even though it was late at night and fatigue had already spread all over his limbs, his body still mechanically repeated the training movements. He clenched his teeth, as if he wanted to break through his own limits through such hard training. Come again. Come again. Thinking of the physical fitness he showed every day, Locke kept encouraging himself in his heart, and each blow was more powerful than the last. His breathing became rapid, and his arms and legs trembled slightly due to the long-term high-intensity training, but he had no intention of stopping. Time passed by bit, the night became increasingly cold, and Locke's sweat had completely soaked his clothes, but he still did not stop. It was not until his fist hit the tree hard again, making a dull thud, that he finally stopped and stood there panting. Hoo-hoo, let's stop here for today. Rock Lee whispered as he panted, his voice full of exhaustion. Now he felt that every inch of muscle in his body was screaming in pain, but this was exactly the effect he was looking for. Despite this, he still couldn't bear to stop training. He will have to see Teacher Kai early tomorrow morning to continue his new training plan. Correct. Just as Rock Lee was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the medicine he had given him during the day. Chapter 106. Rock Lee put it into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, Rock Lee only felt the pill melting in his mouth, turning into a cool feeling that instantly flowed through his whole body. And at the moment he swallowed the pill, Locke suddenly felt an unprecedented spirit surging in his heart. The original feeling of fatigue disappeared without a trace in an instant. Huh? What does this feel like? Rock Lee opened his eyes wide in surprise. He felt as if new strength was injected into his limbs and bones. The heaviness in his body completely disappeared, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease and vitality. I subconsciously raised my hand and tried to clench my fist. I felt my arms were full of strength, as if I had just had a perfect rest. Rock Lee felt incredible. I couldn't help but pat my face gently to make sure if I was dreaming. What kind of medicine is this? How can it be so effective? Rock Lee cried out in shock. He simply couldn't believe that the little pill he was given every day had such a miraculous effect. All the fatigue in my body is gone. And I don't feel sleepy at all. Is this something that can lift the spirits? But it can also relieve physical fatigue. Feeling the changes in his body, Rock Lee's surprised expression gradually turned into excitement. A strong sense of excitement was already welling up in his heart. In this way, can I continue training forever? Thinking of this, Rock Lee's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he immediately assumed the training posture again, slightly bent his knees, clenched his fists, and instantly entered combat state. Okay. Let's do it again. Locke shouted excitedly, his voice sounding particularly loud in the silent night sky. He felt full of strength and energy, as if he could continue training indefinitely. Then he suddenly jumped up and quickly kicked the tree, followed by a series of punches and kicks, each of which was full of explosive power and speed. Bang bang bang. The tree trunk creaked under his attack and seemed like it would break at any time. That's great. I'm not tired at all. Locke laughed in surprise, and his movements became faster and more powerful. He felt as if he had become an indefatigable beast that could train endlessly. The night wind blew on Locke's face, bringing a chill, but he didn't care. All he had in his eyes was the big tree in front of him, and in his heart was the desire to continue to become stronger. That night, in a corner of Konoha village, Rock Lee continued his training with extraordinary perseverance and determination. He knew that only by constantly surpassing himself could he become a truly strong man. It is precisely because of this persistence and determination that he can go further and further on the path of being a ninja. Now that a pill can have such an effect, Rock Lee is like a perpetual motion machine, training like crazy. Time passed quietly like flowing water, and the dawn on the horizon was gradually replaced by bright sunshine. The morning light shines on the land of Konoha village, and the air is filled with a fresh scent of grass and trees. The sun rose, and the golden light shone on Rock Lee's face, making his sweaty face shine. Rock Lee was still swinging his fists on the training ground, sweat dripping down his forehead and soaking his clothes. However, after a whole night of high-intensity training, there was not a trace of fatigue on Rock Lee's face. Instead, he seemed full of energy, with excitement in his eyes that were difficult to conceal. It's amazing, this medicine is incredible. Rock Lee was amazed. He never thought that he could train continuously for such a long time without feeling the slightest bit of fatigue. This pill completely broke his understanding of limits. As he paused and breathed heavily, Rock Lee felt that all the muscles in his body were still full of strength, without any signs of fatigue. Rock Lee looked up at the sun already high in the sky and realized that it was already late. I need a few boxes. Rock Lee was startled to find that there was little time left before he had to meet up with Teacher Kai. I almost forgot about the meeting with Mr. Kai. Rock Lee quickly turned around and ran away. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages under his feet, and he disappeared at the end of the training ground almost in an instant. Along the way, Rock Lee was very excited. He knew that he was in exceptionally good condition today, so he hurried to the meeting place, wanting to find Tian as soon as possible and ask Tian if he had any more of the medicine. Soon, he saw Might Guy waiting at the training ground from afar. Teacher Kai. Rock Lee shouted excitedly, without stopping at all, and ran all the way to Might Guy. He stood still, clenched his fists, smiled, and looked particularly energetic. Might Guy looked at Rock Lee in front of him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and showed a hint of surprise. As Rock Lee's teacher, he was very aware of the intensity of Rock Lee's daily training. Looking at Rock Lee sweating profusely, one can tell that Rock Lee had undergone high-intensity training before coming here. Logically speaking, Locke should be tired. But the disciple in front of him looked full of energy. The spirit is completely different. Seems like he slept well. Did you have a good rest after going home last night, and then get up early to continue exercising? You can see the sweat on his body and his red fists. As Rock Lee's teacher, he was very happy to see this scene. That's right. Go to bed early at night, get enough rest, and continue exercising after waking up. In the past, Rock Lee would stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning before going to bed, and then get up at 4 or 5 to continue training. His condition was always different. Sometimes he just feels helpless watching it. Even if you pay for the plaster yourself, there is no way. But today, Rock Lee doesn't have any dark circles under his eyes. Locke, you look particularly energetic today. It seems that although you trained hard last night, you also rested early and exercised again before coming here in the morning. Not bad. You really deserve to be my favorite student. Yes, Teacher Kai. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee nodded excitedly, but I didn't rest, I was training all night. Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy looked slightly stunned. Keep training. Did you guess wrong? But if he had been training all night, why didn't Rock Lee look tired at all? Although it is known that Rock Lee's physical strength and perseverance far exceed those of ordinary people, it is impossible for him to train continuously for such a long time without getting tired or exhausted. Just as Might Guy was about to open his mouth to continue asking questions, Rock Lee had already turned his head impatiently and looked around, looking for Ten. Because his curiosity and desire for the magic medicine grew stronger and stronger, and he urgently wanted to know where Tian got this magic medicine. After a while, Tian's figure appeared on the training ground in the distance. As soon as Rock Lee saw her, his eyes lit up and he hurried towards her. Tian. The medicine you gave me yesterday was really amazing. Where did you get it? Can you give me some more? At this moment, Rock Lee has already guessed why Tenten's taijutsu has become so powerful. If you take this kind of medicine every day, you won't have to rest at all. This medicine is really helpful to him. You've experienced it. Seeing Rock Lee's excited face, Tian looked slightly proud. I didn't lie to you. It seems that Rock Lee has experienced the drug that won't make him sleep. Do you still have this secret medicine at home? I want to buy some. Although I don't have any money, I can borrow from Teacher Kai. When Rock Lee was excited, Might Guy also came over. Actually, this isn't my family's medicine. Tian shook his head gently and said, I bought this. Where to buy it? Hearing this, Rock Lee's breathing quickened. When did Konoha have this magical medicine? This is a total secret medicine. Logically speaking, it should be a family secret medicine. Are there any for sale? This is really good news for a physical ninja like him. It's a jar. Tian narrowed his eyes and explained, to be precise, this thing is not mine, it was given to me by someone else. But she also came out of a can. This medicine is called the sleepless medicine. Once you take one pill, you won't need to sleep for 24 hours, and you won't feel tired. I believe you have experienced this. Jar. Hearing what Tian said, Rock Lee was shocked. What is that? There is such medicine. Beside him, Might Guy came over with a curious look on his face. Only at this moment did he understand why Rock Lee had come to see Tian so excitedly early in the morning. And the status is not right. Although there are signs of high-intensity training on his body, he looks full of energy. Could this be the secret to Tian's improved physical skills? Of course. Tian hummed and said, in fact, there is more than just this kind of medicine, there are other medicines, these are all in the jar. As he spoke, Tian briefly talked about Lin Mo's jar shop and the magic inside the jars. What? After listening to Tenten's words, Rock Lee suddenly widened his eyes. Konoha, there is such a magical store. Not only this medicine, but also ninjutsu, and even Tian's ability to form hand seals so quickly, is it all thanks to opening the jar? Is there really a shortcut? Might Guy had a strange look on his face. When did Konoha village have such a mysterious jar shop? I run around Konoha village every day, but I have never heard of it. It's amazing, but it's also very expensive. Tian spread his hands. A jar worth 100,000 taels may not necessarily give you the medicine you want. Of course, you can give you talents like ninjutsu, so you don't need to be a pure taijutsu ninja. My taijutsu is so strong because I prescribed a potion that can strengthen the body's spine. You have also seen my training over the past few days. Actually, I wanted to say this a few days ago, but you interrupted me, Mr. Kai. Speaking of this, Tian gritted his teeth and looked at Might Guy with dissatisfaction. I really couldn't imagine such a thing existed. Hearing Tian's words, Might Guy smiled awkwardly. There are no shortcuts in physical training. But think about the changes that have taken place every day in the past few days. As for the magic pill Rock Lee just mentioned, Might Guy straightened his face and said seriously, but it is indeed magical what you said. According to you, the things in this store can completely change a ninja's life. It sounds incredible. Even now, he still had some doubts. But pills can be made, and the quick learning of hand seals and physical skills cannot be faked. For a moment, he became curious about this mysterious shop and its owner. 100,000 taels. It's just a jar. There's no guarantee that we can open it. It turns out that good things are not so easy to get. How can I have so much money? Don't worry, Lee, I'll pay for it. Beside him, Might Guy patted Rock Lee on the shoulder and said with a hearty smile, after training tonight, let's go to that magical jar shop. From what Tian said, I am very curious about the owner of this shop. As he spoke, a flash of thought flashed across Might Guy's eyes. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Hearing what Teacher Guy said, Rock Lee suddenly became excited, and he was grateful to Might Guy and shed tears of emotion. Then continue your training, let me see if you won't feel tired within 24 hours. Might Guy patted Rock Lee's shoulder heavily and said with a hearty smile, I will increase your strength. Come on, Teacher Kai. Rock Lee looked at Might Guy with a passionate look on his face. Day by day. Looking at the two excited people, Tian suddenly fell silent. Two hot-blooded idiots. However, by telling Teacher Kai about Lin Mo's shop and jars, and attracting business for Lin Mo should be happy. I can go see Lin Mo again today. Thinking of this, Tian's eyebrows curved into crescents. When I think like this every day, The other side. The country of waves. At Dazna's house. Kakashi woke up groggily. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. Seeing Kakashi waking up, Haruno Sakura was excited and quickly helped Kakashi up. Sakura, Sasuke. Kakashi woke up and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura appear. It seems that what I was worried about did not happen. After all, I recovered faster than Zabuza Momochi. After all, he was just exhausted, while Zabuza Momochi was injured. Where's Naruto? The next second, Kakashi noticed that Uzumaki Naruto was not present and his expression changed. Naruto is still sleeping. Hearing Kakashi's words, Haruno Sakura didn't understand why Kakashi was so excited, but she still said quickly, "You haven't gotten up yet, you are just a pig." At the end, Haruno Sakura complained speechlessly. Just now she took a special look at Naruto and found that he was sleeping soundly in the room. Sleep in. Hearing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that nothing happened to Naruto. Immediately, Kakashi staggered to his feet, and Haruno Sakura's face changed. She hurriedly said, "Teacher Kakashi, you still need to rest now. No, we can't let our guard down. Remember the assassination team member we met before who was hunting down the defecting ninja? Generally speaking, the bodies will be dealt with on the spot, such as burning, etc. If you need evidence of death, you only need to cut off the head and take it back. And the weapon that guy used was not a kunai or shuriken, but a flying needle. That's not what it means." Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply. Zabuza is still alive? What? After hearing Sasuke's words, Dazna and Haruno Sakura, who had just run in, suddenly changed their expressions. That scary guy is still alive. I had no way to confirm Zabuza's aura at the time, it should have been just a fake death. Kakashi said softly, "The flying needles used by that boy have extremely low lethality unless they hit vital points. After all, some medical ninjas often use flying needles for acupuncture. For the hunting troops who are known for handling corpses, they are well aware of the structure of the human body. It is not difficult to make someone fall into a state of suspended animation. That young man first took away Zabuza's heavy body, and secondly, he used flying needles, so he came to help Zabuza. No, it's not. Are you worrying too much? What if you want to bring back that guy's body?" Dazna's face turned green when he thought about the guy staring at his head was still alive. After all, Kakashi can't protect him all the time. Especially now that he's back. Unless Kakashi, the senior ninja, protects him closely. But is that possible? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Kakashi said softly, "But once you find something suspicious, you must be prepared before things become irreparable. This is also one of the iron laws of ninjas. But don't worry, even if Zabuza is rescued, he won't come back to us in the short term. After all, he has been injured by me, it is not easy for him to recover from his injuries. I am not injured." Hearing this, Dazna let out a long sigh of relief. This is really good news. So next, I will let Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto practice. Kakashi continued, "The environment here is just right, very suitable for you to use chakra to tread water and the like. Even if we continue to practice, we won't be able to deal with that guy." Hearing this, Haruno Sakura's face turned green, and is the training these days really effective? Even Kakashi-sensei fainted from exhaustion. That guy must have crushed them to death just like crushing an ant. It's not about that guy, it's about your training. Kakashi corrected Sakura's words. "I said, the environment here is very good, just suitable for you to train more and let you grow as quickly as possible." I see. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura suddenly realized. "But before that, I'm going to go get Naruto, you guys go out and find an open area to gather." Chapter 107. Seeing this, Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke immediately went out to gather. Kakashi came to the room where Uzumaki Naruto was. In the room, Uzumaki Naruto was sleeping happily with a scroll in his arms. He seemed to have had a dream and looked very happy, which made Kakashi very upset. It's already this late and Uzumaki Naruto is still sleeping in. "Naruto, wake up." Kakashi was shaking Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto was still sleeping soundly. Kakashi, What did this kid do last night? It's really weird that he didn't wake up even after being shaken like that. If you don't know, you might think it's because of the exhausting training and fighting. Clap. Suddenly, a comic book slipped from Naruto's arms and fell to the ground. The cover was facing upwards, right in front of Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi glanced down subconsciously, but was suddenly stunned. The cover depicts a very familiar picture. This was the scene where their team was on their way to the land of waves and they eliminated the Mist Shadow Ninja. For a moment, Kakashi frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. What is this? He immediately squatted down and picked up the comic book. But after turning a few pages, Kakashi became more and more shocked. The content recorded in this comic is exactly the same as what happened to them along the way. Accept the task from the beginning. Until I met Zabuza. Then comes Bai's appearance. Every detail is depicted accurately, even the conversations and battle scenes between them are completely reproduced. This is impossible. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and a storm surged in his heart. He stared at the contents of the comic book and quickly flipped through the pages. The story in this comic is like a mirror, accurately reflecting every action they have taken in the past. Where did Naruto get this comic? Suddenly, questions popped up in Kakashi's mind. He had never heard of such a comic book that seemed like a prophecy. He didn't think that this was drawn by Uzumaki Naruto. No, that's not right. During the battle, the information that Naruto predicted was different from what's here. The next second, Kakashi quickly scanned the content of the comics and found that some of the plots had changed. That was when he fought Zabuza. Could it be that Naruto knows all this? So that's why you reminded me when you were fighting Zabuza. Two thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind like lightning, and there was horror in his eyes. Where did this thing come from? Especially the content later on, which was the training scene where he was preparing to teach Naruto, Sasuke, and Hiruno Sakura. This picture album completely predicted my behavior. How could Naruto know this in advance and draw it into a comic? In Kakashi's mind, he quickly recalled some of the circumstances after his contact with Uzumaki Naruto, and his judgment became more and more clear. If Uzumaki Naruto had seen the contents of this book earlier and his behavior had changed, it would be completely correct. Although the future has not been changed much, Uzumaki Naruto knew many things in advance. Just as Kakashi was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that Uzumaki Naruto made some movements. Naruto frowned slightly, seeming to be about to wake up. Seeing this, Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he made a quick decision in his mind. I can't let Naruto find out that I know about the existence of this comic. He quickly closed the comic and quietly placed it back next to Naruto, as if nothing had happened. Then he used the teleportation technique to leave. Leaving the room, Kakashi looked at the sun outside and took a deep breath, a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Although he had many questions in his mind, he knew that now was not the time to ask them. Kakashi leaned against the door, his eyes deep, recalling the scenes from the comics, and narrowed his eyes. No wonder Naruto sometimes changes, it turns out he has read these contents in advance. So the question is, Naruto, where did you get this thing? Kakashi fell into deep thought. It seems that I need to find some time to ask Naruto about this. Kakashi whispered softly. If possible, he would like to ask now. But he knew very well that now was not the time. He couldn't act rashly, nor could he let Naruto detect his intentions. I seem to hear Kakashi-sensei's voice just now. And at this moment. In the room. Uzumaki Naruto woke up rubbing his eyes and yawning. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was the sound I just heard, and my face changed. He immediately opened his eyes, touched the sealed scroll beside him, and let out a long sigh of relief. Great, the money is still there. Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto touched his pocket again and felt a familiar comic book. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing I do when I wake up every day is to touch the comics, for fear of any accidents. Even though he has already read the comics. According to the time, Kakashi-sensei should be awake by now, get up. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he quickly stood up. After packing up simply, he put the sealing scroll on his back and walked out. At a glance, I saw Kakashi, Hiruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke not far away. Naruto, you're finally awake. Damn it, how did you manage to get up so late? Even when Kakashi was exhausted, he woke up faster than you. Where did you get the scroll? As Sakura Hiruno was speaking, she looked at the sealing scroll on Uzumaki Naruto's back and her eyes suddenly widened with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Yesterday, Uzumaki Naruto was only carrying a bag with him. How come I came out with a scroll today? And it's not small. I was training too late last night and found it. Uzumaki Naruto touched his sealing scroll and laughed. I thought I was short of something, so I carried it on my back. How about it? Isn't it cool? While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto looked excited and posed in a manner that he thought was very handsome. Hiruno Sakura. This idiot. In an instant, Hiruno Sakura lost interest in asking and was speechless. Uchiha Sasuke paid attention to the scroll on Uzumaki Naruto's back and frowned slightly. That somewhat familiar spell seems to be a sealing scroll. How could something like this be picked up? Even the smallest sealing scroll is very valuable. But the next second, thinking of Uzumaki Naruto saying that they trained too late last night, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist slightly. As expected, I was still slacking off. He didn't train last night and went straight to bed at night. And Naruto was actually training. It's so hard to leave the village. No wonder it's so strong. At this moment, Kakashi also noticed the scroll on Uzumaki Naruto's back and fell into deep thought. Where did you pick it up? I just saw Uzumaki Naruto holding this scroll while sleeping. Does this mean that this scroll is likely to be more important than the comics he has read? He was so busy reading the comics that he didn't even think about where Uzumaki Naruto got this sealing scroll. This thing is not something you can just pick up casually. You picked up a kunai and a shuriken, which is explainable. You picked up a sealing scroll. As a jonin, he could see clearly that what Uzumaki Naruto was carrying was a sealing scroll, not an ordinary scroll. That's the direction. Uzumaki Naruto pointed in a direction not far away. Not only the scroll, I also picked up some money. Come to think of it, I saw a lot of samurai running away last night. It's quite strange, I guess they dropped it accidentally. Uzumaki Naruto was talking nonsense, and Kakashi's brows instantly frowned when he heard it. Many warriors ran away. Oh no. Could it be that bad guy Kado is looking for us? Next to her, Haruno Sakura's face changed drastically when she heard what Uzumaki Naruto said. The rebel ninja from the Mist Shadow Village was recruited by that Kado. Teacher Kakashi, you were injured, are those guys here to find us? After all, the mission we accepted was Kado's target. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned slightly and said softly, even if he is a samurai, he has considerable martial arts skills. When he talked with Dasna yesterday, he knew about Kado's status and position in the Land of Waves. It would be a real hassle to mobilize warriors to encircle and suppress them with that status. Tap tap. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded, instantly attracting Kakashi and others. I saw Dasna running over from a distance anxiously, out of breath. Haruno Sakura's face changed. No way, is that bad guy Kado really going to send someone here? Why else would Dasna be in such a hurry? Good news, great news. At this time, Dasna came running over and said excitedly, Kado is missing, many of his men are dead, and many people are fighting for his things, the residence over there is a mess now. What? Kado is dead? Good death. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and others' pupils shrank sharply. Is Kado dead now? Haruno Sakura looked surprised. So, those samurai who ran away took their property and ran away because Kado died? Doesn't this mean that you can continue to repair the bridge? As she spoke, Haruno Sakura looked towards Dasna. Correct. Dasna nodded heavily and said excitedly, Kado is missing, something must have happened, otherwise his men wouldn't have run away, and the most important thing is that many people died. No one will stop me from building a bridge now, I will take this opportunity to encourage everyone to build a bridge. So I came to tell you to leave later and see if Kado will come back later. If something happened to Kado's men, then something must have happened to him as well. Haruno Sakura was excited, this means that our mission has been accomplished. No matter what, let's go to the scene and take a look. Kakashi pondered lightly, this guy disappeared inexplicably, there is a possibility that he will come back, let's go to the scene first. Related to their mission. Given the current situation, we have to investigate it no matter what. Then, Kakashi took Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto and quickly rushed to Kado's residence. Uzumaki Naruto really didn't want to go, but thinking that he would be out of place if he didn't go, he decided to follow. When they arrived at Kado's residence, the scene before them surprised Uchiha Sasuke and others. Kado's residence was once a luxurious manor, but now it has become a mess. The door was open, as if it had been broken into by force, and the guard at the door had long disappeared. The manor was in a mess, with obvious signs of vandalism in various places. The windows were broken, the furniture overturned, and broken china and scattered property were scattered on the ground. Kado's men can be seen in almost every corner. They looked solemn and panicked as they paced back and forth in the room. Some people were also hurriedly moving their belongings, trying to grab more things in the chaos. Some others were standing aside arguing fiercely, their voices filled with anger and panic. Let go of this stuff. This is mine. Nonsense. I saw it first. Aren't you afraid that Lord Kado will come back if you do this? The scene was noisy and quarrels broke out one after another, as if a silent storm was raging in this once magnificent manor. Kakashi led Uchiha Sasuke and others to avoid the crowd, looked around, and went deeper. It's just chaos. Kakashi muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. He then signaled the Chunin to follow him and continued walking deeper into the manor. Going deeper into the manor, Kakashi soon discovered several bodies lying on the ground. These people are obviously Cardo's men. Some were still wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands, but their deaths were very strange, as if they were suddenly attacked while they were sleeping. Looking at some of the destroyed rooms, you can see people lying on the beds. Strangeness. Kakashi squatted down and carefully examined the corpse. He found that the other person's eyes were closed and there was a terrified expression on his face, as if he had encountered something terrible in his sleep. I gently touched the other person's neck and found that the body was already cold. It can be judged that he has been dead for one night. These people seem to have been killed by some kind of assassination. Kakashi immediately determined the cause of these people's death. Assassination technique? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately stepped forward to check. He glanced sharply at the corpses and confusion flashed in his eyes. How did Kakashi figure this out? Yes, and these techniques are a bit like those of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. Kakashi said with a frown, a hint of solemnity in his voice. Mist Hidden Village? Teacher Kakashi, you mean, these people were killed by the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village? Then didn't Zabuza and his men take care of them? The rebel ninja from the Mist Shadow village that we met yesterday was clearly hired by Cardo to attack Dazna. The ninja killed his client? Haruno Sakura was confused. This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, he is a rebel ninja from the Kirigakure village, and he was from the assassination unit. There is no ninja law in their eyes. Kakashi stood up and looked around, his eyes full of vigilance and thought. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village are known for their assassination skills. The deaths of these people are very similar to the assassination techniques of the Hidden Mist village. It's really dangerous, it even killed the client. Why? Nowadays, even if a wandering ninja accepts a mission, it is rare for him to kill the client. Because they need money. How tiring would it be to kill the client just for the sake of the mission? And there are not so many tasks to take on. You can't just kill people everywhere. Even if you kill people everywhere, once you arouse everyone's hostility, you will be unable to move forward. Moreover, as a rebel ninja, he also needs to face the pursuit of his own ninja village. It's too late to escape, but you're still killing people. In that case, Cardo is likely to have been killed. Uchiha Sasuke said softly, it is easy and simple for a jonin who is good at assassination to assassinate an ordinary person. These guys assassinated me in my sleep, it's very likely that Cardo was also kidnapped, so he will naturally not come back. Ah. Hatake Kakashi nodded solemnly, so we must be more careful. This means that the other party does not have the ninja spirit. This situation is very complicated and we cannot take it lightly. Some warriors are not weak, but they are still assassinated. If they target us, it will be very dangerous. You should be careful when you sleep these days. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura suddenly felt a chill on her neck and shivered subconsciously. What a joke. And Uchiha Sasuke also frowned. Strange. And Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi with a confused expression. He didn't quite understand the ninja spirit that teacher Kakashi talked about. But in a flash, Uzumaki Naruto stopped thinking about it. They are all bad guys anyway, just kill them and be done with it. Let's keep watching. Kakashi continued, I want to confirm the news. Following Kakashi's orders, the Chunin continued to search the room after room in the manor, trying to avoid those who were arguing and snatching property. Along the way, they found more bodies. The causes of death of these people were similar, and it was obvious that they were assassinated while they were sleeping. After some investigation, Kakashi was completely certain that something had definitely happened to Cardo. So, our mission this time is accomplished. After being pushed out silently, Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi excitedly. Teacher Kakashi, this time we are carrying out a C-level mission, but a rebel jonin from the Mist Shadow village appeared in the middle of the mission, so it has become a B-level mission. After returning to the village, we will complete a B-level mission, right? It was beyond her expectation that the B-level mission could be completed so easily. Good. Looking at the excited Haruno Sakura, Kakashi nodded. The mission rewards you will collect after returning to the village will be settled as B-level missions. The assessment evaluation will definitely be high, but the rewards will not be too much. After all, most of the rewards come from the client who issued the mission. Uzumaki Naruto. But you completed your first mission outside the village at B rank, which is pretty good. Kakashi smiled cheerfully and said, as a teacher, I will treat you to ramen when we return to the village. Can we go back to the village now? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together excitedly. He now wanted very much to go back to the village and open the jar. Do not. Kakashi shook his head, the mission is completed, we can return immediately, but Cardo is missing, although we can judge that something has happened, nothing is absolute, we need to stay for a while. By the way, complete your training, the environment here is great, you must master chakra. Even if it's Naruto, you still have to practice. While speaking, Kakashi turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Don't think that you don't have to practice just because you have learned some of it in advance. Practice, definitely practice. Uzumaki Naruto nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, but I hope we can go back as soon as possible. If you want to go back as soon as possible, it depends on the level of your training. Kakashi deadpanned, if the training doesn't go well, then we'll finish at this bridge and then go back. What? Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green. Wouldn't that mean it would take at least half a month? How many jars will be wasted? Sakura, Sasuke, I'm counting on you. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together in front of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, begging, please, make faster progress, I want to return to the village as soon as possible. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's sudden change of attitude, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were stunned. What does this guy mean? Do you think their training progress is slow? Chapter 108. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, wishing he could punch Naruto's sincere face. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. This kid really can't speak. Then, Kakashi taught Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke to start controlling chakra and gain some experience in climbing trees and walking on water. And at this moment, the other side. Inside Konoha village. Under Might Guy's double training, Rock Lee also trained like crazy and continuously carried out high-intensity physical training. As time passed, the sun gradually slipped from the sky, and the western sky was dyed with a rich orange-red color. Locke, come on. Give me another 500 pull-ups. Might Guy shouted, encouragement and excitement in his voice. Yes, Teacher Kai. Rock Lee responded without hesitation, his voice full of determination and confidence. Although he had been training for a whole day, he was still in surprisingly good condition. He gripped the high bar tightly with both hands and quickly began to pull himself up, one by one, with a fast and powerful speed. Every time he pulled up, Locke could feel the fullness of his muscles, as if infinite power was surging in his body. Normally, training of this intensity would have exhausted him long ago. But today was different. He didn't feel tired at all, and even felt full of energy. The medicine I give you every day is too strong. Might Guy stood aside, staring at Rock Lee intently. He was well aware of how arduous the amount of training he had arranged for Locke was. According to past experience, with this level of intensity, even Rock Lee should have been exhausted long ago. But today, Locke's performance surprised him. It's really a magic pill. Might Guy was secretly surprised to see that Rock Lee's movements were still swift and powerful. He didn't look like someone who had been training for most of the day. If he hadn't known about the magic pill, he would have suspected that he had underestimated Locke's endurance. Lee, are you okay? Looking at Rock Lee doing pull-ups like crazy, sweat pouring down his face, Might Guy couldn't help but ask, with a hint of concern in his voice. Teacher Kai, I feel great. I'm not tired at all. Rock Lee responded, an excited smile on his face. Too frightening. Not far away, Tian, who saw this scene, swallowed his saliva. Although she also likes training and practicing physical skills, she has never taken this kind of pill. She originally wanted to try taking one pill of this thing. But seeing Rock Lee training like crazy today, Tian suddenly felt that it would be better not to take this pill. She still felt that she needed to have a good rest. I don't need to fight so hard with Rock Lee. After all, you can become stronger out of thin air by opening a jar, so you can take a break from your busy schedule. Thinking of this, Tian felt more and more that the medicine Hinata gave him could not be taken. As Tian thought about this, time continued to pass. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened. The street lights in Konoha village have been turned on. The dim light shines on the training ground, illuminating the sweaty figure of Rock Lee. The time was approaching night, but Rock Lee still showed no signs of stopping. Might Guy crossed his arms over his chest, frowned, and watched the scene, feeling an indescribable shock. He knew very well that Rock Lee's willpower and endurance were far beyond that of ordinary people, but his performance today was clearly beyond the norm. That pill is really powerful. If he were to eat it instead, the effect would definitely be much better than Rock Lee's. Watching Rock Lee complete the last set of moves, he looked like he was still unsatisfied. Might Guy immediately stepped forward, patted Rock Lee on the shoulder, and nodded. Lee, let's stop here for today's training. Although the pills can make you less tired, we still have to pay attention to our bodies and not overconsume. You have already seriously consumed your body today. Besides, the effect of the medicine is about to wear off, right? Let's stop for now. We still have to go to that magical jar shop after all. When Rock Lee heard Might Guy's instructions, although he still felt a little unsatisfied, he hurriedly stopped when he heard that they were going to that magical jar shop. Are you finally going? He is really looking forward to it. Then I'll leave it to you, Ten. Seeing this, Might Guy looked at Tian, showing his white teeth, and said, "You are familiar with that store owner, I will ask you to introduce him to us later so we can get to know each other. Of course, it would be nice if you could offer a better deal. Day by day, ... Teacher Kai, don't think about getting a discount." Hearing what Might Guy said, Tian sighed, the rules over there at Lin Mo don't allow for any discounts. What is Teacher Kai thinking about? It's okay. Might Guy laughed heartily and said, "I just said it casually, when you go over there later, I'll need you to introduce us to that person." Then let's go now. Ten nodded and said, "But Niji didn't come all day today, and he didn't ask for leave from you, Mr. Kai." Ten said, looking a little confused. "You know, when I came here this morning, I didn't see Hyuga Niji. I didn't see him until the afternoon or evening. Ninji told me last night that he might not have time to come over today." Hearing what Tian said, Might Guy pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Something seems to have happened to the Hyuga clan, I don't know the details, I'll find someone to find out later." Although he said so, Might Guy felt that it might be related to the third generation summoning them in the evening. When Konoha village suddenly encountered such an explosion, the third Hokage even specially left the head of the Hyuga clan behind. He must be asking the Hyuga clan to do something. After all, the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, so they can discover more clues. After all, Hyuga Niji is a genius with the Byakugan, so there is nothing wrong with him being arranged to go back by his family. So he could understand why Hyuga Niji didn't come today. Ow. After hearing what Might Guy said, Tian immediately understood. He immediately lowered his head and stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. She was aware of the commotion her bombing of Danzo's roots had caused. There are many ninja patrols in Konoha village now, thanks to her. It is normal that some members of the Hyuga clan have Byakugan, which they use for investigation. Then, Tian took Might Guy and Rock Lee to Lin Mo's shop. In the jar shop, the three Lin Mos were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. One is responsible for refining chakra, one is responsible for mastering the ability of the surgery fruit, and the other is responsible for mastering the bloodline limit of scorch release. After 2 days of practice, he was able to stably use the multiple shadow clone technique to create 2 clones to practice and become familiar with other abilities. As one person after another came to open the jar, he integrated more and more things, so it was naturally difficult for one person to practice at the same time. Therefore, these abilities can be trained through multiple shadow clones. And he also learned the technique of multiple shadow clones, and now he has been able to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, without Sage Mode, my physical fitness can't keep up, I'm still too weak. Feeling that he seemed to have become a magician, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. My shortcomings are still huge. Lack of chakra and lack of strong physique. If he had a strong body, most of his current shortcomings could be solved. Okay. Suddenly, Lin Mo saw Tiantian's figure within a radius of 1,000 meters through the True Vision Guard. Might Guy and Rock Lee following behind Tian made him raise his eyebrows. Is this the can opener you bring every day? But, do these two poor guys have money? Looking at Might Guy and Rock Lee, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that Rock Lee is broke. As for Might Guy, as a jonin of Konoha, he doesn't seem to be particularly rich. After all, the training of physical skills costs much more money than the training of ninjutsu. But at least a few more jars can be sold. Thinking of this, Lin Mo smiled brightly. Tian is quite sensible. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt that the fatigue of the shadow clone was relieved immediately. Lin Mo. At this time, Tian had already run in happily, laughing, I brought Teacher Kai to open the jar. Where's Hanabi? Tian was talking when he found that there were no fireworks in Lin Mo's shop and was immediately surprised. Even if Hyuga Hinata followed to instruct the Jonin Yuhi Kurinai, Hanabi would still come to Lin Mo's place. She didn't come today. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, which made Tian a little disappointed. At this moment, Li Luoka walked in and looked at Lin Mo, his eyes suddenly widened. Is this guy the owner of this shop? That's too young. She doesn't look much older than him. Just selling such a magical jar. Well, he does look very talented. Might Guy looked at Lin Mo carefully with a curious look on his face. There is no trace of ninja on him, but instead he has a very peaceful temperament. That calm temperament was not due to age, but was special, very special, and he could feel it. Other than that, it's youth. Shopkeeper, I heard from Tian that the jars you have here are amazing. The next second, Might Guy extended his hand to Lin Mo cheerfully and said, nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Might Guy from Konoha Village, you can just call me Guy. Hello, just call me the owner. Lin Mo stretched out his hand and shook hands with Might Guy. Might Guy subconsciously grabbed Lin Mo's hand, but found that the touch in his hand disappeared as soon as he exerted force. Mingming had just shaken hands with Lin Mo and felt the other person's warmth, but he was still thinking about putting in some more strength. As a result, I instantly felt like the moon in the water. Although Mingming and Lin Mo's hands were still holding each other, she could no longer feel the touch. Illusion? For a moment, Might Guy was shocked. He didn't feel any chakra fluctuations. Although he is a jonin famous for his taijutsu, he also has a talent for ninjutsu. At the very least, he could still sense the fluctuations of chakra. But now it hasn't happened. It's mysterious indeed. Might Guy was amazed. Lin Mo looked at Might Guy with interest and said, since you are here to open the cans, I don't need to explain the rules, I should have told you when Tian came here. Lin Mo thought it was good to be able to save some time on talking nonsense. Hey. Although I already know that you can't be cheaper here, I still want to ask, can you be cheaper here? 1 jar is 100,000 taels, and 10 jars are 1 million taels. This is already a not-so-easy A-level mission. At this point, Might Guy felt a little sad, so, can you make it cheaper? Seeing Might Guy's appearance, Tian was speechless. I don't know how to complain. I have said it more than once before I came here, but Teacher Kai actually has to repeat it again. Lin Mo took a look and smiled faintly without saying anything. The meaning was self-evident. Mat K. Alright. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze, Might Guy sighed. Then he took out the purse he had prepared and handed it to Rock Lee. Lee, there are 300,000 in it, enough for you to open 3 jars. Forehead. Hearing what Teacher Kai said, Rock Lee reached out to take it, hesitantly. Teacher Kai, we can open 20. I don't have that much money on me right now. Might Guy was speechless, so I can only let you open 3 first. This silly boy. If I had money, I would definitely open 1. When he came out today, he didn't expect there would be such a magical thing as a jar, how could he possibly bring so much money? Then Teacher Kai, you won't open it? After hearing what Might Guy said, Rock Lee did not choose to open the can immediately. Instead, he looked at Might Guy and said quickly, Teacher Guy, your improvement is much more important than mine. No, your opening of the jar is more important than mine, I don't need to open it for now. Might Guy laughed heartily and said, for you, opening the can be of great help and assistance, as for me, it doesn't matter if I open it a little later. No matter how magical this jar is, and no matter how much it improves one's strength, it is not as meaningful as improving the strength of one's close disciple. Secondly, he also wanted to see what Rock Lee would get out of the jar. By the way, have another chat with this shop owner. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee was so moved that he burst into tears. Teacher Kai actually gave me the little money he had and asked me to open the jar. Lin Mo. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo was speechless. Konoha's passionate group was just as he had imagined. Shopkeeper, I'll open 3 jars. The next second, Rock Lee wiped his tears, handed the money given to him by Might Guy to Lin Mo, and asked quickly, what should we do next? As he spoke, Rock Lee looked at the jars placed on the counter behind Lin Mo. Then it's up to you to pick which ones. I want that. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Lee Luoka pointed at the exquisite jar. Among all the jars present, only this one stands out from the crowd. You can imagine which one to choose. That's a delicate jar, you're not qualified to open it. Looking at the exquisite jars selected by Rock Lee, Tian spread his hands and explained without Lin Mo saying anything. You can only choose those ordinary jars, only when you open a certain amount of ordinary jars, you are qualified to open exquisite jars, currently, no one can open exquisite jars. Is that so? Hearing this, Lee Luoka scratched his head. Then he pointed to the 3 jars at the bottom of the exquisite jars and said, then I want the 3 at the bottom of that row. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, and 3 jars flew out steadily and landed silently in front of Lee Luoka. This move made Might Guy's eyes suddenly gleam with excitement. This is another method that I can't understand. I have to write it down. Is it enough to just smash it open? Looking at the 3 jars in front of him, Rock Lee hesitated for a moment, then decisively smashed the first jar with a punch. Boom! The first jar broke and something the size of a finger fell out. This thing looks to be only half the size of a finger and is oval in shape. There is a number on the surface. What is this? Pill. Is this too big? This thing looks like a pill, but it's a bit too big. It's wired. And every day he looked at this thing, he was also amazed. It wasn't shuriken and kunai, which was a bit beyond her expectation. Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw what Rock Lee opened. Unexpectedly, Rock Lee actually came up with this thing. Universal Capsule, a high-tech product developed by a family business from a certain world. It can hold a house. Just throw it out and it will become a simple house tool with all kinds of furniture. This thing comes from the same world as senzu beans. Looking at Rock Lee and Might Guy looking at him every day, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said. This is a universal capsule, a small portable house, just press the button on it and throw it on the ground, and it will turn into a house with all kinds of furniture in it. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the universal capsule in surprise. Is this a portable little house? Can this thing turn into a house? Well, it turns into a house. Rock Lee looked at the universal capsule in confusion. Why is he a little confused? Might Guy looked at this thing with suspicion. You can understand that this is a sealed scroll. Lin Mo slowly said, a sealing scroll that can hold a house. For example, if you carry a sealing scroll with you and seal a house inside, when you want to use it, you just need to smash it on the ground and it will appear. This universal capsule has a number on it. Different numbers of universal capsules correspond to different things, and this is not a one-time use permission. After using it, when you don't need it anymore, you can turn the thing back into a capsule and carry it with you. It's light and portable. For some ninjas who are out and about, or wandering ninjas, this is a must-have item to carry with them when traveling at home. Chapter 109. Something to do with time and space. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian exclaimed, carrying a house with you, the sealing scroll is no match for this thing. This capsule is much more useful than the sealing scroll. No, this is a technology that only seals the house, it is fixed, while with the sealing scroll, you can choose what to seal. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, because of the different numbers, the universal capsules are fixed to seal one thing and cannot be changed. One capsule corresponds to one thing, such as a small house. This involves the structure of particles, which is a bit complicated to explain. If you can find out the corresponding information in the future, you will know what this particle is. Day by day. Rock Lee. Might Guy. After hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone present was immediately filled with question marks. What particle structure? So, this is something that is very suitable for survival in the wild. Might Guy commented directly, no need to sleep in the wild late at night. If some ninjas who go out have this kind of portable thing, it will definitely be very convenient for survival in the wild. When performing a mission or doing something in the wild, who doesn't want to sleep in a house or find a safe place to sleep at night? For war, this thing is still very good, it can be used as a camp. Lin Mo chuckled and said, if you are going out on a mission, this thing is not bad, but it may also attract the attention of other ninjas. After all, it is quite eye-catching and bright. Some of the things in this house may be useful to you. If you want to test them, you can test them yourself later. Ah. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Might Guy nodded, then, Lee, continue to crack the next jar. Is teacher. After hearing what Might Guy said, Rock Lee excitedly and decisively continued to smash the next can. Boom. The second jar broke. This time, what fell out was a white ball the size of a fist. This small ball looks very strange. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror and reflects the surrounding light. There is an obvious black band on the upper part of the sphere, which goes around a circle and has a few inconspicuous black English letters printed on it, forming an unfamiliar word. There are 4 small brackets under the sphere, which are close to the sphere and look like they can be stretched out. What is this? When Rock Lee saw this thing, his eyes widened. Why is it another strange thing? I want a little pill. Okay. Lin Mo looked at this thing, pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Which version of this thing is it? Scion training gravity machine, powerful technology from a certain world. Training in a high-gravity environment can greatly enhance physical strength and speed. Whoever uses this device to train will have his physical ability significantly improved. It's a simple introduction, but this thing is not simple at all. Looking at the name of this thing, Lin Mo shook his head and said. This is a gravity machine specially used for training. It can perfectly and appropriately adjust the force borne by the user, and then conduct training to enhance physical strength and speed. The specific effect will be known after you use it. Currently this thing is shrunk, it can grow bigger, and once it grows bigger it may not be able to grow back. So when you put this training machine, you can first consider where to put it. Gravity machine training. Hearing this, Might Guy looked at the Scion training gravity machine in Rock Lee's hand with interest. The so-called gravity training usually involves weight-bearing. Now that such an interesting thing has come out, it means that he can also use it. Good stuff to train with. Rock Lee looked surprised and clenched his fists. Great. He likes things related to training the most. Subconsciously, Rock Lee picked up the small ball and looked at it carefully, and found that its structure was extremely delicate, and there seemed to be subtle technological patterns on the surface. After pressing it a little harder, I found that the small ball was actually quite elastic, as if it could withstand a lot of pressure. Immediately, Rock Lee put the thing away with satisfaction, and put it away after he went out. Looking at the last jar, Rock Lee decisively punched it open. The third jar shattered, this time revealing a ball of white light. It's an experienced light group. Looking at the white ball of light, Tian immediately smiled and said. You're lucky, Lee, as long as you integrate this experience ball of light, you will be able to gain experience. For example, the experience of Teacher Kai's training for a day can be added to you at once, allowing you to save the training steps and directly gain the improvement of training. If it's a skill-like experience ball, then you can quickly master a skill from scratch, even if it's a ninjutsu. As Tian spoke, Rock Lee, who was curiously looking at the white light, suddenly widened his eyes. There is such a magical thing. He was not surprised to see things related to accelerated cultivation and training. However, it is too far-fetched to be able to gain cultivation experience without practicing. Not only Rock Lee was surprised, but Might Guy next to him also narrowed his eyes. The 5,000 punching experiences of a Wing Chun master. This comes from the training of a master who is proficient in Wing Chun. After touching it, you can integrate the 5,000 punching experiences of Wing Chun and carry out short-term assaults in a small range within a short period of time. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the white ball of experience light and raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, Rock Lee also knows martial arts like Wing Chun. For Rock Lee, it is hard to tell whether this thing is good or bad. This is the punching experience of a master of boxing. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke and told Lee Luoka about this experience light ball. I've never heard of this kind of boxing. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Lee Luoka stretched out his hand without hesitation and touched the white ball of experience light. The ball of light instantly merged into his body, bringing a strong current of heat, as if countless information was pouring into his mind. Rock Lee closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling this strange power. A strange yet familiar feeling quickly spread in his mind. He felt his hands, wrists, forearms, and shoulders as if guided by a strange force. Every inch of muscle and every bone seemed to be readjusted at this moment. Rock Lee could clearly feel the path, strength, and angle of those movements, as if he had personally practiced Wing Chun punches 5,000 times. This is... Rock Lee looked shocked, a series of rapid actions flashing through his mind. Every movement was so smooth and swift, completely different from any boxing style he usually practiced. It was an extremely unique way of punching, short and direct, with almost no pause between movements, as if it could launch continuous attacks on the enemy in a very short period of time. As the ball of light gradually disappeared, Rock Lee's body began to move autonomously. He subconsciously assumed a standing posture and quickly pushed his hands out from his chest in a very smooth movement. Rock Lee's fists drew swift trajectories in the air. Each punch was delivered with strong momentum and power, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. The way to punch in Wing Chun is actually like this. Rock Lee opened his eyes excitedly, his eyes filled with incredible light. He had never imagined that Wing Chun's punches were so unique and completely different from all the boxing styles he had learned before. These actions are simply incredible. Rock Lee felt that every strength in his body was perfectly combined with the way he punched, making each of his punches more accurate and powerful. For a moment, Rock Lee continued to immerse himself in this power, repeating the movements over and over. Shoo! Rock Lee's fists shuttled quickly in the air, and each punch was thrown with incredible speed and accuracy, as if it could penetrate any target. At this moment, Rock Lee could already feel as if he had become a precise fighting machine, with every part of his body being utilized to its maximum extent under the guidance of Wing Chun. You can punch like this. Rock Lee was filled with shock and joy. He had never imagined that the way of punching could be so simple yet so effective, and that each movement contained infinite variations and power. This punching experience brought him great benefits instantly. Might Guy, watching Rock Lee's concentration, was also surprised. This boxing style is both offensive and defensive, and it focuses on the combination of hardness and softness, and consumes little energy. As a jonin who is proficient in physical skills, Might Guy instantly identified the highlight of this boxing style. Good. Hearing what Might Guy said, Lin Mo nodded. This is a very scientific and practical boxing style. It punches quickly and defends tightly, and the horse stance is flexible and moves up and down quickly. This is just the punching experience of Wing Chun. If you want to gain other knowledge about Wing Chun, you can continue to open the can. This method of mastering experience is truly incredible. Might Guy looked at him in amazement and said to Rock Lee. Lee, how do you feel? Very wonderful, Mr. Kai. These movements are incredible. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee spoke excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I feel like I can punch faster and harder. Every movement was so smooth, as if my body had completely mastered the techniques. Seeing Rock Lee's reaction, Might Guy nodded, then turned to look at the jars on Lin Mo's counter. Rock Lee only opened 3 jars, but he gained so much. If all the jars were opened, wouldn't the level be increased to an exaggerated level? Who on earth is this guy? Even the Hokage cannot make a person master a skill instantly. Might Guy's mind was full of thoughts. It's really, really cool. At this time, Rock Lee had stopped moving and jumped twice on the spot excitedly. Only when you experience opening a jar will you know the magic of it. If possible, he really wanted to continue opening the can now. But he also knew that Teacher Kai currently had no extra money. Shopkeeper, are you planning to stay in Konoha? Might Guy looked at Lin Mo curiously and asked, are you planning to settle down in Konoha village? Or? Uncertain. Hearing what Might Guy said, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. I will be here for the time being, but it is not ruled out that I will leave tomorrow, so if you want to open the jar, you must do it as soon as possible. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Might Guy's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is that so? However, thinking of the universal capsule that Rock Lee had just opened, this person probably left with ease. I'll open the jar as soon as I can. For a moment, Might Guy's face was serious. Please, owner, you must leave later. Originally he was not very anxious, but when he heard Lin Mo say that he might leave Konoha, he suddenly became anxious. Where to go after leaving Konoha? Lee, it's time for us to go too. The next second, Might Guy looked at Rock Lee and said, go back and try the training on the gravity machine and the universal capsule. Lin Mo had only heard of this thing and had never tried it. He would definitely take Lee Luoka back to try it. Okay, Mr. Kai. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee nodded heavily. So Tian, are you going to stay here, or? Might Guy looked at Tian again, can we disband now, or should we go check out the gravity machine together? Hearing what Might Guy said, Tian subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, have you eaten? No. Lin Mo shook his head and said, if you come back later, you can bring me a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Hold head high. Hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Teacher Kai, I'd like to go with you to see the gravity machine. Since Lin Mo hasn't eaten yet, I will pack a bowl of ramen for him when I come back. Originally, she wanted to stay, but the universal capsule and gravity machine that Rock Lee had just opened made her curious and she decided to take a look. By the way, let's talk to Teacher Kai. This is the most important thing. It is good. Hearing Tian's words, Teacher Kai smiled and nodded. Then he said goodbye to Lin Mo and left with Tian and Lee Luoka. Watching the 3 people leave, Lin Mo waved. Suddenly Rock Lee's experience in Wing Chun punching emerged, and Lin Mo reached out without hesitation to integrate it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it still has some meat. It seems that you have a good relationship with this shop owner, Tian. Might Guy, who had already walked out of the Ken shop, looked at Tian and said with a smile, you can also bring food for the owner. Mr. Lin Mo and I are quite familiar with each other. Hearing what Teacher Kai said, Tian was quite proud. Not only do I bring food, but I also eat together. I can even come and copy 2 dishes for Mr. Lin Mo when I have time. I see. Hearing Tian's words, Might Guy immediately understood, and then excitedly looked at Tian and rubbed his hands and said, Tian, if I have a good relationship with this person, will I have the opportunity to get good things? Not necessarily. Hearing this, Tian scratched his head and said, otherwise, it makes no sense that I can't open the extra jars. According to Mr. Lin Mo, what comes out of the jar is all about your luck. By the way, Mr. Kai. As Ten was talking, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Teacher Kai curiously and asked, will you bring other Jonin to open the jar? How can it be? Hearing this, Might Guy's eyes widened immediately. It seems that not many people know about this mysterious shop. Why should I bring other people to open cans? Isn't it that we should take advantage of this opportunity to open more cans as quickly as possible and improve ourselves? I can already imagine my opponent's jaw dropping when I improve my strength. Might Guy suddenly thought of something and clenched his fists excitedly. Hearing this, Tian looked strange. If I'm not mistaken, the one that Teacher Kai was referring to should be Teacher Kakashi. Speaking of which, I'm more curious, is there really no cost to opening this jar? The next second, Might Guy pinched his chin and thought. If I say that the first two things Lee opened, I can still accept them, but the appearance of the third experience light ball is too unexpected to me, it is not something that can be explained clearly by the seal. There's a price to pay. Tian said as a matter of course, isn't 100,000 taels the price? No, 10, it should be more than that. Might Guy shook his head and said, this is something that I've never heard of before and it's incredible, I always feel that this kind of quick success is like a castle in the air. But at the moment, there is really no harm in it, it can be a hint for you, I still hope you will open the can. According to you, one person can only open 10 jars in 7 days, then, we need to increase the intensity of the task, what do you think? Although he was a Jonin of Konoha, he didn't have much money. Especially physical training, which costs a lot of money. Not only myself, but also Rock Lee needs to be supported. This will cost at least 2 million a week, which is not a small amount. This is even more difficult than the previous A-level mission which was close to S-level. I'm not short of money, teacher. After hearing what Might Guy said, Tian hesitated for a moment, and Might Guy's face froze. Right. As a teacher, he is not as rich as Tian's family. Then you can take a rest now. Might Guy sighed, for you, with your current physical condition, you only need to follow the training plan I gave you, training anywhere is training. Then I will take Niji and Lee to take on the mission, this way they can get more money and you won't lose that much. As he spoke, some thoughts came to Might Guy's mind. If a B-level commission is shared among 3 people, it does make a lot of sense. What I have to do now is tasks with short time limits. But even a week may not be enough to do it. It seems that I still have to borrow money. For a moment, Might Guy thought of Kakashi. This old rival of mine should be rich. It should be no problem to borrow some from him. Chapter 110. While thinking about how to borrow money from Kakashi, Might Guy walked and unknowingly brought Ten and Rock Lee to his residence. We're here. Seeing that they had arrived at his residence, Might Guy immediately looked at Rock Lee and said, Lee, put down that Scion training gravity machine and see what it looks like inside after it is enlarged. Yes, Teacher Kai. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee immediately responded loudly. Then he pressed the ball in his hand and put it on the ground. Crack. At this moment, the fist-sized gravity machine suddenly made a slight buzzing sound, and a white light began to appear on the surface. Rock Lee, Might Guy, and Ten immediately retreated. Buzz. The white light became brighter and brighter, and the gravity machine gradually expanded, as if it was pushed by some invisible force. In an instant, the small ball, which was originally only the size of a fist, expanded rapidly and became larger and larger. A few seconds later, it had turned into a huge circular device, standing in front of Might Guy's residence, 2 stories high. Wow! So big! When Rock Lee saw this scene, he subconsciously exclaimed in amazement. It really can become bigger, as Lin Mo said. Might Guy next to him also widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the huge monster in front of him. After looking at it for a few times, he walked forward and gently pushed open the door of the gravity machine. The door opened and a gust of cold air rushed towards me. Lee, Tian, come in and take a look. Might Guy walked in first, followed closely by Rock Lee, and Ten also followed curiously. After entering the gravity machine, Rock Lee and Might Guy were shocked by the scene before them. The interior space is spacious and bright, filled with various sophisticated instruments and equipment. There are also several electronic display screens on the walls, showing various complex data and charts. In the center, there is a huge operating table covered with buttons and knobs, which looks very technological. What are these things used for? Lee Luoka looked around curiously. He had never seen these modern equipment before and was completely confused. Looks like some kind of control device. Might Guy was also very confused, but more curious and excited. Here are the instructions. The careful Tian walked to the operating table immediately and saw a thick instruction manual next to it. He immediately picked it up and flipped through it. His eyes lit up and he said quickly, it contains some information about this gravity machine. Oh. Hearing this, Might Guy and Rock Lee came over immediately. Might Guy casually opened it and quickly browsed the contents. Although I don't understand it all, I have a general understanding of the operating principle and usage of this gravity machine. It turns out that the training device for adjusting gravity is that button. Might Guy looked at a button next to him and thought, if it is closed, it seems that the effect will be just right. Teacher Kai, let's give it a try. Rock Lee can't wait to get started. The effect of the insomnia pill he took last night has not yet worn off. Ah. Hearing this, Might Guy nodded, found a knob to adjust the gravity, and turned it carefully. For a moment, the lights inside the gravity machine flickered. Then a strong feeling of gravity pressure came over me. Boom! Rock Lee was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the sudden gravity. What a strong gravity! Teacher Kai, this device is amazing. I can feel my body under tremendous pressure, this kind of training is simply amazing. Might Guy also felt the change in gravity. Although he did not fall down like Rock Lee, his movements became much slower. Yes, this device is incredible. We can actually increase the intensity of training by adjusting gravity, this is simply the perfect training tool. After experiencing this so-called gravity training, Might Guy's eyes became excited. This is much more meaningful than weight training. Next to him, Tiantian's movements also slowed down for a moment, and then he felt very uncomfortable and decided to leave. Call. After exiting the training machine, Tian suddenly felt that the terrifying gravity had disappeared. It still feels comfortable this way. I just did some simple body exercises and felt emotional every day. If she hadn't opened the can and got something to strengthen her physique from Lin Mo, she would have been crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. And at this time inside the training machine. Teacher Kai. With this device, our training effect will definitely be greatly improved. Okay, let's try higher gravity. Might Guy turned the knob again without hesitation, and the gravity increased again instantly. Rock Lee clenched his teeth. Although his body was weighed down even more, his eyes gleamed with determination. For Rock Lee, this challenge is exactly what he desires. He couldn't wait to hone himself in such an environment. Might Guy also felt a long-lost surge of blood boiling in his body, and shouted, "Lee, today's training starts from here. See how far we can push this gravity machine." Rock Lee responded loudly, his voice full of fighting spirit and excitement. Day by day. Ten was speechless as he watched Rock Lee and Sensei Might Guy continuing their training in the gravity machine, as if they had forgotten the passage of time. It seems that I can leave now and there is no need to stay here anymore. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen to find Iam-san. If I remember correctly, today is also the time for them to open the cans. I don't know if anyone has come to Lin Mo's place to open a can during the day. Ten muttered to himself as he walked decisively towards Ichiraku Ramen. When I arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, I saw that the seat in Ichiraku Ramen was a little empty. "Hey, Sister Iam, Uncle Hand, give me 2 servings of Ichiraku Ramen, take it away." Immediately, Tian ran briskly to the table and opened his mouth towards the hands that were kneading the dough. "Okay." Hearing Tiantian's words, he raised his head and said with a hearty smile, "Wait a moment." Soon, Iam came out with 2 packaged bowls of Ichiraku Ramen. "Is it handed to Lin Mo?" As Acarus handed it over, he whispered, "I added a lot of meat to both bowls." Although it was a question, Acarus' tone was still full of certainty. "Aha." Tian nodded. "Before, Lin Mo asked me to pack a bowl of noodles for him. By the way, Sister Chanpu, did you go to open the cans today?" "Nope." Hearing Tiantian's words, Chanpu immediately shook his head, "Today is too busy. I was busy early in the morning and was too busy in the afternoon, so my father and I thought about going there in the evening. Actually, my father could have gone yesterday, but he was too busy yesterday, so he decided to go with me tonight. Can you tell Lin Mo later not to close the shop too early at night?" "I see." After hearing what Acarus said, Tian immediately understood and nodded, "No problem." Then Ten chatted with Iam and left with the packaged Ichiraku Ramen. When we arrived at the jar shop, every day I find Lin Mo sitting quietly. "Hey, this is Iam-san's ramen with extra beef." Tian put down the ramen and unpacked it, laughing, and Sister Acarus said that she would open the can when she is not busy in the evening. Iam and hand fight. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo was stunned. He instantly remembered that he could have opened the jar by hand yesterday. However, he will not close the shop early these 2 days because he also has to train. He hasn't released the Scion training gravity machine that Rock Lee opened today. By the way, Lin Mo, Teacher Kai said that he will go take a mission to make money, so he will give me a day off. I can train with you every day from now on. The next second, Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Teacher Kai and Lee are really obsessed with that training gravity machine now. Where's Niji?" Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo pinched his chin and asked curiously, "Why isn't he with Might Guy?" "That's really strange. Today Might Guy brought Rock Lee, but he didn't bring Niji Hyuga. Tian is also here, which means the team is assembled. Ningji didn't come today, it seems that it is because the Hyuga clan is busy." Tenten said a little embarrassedly, I went to talk to Teacher Guy about the jar today. Teacher Guy said that Niji said yesterday that he might not have time to gather today. The Hyuga clan should know that it was you who blew it up. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo burst out laughing and said, Hua Hua was there when you opened the jar, but now you must be just pretending to investigate. Lin Mo didn't expect that Tian would use the thing directly after opening it. Who let that bad guy steal my ninja tools? Tian gritted his teeth and curled his lips, saying, that thing is obviously quite powerful, but Danzo seems to be fine. Not only is the root base secret, but it must have a lot of layout. Lin Mo shook his head, and almost all of the root ninjas are Danzo's loyal followers. Protecting Danzo is much more important than their own lives. I really hope something good can come out. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian sighed and said, otherwise, my family will really be exploited all the time. If you want the horse to run, you must at least let it eat grass. Danzo is such a bad guy that he doesn't even want to give money. That's too much. By the way, Lin Mo. Tian suddenly thought of something and said quickly. It's about the drug that won't let you sleep. When the effect wears off, will there be a rebound feeling? Rock Lee was tired last night and he still doesn't feel tired. If the time is up tonight, will he fall down from exhaustion? Will not. Lin Mo shook his head and said, if there is a rebound, then there will be side effects. That medicine does not have any side effects. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian understood. Then he started slurping the ramen. And at this moment, the Scions are in a training gravity machine. Might Guy moved his fingers with a distorted expression and pressed the button to control gravity. As Might Guy adjusted himself, he immediately felt the pressure reduced and he let out a long sigh. This is normal, even I can't adapt to it. How did they develop this thing? Might Guy looked incredulous. He also wanted to test the limits of this gravity training machine. As a result, before I even pressed the button, I had already reached my limit. Let him transfer back quickly. Ho ho ho. Next to him, Rock Lee was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Teacher Kai, we overestimated ourselves. Rock Lee gritted his teeth while sweating, but I believe that as long as we continue to practice, we will be able to adapt to the terrifying gravity just now. Not bad. Might Guy nodded heavily. The next second, Might Guy took a look at the current gravity progress bar and saw that it had not even reached 1/3 of the progress. He took a deep breath. You know, he is a Jonin from Konoha village who is good at physical skills. If they can't even withstand 1/3 of the gravity, it's hard to imagine how terrifying 2/3, or even the peak gravity, would be. The name of this machine also contains the word Scion. This means that it is specially trained for Scions. The upper limit of the gravity progress bar is set like this, meaning that the so-called Scions can reach it. This Scion is too scary. Although he didn't know what the name meant, Might Guy was sure of it. This Scion is definitely not simple. As for how strong he is and where he came from, I can ask Lin Mo next time. Go borrow some money from Kakashi tomorrow. When this thing was taken out of the can, it was only the size of a fist, but its value was immeasurable. Might Guy also had the urge to open the jar. This kind of thing can not only improve his personal strength, but also the entire team's strength. Lee, let's keep exercising. Might Guy pulled Rock Lee up and said, the effect of your medicine hasn't worn off yet. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee nodded heavily. I took this pill early yesterday morning. 24 hours, that was also early this morning. It's not even early morning yet. As the two continue to exercise gravity in this machine. The other side. The country of waves. Empty night. Kakashi, who was watching Uzumaki Naruto and the others treading water, suddenly sneezed and immediately touched his nose. Is this feeling Kai? I don't know how Kai is doing now. When I get back, I have to compete with this guy again. While thinking this, Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was walking on the water. Kakashi really wanted to know what was sealed in the sealing scroll on Naruto Uzumaki's back. Throughout the day, no matter what he did, Uzumaki Naruto had to carry that thing on his back and was unwilling to put it down at all, as if it was very important. He even stopped holding the little fire dragon that he usually held in his arms. Thinking of this, Kakashi looked at Charmander who was sitting on the grass in the distance, looking at Naruto. This psychic beast is also very strange. I summoned Parker today, but Parker said that there was a very powerful energy in his body, which he couldn't see at all. Shaking his head, Kakashi stopped thinking about it. Sakura, you're going too fast, slow down, you're already a little unstable, if you don't slow down, you'll fall into the water, this is not Konoha village. Sasuke and Naruto did a great job. Kakashi looked up, took a look, and continued to instruct Naruto. Time is passing by little by little. All right. When looking at Uchiha Sasuke and others who were already able to walk quickly on the water, Kakashi nodded and said, "You all have good talents, whether it's climbing trees or treading water, you are now qualified. That's all for today, let's rest first. Tomorrow, we will train on how to run on the water and fight without falling into the water." Call. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura immediately went ashore and breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally take a break. So Kakashi-sensei, what are we having for dinner tonight? Uzumaki Naruto touched his stomach and lamented, I feel so hungry. They haven't had dinner yet. Guys, it's time to eat. At this time, Dazna's daughter came out from a distance and shouted to Uzumaki Naruto and others. Just right. Seeing this, Kakashi nodded immediately, let's go. Their current mission is to protect Dazna, so accommodation, food and drinks will all be provided by Dazna. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to run over, he suddenly felt the sealing scroll on his back vibrate. Then a piece of paper fell from the sealed scroll. There is very beautiful handwriting on it. Don't sleep in the early morning. How is this done? Looking at the words written on the note, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes. Is this the message that Bai is sending to me? Don't sleep tonight. We just separated last night and he said he would come to see me in 2 days. Why are you coming to find me tonight? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion, not quite understanding what was going on, but he immediately put the note into his pocket. In that case, I'll go to bed later tonight. It's a good time to practice more, and try to master the skills of running and even fighting on the water tonight. Only in this way can I get back to the village and open the cans quickly. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. Konoha Village. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Looking at the empty ramen restaurant, Ayam hurriedly said, Dad, there's no one here now, we can close the restaurant. She had never felt such an urge to close the door before. Hearing what Akaris said, he smiled and said, let's go open the jar. After the opening, come back and clean up in the evening. As he spoke, he and Akaris closed the door of Ichiraku Ramen Shop and headed straight for Lin Mo's jar shop. When I arrived at Lin Mo's can shop, I saw Tian squatting on the ground, fiddling with a sniper rifle, and Lin Mo sitting next to him. Sister Akaris, you are here. Noticing someone coming in, Tian looked up and his eyes immediately lit up. You can see the calamus and the hand opening the jar yourself. Yes. Akaris smiled and nodded, when no one is around, we'll be the first to come and open the jar. I'm sorry, Lin Mo. Beside him, Shouta looked at Lin Mo a little embarrassedly, actually, I should have come yesterday, but I didn't have time yesterday. Fine. Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, come and open the can whenever you have time, there's nothing to be sorry about. Speaking of which, did you use the quest scroll you opened last time? Chapter 111. Hearing Lin Mo's words, his hands twitched for a moment, and he recalled for a moment, then shook his head and said, I originally wanted to use it, but I was so busy that I forgot about it, and now I don't know where I lost it. If it wasn't for Lin Mo saying that, I would have forgotten about the scroll. Akaris, do you know? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Akaris. Hearing what his father said, Changpu was stunned and immediately pondered for a moment, I think I threw it into a cabinet, I can look for it when I get back. Mainly because the scroll seemed to be of no use to them, so they ignored it. I'll go back and look for it. As Changpu spoke, he handed the prepared money to Lin Mo and said with a smile, the most urgent thing is to open the jar first. Here, Lin Mo, here's the money for 10 jars. The last time she opened the jar, she got out the chakra of a genin, which allowed her to possess chakra and become a ninja without having to practice. This time she still hoped to get something that would make her stronger. At present, his own Ichiraku ramen restaurant has once again become popular in the entire Konoha village because of the snail noodles. It is easy to make money, but it also increases some risks. So she is still very eager to improve her strength. Ah! Lin Mo took the money from Changpu and motioned for Changpu to choose a jar. Under the watchful eyes of Tian and Shouta, Changpu quickly selected 10 jars. Lin Mo discovered that after he put his exquisite jars out on display, everyone who came to open the jars would choose the jars around the exquisite jars. Whether it was the previous Rock Lee or the current Akaris. When Lin Mo waved his hand and 10 jars fell steadily in front of Changpu, Changpu couldn't wait to smash the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke and a small bottle fell out. The bottle is made of glass, and there is grey powder inside, which seems to be about 100 G. What is this? Looking at this thing, Changpu was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. It's something I don't recognize. Magic seasoning bottle. A magical seasoning bottle from an unknown world, a magical seasoning bottle that can automatically adjust the taste of food to suit the taste of the customer. Just wave it gently in the food, and the taste of the food will perfectly match the customer's expectations. Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at this thing. Isn't this something from the wizard's world? When I saw this thing, I was wondering if it would meet the customer's expectations if I sprinkled it on a pile of shit. Well, it's a cruet. Dispelling the random thoughts in his mind, Lin Mo slowly spoke and talked about the magic seasoning bottle, which made Changpu stunned. Can it automatically adjust the taste of food to suit the taste of the person eating it? Doesn't that mean that as long as we have this seasoning bottle, we don't need to make any delicious food at all? Tian said in surprise, even if this is sprinkled on a piece of bread or a box of milk, it can work. Even mud. This kind of thing that changes taste seems to be able to be tried in all aspects. Good. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded slightly and said, for those who want to eat delicious food but don't know how to make it, this is indeed a good thing. This thing is really good news for lazy people. Forehead. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, if I pour this thing into the river and wait for the hot and sour noodle soup, will it be no different from drinking water and hot and sour noodle soup in the future? Lin Mo. Day by day. After hearing what Changpu said, Lin Mo and Tian looked at Changpu with strange expressions. Dump this stuff into the river? You really dare to think so? There is no difference. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, but if someone drinks water from that river, they can also taste the other things. Once this thing is poured into the water source, it seems to be a bit serious. No, daughter. Beside him, Xiaoda looked at Icarus nervously, isn't this a waste? The impact of dumping this stuff into the river is unimaginable. I'm just saying it. Icarus scratched his head and said, I will definitely not fall into the river, don't worry, Dad. Having said that, Icarus put away the magic seasoning bottle. Then proceed to crack open the second jar. A second jar shattered, this time revealing a ball of blue light. Chakra of ordinary genin, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Yeah, the chakra of an average genin. After taking a look, Lin Mo nodded and said, it's the same blue light ball you opened at the beginning. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu did not hesitate at all and quickly reached out to touch it. In an instant, the blue light ball poured into Icarus' body, making Icarus look extremely happy. I have become stronger again. Although there are more chakra balls in your body, Sister have you ever practiced chakra refining? Looking at the happy Icarus, Tian, who was standing next to him, suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly. She remembered that Sister Icarus didn't even seem to know how to refine chakra. No. Hearing what Ten said, immediately said with an embarrassed look on her face, I have never learned those things, because I didn't intend to be a ninja at the beginning, I just wanted to inherit my father's Ichiraka ramen shop. But I think it can be opened through Lin Mo's jar. Hold head high. After hearing this, Tian understood that he was right. The next second, Tian patted his chest and said with a smile, it's okay, Sister Changpu, if you can't open it, I will teach you when the time comes, it's very simple. In ninja schools, in addition to learning knowledge, chakra refining is the most basic and compulsory course for students. Then I would like to thank you, Tian. Hearing Tian's words, Icarus immediately touched Tian's head. Then he continued to crack open the third jar. The third jar broke, and this time an ordinary kunai fell out. Kunai, nothing special. Lin Mo took a look and started to speak. Changpu was not discouraged and continued to knock open the fourth jar. The fourth jar broke, this time revealing a black shuriken, which made Icarus raise an eyebrow. Another ninja weapon. Good quality shuriken. Lin Mo took a look and nodded, it's better quality than the shuriken made by the ninja tool shop, and it has no other special features. Then you can keep it for now. Hearing this, Icarus immediately hung the shuriken around his waist. Seeing that there were only 6 jars left, Icarus decisively chose to smash 2 of them. Bang bang, twice. 2 jars shattered, revealing a ball of white light and a small glass bottle filled with liquid. 10-kilometer marathon running experience light group. The 10-kilometer marathon experience from a long-distance running champion. After integration, you can gain the training experience of a 10-kilometer marathon. Lucky potion, a small potion from a certain magical world, which can make people lucky for 12 hours after drinking it. Note, it cannot be used to open jars. Looking at these 2 things, Lin Mo's eyes were on the fulling potion. This thing is pretty good. It was just the last note that made Lin Mo look strange. This loophole cannot be exploited. One is the light group of experience of running. Immediately, Lin Mo pointed at the 2 things and spoke briefly. To improve people's luck. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, after I drink this, will it also work if I open the can? I still have 4 jars that I haven't opened yet. If you drink this elixir and then open the jar, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Not only Acarus, but Tian also looked over here at the first moment. Is there anything so good? This would be great for opening jars. Do not. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, I haven't finished yet, this can't be used to open a jar. Calamus. Day by day. Typed by hand. Sure enough. Tian complained speechlessly, I knew there wouldn't be such a good loophole to exploit. But it's okay, as long as you keep it, it will always be beneficial. Acarus heaved a long sigh, sorted himself out, and put the elixir away. Then reach out and touch this 10 km marathon running experience light ball. After the fusion, Acarus felt that her legs and hands had gained some strength. She was fascinated by the feeling of becoming stronger. Without any hesitation, Acarus decisively continued to knock open 2 more jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. An antique brass ring and a plastic bottle of water fell down. Storage ring capable of storing living things. A special storage ring from a certain world, containing 3 cubic spaces that can be used to store living things. Mineral water from an unknown tribe, directly packaged by pouring groundwater, contains rich minerals. The simple introduction made Lin Mo straighten his face. It turned out to be a storage ring for storing living things. Is this a storage ring? Tian looked at the brass ring every day, and then looked at the brass storage ring on his hand with suspicion. The color is different. Yes, a storage ring. Lin Mo nodded, but compared to your storage ring, this storage ring can store living things, although it only has 3 cubic spaces, it can feed some small animals. The storage ring that can store living things only made me take a second look at it. For me, this thing is really useless. Storage ring. When Changpu heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes lit up. This is good stuff. This is something more convenient than the sealing scroll. Immediately, Changpu stretched out his hand and put on the storage ring. He tried using it twice with a look of delight on his face. She put all the things she had opened into her storage ring. Yes, not bad. Xiaoda looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction, saying, you can buy more flour. It's a good thing to use for storing goods. When Tian heard the words typed, her face was troubled for a moment. Is it so wasteful? A storage ring that can be used to store living things is used to store flour. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. While Acarus looked at the last 2 remaining jars, he continued to knock them all open with excitement. With 2 bangs, the last 2 cans broke, and a purple packaging bag and a cup fell down. Lautan pickled cabbage beef noodles. Sour cabbage beef noodles from another world, delicious taste, enjoy the delicious taste, can be brewed or eaten dry. Gradient color water cup. You only need to put water into this cup and the water will change color, but it only appears to change color on the surface. After pouring it out, it will still be the original color. After taking a look at the 2 things, Lin Mo immediately spoke and explained briefly. Old-style pickled cabbage instant noodles. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu's eyes lit up. She was very interested in the opposite. It's amazing that this kind of instant noodles can be made. You can try it yourself when you get back. As for the other gradient-colored water cups, they are also quite interesting. For a moment, Acarus put the 2 things into the storage ring with satisfaction. Okay, Dad, it's your turn. The next second, Acarus turned his gaze towards the hand and laughed, see what you can come up with. Good. Hearing what Acarus said, he smiled heartily, just wait and see, your father will definitely be able to produce something good. Lin Mo, this is the money for opening the jar. As he spoke, he handed the money to Lin Mo and started to pick out a jar. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, 10 jars were selected by hand. Without any hesitation, he smashed the 2 jars open with his hands. With 2 bangs, 2 identical potions fell down. Truth Serum. A magical potion from a certain magical world, a magic potion that makes people confess the truth. Just drink 3 drops and the secrets deep in your heart will be revealed. Seeing this thing, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. This thing is much more useful than hypnosis. Lin Mo immediately opened his mouth and said something, which made Tian look puzzled. Is this something so fun? She knew that ninjas knew some hypnosis skills, but this potion was simpler, more direct and brutal than hypnosis. I don't think I'll ever need this kind of thing. He scratched his head and looked at the 2 identical Veritasrums. This was clearly something suitable for a ninja in charge of an interrogation to hold. It can be used for trial. Lin Mo casually said, "This thing must be administered when the other party is defenseless, otherwise some people will pretend to have a blocked throat and insist on their innocence. So if used well, it is a very gentle interrogation method, not only interrogation, but also asking some questions or something. This thing can make people tell their deepest secrets, so it is quite suitable for the third Hokage to drink." Lin Mo suddenly thought of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Put it away first." Jenny shook his head, put the thing away, and opened the third jar. This time, he didn't smash the two jars. With a bang, a can broke and a palm-sized black plastic bucket fell down. Black barrel? Looking at this thing, his expression became strange. The truth serum was worth the money before, but this time it just came out as a black plastic bucket. Black hole trash can. This is a garbage dumping device that uses a time machine to throw garbage into an ancient world where living things have not yet appeared. No matter how much garbage there is, it can be thrown in. Once something is thrown into the garbage can, it can never be taken back. Lin Mo. This thing is so dangerous. Shopkeeper, is this just an ordinary black barrel? At this time, Shouta was looking at this thing with curiosity and was already wanting to open the next can. After all, a small black plastic bucket is of no use to him. It's just garbage. No, this is a black hole trash can, don't touch it. As Lin Mo spoke, he pointed his finger at the dark trash can. As Lin Mo clicked, the black, palm-sized thing suddenly grew larger, almost reaching the waist of the uncle. The sudden change made Shouta's eyes widen suddenly. Can it get bigger? The reason why you can't touch it is because this trash can is not ordinary. Lin Mo slowly said, no matter what kind of garbage you have, you can just throw it in there. You will never have to worry about it being full. For your Ichiraku ramen restaurant, you can throw in expired ingredients and garbage. You will never have to worry about it being full, and you don't need to put garbage bags in there. To some extent, you can save time taking out the garbage every day. As a noodle shop owner, I need to collect the unfinished soup from ramen eaters every day. Finally it gathers in a bucket and is then transported out and dumped. But now that I have it, I don't have to worry about garbage piling up in the store. This thing is a blessing for people who open shops. If I remember correctly, this is from the world of the blue fat man. A bin you can throw your trash in. And you don't have to worry about it getting full. When the hand heard what Lin Mo said, he was surprised. There is actually such a thing. Having experienced opening a jar, he knew that Lin Mo would not lie. For a moment, Shouta's face showed surprise. Then I can run the ramen shop more easily in the future. Can easily handle garbage. Well, but there is one thing to note. Looking at the surprised hand, Lin Mo, who was speaking, changed the subject and said, don't try to pour people in, don't try. Having said that, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the black hole trash can again with a strange expression. If you throw someone in there, they might never come back. Even in the world of the blue fat man, if you want to come back, it seems that the only way is to go back through a time machine. If this thing is used well, it can definitely be used as a weapon to harm people secretly. When we meet, I'll throw a trash can into your hand. As long as it is covered, the person is really gone. TSK, that picture is quite beautiful. People can be thrown in there too. When Sho heard what Lin Mo said, his eyes suddenly widened with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't what Lin Mo meant by this that people are also garbage? Chapter 112. Tian heard this and looked at the black hole trash can in amazement. If someone accidentally trips and falls in, won't they be unable to come back? In theory, yes. Lin Mo nodded, leaving his hand with a blank expression. Is that so? In fact, as long as this thing is placed properly, there is no need to worry. Akaris looked at the trash can and said hesitantly, after all, no one would look through a trash can, and this trash can is so big, how could someone trip over it and fall into it? As long as it is placed behind the kitchen, it is very convenient to use as a trash can. Ah. Hearing what Akaris said, Shouta nodded with satisfaction, that's true. At least, with this trash can, my own ramen shop doesn't need to worry about expired ingredients and garbage. Then, he put the black hole trash can aside and continued to crack open the fourth can. Boom! The fourth jar broke and something fell out. Looking at this strange thing, he was stunned. What is this? How come this is something he can't understand again? Egg beater. This is a high-tech prop from an unknown world, created by Korra, a genius robot with 7 doctoral degrees. It is specially used for beating eggs. Replacing manual beating. It comes with a remote control. You only need to adjust the position of the egg beater and put the eggs in, and the egg beater will pick up the eggs and beat them for you, thus beating perfect eggs without missing any egg liquid. Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at this thing. This thing is really useless to veterans and very troublesome for novices to use. This thing is not very good for personal use. Its value can only be demonstrated in restaurants, and only in large restaurants at that. Egg beater, a machine used to beat eggs. Lin Mo shook his head and briefly talked about the egg beater. The hand-beating uncle looked conflicted after hearing it. Does it require a machine to crack eggs? How bad is the cooking skill? That doesn't sound like any use at all. Tian looked strange and said, even in Ichiraka ramen, this kind of thing is not needed. As a chef, isn't beating eggs a routine operation? This is a machine for beating eggs in batches. Akira said softly, but it's impossible for ordinary people to beat eggs in batches, even for making ramen. Although they sometimes need to beat eggs at Ichiraka ramen, it is not so frequent. Even if ordinary people want to beat eggs, they just pick up a few and beat them before cooking or something. If you order ramen, you can also hit it afterwards. By the time I had let the robot beat the eggs, I could already pick up a few eggs and beat them. This thing seems to be really useless. You can consider selling it to the Akimichi clan. Next to him, Tian suddenly thought of something and pondered for a moment. Don't the Akimichi clan have a big appetite? Forget it, let's put it aside for now. He shook his head slightly, then looked at the remaining 6 jars and decisively smashed 2 of them. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. 2 buckets of French fries fell down. These are 2 large paper tubes. There are fragrant French fries in the paper tubes, and they are steaming hot, as if they were just fried. Food? Looking at these 2 things, I was a little surprised. Fried food? It's potatoes. Akira took a look at this thing and looked suspicious. It feels like if you open 2 jars, you can easily get the same thing. Tian pinched his chin, looked at the hand that opened 2 boxes of French fries, and fell into deep thought. This situation seems to have happened more than once. You don't know French fries? When Lin Mo saw the astonished hand, he couldn't help but look slightly surprised. In the world of Naruto, there are no French fries. Burger King's French fries, the French fries from Burger King, a chain of gourmet restaurants from an unknown world, are so delicious that people who have eaten them once urged Burger King to change its name to King of French Fries. After taking a look at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo shook his head and spoke a little. Shouda and Chanpu's eyes lit up when they heard it. French fries. Immediately, the 2 of them picked it up and tried it. Delicious. When the French fry entered his mouth, Akira was pleasantly surprised and quickly passed one to Tian beside him. Come on, Tian, try it. Okay. Tian took it and tasted it, and his eyes lit up. It's delicious. It turns out French fries are so delicious, I might fry some when I get home. As he looked at the French fries, a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind and his eyes lit up. This also seems to be a snack that can be promoted. Just cut the most common potatoes into strips and fry them. This means that his own Ichiraka ramen restaurant can launch a new snack. Thinking of this, Shouda's smile brightened. It seems that these 200,000 taels were not wasted. Looking at the last 4 jars, he continued to knock open the next one with his hands. The 7th jar shattered and a blue hammer fell down. Hammer? When the uncle saw this thing, he was stunned. This hammer looks a bit weird. There is also a crying face mark on the surface of this hammer. Crying face hammer, a magical hammer from an unknown world. Anyone hit by this crying face hammer will turn into a crying face and cry out. This state lasts for 3 hours. It is a disposable consumable and will break on the spot after use. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was being introduced by the crying face hammer, also had a slightly strange expression on his face. He was quite impressed by this thing. But overall, the effect of this crying face hammer is not very useful. This thing is a bit useless. I can only say that this is a prank. Immediately, Lin Mo shook his head and briefly explained the function of the crying face hammer. After hearing what he said, the uncle and Changpu were stunned. There is such a magical hammer. No matter who it is, once hit by this crying face hammer, he will become a crying face. Interesting. I look at this thing with shining eyes every day. Sounds like fun. If used to hit Rock Lee, it can make Rock Lee's crying expression last for 3 hours. Well, I won't use it for the time being, so I can keep it for now. Continue to knock open the 8th jar with your hands. The 8th jar broke and a white, tattered paper fell out. There were unknown words written on the worn paper, which looked like some kind of ancient secret text. This is. Looking at this thing, my hands are shaking. How come I always come up with some weird and strange things? Lin Mo, what is written on it? Is it a food recipe or something like that? Tattered scroll, a mysterious scroll from an unknown world. It underwent mysterious changes after coming to the ninja world. It records the location of a treasure. Due to the long time, it has become tattered. You may find a treasure or a piece of garbage. Hearing the hand-typed words, Lin Mo, who was looking at this thing, shook his head and said, "It's not a food recipe, it's a scroll that records the treasure. If I remember correctly, this thing needs to be opened with a compass. It was something that came out of that flying car kingdom. But at present, some changes have actually taken place. That's normal." As Lin Mo spoke briefly about the worn-out scroll, the listener fell into deep thought. This thing sounds a bit useless. Keep it first. He shook his head and decided to crack open the last 2 jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke, and a blue ball of light and a white ball of light fell down. Seeing these 2 balls of light, a smile immediately appeared on Xiaoda's face. Worth it. 36 hours of woodworking skills experience. This is a collection of 36 hours of woodworking experience from an old carpenter, including precise cutting, sanding and assembly skills. After using it, it can improve the production efficiency and quality of woodworking projects. Chakra of an ordinary chunin. It comes from the chakra that an ordinary chunin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary chunin. Not bad. Seeing the chunin level chakra, Lin Mo felt slightly satisfied. Finally, there is one that can be used. As for the carpentry skills and experience, it is not bad. However, looking at the production efficiency and quality behind it, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Why is this introduction so strange? Shaking his head, Lin Mo immediately spoke and gave Xiaoda a brief introduction of the 2 things, and Xiaoda understood what he heard. The skill of carpentry. Without any hesitation, he reached out and touched the white ball of light. All of a sudden, the experience about carpentry flooded into Xiaoda's mind, allowing Xiaoda to instantly understand the manufacturing experience about carpentry, etc. So that he could go out immediately to take orders and do carpentry work. After the fusion was completed, he said with a smile on his face, "If I can't open a ramen shop in the future, I will have another skill." These days, craftsmanship is very popular. Especially skills such as carpentry and forging. Compared to the technical work of making ramen, to put it simply, it is the preparation of recipes and seasonings. Anyone can do it. Then, Xiaoda reached out his hand and touched the blue ball of light, and instantly felt a lot more chakra in his body. The feeling of fullness made Xiaoda feel comfortable. Phew, this time I opened the can, it's satisfying. After the fusion was completed, Xiaoda looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, "Then Lin Mo, it's time for us to go too. After opening the jar and gaining some things, I can go back and tinker with them. I don't need to stay in Lin Mo any longer." Hearing the hand-typed words, Lin Mo nodded and said casually, "Be careful about the black hole trash can that was opened." "I know." Hearing Lin Mo's words, he nodded. Then he and Akris said goodbye to Lin Mo and left the jar shop. "By the way, when are you planning on going back?" After watching the 2 leave, Lin Mo turned his gaze to Tian again, with a little curiosity. Now that Hanabi and Hinata aren't coming to her place, it seems like Tenten is going to stay here permanently. "Well, you don't welcome me." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian immediately puffed up his face, raised his chin, and looked at Lin Mo. "Not really." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "I'm just asking casually. I'll go back when you close the shop." Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Besides, I want to see who will come to open the jar and see what will come out. There shouldn't be many people coming tonight." Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo pinched his chin and thought, "I just don't know if Na Might Guy will continue to bring Shaoli to open the cans tomorrow." Looking at his next target of selling jars, Lin Mo is looking forward to the second exclusive jar. The first exclusive jar contains such amazing things. The second jar will surely yield something better. I will continue to practice in the back. The next second, Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "I have figured it out, this shuriken clone technique will be even more effective if combined with extra shadow clones." With that, Tian ran to the backyard. When Lin Mo heard Tian's words, he looked surprised. It seems that even if Tian has mastered the A-level ninjutsu, shuriken clone technique, he still tries his best to be proficient in it. In comparison, after I acquired it, I did not try to master it. After all, he is already a little too busy at the moment. While shaking his head gently, Lin Mo waved his hand, and suddenly the calamus and the things that had just been opened by the hand appeared. Lin Mo chose to fuse the Chunin level chakra without hesitation at the first moment. For him, those props are secondary, the main thing is to increase chakra. Hundreds of ordinary jars have been sold so far, but no one has ever opened one at the Jonin level. It seems that this level of chakra is not a common thing in ordinary jars. The amount of chakra accumulated in my body should not have reached the level of a Jonin. Feeling the chakra now stored in his body, Lin Mo was in deep thought. He didn't have a specific reference. If so, you can try it out. Of course, if he was facing a Jonin, he wouldn't have to worry. With his 72 earthly evil techniques, he could defeat the senior ninja Yuhi Kurenai who was proficient in illusion techniques. The only ones who pose a threat to him now are those at the shadow level. Naruto, that kid, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause when he takes this comic book out. Thinking about Uzumaki Naruto who has the most chakra so far, Lin Mo is still quite curious about Uzumaki Naruto. After all, Naruto started the comics, so he has the advantage of foresight. When Lin Mo thought so. The country of waves. At Dazna's house. Uzumaki Naruto was looking at the moon outside with a sleepy look on his face. At this time, the moonlight was shining on the sea surface of the land of waves, and the silvery white light was like a layer of gauze, covering the quiet sea. Early morning, early morning. Thinking of the note he got today, Uzumaki Naruto yawned loudly and tried to cheer himself up. He was still looking forward to the meeting early this morning. While Uzumaki Naruto was waiting quietly. Time passed quietly. In Uzumaki Naruto's sight, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a thin layer of ice crystals on the window, which was slowly spreading. Naruto was stunned, and his eyes suddenly cleared up. This is Shiro's bloodline limit. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto carefully pushed open the window and stuck his head out. I saw the ice crystals outside extending along the wall to the woods in the distance. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately turned over and jumped out of the window, landing lightly on the ground. Then he moved forward quickly along the trace of the ice crystals. The chakra under his feet burst out slightly, and the whole person passed through the night like an afterimage, rushing towards the direction where the ice crystals extended. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the coast. In the moonlight, he saw Zabuza and Shiro standing together, seemingly discussing something. The beheading sword behind Zabuza glowed coldly under the moonlight. Bai stood beside him, wrapped in the familiar white cloak, looking exceptionally quiet and stern. After Uzumaki Naruto arrived, the two turned back. Mr. Zabuza. Didn't you say you would come find me in 2 days in the early hours of yesterday? Why did you come find me in the early hours of today? It's been less than 24 hours now. I usually like to talk about time for a long time. Zabuza looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly and said coldly. Now that Cardo is dead, I have arranged for Bai to be placed in a conspicuous place, someone will find it tomorrow, one of your goals has been achieved, and there is another goal left, what secret information do you want to know? Happy. Hearing Zabuza's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became energetic. After taking 2 deep breaths, Uzumaki Naruto slowly said, I want to know the information about the Whirlpool country. When you were assassinating members of the troop in Mist Shadow Village, you should have come across this kind of information. I want to know the information about the Whirlpool country. The Whirlpool country. Wasn't it destroyed long ago? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Momochi Zabuza frowned and thought, the matter of the Whirlpool country, that was a long time ago, let me think about it. Zabuza Momochi really couldn't have imagined that Uzumaki Naruto would actually ask him about the land of whirlpools. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? The next second, Momochi Zabuza thought of the comics he was reading. In the comics, Naruto's name is Uzumaki Naruto, and his expression suddenly became shocked. What a joke. If he remembered correctly, Konoha village had established friendly relations with the land of whirlpools. If Uzumaki Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan and wants to know the information about the land of whirlpools, he can just go to Konoha for information. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and scratched his head, I am Uzumaki Naruto, come to think of it, I don't think I have formally introduced my name to Mr. Zabuza yet. Little devil, you are really interesting. Zabuza Momochi looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly and said. As a member of the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country, living in the Konoha village with whom we have friendly relations, you are looking for me, a person from another village, to ask about your Whirlpool country? Isn't this a waste of time? Unless. Suddenly, Zabuza Momochi thought of something and narrowed his eyes. I also learned some information in Konoha village, but it feels incomplete, so I want to find someone from another village to find out. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Zabuza, as a jonin of the Kirigakage village, he must know something, even if he doesn't know, it doesn't matter, I won't lose anything, right? Chapter 113. I'm not very clear about the affairs of the Whirlpool country. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Momochi Zabuza pondered for a moment and said slowly. That country was destroyed too long ago, but I know that it is a small country famous for its sealing techniques, and the people of the Uzumaki clan have strong vitality and sealing techniques. This seems to be a confidential document in the Hidden Mist Village. When I was in the assassination department, I always carried some information with me. The information contains some information about ninjas. There is a confidential database in the assassination department. I have heard about the Whirlpool country. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's heart moved, and he quickly asked, "What is it?" "It's about human research." Momochi Zabuza was lost in thought, lost in memories. "I don't know the details. With my identity and authority at the time, I couldn't access that kind of information. If intelligence is also classified into levels, that kind of intelligence is at least S-level intelligence. So, the Hidden Mist Village must also be related to the destruction of the Whirlpool country, right?" Uzumaki Naruto said hurriedly. "Did the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village also take action to destroy the Whirlpool country?" "Little devil, I understand what you're after." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Momochi Zabuza suddenly sneered. "I have to say, your intuition is indeed correct. Although I have not seen this kind of confidential information. The fact that this kind of information can appear in the assassination department of the Hidden Mist Village proves that there was a group of people in the Hidden Mist Village who carried out this kind of operation. It makes sense when you think about it. A small country with such a terrifying sealing technique will naturally attract the covetousness of other ninja villages. The sealing technique of the Hidden Mist Village may have eaten the remnants of the Whirlpool country. If you want to know more, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you go to the Hidden Mist Village and ask the elders in person." Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell silent. Then he looked at the moon and squinted his eyes. "It's just as I guessed. The fall of the Whirlpool country has the shadow of a great power. Little ghost, if you want to pursue the truth, you need strength, and your current strength is not strong. Do you know what I have done? Assassinating the Mizukage, and failing in the coup d'état. Even so, I have escaped now." Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing what Zabuza Momochi said, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zabuza Momochi as if he had seen a ghost. "This guy has assassinated the Mizukage. I have always wanted to fight back. In addition to avoiding the pursuers in Wave Country, I also wanted to raise the so-called revenge funds." Momochi Zabuza sneered. "Also, let me tell you another piece of good news. There is no Mizukage in the Hidden Mist Village now. It has always been ruled by the elders. This news is unknown to anyone in the current ninja world. There is no water shadow." Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils shrank sharply. One of the 5 great ninja villages, but it doesn't have a Mizukage. What a joke. Of course, this news may be outdated. I have been on the run for many years, and all the spies in the village are gone. Momochi Zabuza said coldly, "So, I'm helping you now, but when you become stronger, you have to go to the Hidden Mist Village with me. I'm going to kill you back." At this point, Momochi Zabuza's eyes flashed with coldness. "No problem." Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto nodded happily. "I promise you, when I become stronger, Mr. Zabuza and I will go to the Hidden Mist Village. In any case, the Hidden Mist Village has more information about the land of whirlpools, so I must definitely go there. Especially the destruction of the Whirlpool country and the shadow of the Hidden Mist Village. According to the information that he has access to at present, the only big country that is close is the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. Set a small goal." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist slightly. "When I get back, I'll open the jar, become stronger, and make an appointment with Zabuza to go to the Hidden Mist Village together. I feel satisfied after this trip." The next second, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly unclenched his fist and said with a carefree smile, "I also met Mr. Zabuza." The night was as dark as ink, and the moon hung high in the sky, emitting a cool silver light. Everything around was shrouded in the tranquil and mysterious moonlight, as if the world was shrouded in this thin layer of light. The sea in the distance gently laps against the shore, making melodious waves, as if whispering. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing a little chill, blowing the trees on the shore, and the leaves rustled, as if dancing in the night wind. Uzumaki Naruto and Momochi Zabuza stood on the shore, looking at each other. Zabuza's gaze seemed somewhat cold, solemn and sharp in the moonlight, as if he was weighing the blonde boy in front of him. Naruto, however, had a confident smile on his face, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. "Mr. Zabuza, I will become stronger and then go to the Hidden Mist Village with you," Naruto repeated again in a firm voice. Zabuza nodded, with a slight smile on his face. "Very good, ambitious kid, I will wait for you here in Wave Country. I hope you won't let me down then." The night wind blew again, bringing a chill. They both stood there quietly, as if waiting for the night to get darker. Time passed quietly in this silence, the night gradually darkened, and the moonlight became colder. Finally, Zabuza looked down at Uzumaki Naruto and said calmly, "Before I see you next time, I want to see your growth, or you bring me a new album." "Goodbye, Naruto." Beside him, Bai chuckled. He and Zabuza turned and disappeared into the moonlight. Looking at the two people who disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto waved his fist, "See you next time." He is still a genin at the moment, but he feels that it won't be long before he becomes stronger. As long as you return to Konoha village, you can open the jars and become stronger. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto touched the sealing scroll on his back. This is filled with the money he earned from opening the jar. Sleep. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto ran back happily. Shortly after Uzumaki Naruto left, a shadow vaguely appeared behind a tree on the shore not far away in the night. The shadow leaned quietly against the tree, its outline tall, giving people an inexplicable sense of majesty. In the dim moonlight, one could vaguely make out Kakashi's figure. Kakashi said nothing and just stared in the direction Naruto left. The moonlight shone on his face, and the interweaving of half-light and half-darkness made his expression look particularly profound and elusive. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the moon in the sky, as if thinking about something important. From the time Uzumaki Naruto ran out to the time he just came into contact with Zabuza, he had not said a word and watched everything happen quietly. He hadn't shown up until now when Naruto left. He just stared at Naruto's back silently, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Ugh. Kakashi finally withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and sighed softly, then looked up at the night sky again. The moon is still hanging high in the sky, casting a cool light, as if telling something. Finally, Kakashi's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Nothing in the night. "Naruto, wake up." When Uzumaki Naruto was still sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a deafening sound. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got up. I saw Haruno Sakura opening the door, with her hands on her hips, and shouting, "You told us to train hard and make faster progress, but you slept in again today. Is it possible that I was too tired from training last night?" Hearing Sakura's words, Uzumaki Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "I was training while you were sleeping." "Haruno Sakura. You were training last night. When I got up in the middle of the night, I saw Sasuke training, but I didn't see you. I even looked out your window and saw you sleeping with the scroll in your arms." "Uzumaki Naruto. You actually peeked at me sleeping. Sakura, you like me, right? You actually peeked at me sleeping so late at night. Well, if you want to pursue me, it's not impossible." When speaking, Uzumaki Naruto spoke hesitantly, which made Haruno Sakura's face darken, and she wanted to punch Uzumaki Naruto on the head. "You stupid." Haruno Sakura slammed the door next to her, then turned around and left angrily. "Damn Naruto, what does it mean to peek at this guy sleeping?" Seeing Haruno Sakura leave, Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. He also immediately stood up and crawled. It's really lively early in the morning. After Uzumaki Naruto came out, Kakashi also walked out of the room and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with emotion. "Morning, Kakashi-sensei." Looking at Kakashi who came out, Uzumaki Naruto greeted him and asked curiously, "You slept in too?" "Not at all. Do you think I am you? Now that you are awake, go train if you want to return to the village early." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto frowned, indicating that he understood. "Ha ha ha ha, good news, good news." At this moment, Dasna came from a distance, his face extremely excited and shouted, "Teacher Kakashi, your mission is completed, Kato is really dead, his body was found today, tied to the execution rack." "Kato is really dead?" Hearing this, Haruno Sakura was stunned. Although they had guessed yesterday, they couldn't be 100% sure that Kato was missing yesterday. Even a dead body was found today? Yes. Dasna nodded heavily. Many people recognized him, it was indeed Kato, he was tied to the execution rack and was already dead. "Your mission is completely accomplished." "Awesome." Haruno Sakura smiled brightly, "This means that we have truly completed a B-rank mission thoroughly. Then we can go back quickly." Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together, "As long as we can master the use of chakra to run on the water, or even fight, then this trip will be a success. I'm going to train." Thinking about going back to open the can, Uzumaki Naruto felt very eager and ran over to train as soon as possible. Kakashi-sensei, why aren't you surprised at all?" Haruno Sakura, who was about to go to training, looked at Kakashi and suddenly became curious, "Didn't you feel yesterday that the mission couldn't be guaranteed 100? Although there is no guarantee, we can roughly guess." Kakashi smiled faintly and said, "So I have nothing to be surprised about. Okay, go train, if you want to return to the village early to hand over the mission." "Ah." What is Naruto's purpose in returning to the village so urgently? Watching Haruno Sakura go away, Kakashi looked at Naruto's figure in the distance and fell into deep thought. It was Naruto who clamored to leave the village, and it was also Naruto who clamored to return to the village. Thinking of the comic in Naruto's pocket and what happened last night, Kakashi let out a long sigh. Could it be that these changes in Naruto were caused by his time in the village? I need to pay more attention to Naruto. When Kakashi thought so. The other side. Konoha Village. Might Guy walked out of the Scion training gravity machine with a flushed face. Behind him, Rock Lee also had a relaxed look on his face. Without that one pill, I feel like I can't hold on. As Rock Lee walked out, he said excitedly, I wonder if Tian still has that kind of medicine. If he does, I'm sure I can break through my physical limits again in a short period of time. Without the pill that prevented him from sleeping, Rock Lee found that he no longer had the energy to do so, which made him feel very sorry. After the effect of the pill wore off in the second half of the night, he was knocked unconscious several times by the gravity machine. If it weren't for Teacher Kai's scolding to wake him up, he would still be lying there now. Lee, if Tian still has that kind of medicine, then you can use it in conjunction with the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Might Guy looked at this Scion training gravity machine and squinted his eyes and said, the quality of this thing is terrifying. If you start the 8 gates training without feeling tired, you will definitely get a more powerful training effect. Teacher Kai, I thought so too. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee's eyes were excited. I have a weight-bearing device, and with the first gate of the 8 gates, combined with this Scion training gravity machine training, I am sure I can get a new breakthrough within a month and open another gate. This is really a great thing for training the 8 gates. Might Guy sighed, come on, you go to the meeting place first and see if Niji is there, I'll go somewhere else. He remembered very clearly that he still had to borrow money from Kakashi. As for Nisai, let Rock Lee go over and see if Nisai is here today. Hearing what Might Guy said, Rock Lee nodded. Then he left with Might Guy. After separating from Rock Lee, Might Guy went straight to Kakashi's house. But after arriving at Kakashi's house, Might Guy found that there was no trace of Kakashi. Damn it, would he get up so early? Might Guy muttered to himself as he headed straight for the gathering place of the team led by Kakashi. It turned out that there was still no one here. No way, did he leave the village? Seeing that Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, Might Guy's face froze. If Kakashi leaves the village, he won't have the money to open the jar. He witnessed Rock Lee opening the can, but he knew how much of a loss it would be if he didn't open the can for a week. Just then, a surprised voice sounded, and Might Guy looked up quickly. Not far away, Kurenai Yuhi was walking towards them with Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. When seeing Might Guy, Kurenai immediately greeted him in a familiar manner. Yuhi Kurenai Jonin. Looking at the approaching Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy smiled and nodded, good morning. Good morning. Are you looking for Kakashi? Kakashi led the team out of the village before, so I am using the training ground here. That's actually the case. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Might Guy sighed immediately, sure enough, my guess was right. If I leave the village, it might take several days to come back. I don't have money to open the cans these days. Just thinking about it makes Might Guy's balls hurt. Then, Might Guy said goodbye to Yuhi Kurenai and left. Kurenai looked at Might Guy's lost look with a strange expression on her face. Sometimes she felt that the relationship between Might Guy and Kakashi was a little too exaggerated. Then, Kurenai Yuhi shook her head and began to train Hinata Hyuga and others. During training, Might Guy also returned to the meeting point. At the meeting point, Rock Lee and Niji were waiting here. But at this time, Niji looked at Rock Lee with suspicion, his eyes full of doubt, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Teacher Kai. Looking at Might Guy who had returned, Rock Lee said hurriedly, Niji came today, he doesn't believe in the gravity machine, so I decided to take him to experience the gravity machine. Hearing this, Might Guy nodded, that thing was originally a common item of our team, it's just right that Niji is here so he can try it out. Niji, is everything alright with your family? Are you going back next? As he said that, Might Guy looked at Hyuga Niji and asked. Now that Niji has returned to the team, he has to accept the mission. The prerequisite is to ensure that Ningxi will not leave halfway. No need to go back. Hearing what Might Guy said, Hyuga Niji shook his head and said, the family asked me to use my Byakugan to help investigate the matter, but I feel that the family seems to be perfunctory about this matter and does not care too much. In addition, I have also restricted those who have opened their Byakugan from going out recently. If I hadn't moved you, Mr. Kai, out, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to go out either. Restrict the people from the branch family from going out. Hearing this, Might Guy looked surprised. Is there such a thing? He felt that Niji's return was related to the bombing of the Umbu base. But why did the Hyuga clan restrict the people of the branch family? Restrictions or open the eyes? Might Guy was a little confused about the Hyuga clan's actions. But Mr. Kai, was it true what Lee said about that gravity machine? Even you couldn't handle it. Hyuga Niji suddenly thought of what Rock Lee had just said, and looked at Might Guy thoughtfully. What kind of machine is it that even Might Guy can't withstand 1/3 of the gravity? This is simply a fantasy. Chapter 114. Following behind Might Guy, he could deeply feel how strong this teacher guy was. But now, Rock Lee said that there is a gravity machine that even teacher guy can't hold on to. Of course this is true, what Lee said is true. Hearing what Hyuga Niji said, Might Guy smiled heartily and did not hide it. Come on, I'll take you to experience it. As he said that, Might Guy took the initiative to call Hyuga Niji and walked towards the place where the Scion training gravity machine was placed. This thing can support several people to bear pressure and exercise at the same time. Of course, the pressure he pursues is different from that pursued by Rock Lee. So he would choose to bear the same gravity as Rock Lee. I will decide to train myself when no one needs it. He trained to his limit yesterday. The gravity progress bar hasn't even reached 1/3. Seeing Might Guy say this, Hyuga Niji showed surprise on his face. What Rock Lee said turned out to be true. For a moment, Hyuga Niji became curious about the Scion training gravity machine. By the way, where's Tenten? Suddenly, Niji saw that Tenten had not come to the gathering and asked, is she not going to come? Ah. Might Guy nodded. I asked Tian to exercise at home. Her current progress is far ahead of yours, so she doesn't need to exercise with me. I will spend more time on the two of you from now on. In addition, I will also start looking for some difficult tasks, such as B-level ones. I won't tell you about this for now, you will know after you experience it. Having said that, Might Guy paused and did not continue speaking. After Hyuga Niji experiences the Scion training gravity machine, talking about the jar will definitely give Hyuga Niji the motivation. I see. After hearing what Might Guy said, Hyuga Niji understood. Indeed, based on the physical strength demonstrated by Tian, he has far surpassed them and can indeed train at home. Might Guy even developed a relevant training plan for Tian. Even he felt pressured when training with them. Soon, under the leadership of Might Guy, Hyuga Niji came to the place where the Scion training gravity machine was placed. Looking at this strange thing, Hyuga Niji frowned slightly. Might Guy patted Niji on the shoulder and said, this is it, this thing is a treasure, it allows you to train in an extreme gravity environment, it has a miraculous effect on improving your physical fitness. Come. As he spoke, Might Guy walked forward, opened the door of the gravity machine, and motioned for Niji to follow him in. After coming in, Hyuga Niji found that the space inside was unexpectedly spacious and filled with various strange equipment. These things are very unfamiliar to him. Now, just stand there and feel it. As Might Guy spoke, Hyuga Niji immediately prepared himself. Might Guy walked to the control panel and pressed a button. Boom! In an instant, Niji felt an invisible pressure coming from all directions, as if he was pressed under a huge rock. The originally easy breathing suddenly became heavy, and every muscle in the body seemed to be bearing a huge burden. Is this gravity training? Feeling the terrifying gravity on his body, Niji gasped and looked at Might Guy with a moved face. It's a bit unbelievable that this kind of gravity came out of nowhere. You've experienced it. This is the effect of the Scion training gravity machine. Here, you don't need any weights, you just need to adjust the gravity to multiply your training effect. How does it feel? Very nice. Hyuga Niji nodded seriously. He knew very well that physical training required long-term accumulation and continuous practice, but this kind of training in a gravity environment was his first experience. This new training method shocked him greatly. But at the same time, Niji was also very curious. Where did Teacher Kai get this thing? Mr. Might Guy, where on earth did this gravity machine come from? Immediately, Hyuga Niji couldn't help but ask, I don't think this thing can be made in a short time. Hyuga Niji was already shocked by all the things he couldn't understand. He had never seen these things in his family and they were completely unfamiliar to him. It can't be that Teacher Kai figured it out on his own. This is what Lee opened the can. Do you know why Tenten is so powerful? Because she also became stronger by opening jars. You were not here yesterday, so Lee and I went to that magical shop under Tiantian's guidance. It's a very magical place. After you go in, you can use money to smash open the jars, each jar contains different things. Sometimes it's ninja tools, sometimes it's secret medicine. And there are also strange devices like this gravity machine. Last night, we went there and got this treasure. Is there such a store? Hearing Might Guy's words, Hyuga Niji's pupils shrank sharply. Is there such a magical place in this world? It sounds a bit unbelievable. But the next second, Hyuga Niji thought of how Tenten had displayed such a terrifying physique and hand seal-forming speed not long after they separated. Whether it was physical skills or ninjutsu, they completely crushed him, leaving him unable to understand to this day how Tenten could improve so quickly. If it is as magical as what Teacher Kai said, then it seems that everything can be explained. And inside that jar, there are magical ninjutsu and chakra. As long as you open it and touch it, you can fuse and obtain it. It saves you the effort of training and makes you stronger out of thin air. The next second, Might Guy whispered, Lee developed a powerful boxing technique yesterday. The owner of that shop is also very mysterious, so if you have money, Niji, you can go there and open the jar. Your problem may be solved in that store. At the end, Might Guy glanced at Hyuga Niji's forehead. Hearing what Might Guy said, Hyuga Niji was completely moved. Can this be solved as well? Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to have money. Might Guy said, one jar costs 100,000 taels, one person can open 10 jars within 7 days, they cannot be stacked, it is limited in time and quantity. If you don't have money, you can't open the jar, that's why I just said that you have to accept the mission. Money? Hearing this, Hyuga Niji frowned slightly. He really didn't have much money. 100,000 taels for a jar was indeed too expensive for me. But if you drive the so-called gravity machine in front of you, it would be a great bargain. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, even if he opened his Byakugan, he still needed to be responsible for earning money. Ever since I graduated from the Ninja Academy, I have rarely spent the Hyuga clan's resources. As one of the prominent families in a hidden leaf village, the Hyuga clan usually has enough funds to support the training and living needs of its family members. Even for branch families, after opening the Byakugan, they have more stable and superior economic conditions than ordinary ninjas. But since he was able to support himself, he rarely took resources from the clan. Hyuga Niji took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Okay, don't think too much about it, it's not shameful to have no money. Might Guy walked up and patted Niji on the shoulder, and said with a hearty smile, your teacher doesn't have money either, but we can do the mission, as long as we work hard, we can open the can. Currently, we have this Scion training gravity machine that can help us train. This can be used forever. Hearing what Might Guy said, Hyuga Niji nodded and said seriously, then Mr. Guy, let's go take the mission this afternoon. There is such a magical shop that I have to visit it no matter what. It is good. Seeing that Hyuga Niji was enthusiastic about completing the mission, Might Guy smiled and nodded, saying, since you don't need to go back these few days, let's focus on the mission, I'll go check out the missions and see if there are any that can be taken. With my authority as a jonin, I must accept all the missions I can. Family, hearing this, Hyuga Niji nodded and began to think in his heart. The current movements of the Hyuga clan seem to indicate that the main family was attacked, which is why they summoned the branch family immediately and even prevented those with bloodline limits from coming out. Who was assassinated? Currently, the only important people in the main family are Hanabi and Hinata. The former trained with Hayashi, while the latter followed Yuhi Kurenai, a jonin, and didn't have to worry about attacks. So Hyuga Niji was very curious. But it's just curiosity. When Hyuga Niji thought so. The other side. In the third base of the route. Danzo, who was sitting in a wheelchair, felt his strength gradually returning to his body, and he stood up subconsciously in excitement. But just as he stood up, he lost his balance and fell down again. But Danzo did not show any anger, instead his face was filled with surprise. He felt the strength. More chakra in the body can also be mobilized. The effect of the poison is decreasing. Lord Danzo. Watching Danzo's actions, the root ninja next to him also had a gleam in his eyes. Lord Danzo, stand up. Humph, it seems that the person who poisoned you is not very skilled. Danzo sat in a wheelchair, took a deep breath, and sneered, from the past few days, there has been no attack so far, that guy definitely doesn't know about this base. I am beginning to regain my strength, which proves that this poison is only a scare tactic at the moment. Danzo was in a very good mood at this time. I haven't seen myself for a few days, and my body is slowly recovering. This also proves that there can be no traitors among his roots. After arriving at this base, he did send out all the root members, but nothing happened. He could already conclude that there was no traitor in his own root. Lord Danzo. At this moment, a root ninja performed the instant body technique and came in front of Danzo, saying respectfully, we have found out that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been taken away from the village and is carrying out a C-rank escort mission. What? Hearing this, Danzo's expression changed drastically. Sarutobi asked the Jinchuriki to leave the village. Damn it, you asked me to withdraw the root members, do you want the Jinchuriki to leave the village? Help me get to the office. Danzo gritted his teeth and ordered the root people to take him to the Hokage's office. In the office of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking and looking at the message in front of him, suddenly noticed the door being pushed open and immediately looked up. When he saw that it was Danzo who pushed him away, he was immediately surprised. Danzo, have you recovered your strength? Although Danzo was sitting in a wheelchair, he actually had the strength to push the door open. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this unknown toxin does not seem to pose any serious harm. Sarutobi, why did the Jinchuriki leave the village? I need you to give me an explanation. Why did you let the Jinchuriki leave the village? What if he gets lost? It won't be lost. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. It had not been long since Uzumaki Naruto was arranged by him to leave the village, and Danzo had actually received the news. It seems that even after the root was withdrawn, Danzo still did not give up on monitoring Uzumaki Naruto. I'll send someone to bring the Jinchuriki back immediately. Danzo said solemnly, the Jinchuriki must not be lost. He is the Jinchuriki who represents the Nine Tails. How can he be released from the village at will? Danzo, no need, I have already arranged for Kakashi to lead the team, there is no need to worry about the loss of the Jinchuriki. Seeing that Danzo was so concerned, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly. Even if you are a Jinchuriki, you need to grow up, if you stay in the village all the time, it will not be a good thing, I have made arrangements for it. It's totally possible to ask someone to teach you, and ask someone to help your Jinchuriki grow. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo gritted his teeth and said, once the Jinchuriki leaves the village, he will be completely uncontrollable unless he is watched over at all times. And if I remember correctly, you also arranged that Uchiha Kid into the same team as them, which means that he has also left the village. Sarutobi, do you know what you are doing? Why didn't you discuss it with me before you did it? Putting aside the important Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke is his bargaining chip. But he didn't expect that while he was recovering from the assassination, Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually do this. Okay, Danzo, don't be so nervous, you don't have to care about this. Seeing Danzo gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows and said, with Kakashi here, your worries will never happen. You haven't fully recovered yet, so you don't need to worry about this. As for why I didn't discuss it with you, it's because you're in the root base and even I don't know about it, how can I discuss it with you? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, looked at Danzo, and said slowly, besides, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Send Counselor Danzo down to recuperate, and check him over while you're at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke out to an ANBU member. The team leader now has strength, which is a good sign for him. He was shocked by the leader's appearance before. If I encounter this mysterious poison, won't I be at the mercy of others? Now it seems that Danzo is fine, proving that the poison seems to only make people weak. Yes. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, members of the UMBU appeared immediately and pushed Danzo away. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the information on the table again, looked out the window again, and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, at this point in time, Kakashi should have made a simple record of the situation of Naruto and the others and sent it over using the summoning ninja dog. As a result, he still hasn't waited until now. What happened? When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up another piece of information. The Tenten Ninja tool shop in Konoha village actually developed a hidden weapon called darts. Looking at the darts that fell among the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. This hidden weapon is much more useful than Kawuk. Someone, bring some more darts. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to the air in front of him. As soon as the words fell, a voice of, yes, rang out. Then, Sarutobi Hitoshi began to wait quietly. At this moment, Danzo, who had already left, was wheeled to the hospital, furious. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, he actually said that again. Hokage originally belonged to him. And everything he did was to protect the village. Couldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen see that? He was asked not to supervise the Jinchuriki, and also asked not to supervise the Uchiha clan's brats. Danzo took a deep breath and became secretly mad in his heart. Just wait, Hiruzen, he will have to build his base well next. He needs to go back and deploy the base properly. Master Danzo, your snail noodles are here. At this time, a member of the root appeared in front of Danzo and brought a package of snail noodles. As this root member helped Danzo open the snail noodles, Danzo took a deep breath, feeling the aroma coming from the snail noodles, and felt much more comfortable. Then, Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, bring back a portion of the ingredients for the snail noodles, and don't alert the enemy. Yes. Hearing this, the root member immediately nodded to show that he understood. Lord Danzo said not to alert the enemy, which means we have to do it without anyone noticing. Then kidnapping is definitely not allowed. It seems that I can only steal at night. This root member had a lot of thoughts in his mind and had a general idea. Then, this root member said goodbye to Danzo and left. He must do well whatever Lord Danzo tells him to do. Only in this way can you become Lord Danzo's true confidant. Chapter 115. Ichiraku Ramen is really smart, they can actually come up with something like this. Watching the departure of this root ninja, Danzo immediately immersed himself in the snail noodles in front of him. He really feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat snail noodles every day. And at this moment in Ichiraku Ramen, while kneading the dough with his hands, he threw the leftovers of other ingredients into the black hole trash can behind him. No matter what was thrown in, it disappeared instantly. The people watching were amazed and said, it's really magical. After opening this thing last night, he tried it as soon as he came back and found that this black hole trash can was really convenient. No matter what soup or waste material you have, you can pour it directly in without worrying about the smell. Hey, Dad, I found the scroll. At this time, Acaris came out from behind, picked up the scroll in his hand and shook it, and I just opened it. Guess what the task is? Oh. Seeing Acaris's slightly smug look, Shouta immediately smiled and said, from your expression, could it be a very simple task? Hehe, not bad. Acaris chuckled, this mission is to open a store, you see. As he spoke, Acaris opened the sea-level task scroll in his hand and handed it to Shouta to read. You said there is a mission in it. Why does it look blank to me? Dad, can't you see? Hearing the typed words, Acaris was stunned. He immediately pointed to the center of the scroll and said, it's right here. Sea-level mission scroll, open a new restaurant mission objective, open a new restaurant in a hidden leaf village, related to catering, and attract at least one jonin to dine there within 24 hours, leaving them with a good impression of the store and the food. Mission completion standard, successfully make at least one jonin impressed by your catering service and food quality during the meal, and willing to publicly recommend your store. Task requirements, ensure the satisfaction of the jonin by providing high-quality service and delicious food. The presentation of food and beverages in the store must meet high standards and ensure safety and hygiene. Mission reward, after successfully attracting and satisfying the appetite of the jonin, you will receive a sea-level mission reward after completing the mission. The rewards may include rare seasonings for restaurants, high-end kitchen utensils, or chakra recovery potions that enhance physical strength. The better the mission is completed, the higher the reward level. Task time, the mission must be completed within 24 hours after it is started, and ensure that at least one jonin completes the dining experience in the store. The tasks above are clearly very detailed, but my dad said he couldn't see them. Well, I can't see it, it's just blank. After typing it for a while, he shook his head and said, it seems that this task scroll should only be visible to those who open it, it doesn't matter, just tell me directly. Yeah, alright. Hearing the hand-typed words, Acaris nodded immediately. Then he told Shouta about the task, and Shouta raised his eyebrows. It's so simple. But time is a bit tight, you have to open it today and finish it by this time tomorrow. Although the task sounds simple, it is somewhat tight within 24 hours. Hold head high. Changpu nodded and said, I have already chosen a store on the street near Lin Mo, and have hired someone to renovate it. I will simply do a simple renovation today, and then it will be open for business in the evening. When the time comes, Dad, you can hang a sign at Ichiraku Ramen and say hello, then people will definitely go to the snail noodle shop I opened. As for the jonin who are coming, don't worry at all, Kurenai Yuhi has been coming these past few days, as well as Mike Guy, they can all go. Ah. After hearing what Acaris said, he nodded with satisfaction and said, in that case, you can bring this black hole trash can over this afternoon. For me, you have this black hole trash can, which saves you the trouble of carrying soup and juice, which is much more labor-saving than me. Hehe, Dad, you are the best after all. Upon hearing the hand-typed words, Acaris suddenly smiled brightly. Then he got busy. Whether going back and forth to the store or moving some things, she has to run back and forth herself. Tables and chairs are not a big deal, you can just buy the complete set and have them delivered to you. However, she still needs to store the soup prepared with the snail noodle recipe personally. Fortunately, she had a storage ring, so she could complete most of the work easily. While thinking this, Acaris put everything that could be temporarily stored into the storage ring and headed straight for the new store. After arriving at the new store, Changpu did not go in immediately, but looked towards a shop in the distance. It turned out to be the jar shop opened by Lin Mo. Changpu knew that Lin Mo had already opened the door. Once it's done, you can send some snail noodles over in the evening and then we can chat. Akira squinted his eyes and planned something in his mind. And at this moment, in the jar shop, Lin Mo was looking at the worn scroll in his hand, lost in thought. This thing. Just tear it down. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decisively chose to open it. In an instant, a rough picture appeared on the worn scroll. There are outlines of houses and woods. Somewhere in the woods, there is a big red X, which seems to represent the location of the treasure. Fuck, why is it so blurry? Looking at this thing, Lin Mo was speechless. I don't recognize this map at all. The ninja world is so big, and no one knows where this shabby treasure corresponds to. Lin Mo was speechless and decisively chose to throw the thing into the storage ring. He didn't have the time to look for this shabby treasure. Compared to the sea-level task scroll that was opened before, this thing has no time limit, but it can be kept and may be used someday in the future. Then continue practicing. Lin Mo instantly used the technique of multiple shadow clones to create 3 clones again and arranged the work of the 3 clones. Time passes little by little. It was evening in a blink of an eye. Lin Mo suddenly stopped moving and looked at Ningxi, who appeared in the range through the true sight guard. There was no Rock Lee, no Might Guy, only Hyuga Niji walking towards his shop. This caught Lin Mo's attention and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The jars can be sold again. Even as a member of a branch family, Hyuga Niji should not be short of resources. When Lin Mo thought so, Hyuga Niji had already walked quickly into the jar shop. After walking into the jar shop, he subconsciously looked around and finally set his eyes on Lin Mo. Immediately, Ningxi said politely, "Hello, shopkeeper, I heard from Mr. Kai that you have a magical jar here, so I wanted to come over to learn more about it, and by the way, open another jar." As he spoke, Niji took out a purse. After learning about the jar shop from Might Guy this morning, he has been paying attention to it. It was not until the afternoon that he took advantage of his free time to go back. He quickly cleaned up his room, counted his money, and found that he could open a jar. So he came straight away. Of course can. Hearing what Hyuga Niji said, Lin Mo nodded and took over, choose. Since Hyuga Niji listened to Might Guy and opened the jar, there was no need for him to say it himself. But before that, I want to ask you something, sir. Hyuga Niji didn't choose the jar at the first time, but looked at Lin Mo and said softly, "The jar you have here is magical, it can open all kinds of things, then." Well, let me know what you are asking. Hearing what Hyuga Niji said, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. I can tell you very clearly that both the Byakugan and the Sharingan can be opened from the jar, and the cursed seal of the caged bird can naturally be unlocked, there is no problem at all. When Hyuga Niji heard Lin Mo's answer, his heart suddenly shook, as if something was touched. An undisguised excitement flashed in his eyes, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Since his father's death, he has been living in the shadow of a caged bird. This sense of fate has always weighed on his mind. When he heard Lin Mo say that the jar really contained something that could unlock the curse of the caged bird, it instantly ignited the almost extinguished fire of hope deep in his heart. Originally, this fire of hope was burning gently because of what teacher Might Guy said to him today. Now it has been reignited. Looking at the moved Hinata Hige, Lin Mo continued slowly. Not only that, the jar can also contain many more things related to resurrection, secret techniques, props, etc. What you have lost and the people who have passed away may also reappear through the jar. Lin Mo's voice was calm and firm, and every word he said was like a stone, hitting Ningxi's heart and causing ripples. Resurrection, of the dead. Ningxi stared at Lin Mo in a daze, the turmoil in his heart becoming more and more intense. Niji's breathing began to quicken, and he couldn't hide the shock on his face. The possibility of resurrecting his father shocked him greatly, and it also filled him with a strong desire. Because he knew that Lin Mo would not lie to him. Having experienced the Scion training gravity machine, he deeply knew that such a thing was simply not something Konoha could research. So, opening it can completely change my fate. Good. Looking at Niji's expression, he smiled faintly and nodded, the jars I have here can easily change fate and even resurrect people. But all this requires a certain amount of luck. The world is unpredictable, fate is changeable, you never know what will happen in the next second, and you never know what will appear in the jar. In the ninja world, there are ninjutsu that can revive people, but those ninjutsu have restrictions, and the one in my jar can be unlimited. Lin Mo opened his mouth slowly and spoke eloquently, causing Ningxi's heart to surge. He could hardly believe his ears. Resurrecting his father and breaking the curse were distant dreams for him. He had never even dared to imagine that these dreams could come true. However, the mysterious shop owner standing in front of him now made him see the possibility of realizing these dreams. In an instant, a strong impulse surged from deep within Niji's heart. That is to open the jar and try to change your destiny. Ningxi stared at Lin Mo closely, his eyes full of determination and desire. Although he knew that all this seemed absurd, he would rather believe Lin Mo and believe in the magic of this jar shop. If that's the case, I'm willing to try. Niji's voice was slightly trembling, but more determined. I want to try and see if I can change my fate, or even the fate of the entire Hyuga clan. If you can find something that can remove the seal of the bird in the cage. Thinking of this, Niji clenched his fists and took a deep breath, as if putting all his doubts and fears behind him. At this moment, there seemed to be a flame burning in his heart, which was the desire for the future and the desire to change his destiny. Niji looked up at the jars on the counter. Soon, a jar was selected. He actually didn't care what he could get out of the jar. He came here just to find an answer. Now that I have the answer, it's all worth it. As long as you continue to open the jar, one day your destiny will change. He can also resurrect his father. Thinking of this, Hyuga Niji took a deep breath and decisively decided to smash the jar in front of him. Boom! A jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Is this a ball of chakra light? Looking at this ball of light, Niji Hyuga thought of what he had heard from teacher Might Guy and Rock Lee. If it is a white light ball, it is a light ball of experience of some skills. For example, boxing or something. If it is a blue light ball, it represents chakra, which can increase the chakra in the body and save the steps of internal physical cultivation. It's not a chakra light ball, it's a footwork light ball. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and squinted his eyes as he looked at the blue light ball. Light footsteps, a secret technique from a certain world. After practicing, one can manipulate chakra with a unique footwork. During the practice, the ninja needs to step through the 64 hexagrams to form a chakra cycle. Each step is closely connected to the flow of chakra, and the chakra flow in the body is guided by the constantly changing footwork. Practicing light footsteps can greatly improve one's agility and speed in battle. With the rapid flow of chakra, one can dodge and move in front of the enemy as fast as the wind. As the practice deepens, the ninja can form afterimages while moving, confusing the enemy's sight and making it impossible for them to accurately determine the direction of attack. Due to the unique operation of chakra, light footsteps can enhance the ninja's chakra recovery ability while avoiding enemy attacks, allowing it to fight for a long time in fierce battles. This thing has also changed. The last time, Hyuga Hayashi used the Northern Ocean divine art and directly replaced his power with chakra. Now Hyuga Niji came to open the jar and found this kind of light footstep, which also uses chakra as energy. But it is quite good when combined with the Hyuga clan's bagwazang and the like. Immediately, Lin Mo opened his mouth and briefly explained this body movement technique, which made Hyuga Niji frown slightly, as he was a little confused. The footwork of battle. Immediately, Hyuga Niji reached out and touched the blue light ball without hesitation. In an instant, a warm energy surged into his body like a tide. Hyuga Niji instantly felt as if he was in a vast open space, with an invisible diagram of the 64 hexagrams under his feet, and chakra flowing rapidly in his body like water. The chakra flowed along every meridian in his body, as if guiding him to take certain specific steps. Countless footwork marks suddenly appeared in his mind. Every subtle movement and every flow of chakra seemed to be completely mastered by him in an instant. Niji's eyes suddenly lit up. He was shocked to find that he not only understood the essence of these steps, but his body also began to subconsciously follow the guidance of this force and took the first step of the Lingbo Weibu. Is this Lingbo Weibu? Niji muttered quietly, his heart filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't expect that the integration of this footwork would be so natural, as if it was a part of his body. The next second, Hyuga Niji kicked his legs lightly and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the other end of the store. Niji's movements were extremely light, as silent as a feather. What was even more surprising was that he found that as he moved, the chakra in his body also moved, forming a strange cycle. It feels like the flow of chakra in the body has been redefined. Exactly the same as what Lin Mo said. Niji's eyes sparkled with excitement and he quickened his pace once more. This time, his body was like a phantom, shuttling back and forth in the store, and every movement left a faint afterimage in the air. Niji's steps became faster and more skillful, as if he had become one with the art of light footsteps. This is incredible. I can manipulate the flow of chakra so easily and enhance its recovery ability. Niji was extremely excited, feeling the chakra in his body recovering like a spring. He knew that the magic of this step was far beyond his imagination. He stopped and his figure suddenly appeared, stopping in front of Lin Mo, his eyes full of excitement and gratitude. I didn't get the result I wanted, but this move is really amazing. Especially if you learn it directly yourself. The memory experience that emerges in the mind, the experience of one's own body, etc. Hyuga Niji took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Then try taking steps with the 64 hexagrams again. This time, he slowed down. With every step, he could clearly feel the changes in chakra, and that sense of control and power filled him with confidence. This step is tailor-made for our Hyuga clan. Ningxi was amazed again and again, and his love for Lingbo Weibo and gratitude to Lin Mo were beyond words. Lin Mo nodded and agreed. This thing is also good for me. I also have a shortcoming in terms of physical skills. With this Lingbo Weibo, it is more convenient to cooperate with Yenju. Chapter 116. Hyuga Niji let out a long sigh. Then he looked at Lin Mo very seriously and said, "When I have money, I will come to open the jar again." Having said that, Niji turned and left. After walking out of the jar shop, Hyuga Niji turned around and looked at the shop again, clenching his fists slightly. I must come over and open the can as soon as possible. The jar here changed some of his views on the future. It's actually Niji, this is beyond my expectation. At this time, in the backyard of the jar shop. After Hyuga Niji left the shop, Tenten slipped in unnoticed and said with emotion, "If Hinata's fireworks are used with this Lingbo Weibo, she will definitely be very happy." Just when Lin Mo was talking about Lingbo Weibo, she had already come quietly. The only thing Niji wants to open the caged bird is to remove the curse. The next second, Tian complained, "The Hyuga clan is really something. They actually distinguish between the main family and the branch family. The caged bird seal controls the branch family, and it's understandable that it can seal the Byakugan. But the main family can also use this seal to damage the brain nerves of the branch family members. The seal can only be lifted when the person dies, it's too bad." Even though she had a good relationship with Hinata, she had an uncomfortable opinion about the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. But she knew that Hinata alone could not change this situation. And Hinata wasn't like the other members of the main Hyuga clan, so she became good friends with Hinata. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she, Rock Lee, and Niji Hyuga were assigned to Might Guy's team. Logically speaking, a genius from a branch family like Hyuga Niji shouldn't come to their civilian team. However, under the guidance of teacher Kai for a year, they get along quite well. Niji's personality is also very calm and silent. He possesses abilities that are smarter and sharper than the average person, and can be considered the strategist in Guy's team. It's easy to break the curse of the caged bird. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo laughed and said, "The probability of this kind of thing appearing in an ordinary jar is still quite high. As for resurrection, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." At this point, Lin Mo shook his head and continued, "The only ninjutsu that can revive in a short period of time is probably the impure world reincarnation. It is harder than climbing to the sky to get the props to resurrect a person from an ordinary jar." That sounds horrible. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian frowned slightly and muttered something. "How's your training going?" Lin Mo glanced at Tian and said casually, "You came back so soon, are you hungry?" "Every afternoon, we train in the backyard." He suddenly came over at almost evening to prepare for dinner. "Hee, you are so smart." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian smiled and said, "I have good news for you, Sister Changpu's river snail noodle shop has opened, right on our street." Snail rice noodle. After hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo looked at the area covered by the True Vision Guard. "We also saw the snail noodle shop opened by Changpu, which is on the edge of the area and is very popular. I don't want to eat snail noodles today." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "It's a bit annoying." "Well, in that case, I'll go buy some groceries." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian squinted his eyes and said, "I'll cook this dinner tonight." "Can." Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo nodded. "There are benefits to training here every day. At least I can cook." "Then wait." Immediately, Tian ran out quickly and went to buy vegetables happily. Lin Mo moved his mind, and the Linga Weibo that Hyuga Niji used instantly appeared in front of him. Lin Mo directly stretched out his hand and merged. "Even though I know nothing about gossip, once this mutated ability is integrated, I will be able to master it instantly." Lin Mo was amazed as he felt his mind filled with gossip. This thing can make his movement speed faster. In ninja battles, except for the exchange of instant body movements, the rest are competitions and direct confrontations. With this Lingbo Weibo, things can indeed be much easier. Lin Mo didn't want to rely on illusion to suppress shadow-level strongmen while moving slowly and awkwardly. The appearance of Lingbo Weibo allowed him to at least be a little more flexible. It's still too weak. Feeling the chakra contained in his body, Lin Mo was in deep thought. I still lack things like life-saving and powerful attacks. At the very least, if facing Izanagi controlled by Danzo, he can kill the opponent in one blow. That stuff is really outrageous. Especially since Danzo can activate it more than once. Thinking of this, Lin Mo rubbed his eyebrows. It's a long and arduous journey. As he thought about it, Lin Mo shook his head, feeling the Lingbo Weibo that he had integrated. Even if you have learned and become proficient, you still need to continue practicing. Because the chakra in your body is constantly increasing, you need to control the chakra better to stimulate it and achieve circulation. Thinking of this, Lin Mo immediately used the technique of multiple shadow clones and arranged a shadow clone to go to the backyard to master the Lingbo Weibo. The benefit of practicing Lingbo Weibo is that it can consume very little chakra. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he felt his shadow clone practicing the Lingbo Weibo movements. Whether it is the skilled surgery fruit or anything else, it all requires the consumption of physical strength, and will completely dissipate after it is consumed. However, practicing Lingbo Weibo consumes much less energy than other practices. This is something that clones who practice other ninjutsu do not have. We can try to see if we can make the shadow clone circulate chakra when performing Lingbo Weibo. If we can, it will really be a perpetual motion machine. But it probably won't work. After all, a shadow clone doesn't have a body or a spirit, so chakra consumption is real consumption. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. The snail noodle shop in Changpu. Changpu looked at everyone eating snail noodles, even those queuing up, with a look of surprise on his face. Sure enough, even though it was closed in a hurry in the evening, there were still people, and quite a few of them. Congratulations, Acarus, you've opened a new store. At this time, a laugh was heard. Only then did Kurenai Yuhi walk in with Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Yuhi Kurenai Jonin. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai Jonin coming in, Ayum's eyes lit up. The Jonin has arrived, and her mission can be completed. 4 bowls of snail noodles, please. Zaihong found a seat by the window and sat down. As she spoke, she turned her head to look outside. From her sight, she could see Lin Mo's jar shop in the distance. I have to say that the new store opened by Changpu is in a very good location. I can come here often in the future. Okay. After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Ayum immediately got ready. Hinata and the others also sat down. However, Hinata, who was sitting down, looked at teacher Yuhi Kurenai looking towards the direction of Lin Mo's shop, and was suddenly slightly surprised. Why is Teacher Hong looking over there? Could it be that Teacher Hong also opened the can? Suddenly, an idea came to Hinata Hyuga's mind. But the next second, Hyuga Hinata put this thought behind her. That shouldn't be the case. Teacher Hong has been busy instructing them, so why would she open a jar? However, Hinata Hyuga was wondering whether she should tell Teacher Hong about the can shop. After all, Lin Mo said that he would be happy to see her bring people over to open the jars. But my father also said that it's better to keep it secret for the time being. So I told Tian about the magical jar shop before. While Hinata was thinking this, Ayum also brought a few bowls of snail noodles. Everyone immediately devoured the meal with relish. Okay. Zairihong, who was eating rice noodle with snails, suddenly saw Tian. Tian actually held fresh vegetables and meat in his hands. Are you planning to cook and eat directly at the owner's place? This relationship. Seeing this, Shiri-hong frowned slightly. She felt that if she could make friends with this shop owner, or build a good relationship with him, she might be able to get better things. I can even open a bloodline limit myself. Tian would run over with vegetables and meat to eat. There was no reason why the food here would be worse than hers. Ugh. Thinking back to the things she had opened from the jars, Shiri-hong sighed inwardly. The Uchiha clan's shuriken training techniques alone have benefited him a lot, not to mention the Chunin level chakra and bloodline limit. But in my opinion, my luck should be better than Hinata's. Thinking that what Hinata has shown so far is not just a huge amount of chakra, but also wind-style ninjutsu and nothing else, Kurenai felt a little comfortable in her heart. My luck seems to be better than this little girl's. Was it because he was dismembered by that shop owner? Thinking of how Lin Mo had cut her body at will like a master, and then said that he was not interested in her body, Zirihong's eyes were filled with shame and anger. By the way, Mr. Hong, let's go to the Tenten Ninja tool shop later. Suddenly, Inazuka Kiba, who was finishing a bowl of snail noodles, thought of something and said, "I heard that a new type of ninja tool has appeared. It is more useful than kunai and shuriken, it is newly developed and is welcomed by many ninjas." "Is that the butterfly dart you were talking about?" After hearing what Inuzuka Kiba said, Aburame Shino spoke softly and took out a butterfly dart from her pocket. "You actually have it? When did you go to buy it? Why didn't you take me with you?" "When I left home this morning." Aburame Shino said calmly, "To some extent, this dart is more sinister than kunai. If it is combined with poison and a series of other means, it will be even more terrifying." When Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba were communicating, Zaihong was also attracted by this butterfly dart and immediately raised her eyebrows. He took it casually, played with it for a few times, and nodded slightly. "This butterfly dart is indeed very good, and the shape is also quite nice. Compared with male ninjas, female ninjas prefer this kind of ninja tool. Not only is it good looking, it's also practical." Even she fell in love with him at first sight. However, Shiri Hong also instantly judged that this butterfly dart was most likely opened from the jar shop every day. Researching and forging a ninja tool is not easy. If it is combined with a jar shop, it is hard to say. Especially, he would go to that shop owner's jar shop every few days. Not only did Tian open the jar, his parents must have opened the jar as well. Even the way his parents sell ninja tools is modeled after the kin shop, which gives it a sense of covering up the kin shop's presence. But Yuhi Kurenai knew that a craze for jars was gradually sweeping the Konoha village. Whether it is the ninja tool store or other grocery stores, they have successively held some can-smashing activities, which contain various things. Thinking of this, Shiri Hong shook her head and stopped thinking about it. At this time, Hinata, who saw this scene, was also slightly surprised. Tiantian's family actually released a new type of ninja tool, which should have come from Mr. Lin Mo's jar. She had been busy with Yuhi Kurenai these past few days and hadn't paid attention to all this, nor had she met Tenten. "I can ask Tian next time I see him." While thinking this, Hyuga Hinata held the bowl and drank the remaining soup. After eating and drinking, Zairihong did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to sit in Akuras's shop. The team was disbanded, and Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino immediately said goodbye to Yuhi Kurenai and left and returned to their family. Inuzuka Kiba even packed 2 servings of snail noodles. Hinata also said goodbye to Kurenai Yuhi and left, heading back to the Hyuga clan. Only Zairihong was sitting in the shop, killing time while keeping an eye on Lin Mo's jar shop. Time passed, and it was not until night that Shiri Hong found Tian coming out of the jar shop, looking very happy. Looking at Lin Mo's jar shop, it was also closed. Then, Zaihong stood up, said goodbye to Akuras, and left. Call. Watching Zaihong leave, Akuras let out a long sigh of relief. Great, mission accomplished. Although she didn't understand why Yuhi Kurenai was sitting in the store all the time, Ayam knew that Yuhi Kurenai was the only jonin who patronized the store today, which meant that the quest scroll she had opened had been completed. Thinking of this, Akuras was very happy. By the way, it's so late now, you can send Lin Mo a bowl of snail noodles for a midnight snack. Thinking of Lin Mo, Chanpu instantly gave up the idea of checking the task scroll. Walk out of the store decisively. However, as soon as I walked out, I saw the closed jar shop in the distance, and I was stunned. Closed? Then it's time to close the shop now, we have to get up early tomorrow. Immediately, Akuras also decided to close now. Anyway, there was no one in the store, and the stores on the street were gradually closing. Thinking of this, Akuras yawned lightly, stretched, moved his shoulders, and went back to the store. After walking behind the counter of the store, I started to pack up. After cleaning up, I checked all the bowls carefully again. Make sure all pots, pans, and utensils have been cleaned without any residue, and all seasonings have been put away. The whole store was in perfect order, even the floor was cleaned spotlessly. Well, it's almost there. Akuras muttered to himself, clapping his hands, satisfied with his work. Then he closed the door quietly, locked the shop, turned around and left, walking along the street back home. As the night deepened, the number of people on the streets gradually decreased. In the darkness, a dark shadow quietly approached Akuras's shop. The figure landed lightly on the ground with an agile movement and without making a sound. The black shadow was none other than the root ninja sent by Danzo, who was ordered to come and get a recipe for snail noodles. He quietly approached the door of the shop, gently took out the tools, skillfully pried open the door lock, and pushed the door open silently. The store was pitch black, and the ninja quickly glanced around, and after confirming that no one was in the store, he quickly began searching. Step lightly on the floor, making sure you don't make any noise. However, when he walked into the kitchen, he found it surprisingly clean. He frowned for a moment, looking at the clean floor and the neatly arranged pots and pans, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. How can it be so clean? You know, he had been observing Icarus before, and didn't see Icarus carrying soup out to pour it out. This means that the store is not well organized. Could it be that everyone who came to eat snail noodles drank up all the soup? Even so, the kitchen should have prepared seasonings and the like. These snail noodles, ramen, etc. are delicious because of the ingredients. The ingredients must be prepared in advance. But he found there was nothing here. The root ninja continued to check every corner carefully, even opening the locker, but still found nothing. Not even a drop of snail noodle soup was left, as if it had never been made. For a moment, his brows furrowed even more tightly, feeling extremely confused. Could it be that this store doesn't make snail rice noodles at all? If that's the case, then I've come in the wrong direction. I'm afraid I'll have to go to Ichiraka Ramen again. Prepared snail noodle soup and the like should be available at Ichiraka Ramen. As he thought this, he prepared to leave. Snapped. Just as he turned around, something suddenly stood in front of him and tripped him. Suddenly I saw an inconspicuous trash can. The trash can is completely black and looks like an ordinary trash can, inconspicuous. The root ninja was speechless and reached out to the trash can, ready to throw it aside. However, just as he reached his hand in and was about to grab the trash can, a suction force appeared in an instant, catching him off guard. What? His expression changed and he was startled. He felt as if his body was controlled by a powerful force and he was completely unable to move. In panic, he struggled to get free, but his body tilted uncontrollably into the trash can. What the hell is this? The ninja was horrified and tried to steady himself with his chakra, but to no avail. The suction force was like a bottomless pit, gradually swallowing him whole. The ninja let out a short scream but quickly disappeared into the darkness. The trash can returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The entire store fell silent again, with only the moonlight shining through the window onto the floor, illuminating the mystery and weirdness of the night. Chapter 117. A new day comes quietly, and Konoha village gradually wakes up in the morning light. The rising sun is like a dazzling gem, emitting warm light and spreading golden glow all over the earth. The birds chirping softly in the treetops added a bit of liveliness to this quiet morning. In another corner of Konoha village, where the sunlight cannot reach. The third base of the route. In the dim corridor, only a few lights flickered weakly, like will-o'-the-wisp in the darkness. There was a hint of chill in the gloomy air, which made people shudder. In a secret room in the deepest part of the base, Danzo Shimura was hiding in the darkness, as if he had merged into one with the shadow. Sitting quietly on an antique wooden chair, a sneer appeared on Danzo's face, and his eyes flashed strangely in the darkness. Recovering faster than I expected, Danzo muttered to himself, his voice low and gloomy, as if coming from the depths of hell. The next second, Danzo stretched out a hand, feeling the strength gradually returning to his body. Compared to yesterday, I have recovered more today. At least he could stand up. Thinking of this, Danzo slowly stood up and stretched his muscles, as if testing his recovery. His movements seemed a little stiff, but after a few deep breaths, his condition gradually stabilized. For a moment, Danzo was in a very happy mood. At this speed, I will be able to fully recover my strength to move within a few days. Lord Danzo. At this moment, a root ninja appeared out of nowhere in front of Danzo and whispered, "Another person is missing." What? Hearing this, Danzo's expression instantly darkened. Who? Things have calmed down in the past few days, so how come someone is missing again? He had clearly evacuated all the root ninjas around the Hyuga clan, so there was no way they were missing. The root has suffered heavy losses nowadays. Every root ninja is a valuable asset and cannot be lost so easily. Not to mention, he's still missing. It was Zhu Ling from yesterday. The root ninja whispered, "When he brought you the snail noodle yesterday, you asked him to get a recipe for it. He hasn't come back yet. We looked for him and found that he had disappeared too." Zhu Ling. Hearing this, Danzo frowned. Why is it him? You know, the root ninja who can deliver food to him is already one of his confidants. How could he disappear inexplicably? It is impossible for Zhu Ling to defect as she was promoted by him. Didn't I just tell him to get a recipe? How come he disappeared? Is it related to Ichiraka Ramen? Danzo looked at the subordinate in front of him with suspicion. What a joke. Creating a ramen shop and making a recipe for snail noodles is no problem at all for a root ninja. How could a living person just disappear? We checked out Ichiraka Ramen and the newly opened river snail noodle shop this morning, but didn't find anything. The root ninja whispered, but the door lock of the newly opened snail noodle shop has signs of being damaged. It was done by Zhu Ling, but that's the only sign. Apart from that, there are no other clues. You mean, he went into that newly opened snail noodle shop and disappeared? Danzo tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers, and every tap was like a warning bell ringing in people's hearts. He said coldly, "How big is that store? How could a living person disappear in a store?" "We're wondering about that, too." The root ninja whispered, "There was no sign of fighting at the scene. It is possible that Zhu Ling has taken the recipe and left. Master Danzo, you also know how popular snail noodles are. If he took the recipe to other places, he would be able to accumulate money quickly. This is our most likely guess." "Impossible." Hearing this, Danzo shook his head decisively. How could the root ninja he trained personally betray him so easily? Although Zhu Ling was not trained by him since childhood. He had set up a seal to eliminate her from the root of the trouble, and she had completed the tasks he arranged several times. He already had evidence against her. How could she betray him easily? Wrong. Danzo, who was shaking his head, suddenly twitched his eyelids. "It's not impossible. I don't have complete control over this guy's life and death. If the other party betrays me, as long as he doesn't reveal the secrets of myself and the root, then it seems that it is not impossible to escape far away." Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Probably not. But there is this possibility. The value of the snail noodle recipe seems to be enough to make a ninja take a risk. He had tried this delicacy himself and liked it very much, otherwise he would not have arranged for someone to make the recipe. "Help me go to these 2 stores and I will inspect them myself." Danzo said coldly, "At present, he is just missing. In addition to defection, I also think that it may be the work of the Hyuga clan. After all, several of his previous root ninjas were made missing by the Hyuga clan. Now that another ninja is missing, it doesn't seem unreasonable, right? But where does the Hyuga clan get the courage? Dare to attack the root ninja again and again? This does absolutely no good." Now, in his opinion, he and the Hyuga clan have temporarily stopped. At least he did not arrange any more root ninjas to monitor the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan should also be more sensible and would not attack the root ninjas. After all, the root is affiliated with the Umbu. Yes. After hearing Danzo's words, this root ninja immediately disguised himself simply, then took Danzo out of the root base and went to Ichiraka Ramen first. When they arrived at Ichiraka Ramen, Danzo took a quick look and saw Asuma Sarutobi and his team sitting there. Danzo. Asuma Sarutobi, who brought his team to eat ramen, looked at Danzo, who had arrived with a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Why did this guy come to Ichiraka Ramen? Didn't you say that you have been recuperating at the root base?" "Well, that's dangerous." Next to her, Yamanaka Ino looked over and immediately felt a cold, dark aura blowing in her face, causing her to swallow subconsciously and decisively shift her gaze. As if noticing Yamanaka Ino's gaze, Danzo looked over, causing Yamanaka Ino's heart to skip a beat. She felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and there was no way to stop the feeling. But in an instant, this feeling disappeared. "Don't release chakra perception at will, this is impolite, Ino." Asuma Sarutobi smiled and placed a bowl of ramen in front of Yamanaka Ino, motioning for Yamanaka Ino to eat first. "Asuma-sensei." Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino breathed a sigh of relief. In Asuma's sight, Danzo walked directly into Ichiraka Ramen. After taking a look around, he left, which made Asuma frown slightly, somewhat confused about Danzo's behavior. "You guys eat first." Asuma gave an order to Yamanaka Ino and the others, then stood up and walked out. He was quite curious about Danzo's behavior. As for fear, it does not exist. So take a look, it seems that Danzo is not hiding anything, and Asuma Sarutobi is very curious about what Danzo is doing in Ichiraka Ramen for no apparent reason. If it were anyone else, he would not take it seriously. But Danzo. The root ninja who had already left the ramen shop, while pushing Danzo, suddenly whispered when he noticed Asuma following behind him. "No need to worry about it." Danzo shook his head. He just came to take a look and there was nothing shameful about it. As long as Asuma Sarutobi doesn't follow him to his root base. Under Asuma's attention, Danzo and the root ninja came to the snail noodle shop opened by Ian. Red. When Asuma Sarutobi saw Kurenai appear in the snail noodle shop, his eyes lit up. "I actually saw sunset red here." Ever since he knew that Yuhi Kurenai went to Ichiraka Ramen to eat snail noodles, he immediately took his team there to eat every day. As a result, I haven't seen it in the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Zairehong actually came to this newly opened snail noodle shop. Then, I will bring Shikamaru and the others here to eat. In the snail noodle shop opened by Akaris, Yuhi Kurenai also noticed the arrival of Danzo, and her brows frowned slightly without leaving a trace. As a jonin of Konoha village, she was not unaware of Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's advisor. Even because Asuma often looked for her, she got to know Danzo better. Danzo also saw Kurenai Yuhi and frowned slightly. Is this snail noodle shop so popular? Even Yuhi Kurenai is here. Then, the root ninja who was following him asked Acarus to busy himself under the pretext of buying a bowl of snail noodles. Danzo also observed Iam and glanced around, but didn't find anything he wanted. Finally, Danzo left with his men. What a weird guy, leaving now. Acarus, who had just brought out a bowl of snail noodles, was immediately shocked to see that Danzo and the other man were nowhere to be seen. Are you amusing yourself? Acarus, how about you close the shop for the next 2 days? Zaihong looked at Acarus and said, those two guys just now are not ordinary people. Danzo from the roots suddenly brought people here, but Kurenai didn't think that they were here to eat snail noodles. Not a normal person, but a ninja. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Iam scratched her head and said hesitantly, then there's no need to close the store. I just opened the shop, and I was thinking about seeing Lin Mo here every day. If it's closed for 2 days, it would be a loss. Well, that's a ninja from Konoha Umbu, he came here suddenly, maybe something happened. Zaihong thought for a moment and said, I'll be free next time, so come sit next to you. This gives me a reason to stay here and observe Lin Mo's shop. Umbu? After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Iam was stunned and said hesitantly. Some time ago, patrolling ninjas and ANBU ninjas went to Ichiraka Ramen to ask if there were any suspicious people, could it be related to the explosion? Haven't they found out yet? When the explosion happened in Konoha village before, many ninjas took action. Her Ichiraka Ramen restaurant has also encountered many ninja inquiries before. This is a very normal thing. Maybe. Zaihong smiled cheerfully and said, since you're not planning to close the store, I will bring the team here after training today, if there is any emergency, I can also lend a hand. Well, thanks. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Acarus immediately nodded and thanked Yuhi Kurenai. Then, Yuhi Kurenai said goodbye to Acarus and left. At this point in time, it is almost time for Hyuga Hinata and others to gather. Red. Not long after Yuhikuren walked out of the snail noodle shop, Asuma looked at Yuhikuren and greeted her. Asuma. Zihi Kurenai nodded as a greeting, good morning. Hong, do you have time today? Asuma hesitated, after the team finishes training, we can sit down and let the children talk too. I don't have the time, sorry. Hearing Asuma's words, Zihi Kurenai immediately shook her head, I'm a little busy, the children's communication will have to wait until I'm free later. Okay. After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Asuma sighed and was very disappointed. Then Yuhi Kurenai said goodbye to Asuma and left. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai leaving, Asuma scratched his head and wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a deep sigh. At this time, the root ninja who had already left said respectfully as he walked with Danzo, if we can't find Zhu Ling, what should we do next? This shop is so small, Zhu Ling's disappearance may be due to her escape, or it may be the work of the Hyuga clan. Shimura Danzo frowned and said, it has nothing to do with the store, at the same time, keep your eyes on the outside of the village and send it to the intelligence personnel to ask them to investigate if there are any shops selling snail noodles. In addition, the root ninjas will move in groups of 3 and avoid the Hyuga clan's territory, I speculate that the Hyuga clan may be behind this. Out of the blue, a living person suddenly disappeared. Danzo Shimura felt that only the Hyuga clan could do such a thing. After all, there are precedents. Yes. Hearing Danzo's words, the root ninja immediately nodded respectfully. At this moment, another root ninja quickly came to Danzo. While presenting a butterfly dart, he said respectfully, I found a new type of ninja tool, judging from its shape, it is much more convenient than the kunai and the one in your hand. New ninja tools. Hearing this, Danzo frowned, took it and looked at it, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, what a sinister ninja tool. With just one glance, Danzo judged that this butterfly dart was much more vicious than the kunai. And it is lighter. Send a group of people to see if they can copy it. Immediately, Danzo gave the order, also bring the researcher here to see if he can develop something specifically for me, at the same time, collect these ninja tools immediately and don't let them get out. This kind of good thing must be in your own hands. Only in this way can one's roots better protect the village. Danzo-sama, we can't collect them. Hearing Danzo's words, the root member hesitated for a moment and said. This was developed by a ninja tool shop. This ninja tool has become popular throughout Konoha and is very popular. The Hokage's Umbu even found this ninja tool shop and ordered a batch of ninja tools. Currently, this ninja tool is in short supply. What do you do for food? Hearing this, Danzo was furious and shouted coldly, "Why didn't you report this thing to me the first time it appeared? How could Hiruzen's movements be faster than his? Master Danzo, we have been staying in the base for the past 2 days and have been unable to pay attention to some of the things happening in Konoha village." Seeing the furious Danzo, the root ninja whispered, "We only learned about this ninja tool today. They had been staying in the base for the past few days. Even if he came out, he would just wander around, keeping an eye on all directions. He would not have the time to pay attention to the situation in Konoha village. Damn thing." Hearing this, Danzo's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it wasn't for that bastard who attacked me, how could such a thing have been spread out? To the Hokage's office. Danzo spoke coldly. "Since Sarutobi Hiruzen Zumbu has already established cooperation, that's perfect. We just need to convince the third Hokage to work together to seal off this ninja tool and suppress it. Then this ninja tool still belongs to the root." Thinking so, Danzo brought his people to the Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that someone had pushed the door open, he immediately looked up. When he saw that it was Danzo again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched violently. "Why is it Danzo again? Hiruzen, this kind of thing must be collected immediately." Danzo came in and threw the butterfly dart directly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said in a deep voice, "Compared to kunai and shuriken, this kind of hidden weapon is more harmful. If left unchecked, it will pose a great threat to the village. Only by gathering together can we better protect the village. Although it is very dangerous, it is just a new type of ninja tool." Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "I have arranged for the Umbu to reserve a batch, there is no need to be so nervous. Also, you didn't pay for the batches of ninja tools you pre-ordered in the name of the Umbu. I've already settled the bill, so this amount will be deducted from your order. My roots have suffered heavy losses, and you are actually still trying to withhold my resources." Hearing this, Danzo's expression suddenly turned ugly. "Do you know the importance of building an Umbu base? Originally, a large amount of resources would be needed to complete the third root base. As a result, before I could even write a report to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for it, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already seized it. Then it is just a waste of time to build my own root base. It's not a skimp, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and said, "You obviously got a lot of resources before, but the order you submitted doesn't match at all. Moreover, you also pre-ordered ninja tools in the name of the Umbu in the village, and it has not been settled so far. This is not okay. If this continues, what will happen if the ninja tool shop in the village closes? I will not interfere with the construction of the third root base. I cannot give you the resources you want. After all, the situation in the village nowadays is not very prosperous, you have to understand."